Good Monday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And off we go on a Texans Monday. Not only a Texans Monday, but a Dallas Cowboys Texans Monday. It just means more. It just means more this week as we head into Monday Night Football. And there's a lot of stuff that has to, you know what? The Texans have got a lot to do tonight. Everywhere I see, every story. I mean, I'm reading The Athletic this morning and I go, yeah, it's the Cowboys who are pitiful. No Dak Prescott, but the underwhelming Texans. Underwhelming, underperforming, under everything with the Houston Texans this year.
Well, so this morning it just popped in my mind. So you gave up 3 touchdowns to Caleb Williams, 3 touchdowns to Drake May. You lost to the Jets, okay?
No.
Pretty handily in the second half, where you couldn't even block them at all the whole game. And there was one more.
Well, you haven't scored a touchdown in a month.
You haven't scored
in the
second half. You haven't done that. And
over a month now.
There's another loss that was not great, but there's like 4 things to be really concerned about.
Well, and the offensive line, I mean, there's a lot of things to be concerned about.
They are underwhelming.
Yeah, they're underwhelming.
Underwhelming.
They're not.
A loss here, and it is.
I really had them as and that's the worst. In the offseason, when you're the darling of the media,
it just happens.
It never, ever
and
works
rarely
out.
it's hard in the NFL to go from surprise team. I always bring up the Saints because they were the surprise team, the Katrina year, or whatever year Drew Brees first got there. It was Katrina year, I think, when Drew first got there, right?
Well, no, he was there a couple of years before they won it all.
Katrina was.
Didn't they? Wasn't they?
No, I don't think so, because Katrina was. What, did they win it all in 2005? They didn't win it all in 2005, right? Because the Katrina year was the great comeback year for the Saints. So he was drafted in 2001 by the Chargers. So maybe, by the Chargers. So maybe I'm wrong there.
It was 2006 when he got to New Orleans.
And they won in 2007, right?
08.
Yeah, he had been there a couple of years.
I have to look it up.
He had been there a couple of years before they won.
No, this is my point. The first year he got there, they had this renaissance, and everyone's like, Saints, holy crap. And then the next year was a disappointing year, and then they won a championship the third year. That
2009 they won.
Yeah, that second year, and that's my point. He got there, they were really good. They surprised everybody, and then everyone thought they'd make that next leap, and they didn't. You know why? Because their team wasn't ready to. They weren't built to yet, and they weren't ready to. The Texans right now are the same thing. We were the hot little fun team last year, but, looking at it, they're just not quite built, and they're not quite ready to make that move.
Well, at least it's better than 13 when they were Super Bowl. They were up there in the top 4 and Super Bowl favorites, and they won 2 games.
You mean the year they lost 14 in a row?
Yeah,
yes,
right.
It is better than that.
They're
going to win the division.
But it's still,
I think they're going to win the division.
Disappointing Texans right now.
Wait, you've beaten the Colts twice.
Are you not? Yeah.
So
and guess what? They're playing better now. And Anthony Richardson looked like what Anthony Richardson's supposed to look like.
Yeah, they were.
It's a good thing you're done with the Colts. It actually is a good thing.
Yeah, it really is, because they've had some games where they just kind of screwed up. They should be better than 5 and 6, but it is. But I think you're going to beat the Cowboys. Cowboys have a lot of injuries. I think you're going to beat the Cowboys. They're in complete disarray. If you just go out there and play average Texans football, you win that thing by 4 to average football 4 to 10.
Well, here's the deal: is the defense is going to win it for you. Because listen, I don't think we give near enough credit to how good this defense is. 3rd in the league. They are. It is a swarming. It is the most chaotic. They're number 1 defense as far as creating havoc in the NFL. Mm-hmm. This defense is not getting near from us. I don't believe we talk about them enough.
Right. I think you're right.
I don't think we talk near them enough about the defense.
D'Amico wants a swarm. He got the thing swarm trying to click, and that's fine, because that's the mentality he wants. He wants everyone rushing to the ball at all times, hitting as hard as you can. They do that. They're a physical team. They play fast. They do all that stuff. Dale, I want you to just mark this at 7:05 or whatever time it is, and you can play this to start the show tomorrow, that I'm either right or you can give it to freezing cold takes. The Texans will have no problem with the Cowboys. The offense is going to look very good tonight. They're going to score plenty. They'll score on multiple drives. I think they'll also convert field goals into touchdowns finally. and this will be a no-brainer W for the Texans, and we'll be talking about Nico Collins makes that big a difference. That's going to be the talk tomorrow morning, is Nico Collins made that big of a difference for the offense.
No, but
I don't think it'll be any issue.
Your take is they're going to score touchdowns on multiple drives?
Yes, it is.
Against one of the worst defenses in the league?
Yes, it is.
You think that? And you think that
we're not going to win with defense. We're going to win with offense.
But against one of the worst defenses in the league, that the team doesn't have a quarterback.
I said it.
You feel like the Texans are going to look
That's
good.
Right. Many people are worried. John, you're getting worried. I can already sense you're worried today, and I'm trying to set your mind at ease.
Why am I pulling this?
We will step in tomorrow, and we will say, wow.
Oh, look at how prophetic
how profound and prophetic he
now
was.
That I'm about to get credit, you want to like turn and say,
no.
The Texans are definitely going to win.
Wait.
Hold on.
It's an easy.
I wish I would have done this on Friday. Jalen Milroe's going to look great against Mercer.
Yeah.
Pull it for Monday just in case.
You didn't do it.
I know. I wish I would have done it.
You should have done it.
They are going to score a touchdown in the second half. Is that a bold prediction? Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. They're going to score a touchdown in the second half. One. And this is going to be an easy win for the Texans.
Havoc.
You heard it here first.
The 33rd team. Havoc play leaders. Post Thursday Night Football. This was before the weekend, and those two teams aren't in it. So, Houston Texans 127 Havoc plays defensively. Cleveland Browns 122. Minnesota Vikings. Cleveland is with that front that they've got. That makes sense. Minnesota, the way that they play defensively, 120.
Sure.
New Orleans, Buffalo, the Ravens. This team,
the Ravens defense sucks.
The Ravens,
so maybe Havoc doesn't matter.
Well,
because the Ravens defense stinks.
Well, they have had their problem, but they do when they dominate, they create a lot of havoc.
Some of it is based on the offense you run too. If you're a one-gapping team, you're going to create more havoc.
I'm surprised the Chiefs aren't
an upfield team.
The Chiefs aren't even.
That's why I'd like to
15.
look into this one a little bit. Now, see, this is an example. This is what I'm talking about. You were just, I don't know, a little nervous. And here's Troy. Night game, prime time against a team in disarray. You mean like the Jets game? No, stop worrying about all that.
Well, they had Aaron Rodgers.
Nico's back.
Yeah.
Nico's back. The safety blanket is back. Everything's fine. So you
feel like Nico turns this team into a Super Bowl contender?
No, I think Nico's going to make all the offensive problems go away today. All of the concerns, like, we can't score in the second half. What's happened to CJ? This is terrible. Bobby Slowick not only needs to be fired, he needs to be killed.
Whoa.
Like, hey, whoa, easy.
Why is Snacks killing Bobby Slowick?
No.
That's your Snacks voice right there.
Snacks wants everyone gone.
He must have been happy about his Colts yesterday.
He was. Dad, this is what Anthony Richardson's supposed to look like. Right. I said, okay. So settle down, son. And by the way, the Colts are very glad they benched him. They benched him for this reason: accountability. Like, he wasn't being a pro. He was being an issue. No,
they flipped a coin and they decided he was going to play this week.
They told me when they benched him what it was for. And you know what? It's funny. We act like the only way you help quarterbacks is letting them play. You're going to hurt them. You're going to hurt their feelings.
Well, if
you benched him, you're going to hurt their feelings. Sometimes the best way to help a young quarterback is hold them accountable. Mm-hmm. Like, we don't hold anyone accountable in society anymore. You're so worried about hurting people's feelings constantly. We can't hold anyone accountable. A quarterback, guess what? If a quarterback's not doing his job as a rookie, then sit him down.
Yeah.
You know who holds people accountable? Ime Udoka.
Yeah.
You get sat down.
You get
sat down. It's not a big deal. I still love you.
And now look at what happened.
I still love you.
And now look at him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not. And look at Anthony Richardson. He came back and played well for the Texans. I don't know that there was any accountability for, some of the offensive linemen. They were going to hold Kenyon Green accountable at one point, and then there was a concussion in a game. But no, just to stay on the cow. I honestly, like, no jokes here. I just think the Cowboys suck. I think the Texans offense is going to really, and it's been a while since he's played, so maybe there will be some rust and timing issues, but I just think you're going to see everything get so much easier with Nico Collins in. Bob Slowick's job is going to be easier. CJ's job is going to be easier. The offense is going to get clicking, and I think Texans fans are going to be like, okay. I'm not as worried. It is a stinky Cowboy team.
It's terrible. But that's
the perceptions
you know
will
what?
change after tonight.
Yeah, well, guess
Can you
what?
say that, Del? Thank you.
The perception will change after this game. No, it won't. They beat the Cowboys. That
Whose
ain't no.
perception will change?
Yeah, just
You'll
like
see.
Alabama's perception changed
Yeah.
after beating
I
Mercer.
You'll
saw,
see.
I saw them beat up on Mercer and thought to
Let's see how
myself,
the
Now I
game
feel
looks.
good
I
about
feel great about Alabama now.
So
This is not
okay.
Mercer
So is
you're
this
playing.
worrisome at all?
Mercer's
I
a
don't
good
like this
team.
in not one little bit. Not one little bit. Did not participate. Okay, on Saturday. Will Anderson probably not going to play.
Not gonna play.
Folarusu, Fatukasi not going to play. Blake Fisher concussion, probably not going to play. Kamari Lassiter was a limited participant. He didn't practice all week, but he was a limited participant on Saturday, which Saturday is a Friday walkthrough. So I don't know that is
Basically,
a big deal.
it gives them a game time.
Like, yeah, that you
decision,
can,
that's
yeah. But all week long, C.J. Stroud was on this list with a right hand. We didn't talk about that all week. That CJ, there's a possibility that CJ may be hindered in some way, shape, or form with this right hand injury.
all.
A right hand
off.
for a quarterback is, I want to say this, it's kind of a big deal.
Well, if you're right-handed.
If you're right-handed, yeah. Okay, so, yeah, Kenny the Snake Stabler would have no problem with a right hand injury.
If we want to keep it now, Tua.
Okay, Tua, whatever.
We don't have to go all the way back to the snake.
Well,
Michael Penix would have been fine.
Michael Penix.
Yeah.
Who
No,
played
he wouldn't have
yesterday?
been. No, he
Who
wouldn't have
played
been.
yesterday? Because
Is that
Kirk
the only
Cousins was
left-handers?
Penix and two, I think, are the only ones
Yeah.
right now. Yeah.
That's it?
It's playing, in the NFL. I think so.
Wow. That is. Is there some kind of a racial thing going on with
Well,
left-handers?
it's an arm thing. I don't know if it's a racial
It
thing.
might be. You don't know.
Well,
You don't
Tua's not black. Also, I don't know if.
But it's
if there, is there a
lefty.
race?
He's lefty.
You're
lefty
saying,
man of
you're
color.
saying left-handers are a race.
It's a racial
They're not
thing.
really
Yeah.
a race. I don't
It's-
think that's how that
Well,
goes.
something. Good news, though, is Jeff Okudah practiced fully on Saturday.
Is
Okay,
it
so we
good
do have a
news?
CUDA.
Yeah.
Is it good
Right.
news?
It is good news. Jeff Okudah, full
Well,
practice.
if Kamari Lassiter is a game time decision and doesn't make it out of protocol, then you're gonna need a CUDA.
And the thought is that he's not going to,
Yeah, I said it, Lance.
Stingley is not going to shadow CD.
He doesn't do it. They don't do it unless
Well,
unless a guy torches you and then
He
they do
did
it.
say- He did. He said
rarely
on
does
Sunday
it.
Night Football.
He rarely does it.
He would. He could shadow. He would shadow.
But
He
not-
did it last year against Amari Cooper,
'Cause
but
of
he
what-
rarely does it.
He did it because Amari Cooper
Amari
torched them in the regular
Cooper.
season.
Yeah,
Had 280 yards.
I know. Well, I mean, CD Lamb's all they've got.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the Texans got to get burned first before they'll do it.
Yeah, he just doesn't like it because it makes him too transparent in terms of man zone and stuff like that. But I mean, to me, who cares? Dallas,
No.
you think these quarterbacks? Cooper Rush is smart, very smart. He can't throw. He has no arm talent.
Well,
Trey Lance doesn't know what
You're
he's
in
even
trouble
looking
if it's
at.
Trey Lance tonight. You're
Why?
in trouble because he's
You scared again?
chomping at the bit to play. He
Good.
hasn't played.
I'm chomping at the bit for him to play too because he did play last week and he
has no-
sucked.
He hasn't
I watched
played.
him. He was bad.
He's
He got in and he was terrible, John. I
Okay.
promise you. Go back and look at him. Both of those guys were awful last week.
well. I'm just saying. Just watch with a guy that's chomping at the bit to play as much as he has. Guy who hasn't played in 5 years. You know what? All of a sudden he gets in there. Watch it.
Is there a reason he hasn't played in 5 years?
Okay, Dallas
good.
is
Yeah.
Dallas is 23rd. What do you think Houston is in the league in terms of rushing yards, rushes per carry, yards per rush? What out of the 32 teams? What do you think the Houston Texans are?
The Texans are yards per rush.
We're going to see perception versus reality here.
Probably in the middle.
What do you think?
In the middle.
Even with Joe Mixon,
Yeah.
going for 100 yards,
Yeah. How many
every game?
times? How many times? Yeah. 5
they're
times.
19th.
Yeah. Middle of 5.
Cowboys are 23rd, allowing 4.7 yards. The Texans rush for 4.2 yards. Now, rushing yards a game, the Texans are 14th. The Cowboys are 31st. So if CJ if the hand is an issue, then
No.
the Cowboys are going to get a heavy dose of running game, and it typically doesn't go well for them.
All right, we got a break. I want to tell you to Damaris Barbecue is a place to get your turkey on. Okay, get your turkey on this holiday season. Make sure that you get it to Damaris, but I would do it in a hurry, people, because they always run out of the turkey. So get there, but if you do it now, they can order more. But if you're going to be last minute Joe, Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving, and say, I need a turkey, and get the Cajun turkey from the fried Cajun turkey is so good at Damaris. I'm telling you, it's the best turkey I've ever had. So if you do that, you ain't going to get yours. So do it now. Do it now. Get your turkey at Damaris.com. and get your powder coating at Houston Powder Coaters. Look, if you're looking for the best way to powder coat that whatever it is, Robin's coming in today, I think, and we're going to cut some spots. She's awesome, awesome, awesome. Love Robin. Been doing this for years with Houston Powder Coaters. We love Houston Powder Coaters. Houston Powder Coaters, and you got to talk about this because free pickup and free delivery is kind of a big deal. If you are somebody that is looking for the best way to make that whatever metal it is that you have, if you have metal and it is rusting, it is broken, they fix patio furniture. They fix your patio furniture. You're looking for the best way to get that patio furniture looking new. And oh, by the way, the metal is better if it's older. So the older the patio furniture, the better the metal that they use. I'm telling you, Houston Powder Coaters is the way to go. Save whatever it is instead of buying new. HoustonPowderCoaters.com, HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Hey guys, Zadok Jewelers is going to be your home for all gifts that you need to sparkle and you need to shine and you need to make you look good. And that's what Zadok Jewelers does. They want to make you look good. They want to give you the opportunity to stand out, whether it's for a birthday gift, an anniversary gift, Valentine's Day, which, is around the corner before you know it. We're still in the summer of November, the November summer. So when it eventually cools down, that's when all the presents start happening. You got to get presents. You got to have Christmas presents. You got to have push presents. The wife who gives birth to a child, push presents. That's what we're doing right now because we're saying thanks. You carried the baby. You gave birth. This is phenomenal. I want to give you a little something, maybe some diamond earrings or something nice, hoop earrings that are very fashionable. And that's the thing. They've got experts in there. The sales staff knows what all the hottest fashions are, all the best. They've got all the best designers, and they can even custom design something that you want to make. They can even do that for her as well. So make sure that you stop by the jewelers that are known as the best jewelers here in the city of Houston for decades. Zadok Jewelers, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, ZADOK.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Well, let's talk about what went on yesterday in the NFL.
Quick question for you. Fundamentally, for both of you. Can you win MVP of the league if you can't beat Russell Wilson and the Steelers to win your division? I don't think you can.
Well, here's a question. Can you make the Hall of Fame without turning on your mic for the first 30 seconds?
Yes, apparently.
Yes, apparently you can.
Okay, so what
now
I said
repeat
was,
the question.
No.
So what I said was,
People could hear you. He was back
Fundamentally,
Hey, it's everybody.
here's what I said.
can you win MVP?
What my question was, can a player win MVP if he can't win his own division and he gets beat by Russell Wilson? I don't think you can. Lamar Jackson has
Russell Wilson is unbeaten.
I know Russell Wilson's not. It's kind of like everyone looked at Russell Wilson's. They looked at the stats for Russell Wilson.
Russell Wilson may be MVP. Okay?
Stop.
Unbeaten.
So can you win MVP? Can Lamar Jackson win MVP with right now he has 4 losses. He's 7-4. He can't win it right now. It's going to be hard to win the division. Like you can't win. I'm not giving an MVP, and I've been on board with he's the MVP, but I also assumed he would beat the Steelers. If you can't win your division, how valuable are you? You can be most outstanding offensive player for sure. Like Lamar Jackson could easily win the most outstanding. You can't win MVP if you don't win your division.
Well, I don't even think. Listen, there's Goff is the MVP, and I don't even think.
Okay,
it's close.
so you would have never said that after 5 touchdowns, but he comes back with 404 touchdowns this week
5
against a
interceptions.
terrible team.
Yeah, right.
The 5 interceptions, a couple of them weren't his. 3 of them for
I
sure
thought
were.
one was a fumble too, but whatever.
Yeah. So
And one was a Hail Mary.
okay, so that's what I was going to bring up. Josh Allen had a solid game, and they beat Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
If it's all about winning, he's got 9 wins now. He's 9-2 or 8-2. I think he's 9-2.
They're 9-2.
So they're 9-2, and he's got good stats, and he is the major factor in them winning. Then you got Jared Goff, who has the best record now, and he's got good stats too. And he's got he really has just had one hiccup. He had a 5 interception game that they ended up winning.
They won. Yeah.
Who is your, just going into this, Joe Burrow's having this great statistical year. They had another loss yesterday.
He had a great.
So it doesn't, he's wiped off
356 yards, 3 touchdowns, and then they lose. He's out.
Yeah, he's out.
It's between Goff and Allen.
And Lamar's still in it.
And Lamar's still
in it. But he needs to win his division. You just can't win MVP if you can't win your division. It goes against the like, how are you valuable when you don't win? And he didn't play well yesterday.
No.
So how are you the most valuable? I just think this is one of these races that has gotten really interesting because it's how you look at like what your perception of all these players are. But Josh Allen would have helped if he had a monster game yesterday. Didn't have a monster game, but he had a good game, and they stayed on top of Kansas City. Jared Goff has one bad game. How much do you penalize him for that? I would have told you after last week he has no chance of winning the MVP. Now I think he might be the front runner because he got back the stats, but more importantly, not only did they feel like the best team in football, their record says they are now. They're tied with the Chiefs, but whatever. They're much better than the Chiefs. The MVP race is going to be an interesting race. There's a lot to get to in football. My gosh, San Francisco 49ers. What a disaster they are.
They are.
They can't win at home. Offensively, they weren't a good team yesterday. Purdy's pumpkins running out on them.
They're 5-5 now. They're in that division, though. They can still win it. But they are literally the most disappointing team in the NFL this year.
Yeah.
They have to be.
Well, Jets are to me.
The Jets are a disaster, though. Yeah. But
Jets are the most disappointing.
But yeah, I guess the Jets would be most disappointing.
But in the NFC, it'd probably be San Francisco.
It's San Francisco.
Yeah.
They're 5-5, tied for last in the division with 3 teams, and Arizona is leading that division. The Falcons are a disappointment after what they did this offseason, bringing in, and Kirk Cousins is a disappointment for that football team.
You think?
I do. I
Oh,
do.
Cousins has been good for them.
Not,
How's he a disappointment? He had a bad game yesterday, but he's played well for them. They're going to win that division. They've been good.
Are they going to win that division? They got a 1-game lead.
I think they'll win the division. Yeah,
I
think they'll win.
I'm not so sure
hey,
about that.
maybe we need to talk a little bit about Bo Nix and everyone killing Bo Nix. Bo Nix with 3 more touchdowns.
Yeah, a game and
They
a half
got
lead.
2. Yeah,
Game and a half lead.
Bo Nix now with 13 touchdowns and like 5 interceptions. I think 6 interceptions. Bo Nix and I think Coach of the Year. I know the record won't be there, but Sean Payton has done a phenomenal job this year. I know they're 6-5, but he has really done a phenomenal job. You know, when you look at Rookie of the Year voting, it's going to be Jaden Daniels 1, and it should be Bo Nix 2.
Yeah. Cousins is 17-9. He's not even 2-1. I mean, it's
17-9 is fine.
It's okay. No, it's not. It's not good.
Yeah, but he's not a problem. He hasn't been a disappointment. They've been happy with him. I can tell you this: they've been very happy with him.
Not yesterday.
He didn't have a good game yesterday. But go look at quarterback stats this year. You're going to be shocked at how bad they are.
No, I'm not.
They're bad.
14 teams in the league don't average 200 yards.
Yeah, no. 17-9 is actually really good numbers. Go look at quarterback stats are not good.
It is incredible how poor the quarterback play is this year.
Mm-hmm.
It is incredible that 17-9 is okay now. That's not okay. Not even 2-1. Right. That's not good. That's not good quarterback play. The quarterback play right now in the NFL is pitiful. The actual play in the NFL is pitiful. Pittsburgh wins. They didn't score a touchdown.
It's 6 field goals.
That's unbelievable.
6 field goals. But that's also 6 scores on 6 possessions, and Russell Wilson did his job. A lot of people owe Russell Wilson. There's nothing spectacular about him, but they owe him an apology.
Maybe you owe him an apology?
No, I said mine. I'm like, I thought they should have stuck with Justin Fields just because, Russell is who he is. He still is who he is. But I also didn't make a big fuss when they made the change. When the quarterback, Justin Fields, is like, yeah, I had to play better. There's no, the quarterback himself understood the change because he said he wasn't playing well. And nobody fights harder. Nobody fights harder in America for Justin Fields than the U.S. media. I mean, the NFL media, nobody. Whether it's new media or whatever, Justin Fields is the golden boy. People try to make him something he's not as hard as they can. And you know what Russell Wilson has just done? Russell Wilson just said, I'll steer the ship. That's fine. I'll just be a pro. I'll do what you guys need to do, and I'll get wins. And it's been a really good, it's been a solid year for Russell. I don't think he can go out and win a big game for you. He needs help with the run game, the defense, the pass rush. He can't elevate his team by himself like he used to. But maybe a little apology from some people is in order because, he did what he's supposed to do. They went out there and they won that game. But how about Justin Herbert was saved yesterday? Joe Burrow and the Bengals come back when it looks like they're dead to rights. And they have 2 opportunities to take the lead. Field goal kicker misses both. It was a bad day for kickers.
Yeah, it was.
Field goal kicker misses
Justin
both.
Tucker?
And then Justin Tucker's career is ending in front of our eyes, and it is the strangest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah. You know who's the leader in the NFL history in field goal percentage?
It's Justin Tucker.
No,
he missed.
Not after yesterday.
Not now. He's fallen off. Who is it?
Eddie Pinheiro.
Really? That's sad. I don't want to live in
a
world where Justin Tucker's not number 1.
I know, right?
For his whole career, he's been that good.
Yeah.
And then now this, speaking of good and not good, no one has missed a field goal against the Texans. I was looking up a stat and it said the Texans have 100% success rate allowed in field goals. That seems impossible. There's no missed field goals for the Texans. Do you remember any?
No, I guess not.
I don't remember any.
Not if it says that no one's missed. No one has missed all year.
100%. And the Texans are 31st, meaning there's other teams that have not. There's at least one other team or 2 other teams who have not seen a missed field goal against them. So if you kick a field goal against the Texans, it's going in.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we got to break because we got to be on time for Game Day Men's Health. What did you learn this weekend? 1 sentence. Game Day Men's Health sponsoring. What did you learn this weekend in 1 sentence? And there was a lot of stuff that we learned this weekend. And we haven't even started to get to. We've been talking NFL and Texans. And if you want to get in this next segment, you're more than welcome. 713-780-3776. Right now, Allstate Windows and Siding.
Allstate Windows and Siding gives you an opportunity. If you wake up today with humidity in your home, you're like, good Lord, what's going on here? You probably have a leaky window. Leaky windows, your number 1 culprit when it comes to dealing with humidity in your home, dealing with excess dust. That's coming in because you've got something that's not properly sealed, and it is making, your life a little bit more miserable or cumbersome in your own home. Allstate Windows and Siding, this is a local company. They make their windows are made in Texas. They're not made in China. They are made in Texas. Quality materials. They don't cut corners, and more importantly, they're made for our Texas weather, which goes to the extremes in all directions. And that's why they are so good, is they have a great product, but also the process they use to take the windows out with no glass breakage and then to reseal them with brand new windows to give you the sealage that you absolutely need. That's huge. It adds to your energy efficiency, but they look great. New windows look great. It's a facelift for your home, and it adds more safety. It makes it quieter outside. It's just across the board a big win for you. Tell them you listen to ESPN 97.5, and they're going to give you a big discount on your windows when you get the big window jobs done. Ask them what their offers are. Ask them what their specials are before you do anything. Not just your windows, but also your complete siding jobs as well. Allstate Windows and Siding.com.
All right. So during the day, are you going to the bathroom a lot? At night, do you have to get up multiple times to go potty? Not the best way to put it, but because you're a grown man. And here's the deal: is if you have to go to the bathroom multiple times, there's a chance that there's some kind of issue with your prostate. Why don't you go see Doc Manavis and find out for sure? Get an MRI. That's how simple it is. You get an ultrasound, an MRI, find out what size your prostate is. Okay, and then, all right, then you'll get an IV. No surgery. It decreases the size of your prostate, and now you're living a normal life. Helps ED, all kinds of things are going to be helped because you, my friends, took advantage of what Doc Manavis is doing, how good she is, how wonderful she is, and how easy this whole process is. So if you have an enlarged prostate, and the doctor tells you you need surgery, you need to get out of there as fast as you can and go to 975prostate.com. That's 975prostate.com. Tell Doc Manavis you heard it right here. Mm. Mm.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
How good are these Rockets? I know it was the Bulls, but man, oh man, oh man.
I actually had to turn the game off or turn away.
It was terrible.
Because the Bulls decided after that first quarter, we don't want to put up any resistance. And credit the Rockets for taking advantage of it. They just put it on them. I mean, they ran any offense they wanted at any time that they wanted, and it worked. What did they get to? 143?
Yeah.
Was that the final score?
Yeah.
Bulls just stopped. It was a competitive first quarter, and the Bulls were like, we're done here. We don't want to do this anymore. We'd rather go home.
I mean, they beat their ass.
Yeah.
I mean, by 15 and then 14 in the second and third.
And that put the game away. This is coming off taking the 2 games from the Clippers. The Rockets have been dominant over the last week or so.
It's and Alpi with a triple
back
double
to back,
and 20-point triple double with. I mean, and it just was easy. It was easy.
Yeah, this is why I watched that game and go. Sometimes when you're a fan, you go to the game, you deserve to be pissed because the Bulls aren't good. But if you go to the game on a Sunday night, you're hoping to see your team try. And for whatever reason, the Rockets made the Bulls stop trying. And that went from they were efficient. They got any shot they wanted. The backcourt actually shot the ball well, which was nice. And the Bulls quit. And the Rockets quit. And the Rockets was like, thanks. We'll put up 143.
I mean,
the Rockets have, but it's this is what I love. They've got that in them where it's not really that fun. Like, say what you want about Van Vliet, who's turned into everyone's favorite whipping boy. I found out over the weekend, by the way, that people would much rather have James Harden than Fred Van Vliet. That is a great litmus test to tell me who you are as a person and what you know, if you're a ball knower or not. I don't care what Fred Van Vliet shoots. I never want James Harden back.
Who said that?
Oh, there's people John, you do not want to know the pocket of people who believe that James Harden is a player development guy. He helps young players develop. It's the craziest thing I've ever heard.
No one has said that ever.
Yeah,
said
I got in an argument
ever.
with like 4 guys. James would have been much better than Fred Van Vliet. I'm like, this is not a contest between who's a better offensive player. Fred Van Vliet brings leadership qualities. They overpaid. Fred got a golden ticket because he's a leader. That's what they did. They just said, we're going to pay for leadership. Here's $40 million, Fred. And he's had some good games too. He's had some good games and he's had some bad games, but Fred is the same great leader off the court. On the court, he's a stable adult who's not trying to run off teammates and coaches and worry about what's after where the after party is.
Late for the team plane.
Yeah.
Going to in between games, going to Cabo.
These are all things that happened with James that drove the Rockets crazy. And you know what? They needed a pro. They hadn't had a true pro locker room in there for years. And when they did get one, and Chris Paul, he got run off. So one of the reasons that they make people quit now is they have young players who are being, they're being shown the way to be a pro. And I'll always have love for Fred Van Vliet and Dylan Brooks for that. I know Fred Van Vliet is not, Reed Shepherd is the future at point. He'll be a Mark Price type point. And then you'll have Amen Thompson playing the wing in Dylan's place, or Tari, or whatever combination you want. Maybe Amen's just going to be the greatest 6-man in the league for years and years. But does Amen Thompson give you some? Now, I need you to. You're gonna have to suspend your disbelief a little bit and go back to the Pistons, right?
Okay.
Does he remind you of Pistons Dennis Rodman? Long. Always in everything.
Better offensively.
Makes a ton of plays. He's better offensively, although it's junk. He's a junk ball offensive player for the most part. Dennis was actually a junk baller at that stage, and then he turned into his shtick was going to be he didn't even make layups. Like he wouldn't even take a shot.
Yeah.
It was kind of a shtick. But think about this. Block shots, rebound. Both of them are about 6'8". Runs the floor like crazy. When he was at the Pistons, Dennis could guard a point guard, a 2, a 3. And he was a 6 man. That's why.
And he created havoc.
Created havoc. Yeah.
Yep.
I think he reminds me of Pistons Dennis Rodman,
Yeah.
not the other one.
No.
Not wedding dress Dennis Rodman, not going to gamble in between.
Or taking
going
off for a month in the middle of the season, Dennis Rodman.
Yeah, not that one.
Not that one. What is nice is, okay, so 3 games ago against the Clippers, the starters got their asses bailed out. Tari Eason, Amen Thompson, and Jock Landale and Reed Shepherd came off the bench and actually only Dylan Brooks was and plus minuses and everything. But you could they started slow. They were down 22-11, I believe, and in that first game against the Clippers, and Ahmed and Tari came in and they changed the game. The last two games, the starters have been really good, which is a good sign because they haven't been the best lineup for the Houston Rockets this season includes Tari and Ahmed on the floor. So to see these last two games against the Clippers and then the Bulls, how good the starters have been, that's a really good sign because they have not been a cohesive unit. They've gotten off to really crappy starts this year and gotten bailed out by the bench, by Tari and Ahmed.
Yeah.
And the last couple of games they haven't needed to. So that's nice. Now it is the Bulls and the Clippers. They both suck. The Clippers suck. All right. They beat Utah last night, and Utah's the worst team in the league. The Clippers are not a basketball team, and the Bulls are terrible too. But at the very least, you see them playing better together, the offenses, the first team, which is nice, which is really nice. 713-780-3776 is the number. Let's go. Let's play. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Let's get a good long segment. It's brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. There was a lot to learn this weekend. I don't know if we haven't even gotten to the fights. We have not gotten to college football. We have not gotten to your marriage. We haven't gotten
My
to
marriage?
Well, not yours and ustedes.
Oh,
for everybody out there. So what happened this week? Your
Did
kids,
something happen with everyone's marriages?
Tom had some kind of an engagement with some young lady, and something went haywire.
There was a UFC.
He's the Jack Ripper of this show.
Yes, there was a John Jones UFC. There was a huge deal that we haven't talked about between TNT and the NBA. A huge deal that kind of snuck onto the radar. Do you even know about it?
A
lot of people don't even know about it. It's a huge basketball deal that settled their lawsuit. They dismissed their lawsuit, and it has implications. And that's something we'll probably talk about in the next.
All right. Well, there's all kinds of stuff.
All kinds of stuff.
Yep. So let's go. 713-780-3776. What did you learn this weekend? Brought to you by Game Day.
Did you get punched in the stomach by a little person? I mean, if you did, I want to hear about it.
Yeah. If a little person came up and reached up and punched you in the stomach,
I'd like to know.
Yeah, absolutely.
If something like that happened,
which is better than getting punched in the junk by a little person.
Yeah,
I think. Here's the deal: is you need to talk about how good Maestro Dobell is.
Maestro Dobell's great. Maestro Dobell was on the docket, as a matter of fact, on Friday when I was getting ready for the Paul and Tyson fight, quote unquote. And I said, let me get myself a little pour here of the Cristalino. I had a bottle of Cristalino, open it up fresh, and goes down smooth every single time. Love the Cristalino. Cristalino is a blend from the Añejo Extra, and the Reposado. They take those three tequilas, they charcoal filter them, which gives it clarity, and then it's distilled in such a way with an aging process in a barrel that gives it a very unique flavor. The flavor profile is awesome because there's a smoothness to it. There's some tequila drinkers who say, they think it's a cheat code almost because it's so easy to drink and so smooth. Hey, I don't care. I want something that tastes great, and it does. Little hint of sweetness right there at the very end. If you're a tequila sipper, you will 100% love Maestro Dobell's Cristalino called the Diamante. And they started the category of the Cristalino. Once again, it's called the Diamante. Get yourself a bottle of Diamante and let it shine for you, whether it's on a weekday, a weekend, or just any time. It's Maestro Dobell. And then I have.
Hey, time for me right now in my life to talk about Game Day Men's Health. Game Day Men's Health is different. Listen, I called up there because they are so good. I'm telling you, they are going to be right there whenever you need them. As a matter of fact, I'm up on go up the Beltway what is it, 294? Whatever it is, I forget where it is, up towards Tomball, and I went up to the 249.
249. I'm always there to help with directions.
Yeah, 249. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's up 249 right there at 1960. And I go up there and I see and Jamie is so good. I mean, she'll give you a call. How are you doing? I'm gonna go back up there. I'm gonna get my testing. Free testing to start the process at Game Day Men's Health, which is different. They're doing men's tea clinic or whatever it's called. If they're doing $25 this November for you to find out whether or not you need to pay us for our services. What? You're going to pay them to find out? And it's $25? No, thanks. I'm going to Game Day where it's absolutely free. And the lab is right there in the store where it's not for all the men tea clinic. Listen, it's not even arguable. If you are somebody that thinks, or I've been doing testosterone replacement therapy for a long time, and I'm at Game Day Men's Health because it's just better. It's just better. Find out for yourself. They've got a permanent ED solution. They've got everything you can possibly need right now. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. They got 4 new locations. A new one just opened up in Pearland. Come on, let's go. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? You get one sentence to tell us what you learned, something that you learned this weekend. And there's so much with everything that went on this weekend. But I will start. This is shocking. The juice box is going to be the ice box.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my gosh.
Minute Maid is out, and they're already putting who's the company? It starts with a D? Yeah.
Dakin. Yeah.
It's going to be called the Icebox?
Well, it's an air conditioning company.
Went from Enron to Minute Maid to...
And it's going to be next year. Not this 25. Yeah, in 25.
Yeah, they're putting up
this year. They're putting it up
signs.
already. That's crazy. Minute Maid's gone. The juice box is now... Well, wait a minute. What about the song? Is it still Minute Maid? Houston is all systems go.
To Minute Maid Park.
Yeah. Oh, my God. You're going to have to cut that out, Dell, of the song. You're going to have to edit. You're going to have to do some editing. Maybe you can sing that part. Welcome to Dakin Park. Okay. What did you learn this weekend?
I learned that apparently when you're 58 years old, you tend to diminish physically.
Okay.
I learned that age.
No, that's it. That's it.
Wins.
That's all you need. You got one sentence. Dell, did you have a sentence?
No.
You don't have any sentences.
Mm-mm.
You learned that Miami still sucks.
Which Miami?
The Hurricanes.
They didn't play.
I know. And they're 11th or 12th in the...
No, well, they're 9th and the only thing that matters.
Yeah,
all right, get these people going.
Spencer, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence, Spencer?
Well, Lance stole my thunder, so I'll go a different way. I learned that Netflix will never, ever, ever, ever be allowed to carry the Super Bowl or anything else that's important.
No, you're right. No, it was terrible. Netflix sucked. God. And now that worries me about Christmas Day, boy.
Well, did you see how many viewers they had?
Okay, billion?
I don't think we're going to have 65 million at one time.
Right.
Their peak was 65 million streamers.
Well, they couldn't handle it. What about the guy that was trolling and saying he just started there? He was so funny. I just started in the technical department, sports technical
and people
department.
They believed that he's like, guys, there's been minimal. Somebody started complaining. He goes, I guess there's an issue in northern Alabama. But that's really, I've heard 2 total, and that's it. People are getting so mad. He changed his bio and everything. Like, hey, guys, just to let you know, I just started at Netflix. And people, I'm in the sports streaming division.
Lost their minds.
Oh, my gosh.
That was funny. Rodney, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I learned that Bitcoin is worth $90,000, baby. Let's go.
Bitcoin after Trump, well, it's really because of your boy Elon.
Yeah.
Everything went
Skyrocket.
went from 74,000
I got some friends that are
to
very
90,000.
I got some friends that are very happy. Tongue Dark Chris, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Well, I actually learned it this morning, but I learned that if you drop a "see you next Tuesday" in traffic, your toddler will repeat it 10 times before you drop her off.
Wow.
You should have learned that from all those videos of British children.
Well, you don't
British
drop
children
a C-bomb to your toddler.
You've never seen that with a British child saying that when they hear it? You can't say
I
that.
can't blame them. You don't really think they're like this blob of. Sure, it's a thinking human being, but it's just a blob sitting there. You don't think it's going to pick up on anything.
Yeah.
Well, no.
Mason told us one time.
Everything.
When Mason was 3, he told we were leaving a doctor's office. We said, put your coat on. He goes, I want to wear my effing coat. Like, oh God, a 3-year-old? And I immediately look at Nicole. I'm like, I didn't give him that.
Where'd he get that, Nick?
No idea.
Woods, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Man, I learned that Ben Simmons is the ideal best friend for every female because he'll never shoot his shot.
Oh my God. He's so bad. How about he missed like 7 straight in just warm-ups?
Love you like a little brother.
Did you see that? Yeah.
No.
And just shooting around. He couldn't hit a basket.
The Ben Simmons.
Yeah. It
is so terrible how Philadelphia ruined that young man. Their fans he did himself.
He did,
but he's so mentally soft that he couldn't. Like, look at what has happened to him. Now he just.
I don't know that
he's been stealing money for a minimum of 3 years.
He's what, 90, 100 million, whatever it is.
It's one of the great thefts in the history of the game.
Maybe the softest player ever.
No, I think he is the softest player ever.
Yeah. Ocho, ¿qué pasó, Ocho? ¿Qué aprendiste este fin de semana?
Yeah, I learned that on teams with winning records, Sam Darnold has the most turnovers by a starting quarterback since Super Bowl champion Peyton Manning in 2015.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Most turnovers.
Yeah, the comeback player of the year stuff's kind of slowed down on him. And
it ain't Aaron Rodgers.
I don't think Aaron's going to win it.
I highly doubt that.
You know who's going to win it, who shouldn't be, is Joe Burrows. Is a person I call Joe Burrows.
Joe Burrow.
He's going to win it. You shouldn't be a comeback. A comeback player of the year should be somebody you think is like on the verge of being like.
He was injured last year.
Yeah, that's nothing. That's an injury. Coming back from injury. Oh, God. They wouldn't even give it to a guy who had a heart attack.
You want him to
come
back from
He didn't even win the heart attack one.
No. You want him to come back from suck.
Yeah. Come back like become an NFL player like Baker Mayfield or Joe Flacco last year. It could have been Sam Darnold, but we're bull cornering over here, so we can't be him now.
Daniel, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Yeah, I learned that John Jones is all aboard the Trump train.
Oh, he loves him some Trump, huh?
I didn't
Boy,
see.
the UFC loves it some Trump.
Oh my God.
Holy crap.
It was.
He walked in and it was like, wow.
It was him and Kid Rock and Elon. And there was somebody else too. I don't know.
Well, he saw Joe Rogan and he almost. I mean, the two of them. I thought they'd get a room.
Squirt.
Game Day Men's Health bringing you. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Richard, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
This weekend, I learned that I am 50 years old and I'm going to be a dad in 9 months.
Wow!
Hey,
congratulations.
Yeah.
Wow, you're still getting it.
Hopefully that's what you're
putting out. That
hopefully
good stuff.
What did you call it?
Potent. He's
putting
still
out that good stuff is what he said.
Richard,
potent.
you just called it his
stuff.
good stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you might want
to
tighten it up on a Monday.
Yeah, clean it up.
Tighten it up.
How old is your wife?
He only gets
You're
one
not allowed
sentence.
to do it. He has to call back.
All right, call back next week.
I don't like those rules, but it's the rules.
Week. So should we go to Tom or Tom on a mobile first?
Let's go to Tom on a mobile first.
Tom on a mobile first, so Tom can react.
Yeah.
Tom on a mobile. What'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
You are now being connected to an inmate at Harris County Correctional Facility. Hey guys, it's Tom on a mobile. Hey, so I learned that You should not follow women home that don't know that you're following them home, allegedly.
No,
Hey,
That's
You get
it.
one
That's one
sentence,
sentence, Tom, on a mobile.
I don't like
That's
that one.
what?
That took a dark turn.
Tom.
It used to just be, hey guys.
Hey, guys.
And now it's you got a call from Harris County Correctional Facility.
Wow.
It's jail, by
I'm
the way.
good
It's
that-
not correctional facility.
I'm glad that Tom is after that. Hey,
Yeah.
Tom. Tom, what did you learn
Tom,
this weekend?
we don't believe that.
In one sentence.
Well, I'm glad you don't believe that. Thank you, because I'm not in jail. What I learned this weekend is when you start messaging a woman on a dating app you've never met, she'll decide to confide in you that she's afraid her last lover gave her AIDS and is going to try to kill her.
Oh. Wow.
Maybe you would have been.
Wow.
Maybe you would rather be in jail after that conversation.
Right. Then I hope you shut that down, or
Ooh. Well,
he gave her AIDS. Well, that's not.
Well, she
I
doesn't
don't know.
know
Is
that. She's
there
worried.
any way if you're
She's not
trying to
sure.
hook up?
Yeah, she's not sure.
She's not sure. Okay, but if you're trying to hook up,
Well, she just
don't
wanted.
your odds go way down?
She
as
just
you
wanted
say?
to talk to someone, John.
Yeah, I don't think she's looking to hook up. I'm just going to go ahead and.
Unburden myself.
Yeah, that's what
okay.
it was.
She's
It was a
unburdening?
therapy session via text.
Okay, all right. It just seemed like that's not a good way to hook up to me. That's all. La raza, ¿qué pasó, mi hijo? Juanito G. What's?
Yeah.
Hey, oh. Oh, he's doing this on purpose.
I think so too.
I'm checking my internet real quick. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. All right. You guys good? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I learned that the biggest con man in the world is Jake Paul, baby. That dude will take your money.
Oh yeah, he took your money. That was
Step right up and watch the 58-year-old man box the 27-year-old streamer. And here's all of us.
All of us.
We're gonna watch this. Mike Tyson gonna beat him. I bet you Mike Tyson knocked him out. It took all of 15 seconds to realize, oh no, Mike Tyson can't move.
No, he
can't
can move.
move
He just
inside.
didn't. He decided not to.
Well, he did have a
In
thing on his knee.
practice, when you watch him spar,
Well, did you see the thing on his knee?
I don't care.
And they ask him. after,
don't
oh,
fight.
you know what he was doing? He was buffering.
No, yeah.
No, that's what
That
he.
was-
I think he intentionally buffered
He buffered the whole fight.
because he
That
wanted.
was
No, La
embarrassing.
Raza's call was
Oh,
buffering.
he's buffering.
Yeah,
Oh, that's what he was
I
doing.
think that's what he was doing because you knew there was an angle there. I was just
I
trying to
guess.
figure it out.
I don't know.
Mike just couldn't. He had that knee brace, but Mike just couldn't move. Couldn't get inside.
Yes, he could. He just decided not to.
Oh, so you think it was scripted
yes,
too?
he didn't even.
So Mike
he didn't
Tyson
even
could have
try.
What I was told is Mike
Anytime
Tyson
he
could have.
landed up, both of them, they land a punch and they fall backwards.
I was told Mike Tyson could have knocked him out at any time he wanted, but the script wouldn't let him do it.
Yeah, well, maybe that is, and then you know what? If that is,
58 years old, because all those 58-year-olds knock out 27-year-olds all the time.
Well, I'll tell you what I learned this weekend. One more.
Yeah.
Boxing hasn't changed forever because Serrano should have won that fight. I'm telling
and
you.
Katie, that was a phenomenal
She
fight.
landed 107 more punches.
Great fight.
Great fight. Keith, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I learned this weekend that previously unbeaten BYU could have used Taysom Hill this weekend because he went crazy.
Yeah, he
with 3
did.
touchdowns and hundreds of yards.
Yes, he was awesome.
You notice how Keith,
I
Keith
put
the
him in-
Ravens fan, real quiet on that Ravens.
Yeah, he didn't say nothing. I picked up Taysom Hill on Friday.
You did?
Started him.
You
Yeah.
started him?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Lazy J, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Hey, good morning, fellas. What I learned this weekend is Jay Sean Tate for the Rockets is equivalent of Martin Maldonado on the Astros. What the hell is he doing on the team?
No, it's-
Free Cam Whitmore.
That's it. Well, no, Cam Whitmore is out.
Oh, he
Cam
can
Whitmore
he can call a good game.
He is in.
Jay Sean is good at framing pitches.
Yeah. Thank you. Jay Sean does frame pitches better. Sorry, you ain't getting no Cam Whitmore. No, that is not a like analogy. He's not Yiner. Okay. Cam Whitmore is not Yiner. Sorry. That is not a good analogy at all. Nice job, people. Game Day Men's Health. Thank you. Thank you for bringing us what did you learn this weekend in one sentence. All right, breaking it here. 713-780-3776. If you want to talk more than one
that Amanda
sentence.
Serrano's husband would take over an entire interview and wouldn't stop.
I know, it wouldn't shut up.
Before we wrap it up, it reminds me, I learned that if you are a superstar wide receiver, you can pretend to wipe a baby's ass by pretending it's a football. Like Jamar. Did you see what Jamar Chase did?
Do that, no.
He scored his first touchdown. He picked up the towel off his waist, put the ball down, and wiped it like it was a baby's ass.
That is a good one. But you can't use props. Did he get a penalty?
I don't know what they're going to do.
You get a penalty for that. You can't use props.
Yeah. I don't know, but it was funny.
8:01, time for you to do a little quick assist.
Let's talk about quick assist, the chance for you to sell your tickets at the very best price and to the most people searching for your tickets. Here's how they do it. Quick Assist has an algorithm that can take your tickets as soon as you download the app and then you upload your tickets. Let's say you have 4 tickets to a game. They will take that and they load it up. The computer, the program will load it up on 15 plus ticket sites. So NBA, Major League Baseball, NHL, pro football, college basketball. If you have Duke basketball tickets, I don't know, you got Duke versus Clemson basketball tickets, and you say, man, I've got 4 tickets, I want to sell them. They'll do it for you. It's not a regional thing. They do it across the country. And what they do is they list them on 15 plus ticket sites. So now everybody has access to these tickets that you are looking for. Anybody who uses one of those websites will be able to see your tickets as part of the tickets that are offered. There's dynamic pricing where the algorithm automatically changes and alters. It sets your ticket up front if you want them to, or you can, and then it will move your tickets up and down if you want it to, so that it will take advantage of what the market is. If it's a hot market, they want you to make the most money for it. If it's a cold market, they want to make sure that your tickets sell. And that's where Quick Assist handles all the heavy lifting. You do nothing but sit and make the most money with 100% guarantee basically on those tickets going, because they know how to get these tickets sold. It's Quick Assist. Download the app today. Quick ASYST. Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere. better than betting the wrong side of a game just because you screw up the click.
Welcome back, 806 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. So what is this TNT NBA story?
So the TNT, let me pull this sucker up here. As part of the blockbuster settlement between the NBA and Warner Brothers Discovery that puts an end to WBD's lawsuit, TNT's Inside the NBA will move to ESPN in a licensing deal starting with the 2025. So starting next season, TNT will maintain complete editorial control, meaning Charles Barkley can say whatever he wants, and ESPN cannot boss him around.
Wow.
They can say, Shaq can say whatever he wants. So the TNT crew,
Which Charles says he would not work for ESPN, but he's not since he's still working for TNT.
It's just TNT. So Shaq, Ernie, Charles, and
nice.
Kenny are going over there. So it's a trade. Listen to this. This is crazy. I've never heard anything like this. And this is where, by the way, NBA knew that they were going to lose this lawsuit because they gave them a chance to. They didn't really give them a chance to match.
Right.
TNT will maintain complete editorial control of the award-winning show. The Inside the NBA deal is described to be as mostly a rights swap. ESPN is going to get Inside the NBA from TNT, while TNT is going to get the rights to more Big 12 college football and basketball games from ESPN. So now you're going to have to be watching TNT for your Big 12 games. Since this past summer, TNT has entered college football and basketball in a big way. So basically, it was a trade. TNT said, okay, we'll drop the lawsuit. We will still own the property that is Inside the NBA, but we're going to shift it over to ESPN. So now you're going to be able to see Inside the NBA on ESPN, and then in exchange, they're going to get college football and college basketball games from Big 12. So so Charles Barkley and Shaq and Ernie and Kenny are going nowhere. They will be on ESPN.
Are they going to get the West Virginia Kansas game, football game?
Well, I think they knew they had to get something.
Yeah.
I think just like I do, that any type of broadcast sports is a commodity from an advertising standpoint. It's some of the very few.
ESPN wins that one because they're going to have the best content that you can have in the NBA.
They do, and they were not going to be able to. TNT understood we're not going to be able to win this, but we got a case here. We could either get a financial settlement or we can just take a property. And instead of paying lawyers and going in a lawsuit, they said, let's just do this. Let's get this agreement instead of burning through a bunch of money with lawyers to go through this. And ESPN, ESPN gets a show. I mean, the viewers win this one. ESPN didn't win. I win it.
Well, they get Charles Barkley on their air, so they win.
Well, but Barkley's probably going to tee off on them.
Yeah, that's good. That's even better.
We win.
Pat McAfee tees off on ESPN. That's good.
According to one source, quote, this is a win-win scenario for fans. The best sports show on TV survives. The Chuckster gets to say whatever the hell he wants, and ESPN finally gets their hands on Barkley and Inside the NBA. Charles will be Charles. ESPN might want to cover their ears. So survival of Inside the NBA saves face for Warner Brothers Discovery after its risky decision to sue the NBA. Fans will take that over any other studio production. So it's good. Barkley signed a monster 10-year, $210 million contract extension with TNT in 2020. ESPN is essentially running the Pat McAfee playbook to land him and his colleagues. So they're basically saying this is just like the Pat McAfee deal where they're just paying for Charles Barkley. Charles Barkley's making $21 million a year. $21 million a year for Charles Barkley.
He's worth it. He's why we watch. I mean, that's what the movie stars. That's what they make every movie. So I mean, Charles making 21, he's underpaid.
Oh no, I'm just saying. Look at how much you can make in that arena versus. Think about this. How hard would it be for Anthony Joshua or just any professional boxer to get anywhere near the eyes? Jake Paul, who is a con man, I give him credit for taking boxing seriously, going and doing, putting in work with guys from Kronk Gym. I think he loves boxing. I think he wants to get better. I respect the fact that he put on good fighters. Like both of those fights beforehand were good fights before his fight. He's working to get better fight pay. He's working to get better. He puts a lot of pressure on Dana White, tries to embarrass him about fight pay and about, about medical stuff for medical coverages after the fight game for fighters. But he is like, it's all wrapped up in the package. For all that stuff he does, you have to deal with the fact that he's going to try to embarrass you. He's a streamer who that's his. It's a lot of hype, a lot of disrespect, and kids my age would much rather watch a Jake Paul fight and a Jake Paul fight KSI, another streamer, than they would see two boxers fight. They would much rather see Jake Paul versus KSI than a championship fight between two middleweights.
All right, enough of this. When we come back, Giannis to the Rockets.
Yeah, that's out there.
It's out there, and it's big, and it might be true. There are multiple sources that are talking about Giannis to the Rockets. We'll do that on the other side. If that happens, I'm going to have to drink a lot of Coors Light. I'm just going to have to.
You may break your fast.
Well, no, I really haven't been fasting. I've been doing it every day anyway, but I'm still going to have to do it. Okay. Here's the thing is I'm still going to have to drink Coors Lights. I want Coors Lights. You want Coors Lights. We all want Coors Lights. So what do? We get Coors Lights. I'm telling you, if you're looking for cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing, it's a rainy day. So what do you do on a rainy day? You drink Coors Light. It's a Monday night.
What do you do on a
football.
sunny day then?
You drink Coors Light.
I was just making sure this. Yeah.
It's that's what you do. I mean, we got a game tonight? Yeah, we got a game tonight. What do? You drink Coors Lights while you're watching the game. I don't care where you are, what you're doing. Keep Texas chill with cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. I'm going to enjoy my Coors Lights today. It's a new day. So might as well start with new Coors Lights, cold, clean, crisp, refreshing. Climb on, brother.
Hey, guys, let's talk about Underdog Fantasy. Nobody is better than Underdog Fantasy. What'd your boy do yesterday? Oh, with higher than 49.5 total yards, it turned into a winner. I put 4 wide receivers out there. This is part of the air raid. So they had an air raid thing where it was a 20% boost. You had to pick wide receivers who would have higher than 49.5 yards. And the last one to do it was going to be Jamar Chase. So all 4 of them did that. I made money. I've got one today. It's a flex pick where there are 3 picks I made. And I made it to where as long as I won 2 of the 3, I could still win money. And who's the last one? It's going to be Nico Collins, higher than 49.5 yards. Guys, I'm telling you, download the app. This has never been easier to win money. Right now, they have streaks available, and they have Red Zone Rush, which is a 20% profit boost on touchdowns for running backs. Well, running backs for anybody who get, touchdowns. It could be a quarterback getting a running touchdown as well. But it's all available right there on Underdog Fantasy. So fun to play along with the games, and I'm winning real money. I'm doing it on a regular basis because I watch the games, and I'm going to watch them anyway. I might as well play along with them. Go higher or lower on the cash pick'em game. You put 2, 3, 4, 5 players out there. You have a chance to win real money, and it's as easy as taking your sports opinion and going higher or lower on the statistics that they have offered. Use promo code Lance on your first deposit, and you can get up to $1,000 bonus cash, but you must use promo code Lance. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncpgambling.org.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
So, a couple of things here. A couple of possible acquisitions for this city. Let's start with Giannis. What do you give up for Giannis?
So this started, put your mic on, Del.
Okay,
if you ever want to get in the Hall of Fame, you'll
no,
turn on your mic.
No.
I'm telling you what it'll take, not what you should give up, but it'll take every
match. Here's what I would give up. How about this? And this is fair. Jalen Green in the first.
It's not fair. Just cut it out. You'll give up everything.
LP?
But Şengün.
They will want everything.
They're going to want everything.
But Giannis and Şengün, I don't know.
Well, I'm just telling you what it'll take.
Alpi could be. I mean,
centerpiece.
You're taking one of the top 5 players in basketball. They're going to want Alperen Şengün.
They're going to want everything.
They're going to want Alperen Şengün and Tari Eason.
I don't want no
and more.
I'm not doing
and
that.
Draft picks.
I'm not doing that.
Well, they can want more all they want, but I'm not doing it either.
Then you're not getting them. I'm just
you're
telling you.
You're not the boss
fine.
of anybody, Del.
I'm telling you.
You're not their general freaking manager.
If you want Giannis,
keep your opinion in there.
Stop it. You just let it. You just named it.
I'm not doing that, though.
Fine, it's fine. But if we're having a discussion, it'll hurt. That's the point.
No, it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt. Anybody who thinks this is going to be Fred VanVleet or Dylan Brooks, you can put it away. Whatever trade you make for Dylan is going to hurt for Giannis would hurt your feelings some. Amen, Tari, and Alperen Şengün are the 3 that they're going to want to go after. It's just whether you like it or not. Those 3 guys.
Are you doing that?
We're going. I don't know.
And then you start negotiating.
I don't know because here's the thing: we're going to want to throw in Jalen Green, right? Because you can replace Jalen Green, and and we start thinking, well, he's a salary match. If you're really, you're going to get. If you're the Bucks, would you want Jalen Green? What package would you want if you're the Bucks? This is really simple.
Oh no, you're getting as much.
Turn it around.
You want LP.
Rocket fans, turn it around and start negotiating for Milwaukee. Who do you want? You want Alperen? Yes, he's a dynamic big. There's not a lot of guys who can fill up 3 stat columns. You're giving up a guy who can fill up 3 stat columns.
One team is 10-4. One team is 4-9. And you're going to give up everybody for this guy.
But I don't know.
I don't know. Wait a minute. Is Giannis the same guy that won a title 4 years ago?
Yes.
Is he?
Yeah,
yes.
He is.
He is.
I don't know.
They're losing
He's
games.
still young.
Yeah.
It's not him. And I think he wants out of there. Let me ask you, would you do this? Okay, well, first of all, if you're not operating with the fact that a guy who's in his 20s is not the same player.
And let me give it to you.
Then I mean, there's no reason to even talk about it.
He's currently averaging over 30 points per game, shooting 60% from the floor, 12 rebounds,
Did you hear that,
and
John?
6 assists.
He's 30, 12, and 6.
Yes.
32.3.
He's the same guy.
12.3.
In fact, he's the best version maybe we've seen. Yeah, he is ultra special.
He doesn't win.
He's better than everybody.
He has a title. What do you mean doesn't
win?
win?
He's 4-9.
That's Doc Rivers, by the way.
Okay, so here's what we're looking at: Alperen Şengün, Tari Eason, and 2 firsts.
You can't talk about a former MVP, top 5 player in the league, and trade away Jalen Green. And you're gonna feel great about trading away Jalen Green.
All right, Alperen Şengün, Amen Thompson,
Jeff Green.
Stop it.
We'll give him all the greens.
Stop it.
Alperen Şengün, Jeff Green from a salary standpoint. You know, you may have a salary throw in, But the key is, what would you give up? Amen Thompson. Amen Thompson, 3 firsts.
Jabari, Dylan Brooks, Fred VanVleet.
Yeah. See, he can't even have a real conversation.
I'm not doing it, though. I don't want to do it.
Okay, so you don't
want
to
do it.
But you would admit, he's better than anybody you have.
Yeah.
He's one of the elite. Now, this isn't elite. Alperin is not elite. This is a truly elite player. This is a championship caliber player. This is a future Hall of Famer. All of those things. I can't say that for anybody on the Rockets roster. If you wanted to take that step, you could still have plenty of young pieces. This would concern me a little bit. If you were to make a trade where Alperin was gone, Tari, or let's say if it was Alperin and 2 of these guys, Tari, Amen, Jabari, Reed Shepherd, Jalen Green. Let's say those 5. So let's just say 2 of those guys would go also.
What do you got left?
Well, they may throw you first-round picks. Well, that's my concern. Is you got an aging Fred VanVleet who's going to be gone. You got Dylan Brooks who's limited. You got to be real careful. You don't go from
limited. Have you seen? Wait a minute. We ain't giving Dylan Brooks his props. Dylan Brooks, if you have to have a 3 right now, that's the guy you want taking it.
Dylan
Brooks is the last 5 games.
That's great. We know where it's headed.
Fantastic.
That's fantastic. I'm not going off of a 5-game stretch.
No, well,
I'll go off his entirety of his career.
No. Lately, he's getting his shot off.
Ain't
quick,
nobody changing for
and
lately.
He's killing it.
Ain't nobody changing for lately, or trading for lately. We all know who he is.
No, they should trade for him.
He's
they
a streaky
need him.
shooter.
They need a Dylan
the
Brooks
fact
in Milwaukee.
Is, probably three of your guys are going to have to go. And what would be painful is that
you're giving up.
You go from young to a little older pretty quickly.
29 is not old.
Steven Adams, Giannis, Fred VanVleet, Dylan Brooks,
in the hell? I ain't trading Alpi and Tari. I just don't want to do it.
If I'm the Bucks, I don't want Jalen Green for what? He's a high volume shooter. He's I mean, I like him fine.
They already got that in
Dame. But 2 guards, you can find 2 guards.
They got that in Dame already.
Yeah, and they're having to pay for it. You got that in 2 guards.
Right.
We're talking about wing players. Wing players are a dime a dozen. Bigs who can score, rebound, and assist are not a dime a dozen. There's very few of them. And so they're going to want Alperin. I mean, they're losing one themselves. They're going to want Alperin, who's a lesser version statistically of what Giannis is.
And they got him tied up for 5 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it would make total sense if you could get your hands on, man, I'm telling you, if I could get my hands on Alperin, Tari, and a first or a couple firsts, I'd probably do it if I'm the Bucks. I'm the Bucks because it gives me a chance to spread my money out a little bit and have club control over Alperin for 5 more years after this, and for Tari Eason, you're going to have bird rights on Tari Eason. I mean, it would really make sense if you're the Milwaukee Bucks. I think if you're the Houston Rockets, you really have to consider it because it would just depend on what they want.
Well, they want a star. I know that. I know that for a fact. You win in this league with a star. I mean, and it doesn't get much bigger than Giannis. But man, I don't want to. Man.
But what are you doing with your Rocket team?
and Alpi?
I know. I love these guys too. But legitimately, they haven't really done anything.
No.
They haven't done anything yet. I think they're going to. But Giannis makes you an immediate contender in the West, like a top 4 caliber team, potentially, depending on what you give up. Let me run this team.
Okay, no. Adala says, and he might be right, you can't trade Alpi or Jalen this year because of their new contracts.
Oh, their new contracts. That's right.
You have to wait. They can be traded this year.
But it's after January,
yeah,
right?
you have to wait.
Yeah, I think you have to wait until after January. It can be done.
This calendar year or after January.
Yeah, it's after, I think there's a date in January. So you absolutely can be.
Yeah.
But they'd have to wait. Would you take a team with Giannis, Jabari, Dylan, Jalen, Fred, Reed, Cam, and Amen? That's still pretty damn good. And that's if I'm taking Tari and Alperin off the team.
Are you sure they don't want Amen?
Well, maybe they do. Then you get to keep cut. I mean, the Rockets aren't giving up Alperin, Amen, and Tari. If they do, then Rafael Stone is overmatched. I'm getting nervous.
You're squeaking.
I'm getting nervous. I don't want to give up that much.
I like this team. I like this team right now. I do.
Your team's on the floor?
Yeah. My 12 guys are on the floor.
Okay.
Yep. My 12 guys are on the floor. I don't know. I guess, yeah, and I know they, you know what? The philosophy is how can we get that superstar?
Because historically, it works.
It works
for championships.
His superstars win titles. Yeah.
Superstars.
And he's a superstar.
And he's a superstar.
He's 4-9. Okay.
Well, the team is 4-9.
The team is 4-9.
He's not 4-9.
He's 4-9. He's 4-9.
He's also won a championship.
Is he a winner? I don't know.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
4-9.
He's gotten to champion. He's gotten to Eastern Conference championships, NBA championships. He's won a championship. Yes, Giannis is a winner. Yes, Giannis is a special player. But you also are building something that's more team, or that's instead of the whole. See, I'm so used to everything rotating around Hakeem Olajuwon. Then is rotated around. We went from Hakeem to the desert. Well, Tracy McGrady and Yao, but they were always hurt. And then we went to James. And we had a lot of success with James, relatively speaking. They got to the Western Conference Finals a lot, and it was a superstar mentality. But the problem is there's something cool about knowing that Jalen Green can and your backcourt can shoot like crap in a game, and you can win by 10.
Yeah.
Because you've got so many other guys to pick up the slack. There's something cool about that. I'm on board with maybe moving 2 players and getting one better player for even 2 or 3 players, but not those 3. No. I mean, if you want to tell me Cam Whitmore's part of it.
I don't know if I do it.
Cam and Jabari Smith.
You got to have a superstar to win, but I don't know if I do it. I like this team right now. I do. And this would break it up.
Then
for
you're betting that Alperen Sengun becomes not just a very good player, but a superstar.
Yeah, right.
That's what you're betting on.
Right. Well, and the combination of Alperen and Tari and Amen.
But by the way, this is not the last year that you can make a deal. You can make a deal at any point.
This team reminds me of the Denver team coming up. This team right here reminds me of that Denver team coming up.
Yeah,
it's fallen off in a hurry for Denver, but they
once again won championship.
Yeah, but I'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, you
take it.
Compete for championships and win championships. I mean, you have your ups and downs. That's fine.
Hey, the Bucks got one championship too with Giannis, one, and the Denver got one, and I think
what you play for.
That's what you play for. That's what you're doing.
That's what cities remember.
All right, time to talk. We got Ship Talk coming up next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time to talk about Gulf Coast windows, and you talk about championship windows. That's what they are: double pane, double strength, hurricane windows, vinyl windows. The best window that you could possibly have in the market. The Pinnacle Award. The Pinnacle Award from the Better Business Bureau. What is it? What is the Pinnacle? It means the best, the highest. It's the highest award you can get. Guess who got that? Jim Fiume over at Gulf Coast Windows. Gulf Coast Windows is, I'm telling you, if you're looking for a window, it just doesn't get any better. Award-winning windows and door installation. Not only does the Better Business Bureau think that but they win awards for their installation as well. I mean, it's incredible. Everything, a rock-solid reputation that has never changed. He's been doing business since 1983. You don't stay in business. You don't stay at the top. You aren't the greatest in your field unless you continue to put out the best year after year after year after year. And that's what Jim Fiume does. So you're building a house? Get Gulf Coast Windows. You want beauty, privacy, security. You want all of those things. And and listen, they pay for themselves because of all the money that you're going to save with electricity and everything else. 713-849-5454, Gulf Coast Windows, 713-849-5454, or gulfcoastwindows.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. 8:34 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time for a little ship talk. There was stuff going on this weekend. A lot of ship was being talked this weekend.
I would say it was a light week from what I think is our standard. But we'll go to the SEC, where Kirby Smart, after a big win against Tennessee, took the time after the post game to talk about, of course, how tough the SEC is and how difficult it is to play, because that'll be a thing in the discussion up until we have our final rankings.
How about that? Yeah, Del. All right.
It's so exhausting to hear them.
No, go lose to Georgia Tech.
Or go lose to Vanderbilt on the road.
Okay. That's they're tough. Every SEC game.
I know.
It just means more.
It's just very tough. So very tough to, struggle with Kentucky.
Yeah.
And another top SEC team losing to Vanderbilt on the road.
Problem.
Yeah. So tough.
Yeah. South
You
Carolina.
go play him.
Yeah.
I bet you Miami won't schedule Kentucky.
No, they won't schedule Kentucky.
Florida.
You go play him.
They scheduled Florida.
They don't want none of that.
Clemson, the great Clemson,
they scheduled,
ended up stepping up. And what did Kirby Smart do to him?
Didn't they schedule Florida, who beat LSU this weekend? So they scheduled an SEC team.
Yeah, so LSU sucks.
LSU blows.
But Kentucky's great. Okay. All right.
Yep.
It's so very tough to play in your conference. Understood. But isn't that part of the joy of playing in the SEC, how tough your games are? You can't whine how tough it is, but then say how great it is to play all the tough teams. Shut up and not lose twice.
Just put all the teams in the playoffs.
Oh,
I've
not
always
lose
said that.
twice and be in the playoffs.
How about
because it's so hard.
It's so difficult. But then we talk about how great it is. It's so hard to play in our conference, but then it's so great to play all these difficult teams. Shut up.
Oh my God.
Let's move on.
You're terrible. You're a bad person.
Because who wants?
Because you don't love the SEC.
Yeah, defending Georgia is such a great thing to do. What the hell? Let's move on to a clip that resurfaced because of the news you spoke about inside the NBA being on ESPN. This was a clip from maybe a couple years ago of the guys talking about the possibility of ever working for ESPN.
Well, he was talking ship, but guess what? Hey, he's going there. He's going there, only he's still working for TNT. That's weird. But
as long as we don't have to see, please keep Stephen A. Smith off the broadcast. Just let them be them. I know they've already had
Stephen A. is running for president. I don't know if you heard.
I guess so. They've already had a crossover where they did like a simulcast where he like ESPN and TNT had each other on. But let's not have him be a regular part of the show. Let it be the four.
Yeah. No, Stephen A.
Yeah, I don't want that.
No, Stephen A.
TNT, they have complete editorial control. We have enough Stephen A. and Pat McAfee in our lives. Yeah. I don't need any more
Pat
of
McAfee
them.
was on your network yesterday.
Who?
Pat McAfee was on NFL Network yesterday.
For what?
I don't know. I just flipped on.
For
and he was on.
For what?
Why is he on everything? He's on college football. He's literally in everything.
How about Kirk Herbstreit quit the Tuesday night show?
The CFP show?
For the college football playoff show.
Why did he quit?
He quit. He said, "I'm out of here. I'm not doing this anymore." He retired last week from the show.
He said it on the air?
Yeah, he said, I'm done. This is it. I'm not doing it anymore.
Huh.
First of all, he's got
tired.
Thursday night football.
He's got too much stuff going
He's
on.
got way too much stuff.
Dude, he's got Thursday night. He's got to fly to, then he's got to do Saturday. He's got to prepare for his Saturday game. And he has to fly from the set to wherever the game
unless
is.
it's
like
there.
And then he's got, that's after they have the Thursday game. Yeah. He probably just doesn't want to do it. He's not trying to be McAfee and Stephen A. Smith.
Could have fooled me. He was on everything, and now he's pulled back on one.
Yeah.
You know what happened with
what? What happened with what?
What happened with what?
Ben.
Oh, I don't know. I'm surprised he's so overcome with emotion because he just rolled out the next golden retriever, and that dog's all over the broadcast.
Wait. He has a new one already?
I think he already had that dog, but yeah.
Oh my God,
his
he's
name
cheating on Ben already?
Ben's not even cold.
Not even cold.
And Pete's out there getting all the
he
photos.
got Pete
now?
Yeah, Pete is out there now.
Oh my God!
Hey,
doesn't have rigor mortis yet.
How quick do we see husbands who lose their wives when they get older? Before you know it, bing, they got another one. My grandpa's airline was like that. Now, really, I think it was just because he needed help with like making dinner and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I'm sure he loved Grandma May, but also you get older, you just want a company and
like
someone
a 20-something-year-old.
Yeah, he tried to microwave a can of
don't do
beans
that.
one time. Yeah, we realized
ping, ping, pong.
Do you think
Grandpa's airline is going to need somebody?
Do you think if he didn't tell anyone, he could have just swapped out Ben for Pete like Melania, like they do with Melania?
Oh, the other Melania they have.
Do you think anyone would have noticed?
The one who wears the glasses.
Yeah. You think anyone? You just give him the same collar. Would anyone have noticed?
Yeah,
That's
the internet
Pete
knows
everything.
Why did she wear glasses inside on election night?
That was the one. That was the fake one.
That was the fake Melania.
Everyone says that's the body double.
Yeah.
Maybe. He's got a new Ben, a body double Ben.
I mean, he's named the dog Pete, so we know it's a different dog. But he could have got away with just calling that dog Ben.
It's possible,
and kept the grift going. Let's move on.
Wasn't a grift?
Come on.
He loved his dog. What do you mean a grift?
They showcasing that dog over and over again. Stop it.
He shared him with us. I'm
that
glad
dog,
he shared him
that
with
dog
us.
became an influencer. Cut it out. That's the grift. Not that
The
he didn't love his dog.
was an influencer.
The dog became an influencer. That's a grift. The fact they love this dog, understood. But now the dog's a spokesperson for things. Stop it. Now Pete's next. By the way, the Pete train is coming. Just be ready for it. Let's move on to guys.
Wait a minute. None of the clips are playing. We can only hear us.
They're not. Well, they're playing on air because sometimes we're not supposed to play things through the stream. And
you always do. No one's going to get us.
All the people that are streaming can't hear.
No one's going to get us.
No one's going to get us.
Yeah, who's out there monitoring?
No one
saying,
cares.
Well,
Del.
I'd like a cease and desist because you played a sound
Well,
bite
you're
from
not the
my
one.
broadcast.
You're not the one who controls whether things get defunded. But that's
no one
okay.
cares here. Listen to what John says.
Yeah, no one cares.
Has the FCC
Just do
come
it.
after us?
Just do it. No
Have
one
they?
cares.
FCC has never said one thing about John.
Well, I hit the button enough to keep that from happening.
And play that. Can you please play what I know you saw it? What Jim Nance said during a broadcast
No.
about Khalil Shakir. Do you have it?
But it's not for Ship Talk. This is for Ship Talk.
On the backside.
Save it.
This is for Ship Talk. Guys, you speak about the FCC. Have you ever been fined for saying two words, $100,000?
I have not.
Well, LaMelo Ball.
Well, LaMelo Ball has. And here is the clip that got him, and I had to clean it up. This is a clip that got him a $100K fine. If it will play. And it won't, so let's try it again. Nope.
Now, so nobody hears this clip now. Not streaming didn't hear the other ones. Now nobody hears this one. Well, you want me to say it?
No, I
we
prefer
loaded
that you
up.
not.
No, we loaded up. No,
I'll play it. I don't want you saying it.
All right.
So then you guys are able to pull it together in OT and snap the 3-game losing streak. What did this one mean for you, and how important was it to get this at the end of this road trip?
Super important, man. I mean.
That's Ant Edwards, because you can't put him in front of a microphone either.
Yeah.
No.
So and LaMelo did something, like I said, that got him a giant fine. So just don't put mics in front of these guys. Here's LaMelo from a couple of days ago.
You said that last play when he took the shot? Yeah, we loaded up. No, that's what we wanted. Put the hand up. And then...
What he said was no.
Rhymes with Perry Como.
Yeah, and it got him $100K.
But I don't know. Yeah, but Ant can say the F-bomb.
Ant can say the F-bomb.
He didn't get a fine?
No.
These guys know they don't have to use it. They're just using it because they don't care.
Cursing or the
Yeah, all of it. I think that all of it, they don't care. They make so much money that $100,000 are going to fade them. And I think they just, that's kind of like, I hate to be, like, it's not really necessary. You do have a lot of kids watching. You don't have to just drop F. It's one thing if you get caught up in the heat of the moment or whatever. I think Ant just doesn't care. And just,
no.
You already said that. You can't put him in front of a mic because he doesn't care. He just cusses whenever he wants to.
And on Instagram, LaMelo, after getting the fine, said this, typed out the same thing again. So I don't know if you can find him on Instagram for what he does on Instagram.
There's no apologizing anymore.
He said it again on Instagram.
Well, yes.
He doubled down.
He didn't say
he's going to get his money's worth.
Maybe it's worse. He wrote it out on Instagram this time,
yeah,
on a story. So he didn't care either.
Are we believing Paul Mescal is the gladiator?
Well, I haven't seen him in it yet.
No, I know, but I don't know.
What?
Who is that guy?
Is it
Paul Mescal? Yeah.
Who is he?
He does a lot of artsy stuff. He's an Irish actor. Does a lot. He was in a show called Normal People that was really good. No, he's not. He's an actor.
Oh, he was on Normal People.
Yeah, he was the star, the co-lead in Normal People, which
This doesn't look good to me.
I don't know. Everybody's loving it.
Are they?
Yeah.
Denzel's in it, and they're
I usually love Denzel, but this just doesn't. First of all, it's called Gladiator 2.
What do you want it to be called?
They just, I don't know, something
feels. It'll make people go to it as opposed to just Rome or something.
Yeah.
But I saw a clip that, and that's what, they're trying to do the same thing. Did you see this?
What?
They're trying to do the Wicked and Gladiator thing that they did with, what was the other two movies?
Barbenheimer.
Yeah, Barbenheimer, when they had Oppenheimer and Barbie, and they tried to get everyone to go see both of them. They're trying to do the same thing with Wicked and Gladiator.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. Swear to God.
It's two totally different audiences.
Well, wait a minute. So was Barbie and Oppenheimer.
Barbie?
Yeah.
And Oppenheimer?
Well, Barbie
Very
was
different.
entertaining. Wicked?
Very different.
Nah, I ain't doing Wicked. First of all, that little no, I ain't doing
You still hold a grudge, huh?
Yeah, she's licking donuts saying how America
sucks.
It's
was like
how a decade
7
ago.
years
I
ago.
don't care. I hold a
Look at
grudge.
you hold a grudge like a woman.
Yeah.
I
know. She hates America. Beat it. Go to
She
China.
likes it now.
Go to China.
How do you know she didn't like it now?
She don't.
Are you allowed to
I don't care if
change?
she likes it now. She hated it.
What
Said
she likes
America
it now?
sucks.
What she likes it now that Trump got elected?
Well, no, I don't think that's the case.
You don't know
What
that.
if she does?
You don't know.
You don't know. You don't
what?
know.
I know she didn't like it then.
So
you don't know now.
So you were holding.
Leave.
You're holding that against a girl who was in her early 20s.
Yeah, licking donuts.
She's not in her early 20s still.
Then she's only 31 years old. This happened like a decade ago.
Beat it. Well, you know what? Maybe John Daspit can have her deported.
I don't think he does that. Don't put that on Daspit.
John Daspit does not do immigration law. He does, and he's not like the DOJ. John Daspit is a personal injury lawyer, and John Daspit is somebody who fights for people's rights. He is fighting for the little guy. He's not fighting for the big guy like John wants him to. He's fighting for the little guy. For those of you who are out there and you get injured in an auto accident, or you get injured at your job, your workplace, you have a dangerous job, you get injured because it's a dangerous job or someone else's negligence, whatever the case may be. I know a guy who was working on the train, and the guy had to end up jumping off the train because he was about to have his legs crushed. And, he had some serious injuries, and Daspit had to go fight for him. See, this is the thing with John Daspit. What he does is fight for the little guys. You got insurance companies that are going to try to squeeze you. It's the number one thing they do is try to get the settlement as small as possible. And what John Daspit's doing is saying, no, I'm going to fight for my client. I'm going to passionately pursue justice. And justice means your bills are paid, your time missed from work is compensated, and you get a legitimate and fair pain and suffering payment from the insurance company. They are looking to not do any of those things. So if you want to go on your own, you're about to get hammered. If you're going to work with John Daspit, he is about to run the score up on the other side because he wins, and he wins big. John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, 713, call now or go to daspitlaw.com.
Oh, the Cougs are breaking out the blues. Okay, screw you, Tennessee Titans. Guess what? The Cougs are breaking out the blues. And, oh, by the way, first 20,000 fans that go to the game this Saturday, taking out Baylor, the Baylor Bears, you get their blue shirts, courtesy the blue rally towel. Oh, no, they get a blue rally towel. Compliments of Ford, Bud Light, UHAA, ConocoPhillips. And the team will be wearing the new blue unis. You get the blue towel. Let's go. All right? I love that blue. They just said, you know what? Screw you, Titans. We're going to wear blue. We can wear blue. You don't own blue, Tennessee Titans. Beat it. Tickets starting at just $15. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets. Call 713-GO-COUGS. Taking on Baylor. Last home game of the year. They still got a chance to make the postseason. They got to win these last 2 games, but be there and enjoy. Tickets starting $15. uhcougars.com/tickets. 713-GO-COUGS.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Why do you guys refer to Rockets players by their first names like you're their parents? We barely know who you're talking about. You don't know if we say Alpy? You don't know?
Alper and Şengün.
Yeah.
Maybe they only know them by the back.
Okay,
of
so
the
this
jersey.
is somebody.
Amen. You don't know who. There's literally one Amen in the world.
He's got a twin brother, so we're gonna just say him. Thompson. Okay, let's do it the other way.
Amen.
Let's see how it sounds. No,
I wouldn't know who you're talking about if you say Thompson. I would know
I know,
Amen.
that's what I'm saying. Let's do it just by their last names. I tell you what, the thing I like about Thompson, Thompson, Eason, and Thompson, Eason, and Adams is that when those guys are in there together, really going to do a lot of the rebounding totals really go up. I like that for Thompson.
Oh. What?
Thompson?
He's Amen.
Van Vliet. We don't call him Fred.
We call him Fred.
We call him Fred Van Vliet.
Well, no, we say Fred.
I usually say Fred Van Vliet, or I say Van Vliet.
There's only one Fred in the NBA. That's it. We got him.
Not a lot of Freds.
Not a lot of Freds. There's only one
Who is
Amen.
this complaining?
There's only one Tari.
Who is this complaining?
There's only one Tari.
It better not be Jackie or Cub Fan Tim.
No, it's Craig in Texas.
Maybe they're not giant locked-in Rocket fans. They only see the back
There's
of the jersey.
only one Tari in the world.
Maybe he doesn't even know his first name. He only sees the back of his jersey and sees Eason on it. That's how he knows him.
Oh, maybe he doesn't even care. Why don't know why is he even commenting on
I have no
this?
idea. I don't know.
All of the guys, you could just say their first names. All of them. Jalen?
But why do we do that? We say CJ.
I think
Tank. Wait a minute. This is just what we do.
Well, yeah,
CJ,
I
Tank,
think local
Nico.
broadcasters.
We don't say Collins.
I think local broadcasters do that. Nationally, they are probably referring them by their full names.
Yeah,
but
their
local
full
broadcasters do that.
So
yeah.
he wants us to say their
Dylan
full
Brooks,
names.
I think we say Dylan.
Okay, so we can't say Dream. We have to say Akeem Olajuwon.
Well, that's a nickname. People
Clyde Drexler.
That's different.
Well, people don't know his nickname.
No,
They
we
don't know
always
his
say
name.
Clyde.
No, I'm not talking about Clyde. I'm talking about
We say Dream.
This is
That's what I said,
stupid.
a
Why are we
nickname.
getting bogged down with somebody who
Well,
said
John
something
brought
that
it
doesn't
up,
make
but I
sense?
think it's a difference.
None of this makes sense.
It's a difference between a local broadcast and a national one.
But we're a local
Well, I'm
broadcast.
just
Wait a minute.
telling you the difference.
This is not even true. Tony says no to Giannis. He's on the downside and immature. Dwight Howard with less farts. That's not true.
Who says he's averaging 32
32
and 12.
a game. Yeah.
And
For a
12
4 and
rebounds
9
and 6
team, somebody's got to
assists.
score.
Well, we've seen them do
gotta
it for
get
great
past
teams
that.
too.
Okay. They're 4 and 9.
I told you that's a Doc Rivers thing.
The season's only 13 games in.
Doc.
I know Doc Rivers is a jinx.
Yeah.
People just
Would you rather have Doc Rivers or Lawrence Fishburne as your head coach?
The coin boys need to step in on this one.
I don't know. He doesn't know anything about sports, and I think I'd rather have Lawrence Fishburne. 713-780-37. There's a lot of stuff. We haven't even talked about the fight. Well, the non-fight.
Yeah.
We haven't even talked about it.
So
it was so. Now,
those-
Mike Tyson has gotten me twice now.
Okay, but you got to no. Mike Tyson's gotten people for years and years.
Yeah.
We have to be real about this. I love Mike Tyson. I gave him a chance to get a knockout in the first few rounds. I thought it could happen, but then I see now he had a brace.
He has to throw a punch.
Did you watch him walking out to the ring?
Yeah.
I was like, that doesn't look like the guy that's on the videos. By the way, the videos can be sped up. and edited, sped up. At one point, I was thinking I was watching AI video. I'm like, did I just get conned by AI videos of Mike Tyson? But he's in close proximity. There's no one throwing a punch at him in these videos where he's punching. But I thought he would be able to move forward. Now, what's his name? Did a good job at throwing jab. I mean, Jake Paul has Crunk Jim. He has a good boxing team with him.
Yeah.
He's throwing a lot of jabs. He's got Mike Tyson has no reach, never did. And the way he used to fight.
He didn't even try to get inside.
He's 58. He doesn't move well.
Well, don't move well. You're getting inside. You don't have to move well. Just get him up against the ropes and let's go.
No, you do.
But he didn't even try.
You have to move
Lance,
forward.
he didn't even try.
But he couldn't move forward. He doesn't have anything left.
Oh, no. No.
Did you see the
You
Roy
can't
Jones?
tell me those
Hold on.
videos that we watch him training.
I don't want to hear about videos where no one's punching you or throwing a punch. He's against the guy holding a handbag. That's literally the epitome of all you do is there's no one going against you. You're on air.
Well, that's all right. Go in there and try. So he was afraid to get punched.
Let it go.
He was afraid to get punched.
I think
why are you boxing?
He was discombobulated. Wait a minute. He's 58.
I know.
Why are you upset about a 58-year-old man?
I'm upset because he took me again.
He didn't take you. It cost you no money.
No. Yes, I paid for my Netflix.
You're paying regardless.
Yeah, right.
He didn't take you for anything. He took your time.
He took my time.
He took your time.
And I'll never get that back.
But did he even take your time? Netflix, guess what? I had to watch on a stream because my son said, you got to go to Crack Streams, Dad. Michael Connor sent me a stream that worked for a little bit, and then it wasn't working. And Sebastian goes, go to Crack Streams. I said, I don't know what that is. Send me a link. Do you know how we watched it? I had to go to Crack Streams, it's called Meth Streams, and mirror it to my TV because Netflix sucked. For those who didn't see it,
we watched it on
buffered the whole time.
Yeah, it was terrible. I watched it on my phone. My phone didn't buffer. My phone didn't buffer. The TV, we couldn't. It wouldn't stop. But my phone, we watched it on. I had to watch it on my phone.
Well, it wasn't on Wi-Fi. Was it on Wi-Fi? Your phone?
Yeah, my phone was on Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I don't know what the rationale was. I just know some people didn't have issues on the Crack Streams. So it's really nothing more than someone else streaming it, and then you are seeing it. So they must have had success. I can tell you a majority of the American public who watched that had major issues with buffering.
Yeah,
and if not buffering, outright.
Are you worried
freezing.
about the Christmas Day game?
No, I'm not, because that was 65 million. They weren't ready, and this will also have them.
I'm glad this went first and not the Christmas Day game.
Yeah, because what are you going to have? 13 million at most, 14 million.
Oh, I don't know. All America's going to be watching on Christmas.
All of America.
All of America
on Netflix? No, they won't. They don't watch on Prime. All of America doesn't watch on Prime.
More people have Netflix than the Prime. Everybody has Netflix.
Everybody has Prime. More people have Prime than Netflix. You'd be shocked.
Really?
Yeah, we did
because of shopping.
We did this already. Yeah, more people have Prime.
It's
because
shocking.
of the shopping.
Now,
but it's Thursday night.
More people watch.
This is Christmas
streams.
Day.
More people have Prime. More people watch streaming on Netflix than Prime, because a lot of people have Prime for shopping.
Yeah.
So there's a difference.
Yeah, there's a difference. Huge difference.
And for us, it'll be locally broadcast anyway on a regular television network.
Oh, that's true. Who's got it? Channel 26 or I don't know.
I don't care about the rest.
That's good. That's really good.
Yeah.
But the rest of the country's not going to be able to see CJ destroy the Ravens.
I don't think it'll be a problem, but streaming the live sporting event is way different than having something that's a library that's not live that you're streaming. Of course, we never have buffering problems when we're watching shows and movies, but on a live sporting event, 60 to 65 million watch that. Do you understand how high that is? That's like Caitlin Clark versus Illinois.
Angel.
Iowa versus Illinois numbers.
No.
I'm joking, but it is
guys are
like
bearing the lead.
That's an insanely
Well,
high
I will
amount.
say this. Boxing won with Barrios and Ramos.
Yep.
And then Serrano and Taylor.
If you watched it.
Yeah.
There was, by the way, there was buffering on those for me too.
No, I know, but I watched it on my phone, so it was great. Those fights were great.
Yeah.
I mean, not good. Those were
Serrano
great fights.
Taylor, they've done it twice.
So was Barrios Ramos.
Yeah, there was a huge gash. Amanda Serrano had a huge. They were banging. It was a fun fight.
Listen, she headbutted. She got a point deducted. Serrano won most of the rounds. She landed 107 more punches.
Close to losing a point.
That's where boxing lost. And it was a unanimous decision for Taylor.
Now, how you had
that's fishy.
I thought it was a close fight, it was a competitive fight, but one fighter lost a point, and then she won with a unanimous decision. That was outlandish. Then it was outlandish that basically
by the same score.
That who's the guy in the ring? What's his name? Who Dana White hates? I'm forgetting his name for a second. Not John Amick, but I'll think of it in a second. The guy who is the ring announcer.
Oh yeah.
Was terrible. I thought his questions were terrible. I just thought he's just not. He's kind of contentious. That's his thing. That's why Dana hated him and got rid of him. But then that Amanda Serrano's husband Jordan basically took over the whole broadcast. Just grabbed the mic and he had no control in there of the broadcast. But can we talk about this too? So it's a streaming event with a streamer, Jake Paul. That's how he got started. He's boxing now. He's a showman. He is a
this was a problem
Oh, I didn't
too.
see this.
You didn't
What
see
is
this? This is a problem.
What is this?
It was all the ring girls.
Yeah, why? When did we see this?
Can't we just
They
watch
had their
boxing? Can't we just watch boxing? Do we
No. Because here's what we had to do. We had a 58-year-old Mike Tyson. We had Jake Paul, who is everything that goes along with Jake Paul. So that was a fight. Okay, right off the bat, we know it's a carnival show. We know that. Then on the broadcast, who are we going to get? Roy Jones Jr. Okay, that's fine. Roy Jones Jr. was a
I know where you're going.
Yeah, Roy Jones Jr. was one of the great fighters. He actually fought Mike Tyson, which I didn't see the video. I'll give it up for Mega Blast, John, because John talked about that fight. And that's how he knew Tyson had no chance. John was right.
He was right.
I watched some of the highlights.
Sports, so it's hard.
Yeah, I know. That's why. But he was right. The Tyson Roy Jones Jr. fight, when I saw highlights, I'm like, oh, I'm on the wrong side. I am so on the wrong side of this one. And that was 4 years ago. Age,
when he was young.
When he was a young 54 during COVID. Now he's 58. And by the way, every year is like an extra 2.5 years once you get past 50, I think. So anyway, then on top of that, they say, who else would be good? Mauro Ranallo. Okay, he was pride fighting. He does a lot of yelling and screaming. He's really annoying. Everything was like Tupac Shakur used to say. Like, that's it. As DJ Khaled would say, and another one. And he's yelling and screaming during the broadcast. And I'm like, who would be another third party? It used to be Larry Merchant on, we've had some good third party.
Sugar Ray.
Who makes a lot of sense here? Or maybe you want to go young. Maybe you want to go a young person to go in there for the Jake Paul people, an influencer or something like that. Let's get a 60-year-old Rosie Perez who hasn't been in a movie for I don't know how long. I was
wondering who is that?
I thought it was a female boxer. I thought it was like I'll give it up to her. She actually is a fight fan.
Yeah, she knows.
She watched Katie. She was in the building for Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano.
Biggest fight, most eyes in years,
ever.
and Rosie Perez
and Cedric the Entertainer. I mean, Netflix, you're not even playing to your audience. You've got a younger audience in, and you're throwing Cedric the Entertainer and Rosie Perez in on the broadcast. You had a legitimate boxer up there. You had two legitimate boxers on both of but you got to do better than that than Cedric the Entertainer and Rosie Perez.
Terrible.
On the calls. I didn't even think they were that bad necessarily, but they didn't add anything. But then, I mean, I get that it's an event and it's not really a boxing match, but you could have done anybody in that third person. Anybody, a hot influencer, you could have had, I don't care, somebody in their 30s at least.
Yeah.
20s or 30s, maybe not Rosie Perez.
And if you're going to stick that blonde.
Are you though?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be.
If you're going to.
I'm not. My broadcasts are not here to be allies. We're here to get people who are more marketable. And Rosie, by the way, Rosie looks great.
Do you work for Netflix?
Rosie looks great.
No, not as good. Listen, if you're going to stick that one blonde girl behind every interview, the ring girl, why not just get Sydney Sweeney? Then just, instead of Rosie Perez.
Less. I mean, it costs less to get Rosie than Sydney Sweeney.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true. A lot less. All right, 904 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You know what?
No.
Great
Andy
news.
On the other side.
When we come back, great news for Houston.
All right, great news for Houston. On the other side, here's more great news for Houston. Republic Boot Company. You want to talk about, listen, they got the 1836 line, which is fantastic. It's their line, okay, that they have made, and they've got rows of boots and hats and jackets and belts and everything you could possibly want for rodeo time. This is a great place for you to go and get how about, for Christmas, this is something that you get somebody, customize a boot for them, but you can customize it off the rack. That's the crazy thing about it. The hat, they'll fit it to your head. The boots, they'll fit to your feet. Okay, you want to go and have a party there? Yes, you can have your event there. You can have your work Christmas party there.
Mhm.
They've got open bar, they've got a stage, they got everything. I mean, Republic Boot Company is different.
Get rodeo ready. It's right there in the Heights. It's easy to get to. And they get you rodeo ready with your boots, with your custom fit boots or your custom made boots, with your custom fit cowboy hats, belts, belt buckles, jackets, shirts, and bags, and so much more for men or for women. The entire spot is incredible. Step in and you're going to absolutely love it. There's something for everyone in there, including a lot of Texas history. It's Republic Boot Company.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. I'm looking at here, and we got what's good for Houston. We'll do that in a second. Did you see Bobby Houck and Logan Fife going at it? Bobby Houck. He's the head coach in Montana, and they're going at it. And as a matter of fact, Logan Fife comes up behind and
You
he's
wanna
screaming at him.
Explain the people who Logan Fife is?
He's his quarterback.
Okay.
Logan Fife
I
is
have
his
no
quarterback.
idea who these people are.
Okay, so Bobby Houck is the head coach, and I mean they're going at it, and then they start hugging. Did you see Brian Kelly?
Yeah. He got
laying into?
He yelled at a receiver, and then a receiver yelled at him.
Yeah.
Kyron Lacey yelled at him, and then who? He was yelling at who?
He was yelling at number 3.
He called him uncoachable.
Yeah, you're
At least if we're
uncoachable.
reading
Shut
lips.
the F bleep up.
Who do you think you are?
Who do you think you are?
Yeah.
You're uncoachable. I'm telling you, Brian Kelly, he's got a lot of years left on this deal, but he is already persona non grata in Baton Rouge. He is public enemy number 1 right now.
Those people don't like anybody.
No, I know. It's right after you. I mean,
they hated Les. They hated. I mean, national championship people. They don't like people who win national championships.
No,
so it doesn't really matter.
As soon as you lose a game, right afterwards, you suck. So even if you won a national championship, you lost a game, you suck. So now that's true. Absolutely is true.
But with that said, he's not a. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
What's he
I
doing?
think I may have unplugged something I shouldn't have. Y'all just go ahead and talk.
We can hear you, but
Yeah.
I don't know what you're
there's
doing.
no lights here. I think I unplugged something I shouldn't have.
He unplugged his mic.
Well, he unplugged the light source, I guess, but I can hear him when he talks.
I don't know if I can hear
Yeah.
him because I'm too close. I don't know.
He broke the mic button.
Yeah, there's no light source here.
But I can
so
hear you.
I guess I'm just
You
on.
can hear him?
Yeah, I get him coming through on the board too.
Okay. Well, why are you unplugging things?
Yeah, it's working.
Okay.
It's working, but yeah, I don't know what's
Why
going
are you
on.
unplugging things?
It was
Don't unplug anything.
It was an accident. I don't think I unplugged anything that should have.
You just broke something.
Maybe.
What were you saying, John?
That Brian Kelly is already done in Baton Rouge. I mean, they hate him already.
We're talking if he doesn't turn it around next year, he's out.
Yeah, but
didn't he sign a 10-year deal?
No. That's Indiana.
But he's been there since when?
Indiana just gave, by the way,
Signetti, yeah.
How about that? That's
about-
very A&M of them.
But it's that's what my dad called. Like, is anyone ever going to learn? Is anyone ever going to learn? You have a good year and now you do that.
I know it's your first year, but maybe you want to see him build a program that's supposed to do it with all transfers.
Think about this. It's kind of like this. I thought of it both ways. Number one,
10-year LSU 10-year deal.
Ooh.
How long ago?
Has he been there 3 years?
So
this is his third year.
Yeah.
Still a ton, like a Jimbo deal. But Indiana gives Chris Signetti
Kurt.
I always call him Chris. They give him a 10-year deal. So all it's going to do is just, number one, if somebody wants him, they'll still outbid you. You can't keep him. If he's not very good, you'll have to pay him for an eternity. If this is kind of a one-off. So all you have done is put yourself on a tremendous hook.
Well,
You're
not if
not
he's good,
keeping
though.
him.
Well, you're just assuming that he's going to be bad and it's going to be a bad contract.
No, as soon as
if
somebody
he's a
wants
really
him
good head coach, then Indiana's got a really good head coach.
for 2 years, and he's gone.
Not
You can't
necessarily.
yes, it's always like that.
Not necessarily.
Really? When's the last time there was a good coach in a small? They always get stolen. University of Houston had all their coaches stolen. Indiana's not a premier place for football. He will get stolen from there. Let Ohio State get tired of Ryan Day.
Well, they already are.
And who are they going to go to?
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe.
LSU. Who would LSU maybe go to if they got rid of Brian Kelly? They're just going to go poach your. There's nothing you can do about it. All you do, though, I will say this:
unless you got a nice buyout.
That's the thing. Is at least the university maybe gets some money for the buyout.
Yeah.
And I'm a firm believer that we got to start doing basically transfer fees. Like you take a player from a university for the portal, and that team should get paid. If they do the development, if that team, maybe from the FCS, maybe from when they make jumps up, not jumps down, but jumps up, you got to get, and lateral jumps don't count either. But if you poach somebody from a lesser team, a G5 or an FCS, then you got to pay them a certain amount of money, a transfer fee. And the same thing, these, I know the buyout. Does anyone ever? We never talk about how big the buyouts are. We never talk about a university. Like, how big are these buyouts?
Buyouts, Brian Kelly has the second. Not that anyone's
shouldn't
buying
the
him,
buyout be like 30% of the contract, 40% of the contract?
Yeah, Brian Kelly's going into this year was $61 million buy him out. So
no. I'm talking about for another
his
place.
buyout. His Kelly's buyout
buyout
comes in at a whopping $61 million.
Because you know that because it will be
only
like
Kirby Smart. Kirby Smart is $118 million.
Are you sure it's like how much it takes to get out of the coach's contract? What I'm talking about is if the coach gets poached. Usually those are much smaller numbers.
Yeah,
if a coach
this is
leaves,
what it says the buyout is. What's the buyout? That's a buyout. That's what that means.
Because it's usually like $6 million, $8 million.
Yeah.
Not 10 years, and he's getting what? Is he getting 9 figures a year?
So our agent friend said, I'll bet Signetti had to agree to a gigantic buyout to get that deal. He's not going anywhere now. We'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Well, what was the good news for Houston?
The good news is that Reagan's friend Tiger, who called our show last week, Tiger, ended up going and buying a steak, a corn on the cob, and French fries. No word on the Dr. Pepper, and getting it to Gilbert. There was a video of it. And Tiger says, do you have, I retweeted it, Dell. Do you want to play it? Because it's perfectly
Well, you should have
legal.
told me you wanted to
Yeah,
play
probably
it.
should. You should have anticipated as a
Okay.
as a producer. If you
Oh.
were a Hall of Fame, you would have.
I should have known that in a split second you're going to want
What
this.
do you think I was going to say? The good news was he
I
got
don't
a
know.
steak.
Beyonce is
He
going
got a
to
steak.
be the halftime performer for the Texans Ravens game.
That's not great. That's not great.
Why?
Because isn't it a little jinxy? I don't know.
Why?
I don't know.
How's it jinxy?
I don't know.
When's the last time she performed?
I don't know. All I know is I'm a little
jinx us.
worried about it on Christmas Day.
Why? All I'm worried about is more people will tune in and we start getting buffers.
Yeah, that's worse. Yeah.
But
now you're going to get all these people to see Beyonce.
Houston's
and we
own
can't see the
Beyonce
game.
is not going to jinx us. There's nothing jinxy
all of a sudden
about
it's going to start buffering on Channel 26.
No.
That's not.
Beyonce
it's
performing is not a
on
jinx.
26.
26 is not going to buffer.
Netflix,
Let me get back to Gilbert. Gilbert got his stuff, and the guy Tiger goes, Gilbert, are the Texans going to win? Yeah. Are the Texans going to cover, Gilbert? Because he cares about the people. He's like, are they going to cover? Yeah.
Okay.
So the Texans are going to win and cover because Gilbert, we got it in on time on Friday.
On Friday. On the other side, we'll see what's next for Gilbert. What he needs next because he's on hold.
Oh no.
Yeah. It's not. It'll never end.
It's not going to end.
Yeah.
It's not going to end. But you know what, though? Monument.
Lance talked about how great it is for Houston that Tiger got Gilbert his food. Well, you know what else is great for Houston? Monument Chevrolet, family owned for 50 years. And they've been in Pasadena serving the community with great prices for their cars for that long as well. They are entrenched in the community. They have the best prices, and they will meet the competitor's price. So bring a price to them. They're willing to meet it. They're willing to work within your budget. And there are no hidden fees, no upcharges. So the price is the price. When you go to monumentchevrolet.com and check them out, the inventory you see, if a car that you're looking at is on the website, if it's at the dealership, it'll cost the same that you see on the website. So you can take heart and be confident to know that the price ain't going to change. They're friendly. They're not pushy, but they do have a salesperson of the week. And that salesperson of the week gets a belt. You know what that means? They're competitive over there. They want to make the car buying experience a great one for you. And I got word that Jonathan Guajardo is the salesperson of the week. So if you go out there on 3940 Pasadena Freeway off the Beltway in 225, you'll see him walking around with that belt, which means he's got the most deals done. You may want to talk to him. You may want to talk to someone else. But the deals are there for you, including the monthly offer right now at Monument Chevrolet is this. You get 1.9% financing on a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab Rally Sport truck with a 5.3-liter engine, or choose an all-new electric vehicle with 0% financing for 60 months for well-qualified buyers. So monumentchevrolet.com is the website, and go check them out. The prices are great. They don't change. Monument Chevrolet.
Hey, so let's talk about Vanderford Air and the air conditioning company. I'm going to have them come out and do a checkup on my whole home dehumidifier. I'm going to have them check out the furnace. I'm going to have the checkout. The checkout is great for them because what they do is they go through everything. There's a lot of different checkpoints. They got a whole list of things, and they go through it all. And it's really, really important because you want to make sure your furnace is working properly. We're going to get into the 40s later this week. So you may need your heater. And then we, of course, want to have air conditioning taken care of the way it's supposed to. You're running air conditioning today, more than likely. And it's important that you have the AC working the way it's supposed to. And sometimes you just need to check up and see, do you need more Freon? Is there something that's loose? Do you have a component that is getting old and it needs to be replaced now or may need to in the future? It's good to know what's going on with your system. And that's what they do. That's what they can tell you. If you have something that needs fixed, they can do it for you on the spot. They also are really great at giving you options between fixing, and if you know that you may want to purchase, then they'll give you two different options on what it may look like. They can finance your get it financed your new AC, and when you get a new AC, you get one that's for the right size of your home. It's going to be the right size unit. It's going to be brand new lines up to. I mean, you're going to be reset to perfectly cool every single time. It's Vanderford Air for any air conditioning or heating needs. 281-557-COOL.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So, all right, we got Tiger who brought him the food, and we got Gilbert who got the food.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so here we go. Let's get Gilbert in here first. Hey, Gilbert. Hey, Gilbert.
Hey, how you doing, gentlemen?
Good. Did you get your steak?
Yeah, I love it anyway.
It was good. I saw you eating the corn on the cob. You got your corn on the cob. You got your fries. Did you get a Dr. Pepper?
Yeah, I got a Dr. Pepper anyway.
So we're good.
All right.
And the Astros and the Texans are going to win.
Texans going to win tonight now,
so everything's
right?
fine.
Texans probably.
No.
You said they were going to win.
No, you told us they would lose if you didn't get that. So the opposite of that is we are going to win if you do get it, right? Why do you say probably? Why do you say probably, Gilbert?
Yeah, that's definitely a good win tonight.
All right. So, okay, so Tiger brought you the food, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Tiger is here with us on ESPN. Tiger, let's bring him in too. Hey, Tiger. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for
guys.
the city.
Hey, Gilbert. Yeah. I want everyone to throw up the H. I did it for the H. It ended up being like a 2-day drawn out thing. You know, when I said I would do it, I was real juiced up and excited about getting my bets turned around. And then, reality is I have a 4-year-old, 3-year-old, 2 young sons. Yeah. I work. I live in Manville, Rocheron area. I work in West Houston City Center. I have no time, so tried to do it Friday afternoon. Didn't make it there in time. Miss Bernadette up in the front shut me down. Went the next day, Saturday. And actually got a text from Reagan. He would do it if I couldn't make it. He'll do it on Monday. I almost took him up on that just to jam him to do it. But we made it work. Shout out there. And you guys coached me up perfectly. It was you told me all that what to expect. I did bring Gilbert a shirt from my job to kind of have some overlay from my wife because it was an unauthorized trip that I ran out there. So I gave Gilbert a shirt. It was on the ground within about a minute. I think he would use it as like a snot rag or something. Exactly what y'all said. I cut his steak. He, asked for the ketchup. The whole time he had a problem with his phone. He had a problem with his phone. And I was concerned about that for him. I looked at he had a landline contraption or something and wasn't able to help him with that. But I told Miss Bernadette and they were, he wanted the phone company called for that. But he was cool, man. If I was glad I did it. like I said, it became a little more challenging than I wanted, but it is what it was, man. We'll be back on time.
It always
Nico
is.
back tonight.
But he's out in Roche Sharon. And
Now, I have a Texas take, if that's okay. I have a Texas take I'd like to make real quick.
Yeah.
So, all right, real quick. So I decided to coach my son's soccer team this year, and Slowick's kid is on the team. You know, so of course, I talk to him, I chat with him, and stuff like that, and he's cool as a fan. I'll say that, as being a longtime Texas fan, Houston, growing up in, born and raised Houston, man, we're lucky to have a Slowick. Last year, they were looking at him going to other teams. He's drawn up plays. CJ's missing Tank. CJ's missing Mechie across the middle. CJ's fumbling the ball going into the red zone against the Jets. And Slowick, every time, you hear him interview, takes accountability, says, exactly what a coach said. No wonder CJ likes him so much. So I want to recognize Lance. I know Lance doesn't just always throw a Slowick under the bus, and I'm on that same boat. That's my take. Nico's back tonight. Go pawn your old clubs. Get your money right. Get that second mortgage out. Load up tonight. It's going to be a win. And Gilbert did say we'll cover. I asked him that specifically. So that's my take.
Thanks, Tiger. Gilbert, did you get your phone issue? Did you get that taken care of?
Yeah, my phone's working right now.
It is.
Okay, good.
That's good. That is good.
Sounds like that. So we got that going. So you got your food, you got your phone,
everything is good.
Everything's set to go. That's great. That's great. So we are all we're set to go for the Monday Night Football game. Anything else you want to say about the game, Gilbert? I know you said you wanted to talk Texans.
One thing I worry about anyway about the Astros going to sign Lance Berkman to instead of $21 million, what about $31 million? That'd be nice.
Yeah, not Berkman, probably Bregman, but
yeah,
31 million. That would be nice.
Yeah,
that'd be nice.
Yeah, we'll see, Gilbert. You don't want to lose him, huh? What do you think of Willie Adames? Because they're talking about him.
Ew.
What do you think of Willie Adames?
They'll probably sign him probably.
Yeah, they could probably. Yep.
That's what I'm thinking.
Well, use him anyway. It's not Jose Altuve. What about Lance Berkman?
Yeah, I don't think Berkman's coming back.
Not Berkman.
You
mean really, Alex Bregman?
You seem dead set on Lance Berkman coming back, but I don't think he's coming.
See that. Well, for $31 a year,
yeah.
That would be
then
bad.
He said million. Then he said million.
So are we giving Lance Berkman $31 million a year, or Alex Bregman $31?
Berkman gets $31. Bregman gets $31 million.
Okay,
that's what he said. Well, thanks for. I'm glad that we're able to get that taken care of so that the Texans can get the win this week against Cowboys. That's going to be a huge, huge game.
Yeah.
It's very important that we get that W.
Yep. All right, 928 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Our final segment before News of the Weird. There is so much that we still haven't talked about. Dal, you got to fill us in on everything that's going on.
I have to fill you in?
Yeah, you do.
So
that's your job as
much,
producer.
There's so much you haven't talked about, and you realize that, but I need to fill you in on it?
You got to fill us in on everything that we missed from this weekend. Talking about HR&P, people, what's your business like? What is your business, by the way? What do you do? What do you sell? Okay, because what you don't do is payroll. You don't do payroll because that's not what you sell. Unless you're a payroll company, well, then you're not going to use HR&P. So you're out. But if you, whatever it is you sell, whatever widget it is, whatever service that you have, whatever it is that you do, okay, for a living, whatever, if you're a CEO, a CFO, you're making those business decisions. Are you doing your payroll? Are you doing your HR? Are you doing your taxes as economically as you possibly can, as technologically as you possibly can? No. Are you still writing checks and then signing them? Are you doing that? Wow. Because that's really, really, really behind the times. You're not doing it as well as you can. Plus, when it comes tax time, boy, what a mess. Now, have it all ready and done perfectly for you every single time by HR&P. And, oh, by the way, the HR is kind of a big deal as well because you don't want to be doing that and making mistakes because you're liable for those mistakes. Let HR&P take all of that stuff that you need done. HRP.net. You are not a payroll expert. You, my friends, do what you do. Let them do what they do perfectly every time. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, we haven't even touched on college football this weekend. What did we learn?
Am I alerting you, or do you have some things? I'm not sure where you.
I learned that Oregon is not the best team in the country
because they had one tight ball game.
Yeah. Yep.
Why? So who is the best team in the country?
And how about the offensive coordinator gets fired after the game?
Well, Wisconsin's did.
Yeah. Wisconsin's offensive coordinator after that game. After Oregon, who's the number one team in the country, he gets fired.
Well,
now,
his offense didn't stop Oregon.
Yeah.
His offense wasn't good. Look, I don't know that we have a dominant team in the country, and Oregon had a tight one on the road in a hostile environment, and they won.
Honestly, this is literally a year the 9th team in the country could win the national championship.
On a given day, the 9th team in the country could beat whoever you think is the best team.
This is a good year for the playoff.
But it was a massive game for Georgia to get that under their belt to eliminate Tennessee, and for Georgia to win because they're more than likely in now. And it's good for college football to have Georgia in there. It just is. I mean, whether you like it or not, you want to have a team that has had that kind of success recently in the tournament. They're in. Bama will probably be in. The SEC championship game should not hurt you.
Is it bad? So is it good for Clemson to be in if they make it?
I don't think it really matters with Clemson. They've been kind of out of the for a few years now. They've been out of. They kind of lost their.
They needed a 50-yard
lost their mojo,
touchdown.
but they could be in now.
Well,
right?
They don't control their destination.
No, they're
no, but they could still be in.
Well,
they need help.
They
need plenty of help.
Yeah, they need a lot of help. They're in the AP, they're 17th right now.
Notre
BYU. You know
Well,
what? Why are they going to not let Army in?
What do you mean not let Army in?
Are they going to?
Is there anything?
Because
Army
BYU
can
is
do?
still ahead of them at 9-1.
That doesn't matter. BYU's in the Big 12. Boise is the team.
I mean,
ahead
I'm
of
sorry.
them.
I'm sorry. Boise. I'm
Is there
thinking.
anything?
Boise is 12.
Is there anything Army can do to make it? I don't think so.
Not if Boise keeps winning. No,
I don't think so.
Well, Boise I guess Boise's Now who's the Big 12? Who's the best team in the Big 12?
Colorado.
I think as far as
Colorado's the best team in the Big 12.
Well, the teams who are in line to win that conference, it's still a BYU Colorado thing. Colorado is more talented.
We got to be real now. Whether you like Dion or Shador or whatever, dude, they're doing a good job. They're doing a good job. Dion's done a good job with him. Shador's playing well. Travis Hunter's going to win the Heisman Trophy because the quarterbacks are so bad in a general sense this year. I mean, Cam Ward.
The numbers for quarterbacks, I don't think they're so down compared
Cam
to other
Ward
years.
has good one. You're going to say what? Dylan Gabriel, he was really hurt by the Wisconsin game. Will Howard is not.
The Travis
that guy.
Hunter thing is interesting because he got his third pick off a play that he didn't make, someone else did. But the train is rolling for him right now.
Well, he had a headline catch.
He also got beat for a touchdown.
He did get beat for a touchdown. He had a headline catch. It was an easy win for
Yeah,
him.
he
He ran for a touchdown on
He
a
had an
reverse
interception off a deflection.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's.
I mean, he's the favorite right now. He's going to win. Shador probably needs to be there too.
So if they
Cam, Genty, Shador, and Travis, you think those are the four who ends up in are those the four that end up in Manhattan for the Heisman?
Well,
Dylan Gabriel's not there?
I don't know. Dylan ahead of Shador? Maybe so.
Yeah. I don't think you're getting two Colorado guys. So is there a chance that the Big 12 champ is the 12th seed?
If
maybe a little higher.
Well, no. I mean, there's a chance.
Well,
there is
Boise, a chance.
But that Boise would be ranked higher than the Big 12 champ.
I think BYU, if BYU wins out, they'll be higher.
You mean the Big
They're
12
not higher now.
You mean
Colorado,
the Big 12 champ?
They're behind Boise now.
But who does Boise play? They would play a 2-win. I mean, they would get a chance. Don't they have? Well, they still have Big 12 championship game.
BYU,
yeah.
Yeah. So they
They're
get a
play
chance.
Colorado.
They get a chance to play a team that can elevate them.
That's true. But there's a chance that the Big 12 champ. There's a chance that the Big 12 champ is going to be the 12th seed.
Or at least a team who doesn't get a bye. That's more important to them.
They have to get a bye. No, they have to get a bye.
Oh yeah,
they have to get a bye. That's right.
It's the top four. I thought it was the top four teams.
No, it's the four champs that are the byes.
So Boise can't get a bye if they're ahead of the Big 12 champ.
Nope.
I thought the ruling was if one of those teams finished ahead, they would get it. I thought it was the top four.
That the group of five would get
if they're ahead of one of the Power Five. The thought was it wasn't going to happen because BYU was undefeated. I got to look up the rule because I thought that's
No,
what
I
it
think
was.
the top four, the big four, are. And you may be right. I don't remember that. I do not remember that. But yeah, if BYU may be the 14th ranked team in the country, or Colorado, and have a first round bye.
The top 4 seeds go to the 4 highest ranked conference champions. It's not Power 4. It's the 4 highest ranked conference champions. So a Sun Belt team, if they were ranked 8th in the CFP, they would get one. Boise, Mountain West, if they're ahead of the Big 12, they would get it.
Wow, Boise would get a bye instead of BYU
or Colorado. It's possible.
It's possible. Wow.
By the way, looking at this, Shedeur Sanders with 31 total touchdowns, 27 passing, 7 interceptions. He has 4 rushing touchdowns, although he has negative yards rushing because of how they count, sacks.
Yeah.
Dylan Gabriel has under 200 yards rushing, but he has a total of 28 touchdowns and 6 interceptions. So Shedeur's numbers, Shedeur has 3,200 passing yards, Dylan Gabriel 3,000. I think, but Dylan Gabriel is on a team that's, undefeated.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Dylan would probably go.
If you're looking at stats.
But stats, Shedeur would go ahead of Dylan, but it shouldn't just be stats, obviously. I mean, you got to take – and you're right, two from one team when you have another guy that's out there that probably deserves it. I think Travis Hunter wins that. Right now, I think we talked a little bit about it. The MVP race in the NFL got really interesting because Lamar Jackson had an off game. The Ravens lose at the Steelers. Ravens may not win their own division. Can you win an MVP if you can't win your own division? Like, how valuable actually are you if you can't win your division against Russell Wilson and the Steelers? That's a big question mark there. Jared Goff went from 5 interceptions to 4 touchdowns and 400 yards to get right back in the race. You had not a huge day for Josh Allen, 1 touchdown pass, 1 interception, 1 rushing touchdown, but he vanquished. Well, this is now 3 out of the last 5 Buffalo has beat Kansas City, by the way. People don't realize this is a great matchup between these two. These two get into really good battles. And Josh Allen right now, Jared Goff has 1 loss, and Josh Allen has 2 losses. Lamar has 4 losses. Who else would be in the mix for this? Pat Mahomes has 1 loss, but just not playing that great. Derrick Henry didn't have a good game yesterday. Like, who else is there? I can't think of any other legitimate contenders for the MVP. Are there any other legitimate contenders?
No.
Nobody from, it's not Kyler.
I think it's the 3. It's by the way, yeah. What does Lamar have? 25-3? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, he's got great stats.
Yeah.
But he's got 4 losses. And the argument for Lamar was always, don't worry about the stats. He's a winner.
Yeah. Well, he's still going to win.
But conversely, now he's got great stats, but there's a good chance he doesn't win his division.
What are they, 7-4? It's not like they're 4-7.
Well, they're 7-4, but that's still way below expectations.
Yeah.
Lamar,
not way below. It's slightly below.
Well, Lamar had the narrative of, look how great he is. The Ravens are what we think it may be the best team in the AFC.
Yeah.
But then they go into Pittsburgh, a place he struggles against the Steelers. I don't know what it is. He does. And it kind of mimics kind of the Heisman race. When we talk about narratives and where they're going, you mentioned Travis Hunter possibly winning it. Jaden Daniels threw for 40 touchdowns, I think 4 picks. And obviously, he ran for a lot more. And that was how many games did LSU lose? 3?
Last year?
3?
Yeah, probably.
So, and didn't win a conference title. You have 2. Let's use Shedeur and Cam because their numbers are closer. Dylan Gabriel probably could win a conference title too, but they're on track through their last 3 games. If they both make the conference title game, they're on track to match Jaden Daniels' numbers, at least through the air. No one's going to match them on the ground.
Wait, who's on track?
Like Cam Ward has 30,
Cam is, yeah.
And Shedeur has 31? What'd you say?
No, it's total touchdowns. He has 27 passing touchdowns. They're not on pace. He's not on pace.
If he gets close,
Jaden.
So if he gets
Jaden
close,
was a 1,000-yard rusher, Dell.
I said no one's going to match his passing stats. That's
right.
what I said. But he didn't win a conference title. He doesn't have the winning part of the equation. His defense wasn't good enough. You have 2 quarterbacks who have a shot to win a conference title and get somewhere close to 40 total touchdowns between them, both of them. And we're giving it to the corner who's a good corner and a good receiver. He's not great as a receiver. He's fine, and he's a great cornerback. But I guess this is the year for it because the quarterback numbers aren't so far off from past. Caleb Williams didn't win a conference title, and the numbers are similar to what these guys are doing. So this is all about we're tired of giving it to quarterbacks. You think that's what it is?
I mean, I'm good with that.
I don't think there's anybody that stood out to quite
No, I
frankly.
think Cam is the only guy.
This is the kind of year that a corner / wide receiver can win it because nobody's dominating.
They don't really exist.
Yeah.
There's no corner wide receivers, and he's on a good team. He's had an impact on both sides of that football.
Yeah.
I
Did
mean,
you see the stat with him and Champ Bailey? 75 catches and 3 interceptions. Travis Hunter's done it twice now, or 50 catches and 3 interceptions in a season.
Oh, in a season.
Champ Bailey was the last one to do it, and it's just this is the perfect year. There's no dominant like last year. If Travis Hunter doing this year, and Jaden was doing what he was doing, Jaden would win it. Jaden would win it, but there ain't no Jaden this year. There's no Joe Burrow. There's no Jaden. There's no guy who's dominating the game.
Is it because of their opponents? Because if we use Cam Ward as an example, his numbers stack up with certainly Jaden and Caleb Williams the last couple years through their first 10 games. Is because the defense isn't good enough where they're not running away with games?
Well, Jaden also lost to Florida State, undefeated last year in the first game. He lost to Alabama at Alabama, who played in the Final Four. And then he lost also in there to Ole Miss, and Ole Miss was 11-2. Like he didn't have slappy losses. His losses, Jaden had a kind of a special year. The Heisman's tricky because only Cam Ward to me stands out. In most years, I think the hype. It's so funny because ironically, Dion and Shador, all they're talking about is, hey, we just don't have anyone talking about us, and everyone hates us, and everyone hates Travis. No one will talk about Travis. Nothing could be further from the truth. Travis is getting a tremendous amount of. He's the favorite. Like this is the disconnect between what's going on in the real world and their perception is no one's talking about. I think they deserve more attention as a team. Travis Hunter by himself is the betting favorite and has been now for the last 2 weeks and going on 3 weeks at the Heisman Trophy. He gets tremendous amounts of acclaim from that's just simply not true. That's not true. Maybe Shador could use more acclaim or should. I think some of it is they're a victim of a lot of the crap that happened last year. But when you look at Travis Hunter, he gets a lot of attention from people. And rightfully so, by the way. But
oh my God, they fall all over themselves for Travis Hunter.
Ashton Genty, had he kept a higher pace up, would have been the Heisman Trophy.
Or if he didn't play at Boise State.
Yeah.
If he played somewhere else.
It helps, but he had that Barry Sanders. Buzz.
Oh, I know the numbers aren't.
And then it fell off.
Matching, but if he played at a premier school, Derrick Henry's won the Heisman in the last decade. Devontae Smith has won the Heisman. So if we're giving it to Ashton Genty, he would have to have played someplace else.
Yeah. Yep. I agree with that.
Well,
I agree that those years that they won it, though, there were no dominant.
But he hits 2,000 yards
this week. This is the year.
This week, Ashton Genty hits 2,000 yards and could get 30. And it would take a 4-touchdown performance rushing, but he could get to 30 rushing touchdowns this week and 2,000 yards.
That's pretty good.
I mean,
it is Boise though, and look at the competition. So that's the problem.
Well, I mean, then if that's your argument, then how is Army getting in the playoffs? Look at their competition.
Yeah.
Why would you put Army in the playoffs?
Are they going to beat Tulane?
Well, are they going to? Is it any worse than? Is it that much worse than what Boise's playing?
Yes, Boise's played better.
Boise played Oregon. They have, and he had a good game. So
he had
that's
192 yards and 3
him.
touchdowns against Oregon. Averaged 7.7 yards a carry. Like that's pretty damn skippy. Washington
but as far
State,
as the teams are,
he put 259 and 4 touchdowns on Washington State. And the rest of it is just, it's a conference. It's just, it's their conference. It is what it is.
Isn't it Colorado State who's likely going to be their opponent, or unless they lost this past week? The Colorado State who got blown out by Colorado. They've gone on to have a really good conference season.
Actually, yeah, Colorado State's actually been pretty good.
So that's the team they're probably going to see in the conference title game.
Yeah. This is so funny, Purdue. Why would you do that? They've had 2 end zone lines. You see that? They kept the end zone line is black, and then it's got a white, and then they got another end zone line behind it. So stupid.
It's colored black behind it.
And if you missed it,
That's the dumbest
a
thing I've
receiver
ever
was
seen.
open in the corner of the end zone. He was confused by the lining, and so he was out of bounds.
He was out of
but
bounds,
he thought he was inbounds.
And look at the Penn State cornerback right here. What did you see the movie he did? He did this.
Well,
like he had done anything.
Yeah, right. No, he
just
had him.
got
It was
burned,
wide open.
But
in
the
the
guy
back.
caught a touchdown out of bounds because he was confused. And then he went in b-boy pose. He stood over him and he goes, crossed his hands like, bro, cornerbacks are some of the most.
What?
They're some of the most rapscallions that they're.
Oh yeah.
The incomplete. They get beat 7 yards and the guy
it drops it
and it's just over his hands. Incomplete. Congratulations. Yeah. You did a great job, corner.
All right, you know who's going to do a great job? That's Chastang Ford. How about this? Jeep owners. You own a Jeep? You want to trade it in? You're going to get $2,000 off the Bronco or the Bronco Sport. That's right. $2,000 more off of everything else that they're giving you off. How about you Ram truck owners? You want to get the F-150? Yep. How about $2,000 off amongst all the other incentives as well? Listen, Chastang Ford is just awesome. Love me some Chastang Ford. I bought 4 vehicles from them. But you got a ridiculous time right now at Chastang Ford. Up to $5,000 cash back on the Bronco models, 5.9% for 60 months or 7.9% for 72 months. F-Series, up to $6,000 cash back, okay? Finance specials, rates as low as 1.9% for 60 months. And again, you Ram owners, $2,000 more. Bronco Sport, big blend, leasing specials, how about $369 a month with nothing down, 0 down, $369 a month. That's a great deal. That is a great time to get that starter car for somebody. And you also got the 2.9% financing for 72 months or 3.9% for 60 months. Listen, Chastang Ford is going to make you a deal. Chastang Ford is going to get you in that vehicle at the price that you got to be at. Chastang Ford's not adding on or marking up. Chastang Ford is where you go to get your Ford on or your pre-owned vehicle. We bought a pre-owned F-150 there. It was awesome. Loved it. You'll love it too. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. Just 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
Here's something not so weird. You want to go to a college football game on Saturday? I'm giving you a chance to go watch the Cougs against the Baylor Bears. And you know what's special about that day, John? The blue uniforms are back.
Yep.
They're
Blue
back.
towels for everybody.
That's right. It's senior day, and it's their Houston Blue game. Get ready for a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. Nothing beats the tradition, pageantry, and the roar of the crowd at a Cougar football game. Tickets start at just $15, but for you guys, caller 5 right now. Caller 5 right now wins a pair of tickets to Cougs versus Baylor. It's their Blue game. Those uniforms are cool. You want to see them in person. Go out there and check them out. Caller 5 right now. And if you don't get tickets from us, call 713-GO-COUGS. Come early, be loud, and wear blue, and pack the stadium for the final home game of the season. And you'll get a towel, as John told you.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, caller number 5.
Caller number 5 right now.
So apparently there's something called woke Coke. For those, there's a high demand of this woke Coke at posh dinner parties in Britain, in Great Britain. Environmentally friendly sniff is what they're calling it. $200, 200 pounds a gram. Okay, that is pretty damn expensive. Woke Coke. Apparently they to ease their conscience over involvement in bloody drug wars in South America. They're being targeted by an ethically sourced cocaine.
That's good.
That isn't good. Isn't that good?
Yeah. Would you rather have that or all the?
Oh no,
this is the good kind.
I don't want
cocaine.
blood on my nose on my Coke.
No, like blood diamonds.
Right.
Who wants that?
No.
Who wants blood cocaine?
Ethically sourced cocaine.
Yeah. Not in the jungles of where people are being, I'm just purely working off of the movies I've seen on Netflix.
Yeah.
Shows.
How about
Plata
this?
o ploma. How about neither one, sir? How about we do this ethically, Mr. Escobar?
That's right. And pay us 200 pounds a gram. That's a lot. Tourists. Okay. The Coliseum has made a deal with Airbnb. Tourists get to dress up and fight gladiator fights in the Coliseum.
How poverty-ridden are you if you're having tourists?
I want to do this.
Oh, you mean LARPing? You don't mean they're actually
It's not
dressing up and
LARPing. I'm
fighting.
going to get a sword. I'm going to have my gladiator outfit on.
It's got to be LARPing.
It's going to be awesome.
It's
you
the
got to be
definition
LARPing.
of
You
LARPing.
can't actually be fighting. Are they really doing this?
They're really doing it. Yeah. But Italians not all that happy about it.
Why
Yeah,
not?
I would not think
Not all
so.
that happy about it. Because they're using the Coliseum for
silly stuff.
Yeah, it's embarrassing. I think they're embarrassed by it.
Oh, okay.
Okay. What else? Oh, you want a bulletproof Mazda? You can get that optional bulletproofing now in your Mazda.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is that
What
a
do you
thing for
need that
Mazda
for?
owners?
How many?
Getting shot at? Mazda owners get shot
Shouldn't
at a
this
lot.
be like an Escalade thing or a Lincoln thing or
Why?
because
Why can't everyone have it if you got people who are putting together what is it called disaster packs or they're convinced that we're either going to have
I think it's the nicer cars that get shot up, aren't they?
no
Well,
it could
not
be any
really.
car if we're in the middle
It
of a
depends
civil
on what type
war
of life you're living.
Yeah, but I mean, there
If
ain't
a
a lot
civil
of
war supposedly is
gangbangers
coming-
that are going to be driving a Mazda.
yeah there are more gangbangers that you watch too many shows. Gangbangers are not all rich.
Well,
They
yeah.
absolutely would.
Or you could steal a nice car.
No,
Why
why
would
not
you-
Mazdas?
I don't know.
Why are you against the American people? I thought you're a man of the people. They can't have bulletproof cars too?
Well, yeah. I mean,
You
I
want
guess
only
if you're
the
just
rich people
a family of 4, we need a bulletproof car.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
Yeah, there's never anyone to get shot up with
No.
the open open field firing in the
have
street.
Have you ever seen The Purge?
Yeah, but we're not living in the purge.
No, I'm just pointing out where you would stand.
Oh,
John would
at some
definitely be
point there'll be
on
something
one side or
purgy.
the other. He'd be like, no, why do these people get this? He would definitely be out.
Remember what
out and
Trump,
about,
remember what Trump
going
said
after
before the
people.
election? We need one good hour, just 1 hour, and all the bad people
Yeah, he
go
was-
away like
he wanted-
that's a purge.
Except
He's
the,
talking about a purge.
Except the purge was a 24-hour thing, I think.
Yeah.
But still, that's or a night thing. But John would be on the side of the groups who are hanging out, drinking, and then they head into their houses and those panic rooms or the panic houses, and he's just watching everything happen.
Yeah.
Hey, the poors don't need bulletproof anything.
Yeah. No, I don't.
First, you
I
come
don't have
after
I don't have
You would-
a
let me
guess.
soundproof room.
You
Let me
okay?
would
guess.
be-
First,
you
you
would
come
be one of
after
those
guys.
the bulletproof Mazdas. Next is our Social Security. Next, I got to make sure that I have no Social Security because you're going to take it from me.
Speaking of which, there's a cruise company that's offering Americans a 4-year cruise starting January 20th.
Take it if you want. I bet you're dying after about a week.
Have you
ever been on a cruise?
I have. I don't like them. I didn't like a week, let alone 4 years.
I know our boy Sweet Miller takes like 10 cruises a year.
I hate
Loves
them. I don't
cruises.
like them.
Some people love them.
Yeah.
I just feel like I would not like.
No. You've never been on one?
I've never been on one, and I don't really.
I didn't like it at all.
Depending on your status, I mean, you might get some stuff done on the cruise, but then you can't get away from this person for
stuff done on the cruise.
You heard what I said.
Huh.
You might get some stuff done, but you can't get away from all these people for 4 years.
How many kids? Okay, many? Like Lance. If Lance did this with Nicole, they'd have 3 kids by the time they got off this cruise.
We're not.
Right?
We're not having kids anymore.
What did you
Maybe
call?
You didn't hear.
No, back in the day.
I mean, 2.
Yes.
2, maybe.
What did you call it again? His good stuff. What did you say earlier in the show?
Oh God, he said something horrible about one guy.
Special sauce.
No, it wasn't that. It wasn't even that.
Getting the good stuff done, or
his good stuff.
Putting
I think
the
is what
good
he
stuff
said.
out there. It was something inappropriate.
Something.
And you're worried about playing, and that's on our air. And you're worried about playing a clip from a video.
That doesn't get us defunded.
Mm-hmm. All right, we're done. We got to get to the Dell show. It's at 10 o'clock. It's 10 o'clock now, so it's your turn. It's your show now. Well, right after I talk about Hogue Landscape Services, okay? That's it. Hogue Landscape Services. This is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about your backyard. I'm talking about your front. I'm talking about the greatness that can be your home, that can be your business. Hogue Landscape Services are special.
Will they do the front yard?
Yeah, absolutely.
Will they do the backyard?
Yes, absolutely.
Will they do side to side?
Yes, they will.
So they got front and back and
But
side
Yanni
to side?
got his putting green all the way up the side of his house. Yeah.
Oh wow.
It's really cool.
I honestly probably talk about this off the air. I need him at my house.
You need him at your
my
house?
My house is a disaster.
Yeah. No. I mean, they'll make it look. I mean,
I know. I'm seeing all of a sudden now I'm seeing their trucks all over. I see their trucks. I was over there at TC Gesture getting ready to play disc golf. There's a Hogue truck just right there.
Well,
I've seen 2 of them.
They got 15 or 20. They got them all from Chastang Ford. I mean, they're all over the city. Yes. Hey, listen, if you just want to get your yard cut and all that stuff, you can do that as well. But if you want to design, if you want them to actually make a design for your backyard,
do an actual flower bed? Will they do a garden?
Anything.
Can they do a garden?
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. All you need to do is go to Hogue, HOGUELS.com, HogueLS.com. I'm telling you, if you want your backyard to be special with pool, basketball court, pickleball court, a kitchen, a lounge, I'm telling you, HogueLS.com. It's the only place to go. Hogue, HOGUELS.com.
Welcome into the show. It is a Texans Monday, if you want to call it that. Sure, there was a giant NFL weekend, but I know some of you, when your team isn't playing, it may be stress-free, but at some point you want to watch your team play. So the Texans will get going tonight against the Cowboys, and I'll give you some updates on the injury situation. You're going to have some guys who will play, and you get excited about that. Other guys who won't be around, which is unfortunate. Injuries that are lingering that are a little concerning. So we'll get to that. But the game itself should be one where there should not be a lot of concern. At least I don't believe there should be in that fourth quarter. The Cowboys are bad. They're awful at home. Maybe this is, hey, everybody's against us. We got one more in us. I don't think the Cowboys are built that way. I think the Cowboys are willing to roll over if you take advantage of some of their issues early. And the Texans have their own. But they're not unique when it comes to the NFL. You look across the league, particularly after watching the games yesterday, you think to yourself, if we could just get a little bit better, all that talk about potentially being a Super Bowl contender, we could be right back in that mode. The Chiefs go into Buffalo and lose, which, you know what? The Chiefs losing at Buffalo and the Chiefs just losing the regular season to the Bills means little to me. We all know how that thing goes when it matters. So until the Bills prove otherwise, I just yawn at that loss. You had them at home last year in the playoffs and you lost. And you built your team, obviously, to beat them, and you hoped playing at home was going to be a difference last year. It wasn't. So good win for the Bills. The Chiefs are now no longer undefeated, and the race for the 1 seed in the AFC tightens up. But what it means, they were bound to lose. They should have lost the week before the Broncos. The Bills get them. And I leave it at that. I don't think it's a statement. I don't think it matters when you're playing the two-time defending champions. Beating them is one they're just going to, after losing, going into the game, they're like, hey, we want to beat the Bills. We want to continue to stay undefeated. But once they lose, it's like, okay, they push it aside and go, we got things to work on. Hell, even Patrick Mahomes after the game said, we're going to use it as fuel. And sometimes you kind of need that after you win so much. You just need something to get you motivated. And now the talk will be, are the Bills really the best team in the AFC? I'm sure the Chiefs will relish that. But can the Texans get there? What they do over the next couple weeks can only build a foundation for, at least in my eyes. The Jags are awful. We saw that. We saw the difference between the Texans and the Jags in back-to-back weeks. What happened to the Jags in Detroit compared to what happened here on Sunday night last week? They're on the schedule coming up. Obviously, the Cowboys tonight, and the Titans are there too. So what can you prove in these next three? That you found a way to fix your issues? Maybe not, because I don't think the Texans are going to be facing teams who can really highlight their problems. The Cowboys are bad defensively. There is Micah Parsons to deal with, so that'll be a challenge for that front five for the Texans. But otherwise, I won't call them scrimmages because that's insulting to the NFL and the teams they're playing. But these are games where I call them get-right games. You should not be bothered. You should not be challenged by any of these teams, and it starts tonight. Can you go out there and play solid football for 4 quarters? Score a touchdown in the second half? I try to think about my goals for this team. Score a touchdown in the second half. It could be you could win this game 30 to 13, 27 to 10, whatever it is. Obviously, for some of you, covering is most important. But score a touchdown. Get there. And if you want to be special, score 2. They have struggled immensely in the second half of ball games, and that's been chronicled. Bobby Slowick caught those questions on Friday. We talked about it going into his availability. Sean and I discussed. By the way, Sean's not here. If you're watching it on the stream, AJ is here. If you don't know who that is, that's AJ. He generally shows up for nighttime shows. He might be here on the weekend. He has been the person in the back. If you're watching us on YouTube or Twitch or Twitter, he's been the guy sitting back there for the last couple of days. You're like, wondering why does Sean have a new friend? I mean, I don't know if they're friends, but AJ was getting some work in, and AJ's here. Welcome, AJ. What's up, man?
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, me and Sean, we're pretty cool. Yeah.
I can take or leave Sean, to be honest with you. I was playing. Sean, as you say, you said you're pretty good. I like working with Sean, and AJ's here for today. Sean will be back. He's on vacation for a day, but AJ was here, and he's done this producing thing before. He's never done it on this show. So that's why you might have seen him the last couple of days trying to figure things out. There's not a lot you have to worry about, AJ. There's like one thing you have to play at the end of the show.
Okay, bet.
And that's about it. I don't know if we want to make this a get to know AJ segment, but we can do it later. We don't know who he roots for, what his agenda is when it comes to his teams. Is he bring Giannis in? Because we'll get to that. Hold it. I know you're about to jump in, but hold it. Giannis is allegedly someone the Rockets are interested in. Surprisingly, the Rockets are interested in one of the top 5 players of basketball. It's not really a report, and I do this thing with Sean sometimes, AJ, so I'll put it to you later. Is this a thing? This is the question. I'm going to read the report from Mark Stein, and you can tell me if it's just a lot of babble or is it actually a real thing, because telling me that the Rockets, who are always looking to trade for a star, at least this version of them in the last 6 or 7 months, are interested in Giannis isn't really news to me. I think if you poll the entire league, there may be one team, 2 aren't, because they can't because of second apron stuff. But everyone is interested in Giannis, and the way the Bucks have started, they've been bad. I blame a lot of that on Doc Rivers because it's fun just to blame Doc. But I'm not surprised that the Rockets are in on a superstar in this case. And then I will think, I need you to think about it, because I'm going to ask you, how much are you willing to give up? Let's say this is real, and the Bucks are like, you know what? Giannis has hinted for months now that he ain't happy here. We're going to make a move to get younger and start over, which I imagine a Dame trade would follow at some point. I'm going to I'll ask you guys to consider, how much are you willing to give up for Giannis Antetokounmpo? 29 years old, still averaging over 30 points, is a double guy, obviously, triple-double threat, defender, all the things you know about Giannis, champion, fits the profile for the Rockets. But I will tell you, according to report, he's not their dream. They want to get older, much older. So we'll get to that too. So AJ, be ready. I don't need you to be Stephen A and have an outlandish take, but just be ready to answer the question. We'll get to that at some point. But it is, as I said, Texans Monday, and they got a bad team to put away, and that's all you're looking for. Put the Cowboys away early. Don't have CJ running for his life. Handle Michael Parsons to a normal extent. You probably aren't going to shut him down, but don't let him be a game wrecker. He's the only one they have on that side of the ball, and the only star player beyond CeeDee Lamb really on the team. Find a way to handle him. Don't throw the ball. Don't throw the ball right at Diggs, and I think you'll be fine. This should be a comfortable Texans win. The line says it should be. You're that big of a favorite on the road. You should beat up on the Cowboys. We'll see if the Texans can do that. We'll get into more of that. I'll give you some of the guys who will be available and won't be available when we come back. But first, I want to talk to you about Monument Chevrolet. Monument Chevrolet is new to the station, but they're not new to the city. They've been around for 50 years, doing a great job selling great cars to the community. They're entrenched in that community. They sponsor the local youth teams. They're all about helping you guys out, and they're located in Pasadena. They are at 3940 Pasadena Freeway off Beltway 8 and 225. So if you go out there and check out what they have, just remember, there are no hidden fees, no upcharges. The price they tell you is the actual price. You're not going to get in deep into the deal and go, oh, it's going to cost this much. That doesn't happen there. They have quality pre-owned cars as well. So if you're not looking for something new, but you want something reliable and good, that's out there for you too. If you're a business owner and you want to add to your fleet, they have the 6th largest fleet dealership in the country. So whether it be pre-owned fleet vehicles, or maybe you need some service done, they're out there for you, and they want to be on a first name basis with you. I met Jeff and Chris out there now 2 weeks ago now, and I found out all they're about. And I found out that they have a belt, a salesperson of the week belt that they give out to the person who's doing the best. And the current salesperson of the week is Jonathan Guajardo. So if you go out there and check him out, he's going to be out there maybe walking around with the belt. Ask Jonathan, let me see the belt. That's what they're competing for, your business, and to make it as easy and as quick as possible. They understand it's a dealership. You don't want to be out there for long. They're going to sell you a car, get you in that car, and get you out as quickly as possible. Remember, they have a great deal going on right now at Monument Chevrolet. It's the 1.9 financing on a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab Rally Sport truck with a 5.3-liter engine. Or you can choose an all-new vehicle with 0% financing for 60 months for well-qualified buyers. Check out the website, monumentchevrolet.com, or go out there in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. And remember, Chevy, together, let's drive.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye and his intrepid, most outstanding, arguably the greatest producer of all time, the one and only Sean Mapes.
So great he takes a Monday off. So Sean Mapes isn't here today. AJ is filling in, and apparently Sam at some point will be filling in too. So she will be. AJ did a lot of shadowing last week. Sam will be shadowing AJ. I walked by the door and heard that conversation. So Sean getting some time in, some breaks in, I guess. Sean Mapes very busy apparently. Let's get to Eric. He wants to talk some NBA, and that'll lead into this report from Mark Stein. But first, let's talk to Eric. What's up, Eric? Did Sean not tell you to put the phones up? Or is it not going through? I can't hear AJ at all. So we're trying to get Eric on. Eric, don't go anywhere. Hold on. For some reason the phones aren't working. We'll try to get you in when we come back. Or right here shortly. Let's see if we can get you on. There it is. Eric, what's up?
Yo, you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
Oh, what's up, man? Hey, Ganton. Don't know how to. I said Irv, man, not Eric.
Oh, Irv. Okay. Yeah, it's Lorazo. What's up, man?
What's up, Dovecito? Hey, so look, man, I just have the dump button just in case, because I don't know if you can say this, but you know where I'm going with this, with the LaMelo thing, right?
I asked that you not say it. Yes, I know where you're going. 100K.
Okay.
He got a fine.
So 100K just to say no? I would have said no Diddy, bro. Come on, but you find 100K just for that?
You remember that campaign? They had the ad, all these NBA stars, when they said you could no longer use gay. It wasn't cool to use gay as a derogatory term. Like you can't use gay as in place of stupid when you say something.
But
this is in line with that.
Like, as a bad term, like it was like it's an instinct, like no, you know. I'm gonna say no Diddy. He just said it like, oh, we're loaded up, no Diddy. Like it wasn't like it was just in the moment thing, man.
I'm not. Look, 100K is a lot. Apparently, LaMelo wasn't bothered by it because on his Instagram story, he wrote the same phrase again. The NBA doesn't. They are image conscious, and they would ask that one of their better players not make that reference. Look, 100K seems like a lot for that, using that word in that way, but that's what they're about. They don't want it, and he caught 100K for it. If you don't know, he used these. He didn't. It rhymes with Cuomo. That's what he said, but it's instead of no Diddy, and he got popped for 100K for it. Look, LaMelo. No, not everything. When he said loaded up, and he said, "Oh, I don't want that to sound gay, so I'm going to drop that." We're all old enough to not be bothered by it.
But then, so how come? So would it be worse to say no gay?
It would be fine for them, the NBA's eyes, for him to say loaded up and to not pretend like we're all 14 and think, oh, he's talking about something else. No, that's what they want. Be an adult when you're doing an interview. Like I know maybe you do that in the locker room with your boys. I guess, but it's in front of the TV cameras. Just say, "Hey, we're loaded up to stop something or whatever," and no one's gonna. Oh, he that's a gay reference. Let's make fun of him. So the reporter wasn't gonna do it. He just decided to. Hey, I swear I'm not gay, even though I said loaded up. All right, well, Melo, we get it. Thank you.
All right, hey, shout out to my boy Luke and Pittsburgh and my homie the Youth Thrasher.
These are references from the morning show. If you don't know, Luke is a tight end from Pittsburgh State who has a name that's going to be trouble if he ever becomes a star. And then there's a youth pastor who he used the term daddy in a prayer. Not father, not God. Daddy is what he said. And that's what Lorasa's talking about. All right. That had little to do with what I was going to talk about, so we'll get to it here. Let's move on. AJ, you'll learn. This show, you just have to get past some things, and that was one of those things. You try to address what he's talking about in a way that doesn't get you in trouble and in a serious way, and have a conversation, but then you just move on.
Yeah,
there's nothing else you can do. All right, Mark Stein. He is a longtime NBA reporter. This is from the Stein Line. Well, you can find it at the Stein Line. That's his Twitter account, but he has like a Substack thing I think you have to pay for to find it. This is an excerpt from it. This has been interpreted in some corners of the league, as noted in a recent Sunday notebook, as a strategy designed to give the Rockets more time to see if a dream trade target, Kevin Durant, were to become available down the road. So this is talking about the players on the roster and seeing if at some point Kevin Durant would be a guy who could shake loose from Phoenix. But a name that's also mentioned is Giannis. So that's a down the road conversation. They're monitoring it. Houston and their pursuit of Giannis. This is coming from people around the league think the Rockets would be in on him, which, as I said in the first segment, no, of course, anyone who thinks they can get in on Giannis and are told that he's available will try to get in on him. So it isn't a question of whether this report makes sense. It does. The question is whether the Rockets are willing to give up what it takes, because it has to hurt. If the Bucks are trading their franchise piece, if it gets to that where they realize they'd be better off trading him because he doesn't want to be there anymore, they're going to take everything, or at least try to take everything you have that they deem viable to their future success. So I know the easy one. Hey, look, give him Jalen Green. Why would the Bucks want to take a high volume, non-efficient shooter? Well, the answer would be he's only 22 years old, and you think at some point you can mold him into a star player, one of those Ant Edwards league guards who can get to the bucket anytime he wants, can be maybe not a knockdown 3-point shooter, but because of the difficulty of the way he's taking his shots off the dribble, the step backs, that him being at 36, 37% is good enough considering what he can do going to the basket. This is a guy you want him to develop into, and Jalen Green has the athletic ability when he wants to be a guy who can get after guys on the defensive end like Ant will do when he wants to. It doesn't happen all the time for Ant Edwards, just like it probably wouldn't have happened all the time with Jalen Green, but the talent is there to do it. So if you're looking for a potential two-way guard, future star, future lead guard of a franchise, Jalen Green would be someone to consider. That's the upside. The downside is what we've seen: the streaky shooting, the inability to be efficient, the concert dates he puts up, which have been done on a consistent basis for the most part during his career, except for the month of March last year, where he was probably one of the 10 best players in basketball the way he was playing. So you have the downside and the upside. But realistically, what would the Bucks be asking for? It'd be the likes of Alperen Sengun. They probably started with Alperen, and that might be where you draw the line and say no. But as I said, it would have to hurt. So you're talking about Alperen. You're probably talking about one of Tari or Amen Thompson. AJ in there shaking his head. I'm telling you. And if it can't happen till after the new year because they just agreed to new deals, Jalen and Alperen, but it could be done before the trade deadline, I believe. And if not, like I said, it will be something that's monitored going forward, even into the offseason. Of course, the Rockets have a full season, and don't know how high they'll reach. By the way, Rockets on a hot streak, beat up the Bulls in Chicago, now in third place in the West. So that's the other thing. You may really like your young team, and you're not willing to give up all it would take to get Giannis here. But I'm not even done with what it might take. Beyond maybe some more filler, I'm sure the Bucks will want to offload someone else. You're talking about maybe a pick or two. So while I got to Amen or Tari, and AJ was already shaking his head when I topped Şengün off with those guys. All right, AJ, since you've shaken your head about this, the question is posed to you and any other Rocket fan. You want to get in 713-780-3776. How much are you willing to give up for a 29-year-old superstar who is a franchise changer? And if I say it starts with Şengün and it starts with one of Amen or Tari, are you already out?
Well, man, it's tough because you definitely want to try to keep Tari or Amen Thompson, but out of those two, you have to include Şengün. I think that's without question.
Yeah.
I think maybe Amen, just because I feel like he has some more offensive upside in my opinion, especially as a playmaker. He can even play a point guard position a little bit too, but defensively, he's really good. So obviously Tari is as well. But like out of those two, offensively, Amen has more offensive potential, but it's just gonna hurt regardless, like you said. And they're gonna have to include 2 picks, maybe even 3 picks potentially, because that's Giannis. We can make the case that he's the greatest Buck of all time too, though. So if they trade him,
you're trading a franchise, not just the franchise player, but like the historically,
right,
the one who brought you a title, the one who the one who's already signed an extension, who's told you he's willing to stay. If he wanted out at 29 or 30 years old, whenever the deal is done. So Şengün starts it, I think, for the Bucks. We got to think about it from the Bucks side. Starts it with the Bucks, and you throw in which one would you rather have, Amin or Tari? To be clear.
I would rather keep Amin.
So if you get your way and you throw Tari in, and let's say the Bucks are like, we don't want your high volume shooter in Jalen. We don't want Dylan Brooks here. We want to get young, and we have two pieces that we think can help us in the future. If they say plus 2 first rounders, are you good, or are you saying that now we're talking too much in it? Because as I said, it has to hurt.
Yeah, I think you have to, because there was so much draft capital from that James Harden trade, and then also I believe they got a first round pick from the Phoenix Suns too, or something like that. So if you want Giannis that bad, you're gonna have to. You already know that you're gonna have to probably give up some first round draft capital too. But you're giving that up for potentially being able to contend now in the next 2-3 years as well with Giannis in his prime.
Yeah,
too,
I would say if you only had to give up 2 of your really good young players and even 2 to 3 picks, I think say you're getting off light.
Yeah,
I know it doesn't sound like it, but I think you're getting off light.
I think so.
If you now you would like to dump a veteran or two because hey, they're not part of that core 7 Rocket fans like to talk about all the time, but you're probably going to have Jalen here. I don't think the Bucks would take him if they had their way, and you'd have Giannis. You have one of Tari or Amen Thompson, and you still have Reed, and obviously Cam Whitmore get elevated. And we'll see where he is back from the G League in this example. Like if the trade happened next week, so it'll cost a lot, and I understand some hesitation for fans if you're like, no, I want to see these young guys grow together because I don't want to give anyone up, but realistically speaking, even if all the guys hit their highest potential, they wouldn't all be here. I know the dream is to be the Oklahoma City Thunder, where you've got Jalen, you've got Shea, you've got Chet, you have this core of guys, 5 or 6 guys, and you want that here. The Thunder I won't say they have a small window, but they have a window until they're going to have to start dealing some of those guys just because the cap complications of keeping all that young talent and having to pay them all hits everyone. It's part of the reason why people hate the second apron, because it prohibits you from building a team that way. At some point, some guys got to go. So I think if you got away with keeping one of Amen or Tari, I'd do the deal. If you trust Ime Udoka and what he can build around Giannis and how this team plays already, they play hard. They get after it. Giannis would fit the mold of all of that. And now you have a legit 32 and 12 and 6 type guy night after night after night that you can go to and can be a force on the defensive end as well. These are the trade talks the Rockets are going to be involved in because of the talent they have and the fact that they are willing to make a move. If they were steadfast, like, you know what, we're not interested in all that, then we wouldn't hear this. But people believe they would be in on a Jimmy Butler if he ever, played again and played well. Once he gets back healthy, he may play tonight. And of course, the Kevin Durant thing is something that people believe is their dream scenario. Like, hey, let's acquire a 35-year-old to come play. That I would not be trading Şengün for. That I wouldn't do it, because you could have Giannis at the top of his game for the next 5 years. Kevin Durant's on the back end. He's still very good, but I'm not giving up all that I have for Kevin Durant. So it'll be something to keep track of, as the Rockets have played really good basketball. They are beating up on teams they should beat up on. They pounded the Clippers. They beat up on the Bulls. They made the Bulls quit yesterday. And it's weird to say that. It was after one quarter, it was a competitive quarter, and the Bulls all of a sudden just shut it down. The Rockets got after them in the second quarter, and the Bulls stopped playing defense. They stopped running good offense, and it was the Rockets' runaway. Scored 143 points, I believe, in that one. Fred VanVleet shot the ball well. Jalen shot the ball well. Şengün had his second consecutive triple-double. That's a team who right now knows who they are and knows when they win on the defensive end, everything else gets easy. And when you make a team quit like they made the Bulls quit, even your offense, which has been a question mark for them, can look really, really good. They have now won 5 in a row. And they see, as I look at the schedule now, they see the Bucks. Speaking of, they see the Bucks tonight in their, I think maybe, is that the first Rockets back-to-back? No, they had one when they were in Detroit, I think, and came back and beat up on the Wizards. So they go to They go to Milwaukee, and you'll see. I know it doesn't sound great to trade Şengün, but now you get to see Giannis up close and personal this year. If you hadn't seen him, maybe not paying attention to the Bucks, he's still that guy. They're bad. I blame Doc Rivers, but Giannis is still that guy. And you'll get to see him tonight against the Rockets as they try to go for 6 in a row. Okay, when we come back, we will talk more Texans. I'll give you an injury report on who's in and who's out for tonight as they face the Cowboys. And we'll also get into the NFL NFL week as well, because it was an agenda day and night yesterday. If you like a quarterback, depending on who it is, they played well for a half or didn't play well for a half. If you love Lamar, it was a little rough for you yesterday. And, of course, the Bills and the Chiefs played. And Jim Nantz went a little overboard calling the Josh Allen play the play of the year. It's a great play, but relax, Jim Nantz. It's a play in the middle of the regular season. The hyperbole was flowing yesterday, but that was a good ball game, too. So a lot to get to with the NFL. We will be back.
Duggar. Texas tatted on my arm, got Houston on my back, cause I love the city I'm from. Hands up if you feel that. I ball hard like a Texan, every Sunday you catch me wrecking. Belly back to the man that sections. Cool name false because you can't catch it. And then catch them box like Drake do. Ball hard like I play to. Run that back like Jake.
Look at AJ.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
I talk about the NFL. This is what he plays. Doesn't man just paying attention. But first, we'll get to some NFL stuff here. But first, let's get to, I think that's Southwest Jay. He wants to talk about the Giannis potential trade, which is probably far off in the distance, but we'll see if it happens. What's up, Southwest Jay?
Hey, Dale, what's up, man?
So, man, how are you?
All right. So you got me thinking about this Giannis trade, and I started to wonder if the Rockets trading Şengün will sort of be like the Clippers traded Shea for Paul George. And I don't quite think so, just because Giannis is more of a proven entity than Paul George was. And also, I don't really have an issue giving up the first round pick because we already have too many young guys that we don't have enough minutes for. And so that's just, we're going to have to get rid of guys anyway. So getting rid of those in a trade, I think, would be fine. But we got to get Jabari in that trade somehow. What do you think?
Yeah, I didn't even mention Jabari, but that's one who I think, despite where he was drafted, he shot the ball well last night, I believe, but that's a guy I think you would be willing to part with, and it may be someone where the Bucks go, you know what? Yeah, we like a young wing who can play a little D, and we hope can stretch the floor. And the draft pick thing is a good point too. They have a lot of draft picks already. That's why they are in these trade talks. That it could be beyond players. It could be a place or a team that just has draft picks to give away. Well, not give away. You're getting something back, but they have just plenty. How many guys can you possibly draft? They're not Thunder-like with all their draft picks, but the Rockets have accumulated enough where they're not spots for these guys. You talk about this current roster. Where are the minutes? They had to send Ken Whitmore down to the G League. They're not minutes for everybody. When games aren't blowouts, Reed Shepherd is getting at most 11, 10 in that range. And that was a guy people thought could be the rookie of the year until they realize Ime is going to treasure a veteran point guard over anything else. So no matter how poorly Fred VanVleet shoots in certain games, he's still going to get minutes. So, yeah, the Giannis comparison to what the Clippers did is interesting because, as you said, Paul George was a star at the time, but the Clippers were in a different mode. They had to do it according to reports, or Kawhi wasn't going to be there. He wanted another guy. He didn't want to be there as the lone established player, and it took Shai Gilgeous-Alexander to get it done. Giannis would be the lone established guy in Houston. Everything would fall on him. I don't think Kawhi was looking for that, and you would have to hope the youth and your veteran leaders like Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks were enough. And that's the other thing you take into account. If you make the trade, is it enough? Are you a championship level team? Because the jokes aside, Giannis and Dame weren't good enough. Now, they got hurt last year, but they started off with a great record, but the team didn't feel like they were championship caliber, so they got rid of Griffin. They brought in Doc, and that team was a first-round exit, partly because, well, a lot to do with the injuries down the stretch. Giannis obviously got hurt, and Dame wasn't his full self as well. So we've seen Giannis with Dame, and it didn't work out. There is no Dame-like player that would be remaining in our hypothetical trade. Is Giannis plus whatever's left enough? Of course, the Rockets have a lot of picks, so they could go make another move too. The thing is, I don't think the Giannis move would be the last one. I think if they're trading away a potential star like Şengün and they would acquire Giannis, they would go get another guy to give Giannis a guy he could depend on as far as an established veteran star. So Giannis would probably just be the first of a couple moves to get the Rockets in contention. But right now, just worry about beating Giannis tonight, and we'll see how that goes. Okay, we'll get to the NFL here before we go to break. AJ will learn that breaks are optional. Well, we still do them, but it just takes me a while to get there. I did want to get to this as far as the games yesterday. We had several quarterback matchups that people were focused on. A lot of it has to do with people have their priors about these guys and they want to be proven right. Like we go to the Sunday night game, everyone who's a Herbert stan, whether that be just fans of the team or like media members who have loved Justin Herbert since the first time they saw him throw a football after that trainer injured Tyrod Taylor by puncturing his lungs. Since that moment, a lot of people have been in love with Justin Herbert. Part of it has to do with comparing him to the quarterback drafted right in front of him. Right in front of him in Tua. Obviously, Joe Burrow was in that same draft. Jalen Hurts was in that same draft too. But it's been a lot about comping these guys to one another. And last night we had one of the pair go against each other, and it was a tale of two halves. Justin Herbert was great in the first half. He was awful in the second half. He was bailed out by Mike Hilton drop potential pick six. Evan McPherson missing kicks, and Joe Burrow lit up the Chargers in the second half. There's something wrong with Joe Burrow's wrist. Beyond the gripping that he's doing now, the ball is coming out funny. Like the deep ball to Higgins, great, but even some of the balls that he's trying to drive, the balls he's trying to drive down the field, like the second touchdown to Chase, I think. I don't know if that was the one when he wiped the football like it was a baby's ass, but I think that might have been the first one. But the second touchdown to Chase, that ball wobbled there. I don't think Joe Burrow is capable consistently of driving the football. The wrist thing has been a problem since last year, and it looks like it's still a problem. But he played great in that second half. He's played great all year. Credit to him for overcoming the injury. But the Bengals go down, and they're now 4-7. And depending on who you side with, you can take heart and be like, yeah, Joe still has it. Team's letting him down. Or you can say Justin Herbert made a couple big throws late. The throws to McConkey on that final drive before the J.K. Dobbins touchdown run. You're like, Justin, game-winning drive. You just have to forget about let's just say the first 17 minutes. Let's be clear. They had that one drive field goal on their first drive, but like the next 23 minutes of game action, he wasn't good. He was awful. He had a run of, I think, 7 incompletions in a row. I think at one point in that half, he might actually in the half itself, he was like, I think it was 5 of 20 or something around there. So maybe 5 of 22 in the second half. He was bad. But the Chargers did enough to not charger their way to a loss, while the Bengals are proving why this season's going to be just maybe a what-if season for them. How talented they are offensively, but they could not get over the hump. And their kicker, who was nails a couple years ago during their playoff run to the Super Bowl, has not been that guy really since. So we got that one. You had the Chiefs against the Bills. As I said before, the Bills winning that game doesn't surprise me, but it doesn't change anything I feel about them. I don't want to be the guy who goes doing the playoffs, but this is the Chiefs. And do we expect the Chiefs to not beat them in the playoffs? All evidence says when they see each other in the playoffs, the Chiefs are going to win that one. But you know who loved last night? Emo Amari Cooper. Look at him. Listen to Amari Cooper after the game, after the Bills beat the Chiefs.
Compared to all the other teams you've been on, what's different about this one and this moment right now with the Bills?
I don't know. Yeah, I was kind of thinking about that a little bit during the game. Like it's the first time in a long time that I've actually felt joy, from winning this game, from just the way we played, from having so many guys on the team who are playmakers, and they come up and they show up when their number is called. Collectively as a group, it's just amazing. A lot of the guys here, it's just kind of a different place too, Buffalo, compared to some of the other places I've been to. So a lot of the guys, it's a tight-knit group, I would say. A lot of the guys go out together. They hang around each other 24/7, and it truly shows up on the field. It truly does.
You said you were thinking about that.
What did the Raiders, Browns, and Cowboys do to Amari Cooper? The first time I felt joy in winning a football game in a long time. Man, you better put on that emo music and relax. Throw on some My Chemical Romance or something and calm down, Amari Cooper. I thought when I watched the video that he was about to tear up. It felt like it almost, but he held it together. He's happy to be in Buffalo. Look, understood. The Browns, Raiders, and Cowboys ain't exactly been the pinnacle of success. He's had to deal with a lot of losing, and the Browns, his latest stop before he got to the Bills, and he made a nice one-handed catch on one of the Bills' early scoring drives. So he was back and made an impact. The Bills back in the chase for the number 1 overall seed. Everyone wants home field advantage, but for the most part, you just want someone else to take care of the Chiefs. Someone else take care of that, and you deal with whoever beats them. particularly if you can get them at home. Okay, we'll go to break here, and we will get more into the Texans as they have the Cowboys coming up here tonight. Should not be a problem, but it is the NFL. You just never know. But if you think you have a beat on that game, you know where you can go. You can go to mybookie.ag. Mybookie.ag is a website where you can bet, whether it be on the NFL or college football or the NBA. We got games tonight. Bucks, Rockets, you can look at as well. Just check them out. Check out that website and use that promo code BET975. Once you do, just remember they match up to $1,000. So if you want to put 200 in and get another 200 to bet, that's there for you. 400, no matter what it is, up to 1,000, they'll take care of you there. So whether you're taking advantage of the sports betting or you want to play some games, play some cards, they have that for you too with their live casino. You'll see the cards being dealt to you when you're playing poker and blackjack. Why not take advantage of that? Remember, the website is mybookie.ag. The promo code is BET975. Bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
The Del Olaleye Show continues
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's your host, Del Olaleye.
This will be a quick one here, so let's get into the Texans and their injury report. Will Anderson won't be out there tonight. Still dealing with that ankle. Foley Fatukasi won't be out there either. He's got a foot injury. And this popped up. Blake Fisher has a concussion, so he won't play. Will Kamar Lassiter play? He is dealing with a concussion, but he was limited in practice on Friday, which gives him the opportunity to potentially play tonight. Apparently, that is more of a game time decision than anything else. And Jeff Okudah can throw him on as questionable as well. So, will they have both those guys available or neither one? We'll find that out a little bit later today. Nico Collins, no problems there. He will be good to go. And something that popped up that I don't think anyone noticed. He's active, but CJ has a right hand issue. It limited him in practice. What does that mean on a Thursday practice? No idea. We just know that CJ isn't injury free. He's going to play. Not concerned about that. I mentioned Joe Burrow and his wrist hand thing affecting the way he threw the football was very productive, but you can see that ball came out a little funny from time to time. You can see him flexing. I don't believe CJ has an issue to that extent where it'll bother him to that point during the game, but it'll be interesting to watch if he gets hit, which seems likely. Hopefully it's not as frequent as it has been over the course of the last, well, to be fair, the entire year, but particularly over the last 4 or 5 games or so. Hopefully that's not an issue where he has to deal with a Cowboys pass rush that only has Micah Parsons, but just be on the lookout for that hand and see how he plays through it and see if it gets re-aggravated throughout the game. So the Texans O-line will be the same as it was last time. Will that affect the way they run the football? That was the one thing that came out of that Lions game that I paid attention to. Beyond the fact that offensive line played better, they did give up 4 sacks. Is the fact that they could not run the ball. A Lions team that isn't particularly known for their defensive front without Aiden Hutchinson, and Smith didn't even play. He played for them against the Patriots against the Jags, and wow, was that bad. The Jags are terrible. They have a bye coming up, so this feels like a time if they want to fire Doug Peterson, you're getting about that time. If you want to make a move in the next week or so, you can do that. He was asked about it, said he wasn't concerned about his job, was just concerned about trying to win games. Well, you're not doing a lot of that right now, and that's why you're likely going to get fired. But just look at the difference between how the Texans played the Lions and how the Jags did. Now, different venues, different environments, but this is a division that they should not be concerned with. It's a bad division all around. The Colts brought back Anthony Richardson, and he played better, had probably maybe his best game as a pro throwing the football, and combined with him running it, so they beat the Jets in New York, which also adds fuel to what the hell did the Texans do over the last couple weeks. You lose to that Jets team who lost to a quarterback that just got benched and came back, and then also were blown out by the Cardinals, which is actually a good football team. So if we're doing the transitive property thing, Texans, if you weren't aware, much better than the Jags. Not that much better than the Colts. Injuries have played a part in that, but their play, I think, is more concerning than anything. They will get healthy. They do get healthy. They should be pretty good if they do, but we're still waiting on a couple of their stars to be back. Nico's back tonight. Will Anderson, is that going to be a week or two more? Ankle kept him out of games last year and kept keeping him out of games this year. So that bookend pass rush with Danielle Hunter could be big down the stretch, considering who they're going to be facing. You've got the Pats. I keep saying the Pats. I'm thinking about the Jags because I'm thinking about bad football teams in my head. You got the Jags and you got the Titans. But beyond that, when you have Lamar and a Tua who's playing well right now, and obviously Patrick Mahomes, you want Will Anderson back and ready to go at some point for those games. Those games, maybe they're not determining whether you're the 1 seed or not, but they're determining possibly who you're going to be facing in the playoffs and what seeds you are and how many games on the road you're going to have to deal with after your first round game at home if you hold on to this division. So we'd love to have Will Anderson back at some point. Just adds a different juice. As good as Danico Autry can be, having Will Anderson and that threat, not only in the pass rush game, but also his ability to stop the run and cause TFLs, you're going to miss him. Probably not tonight. The Zeke Dowdle combo, not too afraid of, but do have to go out there and do it. So Texans, Cowboys tonight. I'm excited to watch this team. A lot of noise about them, and it's going to be a lot of that leading up to the game. One of the benefits or maybe detriments, depending on how your team is going, is a lot of attention on you when you have a solo game. And there are going to be a lot of talking heads talking about the deficiencies for the Texans over the last couple weeks. And this is a prove-it game for them. Beyond the showcase of being on national TV against the Cowboys, quieting some of the narratives that are out there helps the team, helps the mental health of the fan base. I think everyone's tired of not performing up to their potential, and they got a shot to put on a show, or at least win it in comfortable fashion against the Cowboys. So looking forward to it tonight. Okay, we're done with hour one. We'll get into some news regarding the NBA. Big news, if you are worried about inside the NBA, well, there's an answer to what's going to happen to that show in the near future. And we're going to hear some sound from those guys, almost prophetic, about how they felt on potentially going to a new network. So we'll get to that when we come back. We're 1 hour in. We got 1 hour to go. We will be back. Welcome to hour 2. And this news broke yesterday afternoon. Inside the NBA is moving to ESPN. There was some fear that this show would go away because of the NBA no longer having TNT as a broadcast partner. After this upcoming year, it was supposed to be this going away thing all year. Charles has made jokes about that. But they're going to ESPN. The big news, at least for people who love the content of that show, is TNT or at least the NBA, inside the NBA, producers, performers, writers, all that stuff. They're gonna keep control. ESPN won't have a say. It'll just be on their network. So if we're thinking forward, thinking about this for 2025, 26, does that mean I can tune in and not have Stephen A. Smith on the show? Does that mean Shannon won't appear on the show? If they want to keep it like it is, like they've actually had like a crossover thing before where they were simulcast on each other's networks. Stephen A. from his studio, or not studio, they're on location someplace. Stephen A. from the I forgot where they were. I think they might have been in San Francisco for a Warriors game, something like that, or maybe it was the finals. Don't remember, but they've done that before. But if I can keep him off, if I can keep Greeny off, I don't want any of those guys filtering over to that show. Keep it the same. Those 4 plus whatever bits they like to do, all the same. ESPN, you stay away and let Charles, let Shaq, let Kenny do their thing. That's perfect. They stay around and ESPN keeps their little fingers off of it. That's all we're looking for. I found this because it started circulating when the news broke, that there's a clip of those guys talking about potentially ever working for ESPN. And needless to say, Charles had no interest. But now, at least in some ways, he is working for them.
They're going to work me like a dog and not pay me. Four straight wins for Golden State. Wait. Why wouldn't you go to ESPN? Why wouldn't you go to ESPN? They're not going to work me like a dog and not pay me. I'm just saying. The things that happen on this show. ESPN 1, 2, 3, ESPN News, ESPN You, ESPN Radio, and then come up with that little puny nothing. You wake up. I'm telling you, nothing good happens after 1:15 in the morning. ESPN Deportes. They have me on ESPN Deportes say, muy bien, gracias. My muchacha, Emanito. Hey, you have been working on it, haven't you? Thank you, Rosetta Stone. All right. Ernie. The only thing that can possibly... You see them guys, you wake up, you see the same.
There will be no Charles appearances on ESPN Deportes, but do I foresee a chance he winds up on First Take at some point? Feel like that could happen. It's being put into the category of a right swap where ESPN will get inside the NBA from TNT. It's almost like when Netflix pulls like an international show that has run someplace in Europe and they bring it over here where you see the Netflix branding, but they have nothing to do with the content. This is what this is supposed to be, and TNT will get the rights to broadcast football games, Big 12 football games. So less of those on ESPNs. So if you're watching BYU in Kansas on Saturday, maybe that game doesn't go to ESPN when this begins. Maybe it winds up on TNT. So that's kind of what it is. And can we just keep all the ESPN personalities off? I'm trying to think if I would even want anyone over. Nah, just keep the show the way it is. It's perfect the way it is, and we keep it moving. And if that's what we're getting, and we get the show to stay, great. Can't complain about that. Although I got a feeling ESPN's gonna use it to turn it into a commercial for their other stuff. That's how they treated the finals at halftime. So we'll see. We'll see how much control TNT, who will be producing it, keeps as we go forward. But that'll start for 25-26 as a licensing deal. Hopefully it stays that way. Okay. As we move on, I did want to get to this before we wrap it up, we talk about the Rockets and a potential Giannis trade. That's allegedly something they're looking into or will be monitoring if Giannis ever decides I want out of Milwaukee. The Rockets do play them tonight, and what we think is the centerpiece of the deal is Alperen Sengun. Alperen Sengun has had, after some questions about what was wrong with him, because Ime wasn't playing him in fourth quarters, he hadn't played up to his potential. That has certainly not been the case recently. He has been a star for the Rockets in their 5-game winning streak. We're talking about a guy who had 2 triple doubles in a row, 20 points last night. And 20 points doesn't sound like a lot, but they only played 26 minutes. They didn't need him out there, as the Bulls pretty much quit at some point between maybe the 4-minute mark of the second quarter and obviously the rest of the third. The Bulls decided they had enough of this. They weren't going to be competitive, and the Rockets took advantage. So if you look at Sengun, and obviously these are all Rockets wins in the last 5, 27 against the Pistons, 27 against the Wizards, a light night against the Clippers, 13-11 in the first game. And then the second Clipper game had 16-10, and then 20-11 against the Bulls. But remember, going back to that first Clipper game, he was quiet, and then he went on a stretch where he faked the handoff and dunked it, and then blocked a shot to put the game away. He was big down the stretch in that one as the Clippers were trying to get back in it. So while the numbers aren't crazy, he played a big part in that game and put the game away. And, of course, the last couple nights. So Alperen Sengun, we've heard him. In fact, there's a sounder over there where he says he dominates in the paint. But he did speak to what this team is right now and where they can go.
Are you guys executing differently than you were a couple weeks ago offensively?
I mean, I think we've been good all season. I mean, this season we've been good. Everybody helping each other back, everybody like talking, helping each other. I mean, it's just like we are a great team right now. We're doing the teamwork, offense, defense, everything. So that's a part of it.
Early in the game, you guys were getting a lot of layups that weren't going. Were you feeling good that you're getting them, or concerned that they were missing?
I mean, they were right place, and shots gonna miss. We're gonna make it. It's just and later in the game we make those. Beginning of the game we miss those. We don't care. We play the right way, and we great. We do great defense, and energy comes from there. And we never, we miss the shots, but we never go down. So let's come at it.
How important is it to turn defense into offense? That's something Ime has talked about a lot.
I mean, I think that's all basketball about, It's about winning and doing great defense, getting energy from there, running, and playing the right way. Just, we love playing defense, like all of us,
That's a team who and I want to credit them for this, for a young team to not allow bad shooting to affect the way they play defense. I would say it's unique. You watch young teams around the league, and if their shot's not going in, the defense suffers. And I don't even want to limit it to young teams. There are teams who are built defense first, and that defense generates energy on the offensive end, as Sengun talked about. And there are other teams who, if they're not knocking down shots, it shows on the defensive end. And the Rockets aren't that way. They're not built that way. That's a credit to the players they drafted and Ime Udoka and what he wants them to be. Their style of play is we ain't great in the half court unless we're playing the Bulls, which they were great in the half court last night. But what we want to do is run, force bad shots, and take advantage of situations and play early in the shot clock if we can. I don't want the Rockets having long possessions. Those are the ones that get bogged down, where you find yourself taking contested jump shots, whether it be long twos or bad looks from three. When they can get into early stuff because they're playing with energy on the defensive end, and whether they're taking advantage of guys not getting back on the opposing team or just running and getting into offense early, that's when they've been at their best this year. And it came full circle last night. They did everything they wanted to, from the defensive end to the offense end. They don't shoot the ball well from three. They didn't last night either, but it did not matter. The defense was so good that the Bulls, as I said, pretty much quit on that game about midway through that second quarter. Rockets outscored them 41-26, and then another 40-26 in the third. And then it was, hey, who wants to get in? The only person who didn't get in was Cam Whitmore. That was considered a coach's decision. I thought he was still in the G League, but if he was up, at least according to the box score, he didn't get in because Ime decided not to put him in. But everyone else on the roster played. All right, Rockets 10-4. They've got the Bucks tonight. The way the Bucks are playing, that should be 11-4. Now they do have Giannis, but the Bucks are beat up injury-wise, and there's not a lot of confidence there either. Now, of course, if Giannis goes for like 45 and 15, then who knows how that game goes. But this is the chance to stretch this winning streak to 6. The Bucks are a 3.5-point favorite. Dame Lillard is a game-time decision, so he may play. So is Giannis, by the way. He's a game-time decision, but I don't think he's expected to be out if you consider what the line is right now. But who knows? Those two guys sit out, then you're definitely looking at a 6-game winning streak for the Rockets. We'll see as we get closer and closer to game time. We will come back with some. Well, if you love Lamar Jackson, you're not going to love him against the Steelers or in the playoffs. There's some numbers there, and it continued yesterday. I don't know what it is. The Steelers, coached by Mike Tomlin, are really good, but the Lamar against the Steelers thing is weird. They're his kryptonite, and they play him twice a year. And the Steelers, for as mediocre as they have been, really since Ben Roethlisberger got washed, they played Lamar Jackson. Now he's been hurt for some of those games. He's been out. Thankfully for him, the last couple of years he's been healthy, but they've kind of handled him, and that continued yesterday, even with that Russ awful interception. If you haven't found it, go type in Arthur Smith on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it. Find Arthur Smith and watch his face after the Russ pick. If you missed it, I think they're up 15-10 at the time the Steelers were, and it was 3rd and goal. Russ is scrambling around, nothing there. Maybe I think it was 3rd, maybe it wasn't, but he was scrambling around looking for an outlet. He just throws like a moon ball, except this moon ball was like 5 yards down the field instead of the ones he throws to George Pickens. Sails over the tight end's head, Washington, and it gets picked off. It almost gives the Ravens some hope and some life. Of course, Justin Tucker kept missing field goals, and they go for 2 when they're down 18-16 and don't get it, and the Steelers are able to hold on. But if you are looking for some comedy, type in Arthur Smith. You'll find his face, and his reaction to Russell Wilson, who has been pretty good for the Steelers, is really funny. But I'll get you those numbers from Lamar Jackson against the Steelers in the playoffs, and I believe against the Chiefs. Now you have to take this with a grain of salt. The numbers are real, but consider where they come from. Nick Wright is a giant Chiefs fan. He won't take anyone slandering his great quarterback, and rightfully so, Patrick Mahomes. So he had some stats ready for Lamar Jackson fans. And like I said, yesterday was an agenda day. If you are a Herbert fan or a Burrow fan or believe in Lamar Jackson, yesterday was your day, unless your team lost or your player or your quarterback played poorly. Then it wasn't your day. So we'll get into that when we come back. Sam told me not to eavesdrop because I heard a conversation. Well, Sam, you're going to be producing the show at some point, so I think I should be aware of what's going on. I didn't know you were going to sit in, and now she's in there. So she is the random person sitting behind the producer today, as opposed to AJ, who did that the last couple of days we were here. All right, we'll get the numbers from Lamar Jackson against the best teams he's facing, or at least his rivals, and we'll get into an Astros name change. I'm not sure why there needs to be a media event for that, but there was one. So we'll tell you the new name for the Astros home. Yes, I did stutter. I'm allowed to. Don't text me during the middle of the show. Sam will be my producer at some point, and I'm sure that'll go great for me. We'll be back.
You're listening to The Dale Show on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Dale. Dell, no, that's okay. That's on me. I went more country with it. My bad, Dell.
We had retired that one, but it's back. I don't blame AJ. I don't know why Sean even has it on his page, but it is what it is. Thank you, Michael Carroll, the host of Comicast. And he does a weekly segment with us when he's available, generally on Fridays. Okay, the numbers behind Lamar Jackson's performances against the Steelers, you would call them his chief rival. The Bengals have stepped up, but Ravens-Steelers are now historical rivalry. Been years of tough 20-17 type games. We got another one yesterday, 18-16. So the Steelers, the Chiefs, and the playoffs. AJ, if you had to guess, what do you think Lamar Jackson's numbers are? Or I'll start with this. What do you think his record is in those games? If I gave you 16 games he's played, Chiefs, Steelers, playoffs, what do you think his record would be? Just considering two-time MVP, all that Lamar Jackson is, what do you think his record would be?
Well, I already know that his record now against the Steelers is 1-4. Chiefs, dang, if I had to guess, I would say maybe 2
out of 16 games.
Oh, out of 16?
Yeah.
Against the Chiefs and Steelers?
Chiefs, Steelers, and playoffs. All combined.
Okay. So he has 2 playoff wins. I already know that. He's 2-4. So are you including the Chiefs regular season too? Or just playoffs?
Chiefs, regular season, playoffs, all of it.
Okay. So I think it's 3 and out of 16. 3 and 13?
You're disrespecting him. He's 4-12.
Oh, okay.
Barely disrespecting him, but he's 4-12. He's got a passer rating of 75, more turnovers than TDs. He has been I was going to be kind. He's been bad. He's been bad against, let's just say, the biggest games in his career. Now, Lamar Jackson has been spectacular in others. You saw what he did against the Bengals this past week before Sunday. But overall, not been great. And he's one of those guys it depends. If you're a Lamar Jackson guy, you're going to defend him until the end. You're going to look at Greg Roman as the OC or the lack of receivers, all the things that you can use to either demean a quarterback or hype him up. Like Lamar is the system. He is the system. It's built around him. Anything that Baltimore does depends on him being great. The unfortunate part for him is, at least right now, look, he's not even 28 years old, still a young quarterback. Although we like to fast forward quarterbacks and they have to be multiple time champions and have lots of playoff success, or their failures, and we can start to rip them before they even turn 30. That wasn't a thing before. Now it's a thing. Maybe we thank Patrick Mahomes for that, him changing the way we view quarterbacks, considering how much success he's had at a young age. But for Lamar, despite maybe going into yesterday, the favorite to win another MVP, he will be judged by non-Lamar guys or people. Let's be gender equitable people and say, do it in the playoffs, Lamar. Do it against the best teams you face when it matters most. And that's a tough thing to swallow, but you're the quarterback of one of the premier franchises in football, and you have not performed well enough for people to stop saying that. And for whatever reason, Mike Tomlin and his mastery over Lamar continues. And do we start to look at John Harbaugh a little bit? John Harbaugh's teams have been the best in football regular season-wise, at least one of the best in football regular season-wise over the course of his tenure. Now, he does have the one title that happened back in 12 with Joe Flacco. But since that point, you would say the Ravens have not lived up to their potential in the playoffs. From when the Titans beat them with Ryan Tannehill to last year when you had a home game and you had the Chiefs right where you wanted them. Your defense played well enough to win that game. Your offense didn't do enough. And there have been years where Lamar's been hurt and couldn't finish years, so you don't blame him for that. But that's a Ravens team who's now 7-4, a game and a half behind the Steelers. They have one more game against them at home. They're obviously going to have to win that one, but I don't think the Ravens thought themselves were going to be fighting for positioning in the wild card. Right now, they're actually behind the Chargers by half game because the Chargers are 7-3. So right now, as a 6 seed, they would be facing, I believe it's the Steelers again, because the Bills have played one more game than the Steelers, even though they're tied in the loss column. But the Steelers are 8-2, while the Bills are 9-2. So the Ravens have to get it together. They don't have the Bengals to play anymore. The Steelers do have to play them twice. Of course, that offense for the Bengals is dangerous, so that could help determine the seeding and the chase for the AFC North. But Lamar's one of those guys who can be great, but he looked very average. But the guy who you got to call into question is Justin Tucker. What happened to Justin Tucker? He missed multiple field goals that the Justin Tucker we knew would have made, and the Ravens win that game. Instead, they don't. And now they're fighting. I'm not saying they're fighting for the playoffs. The AFC, the bottom of the AFC South is, the bottom of the AFC as far as playoff positioning is bad. The Broncos are at 6-5. You got the Dolphins at 4-6. The Colts at 5-6. The Bengals at 4-7. So the Ravens are making the playoffs. But 3 straight road games in a year where you thought you could win the Super Bowl, that's not what they're looking for. And they're one of those teams who, not where the Texans are as far as not playing up to their potential, but when you have a bad loss to the Raiders early and then you throw this one in there, all of a sudden your season gets a lot tougher if you've got to travel to maybe the Texans, but at least the Bills and the Chiefs, you look like you're going to have to go play on the road if you want to get to where you want to go, unless there's an upset. So that's why this stretch of games for the Texans is so important. You win these 3, you're 9-4, and you can start to seriously contemplate your seeding. If we think the Steelers will drop a couple, now you're back out of the definite I'm a 4 seed, and now you're talking about, could I be a 3? You do have the win over the Bills. They do have they're 2 games up in the loss column over you, but if they slip somewhere, some way, you have the head-to-head. So there is a path to probably the 2 seed, and hell, the Chiefs have to slip up a lot now, but you have a game against them too. I will push the 1 seed stuff aside. But if you can be 9-4 after you play the Cowboys, the Titans, and the Jags, then we can start to talk about maybe you get 2 home games as opposed to a definite 1 and then traveling to see if you can get to an AFC title game. So big stretch for the Texans. You don't want to drop one of these and then completely take yourself out of the conversation of having at least 2 home games in the playoffs. Okay, we got a couple more segments to go before we are done for the day. But first, I want to welcome Super Happy Incredible Toys to the show. Yes, I know that name is long and maybe you think it's a little funny, but they want you to remember it. They want you to think about the joy you had when you played with action figures, toys, whatever you want to call them. They've been a long-standing member in Houston, and they're having an event. I went out there a couple weeks ago to check them out. It's a vintage toy store. They have new toys. They have old classic Street Fighter 2, the arcade game in the building that you can play. It's pretty cool to go out there. I checked them out, and you guys should check them out too. But what they have going on right now is a big event with St. Arnold Brewery on December 1st. That's Sunday, or a Sunday. It's an all ages event, which will combine the amusement of a toy show and creativity of an art market with the opportunity to purchase many examples of both. So if you want to go out there and check them out, or maybe you want to make a purchase, it'll be December 1st. And if that wasn't enough, people will be dressed up as it'll be dressed up as a Christmas party. So you want to go out there and enjoy a Christmas party with St. Arnold? Go out there. Why not? Why not check out the toys, check out the beer? It's all there for you. They encourage people to take advantage of the venue and visit St. Arnold's Beer Garden and sample the delicious food. And of course, enjoy your choice of the mini beers. Check them out. So mark your calendars and jingle all the way to the Super Happy Toys Show, Art Market, and Christmas Party. We'll see you there. Remember, it's free admission, free parking, and free pictures with Santa from 12 to 4, courtesy of Comic Palooza CP365. So a lot of information, but the big stuff that you need to know, December 1st, 2024, partnering with St. Arnold Brewery. That's at 2000s Lion Avenue. So check that out. Super Happy Incredible Toys and St. Arnold Brewery, giving you something for the kids and for yourself December 1st on Sunday.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
We'll get more into college football tomorrow, but the big games of the weekend were in the SEC. You had South Carolina winning a great one. They held off Missouri. Luther Burden made a great play down the sideline. One-handed catch to give Missouri a late lead, but Lenore Sellers, A&M knows about Sellers in that South Carolina offense. He went right down the field. They scored to win that game. So Eli Drinkwitz and his dreams of keeping his team, that's head coach of Missouri, his dreams of keeping the Missouri Tigers in the playoff chase, like you said, after their win against Oklahoma, are done for. They have now lost 3 games in the SEC. They're out of the race. South Carolina still in it. And the other game of the night was or at least to kind of close out the night, was Georgia versus Tennessee. It was a nice bounce back for Carson Beck. He was bad over the last couple weeks, and he was bad to start. He was very frustrated, shaking his head, and then they got it going. He hit his tight ends, and he kept making throws down the seam, and he found holes in that Tennessee defense. Tennessee is a odd team to me. They have a really good defense. Their offense just doesn't show up on a game-by-game basis, and it's partly to do with the step up in competition. This was a team who lit up the nation in out-of-conference play and non-conference play. But since that point, once they've gotten into SEC play, they've had issues hitting the deep ball, catching passes overall. Nico Iamaleava has struggled on occasion. They've just been a offense that's kind of short-circuited. Dylan Sampson's a good back, but their passing game isn't what people thought it would be, and it's hurt them. They had chances to get some distance from Georgia, but Georgia's defense found a way to keep them in it until the Georgia offense showed up. So that game goes Georgia's way, and they're firmly still in the playoff chase, and they likely will be the team that either A&M or Texas sees in the SEC title game. With both teams having one loss, obviously one of them is going to lose, and I believe Georgia's sitting there with one loss in the SEC. Actually, they've lost. I take that back. They've lost to Alabama and Ole Miss. But so that's let me pull that back. But it looks like Georgia has a real shot to be the team waiting for either A&M and or Texas, which I guess will be fun to beat Texas or A&M one week and then have Georgia waiting for you, because I believe Georgia's done with their SEC play. So it's just Georgia. They've got their customary SEC game where they don't play anyone, just like all the other SEC schools do. And then they have Georgia Tech. So Georgia's likely going to be 10-2, waiting for A&M or Texas, whoever wins that game. You look at the standings right now. A&M and Texas both with one loss, 5-1 overall. Georgia finishes up their schedule at 6-2. Ole Miss is 4-2, and they have the tiebreaker, so they're still, at least over Georgia, the head-to-head. So they're still in it, but it could be like 4 teams with 2 losses in the SEC, or a 5th team when you throw in the loser of A&M Texas if those two don't lose another SEC game before their final matchup. So we got a chance for some chaos down the stretch in the SEC, but at this point, you might want to bank on the A&M Texas winner seeing Georgia, but there's still a lot to play for. So we'll see how it all shakes out. So what came out of the game afterwards was Kirby Smart whining. Kirby Smart, after winning, was not happy with the perception of the conference that he resides in. He's pretty much said, I don't know what the committee is looking at. This comes off the back of being out of the rankings because of their loss to Ole Miss. They were the first team out. And I would say to Kirby Smart, the benefit of playing in your conference, no matter what you think the perception people have of it is, you can lose games and still be considered in it, and then just win a game. Win a game against Tennessee, and you're right back in it. So the strength of your conference that you're leaning into and why it's so tough compared to the other conference is the same reason you get to lose 2 games, win a game again, and then be right back in it. So I'm not sure what you're whining about other than the second week of rankings having you out, as if you don't know that winning would have put you back in. So what did you want? If you lost 3 games, did you still want to be in? How many losses would it take to keep your Georgia team out? 3, 4, then you didn't deserve it? Like, you had 2 losses. You weren't completely out of it, and we'll see on Tuesday. Well, tomorrow. We'll see tomorrow. You beat Tennessee. You're going to be in the rankings. Stop complaining. I didn't get his approach after the game. Hell, I didn't get his approach all week, the whining about it, when you're going to have every opportunity. That's why I asked, how many losses would it take for an SEC team to realistically believe they didn't deserve? 4? Because 2 with the opportunity to get right back in it was enough to open him up and get him to whine. And even after winning a game, he still took issue with not being in the top 12. Why should a 3-loss team be in the playoff? We're giving 12 spots. Some of them are automatic, but you're getting 12 spots. If you lose 3 games, you don't have anything to complain about. I'm sure at some point there will be a 3-loss team in this playoff if it doesn't expand any further. But at this point, just win your games. How about we just win? If you win games, you don't have to worry about it. And be thankful. If it wasn't a 12-team playoff and it was a 4-teamer like it was last year, you'd be out again, no matter how strong your conference is. So the conferences have expanded, the playoffs have expanded, and it gives teams like Georgia, who think they're real national title teams, chances to lose games and then win games and play for a title at some point. And hell, he may even be playing for an SEC title in December. So it's that time of the year. Coaches will be stumping. They'll be campaigning. And really, all you got to do is win football games, and you don't have anything to worry about. Go win. You know who won? SMU. They beat Boston College in a struggle, but they won. And they still likely won't be in these rankings. But they know if they go out and win the ACC, they're getting in as an automatic qualifier. And Georgia may still have that opportunity too, along with like 4 or 5 other teams in the SEC. So be on the lookout. I guess I should have expected it. With more teams capable of making a playoff, there will be more coaches whining about their position. So if you look at it right now, I think you look at the SEC, there are likely, if we include South Carolina, who, because of their hot streak, even with 3 losses, thinks they should be considered, there are probably about 7 SEC teams who believe they have a real shot at making the playoff. Some better chances than others. But we're coming down the stretch, and Oregon escapes, and they're still going to be number 1. Ohio State will be number 2 after their convincing win over Northwestern. And we'll see how the rest of the teams fare as we get those rankings tomorrow. We got one more segment here to go on the show. AJ is here with me. Sean will be back tomorrow. Sean's busy, I guess. I'll get to some of your tweets, and people responded to the Giannis thing, and we'll talk about Lamar. Got a couple of tweets about that too. So one more segment. We will be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Minute Maid Park is no longer Minute Maid Park. That name has changed. I think people somehow took a picture of the name change because I guess they were getting ready for today's event, and people were at a certain spot in the city. They could see into Minute Maid Park and see on the scoreboard or the video board, excuse me, that there was a Dakin or Daikin. I think that's how it's pronounced. A Daikin graphic up on the video board, and that lets you know that is no longer Minute Maid Park. It is no. You can still call the juice box if you like, but I guess we have to find some indoor cooling variation of juice box because that's what it is now. They had their announcement today. The media was out there. I'm not sure why I needed a media presence or an announcement. Would a press release have done just as well? But I'm sure the people at Daikin or Dakin wanted that type of press, so they got it. The media was out there talking about the new name, 15-year deal, 15-year deal. It's Daikin. I just listened to it on my computer. Daikin is the name of the company. So when you head up to Minute Maid Park in April this upcoming season, you'll have a new name. The building will have a new name. You'll have to get used to it. I think a lot of people are just going to keep calling it Minute Maid. I think the transition from Enron to Minute Maid was easy. People were like, "Oh, we'll just call it Minute Maid." I'm not sure that'll be the case this time around. And of course, questions were asked about what was going to be in the, or at least on the train, because it used to be, oranges. What are they going to use? Don't think it's going to be AC units, but that's supposed to be a surprise. We will find out what that what that engineer is going to be tugging behind him in the near future, I guess. So get used to it, everyone. We got it. We got a new name. It's been a long-standing agreement with Minute Maid. Trying to think, 15 years is a long time. I guess Heinz Field was maybe that long around there, but for the most part, at least in today's world, those things flip pretty constantly. Toyota Center's been around a long time too, so we've had some long-standing. Of course, we know Reliant had a name change there, the NRG thing. So get used to it, everybody. Doesn't have the same appeal. Minute Maid was cool, even though it's just an orange juice company or just a produce company overall. But now I'm sure there'll be tie-ins with ACs, and will they be giving away free service to the, who knows how they'll try to make that work. But Daikin is the new name of where the Astros will play. And speaking of the Astros, I don't think we can play the sound because there's some issues in there, I think. But we had John Morosi. Well, at least John Morosi talked about it, and he was talking about free agents and where the Astros might head as far as additions. And he mentioned Willy Adames. He was one of the guys that he thinks the Astros could go grab, and he would fit. You could put obviously him at third if you want, and Pena at your short, and he kind of went down the list with Altuve at second. Still an opening at first, which is something we dealt with all year long. The lack of a everyday legit major league first baseman. Credit to John Singleton for filling in. He had some moments. He was better than I expected and better than he started out as this year. He wasn't good early, and certainly Jose Abreu overshadowed guys not being good at first base. And he got better, but overall, there's a problem there. And will it be a DeCenzo who plays there? Whitcomb has a chance to play third base. The Astros have some questions, but Adames becomes a player to look at if you believe in Morosi. So if we start to look at Willy Adames, he is a shortstop by trade, but as I said, Morosi thinks he can go play third. He's 29 years old. He is a guy who has multiple suitors. It's not just the Astros. You look at around the league, mentioned as a target for the Blue Jays, the Braves, and the Red Sox. And he was okay last year. And the question is, how much is Jim Crane giving to a 29-year-old? Or why not just give your own 30-year-old the money? Like, what is Adames going to command, and is it worth it to give him what he's going to command as opposed to just giving it to Alex Bregman? Give it to the homegrown guy. Give it to the guy who has said, at least through media, through reports, that he's willing to stay. He'd welcome staying. It's just that you got to meet the contract demands. And will the 6 years, I believe, $127 million that was reported as a projection, be enough to get him? And will Jim Crane think about matching it? I would prefer, if you're going to sign a third baseman and not give it to Whitcomb, just sign your own guy. I don't like them going after outside free agent position players right now, particularly guys who are going to command a real salary. I don't trust them. Not that Jeff Bagwell is going to be making this decision, but it seems like an easy option. You know what Bregman provides. You know what he means to that clubhouse. You know what he means to your future Hall of Famer. When Altuve is stumping for someone, you know he's serious. Just get the job. Get it done. Within reason. I don't know what Bregman's going to ask for. I don't think any of us know, considering what Boris will do to try to drive up his value. But if you can get it done, let's stop messing around. And I still got the timeline as I think this might not happen till mid-December, maybe January. But we'll see. All right. I'm about done. But let's meet AJ. AJ produced this show. AJ filled in for Sean. We know AJ has thoughts about the Rockets. Giannis would be great, but not if he has to give up Tari and Amen Thompson. Not both, along with Şengün, which is, I feel like, a starting point. AJ has been producing shows here. He does night duty when it comes to running, whether it be a game or maybe an hour show, as opposed to the stuff we hear from, or you guys hear from 7 to 6. So let's break down AJ's fandom. We know he knows about the Rockets, so I'm going to put you down as a Rocket fan.
Yeah.
Are you one of those people who does this for a living and pretends to be a Texans fan, or are you actually a Texans fan? Because those exist.
I'm definitely not a Texans fan.
Not a Texans fan. So clear on that.
Yeah.
So then there are some that are very, very clear that they only talk about the Texans and care about them because the work, and that happens. Where they're clearly a fan of a different team. I'm a fan of a different team, but I'm watching the Texans hoping they play well because I like to watch good football. If I'm going to watch them, I want to watch good football.
Right.
So not a Texans fan. So who are you a fan of? Don't say the Cowboys. Oh, it's the Cowboys.
Yeah, but I'm not a delusional one.
And that's how it all starts. They all
seriously,
they all clean it up like, hey, I'm a Cowboy fan,
serious.
but I'm not a crazy one.
I'm so serious. Like, I want them to lose every game the rest of the season so they can. Yeah,
Who you want to draft? Who you want? Mike McCarthy fired, obviously.
Oh yeah, I mean, in a perfect world, I would love Ben Johnson, man,
as your
because he could transform the offense for sure.
Got it. So you at 3 and what are they? 3 and 6?
Yeah.
At 3 and 6, you're looking to go 3 and 14.
Yep.
You want the number 1 overall pick if you can get it, and you want Ben Johnson. The second part is reasonable. You want the number 1 overall pick for who?
I would say probably.
Who do you want?
I mean, probably Travis. I mean, if you have the number 1 pick, you got to draft him. But
You want a 6'1" under 190 corner?
No, but my thing is, I mean, Genty would be a perfect fit too, but
that's
you're
too
not
high.
going to draft exactly. So, like, if you get Travis and then maybe in the second round get a running back like Ollie Golden from Oklahoma State, that's kind of like a blueprint I would have there. But
you would take. Do you think Travis Hunter plays both ways in the NFL?
I don't think so fully. I think they could like try him like sometimes, not every snap though. Obviously,
Yeah, you're talking about like a Deion scenario,
right? Yeah, probably so.
Got it. So Cowboy fan, Rocket fan. You're a Coug fan. You're a Cougar, right?
Yeah, I graduated from U of H
Okay,
this past
so
spring.
there it is. So if you want to know, AJ's miserable as an NFL fan. He'll be rooting against your team tonight. Oh, actually, take it back. He'll be rooting for the Texans because he wants his team to lose.
It'll be the most Texans thing ever if the Texans lost. Oh my gosh, bro.
Yeah. I mean, I think they're going to win. I think it should be a comfortable win, but I say that, but still knowing it's the NFL and things get rough and things get sticky a little bit, and who knows how this game will play out. Just protect your quarterback. Don't let Micah Parsons ruin this game.
Yeah.
If Micah Parsons is a threat to ruin this game, that means you haven't game planned well enough because there's not a lot else out there. Now, your offensive line is bad. They don't pick up stunts. And Michael will rush from outside to inside. That's something he's very good at. The Cowboys will play games, get him loose. Just don't let him wreck this game. If you don't let him wreck this game, you win this game. And that's all there is to it. You are even maybe lacking a little confidence. You're good enough to put this Cowboys team away early. You just got to be concerned that maybe one of the best athletes that we have in the league as far as defensive linemen / rusher ins, if you want to call him that, or just a edge player, is on the other side. Find a way. No turnovers, obviously, shouldn't be said, and keep him away from CJ Stroud. Let them meet after the game. The closest he should get to CJ is the DAP after the game. Set him up for a podcast, interview after the game, whatever it might be. Since they can't talk during the week, I'm sure they will talk after.
I'm so tired of that podcast, man. Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, you're a Cowboy fan. You can't like the Michael Parsons podcast. Understood. Win some more games, and listening to that podcast would feel a lot better. But you're rooting for losses, and I hope you get your wish tonight. Okay, we are done for the day. Gallant and George up next, followed by the Killer Bees. And since we're done, AJ, what does that mean we did?
We did it!
Take note, Sam. Take note. Don't shake your head. That needs to be played when you're producing the show. We did it. I did it. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5. Stocks are mixed this morning after Friday's sell-off, with the Dow down a bit and the S&P and NASDAQ holding on to small gains. European and Asian markets mostly lower in overnight and midday trading. Yields are climbing again this morning, with the 10-year note yield jumping to 4.47%. Dollar firming up while oil is rebounding just a touch after selling off all last week, up 30 cents this morning to $67.32 a barrel. Same with gold, which is also bouncing after a tough week last week, up nearly $26 to $25.95 the ounce. Still waiting on a Treasury Secretary designee from President Trump, who may be having second thoughts about some of the front runners, according to published reports this morning. So he may widen the net there. A key job for policymakers on the economic front, not yet known. Also have some economic data due out this week in the way of housing starts and existing single-family home sales, along with jobless claims. Pretty light in that regard. NVIDIA in the spotlight. Tesla up after the president-elect suggested there be new rules for self-driving cars that could benefit that company.
Hello and welcome aboard Gallant and George on Monday, November 18th, 2024. I am Paul Gallant. He is Joe George. We've got a Texans-Cowboys game tonight in Monday Night Football. That looks like it should be underwhelming. Should be. We are hoping for it to be underwhelming. Texans are 7-point favorites per mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975.
Yeah, I think that
I don't think your mic is on,
I
Joe.
think my mic's on.
There we go.
There we go. Okay. Begging that it's a non-competitive game tonight.
You want it to be a blowout.
Yes. I don't want to be watching the Texans beat the Cowboys by a score.
But a win's all that matters. Because football is football.
Football is I've been thinking about that all week.
It wouldn't really be cutting loose, you know? It wouldn't really be swinging away, but a win's a win.
A win is a win. Football is football. I had to go back and watch on the Paul Gallant YouTube channel your when you pulled from when we read that quote or when we heard that quote.
Well,
I had to watch it because I knew like how much it made you upset.
It's just football.
Football's football.
It's just football, but football is football, and football isn't always just football. So work with us on those Bobby Slowick mental gymnastics if you can. There were two things that happened yesterday that I do feel like should have everyone a little bit more positive about our rather underachieving 6-4 Houston Texans. Number one, someone finally took down the Kansas City Chiefs. The Buffalo Bills beat them 30-21, and they did it with chutzpah, with balls. 4th and 2, go for it. Don't be a puss. Go for it. And guess what? Someone finally went for it. Someone finally put their chips in the middle of the table and said, you know what? Maybe we aren't going to let this team have another chance to get back at us and shove it right up you know where.
Yeah, I mean, that was finally someone, just like you said, has some guts to like just take down the Chiefs and a quarterback and Josh Allen just making big plays in this game. Look, they barely got the running game going. That's one of their strengths over the last year and a half since they made their OC change.
And a lot of people out there, I'd specifically point to, are just bitchy little twitchers who constantly bring up the fact that the Texans haven't done anything impressive. Whoa, that win that the Texans had over the Bills, that was the last loss for those Buffalo Bills. Huh.
I mean, our intern Elena, who's not here today, she tried to teach us girl math. So I think football math is, well, the Bills beat the Chiefs, but the Texans beat the Bills.
Texans are the best team in the AFC.
Yes.
And they're the 2-time defending Super Bowl champions by proxy.
Yeah.
Basically.
We took it from the Chiefs.
The math adds up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Football math.
So, look, you beat them. They're playing well. Also, you didn't get killed by the Detroit Lions, who hung a 50 burger on the Jacksonville Jaguars. Has Doug Peterson been fired yet?
I cannot believe he has not been fired yet.
Well, it's 1:00 in Jacksonville. There's still time. I don't know if Shad Khan's in England. You know, I know they got the renovated stadium plans coming, but they'll still be in England at some point and be the London Jaguars. But that didn't happen to you. So 2 positive little spin zones that you can wake up with, and you can plop them in your coffee as a nice little pick-me-up on top of your pick-me-up.
I think I want to add in that, Pittsburgh without, scoring a touchdown beat the Baltimore Ravens. That's 6 field goals, got it done against this very good Baltimore Ravens team where their offense was looking incredible throughout the year. A team that won, 2 games against the Bengals in which Joe Burrow threw 9 touchdowns in those games, loses to Pittsburgh, who gets 0 touchdowns. So I want to add that into the mix here. More positivity.
Yeah.
Yeah, Texans, arrow pointing up.
It's a little up. It's not
like slanted.
It's
It's like a really slow climb.
It's slightly above the I'm not even
axis.
Sure what I'm trying to
that
say.
Might be wrong.
The axis. That sounds right.
Sounds right.
I mean, listen. Let's just say the deep steel blue pill isn't really working. So,
yeah. I need to take another one.
But it is a little bit up, and it's going to be interesting to see where they fit in a AFC that had quite the eventful Sunday, because you also saw, as you mentioned, the Baltimore Ravens. They cannot figure out the Pittsburgh Steelers. Even with Lamar Jackson under center, they're now 1-4 against Pittsburgh, who won 18-16. And on top of that, you had the Sunday Night Football game where, guess what? A team showed chutzpah. They could have settled for a field goal like some teams, but instead they hand the football off And the Los Angeles Chargers are 7-3, and they might have just killed the Bengals, who are now 4-7.
Yeah, Jim Harbaugh, definitely best hire of the offseason. Also, fans at the game, it seemed like last night, watching, like, it sounded like there was actually Chargers fans cheering in Los Angeles.
I don't believe it was real.
Like are people actually going to support the Chargers now? They're not a totally irrelevant franchise.
Jim Harbaugh would help. Justin Herbert, you would think, would help. The uniforms are cool. I mean, it would make sense for LA people to, now that they realize the team's good, to jump on the bandwagon, because that's traditionally how that city works. It's not like we can really speak down on bandwagons, because this is a very bandwagon-y sports zone. Oh, you can't say that. Oh, come on, stop. You didn't watch the Astros for 4 years when they sucked. I wouldn't have either. They were terrible. And a lot of you weren't watching the Texans the last couple of years. I wouldn't have either. They were terrible. So I get it. But yeah, seemed like there were actually some Chargers fans there.
Yeah, in that game, like the Chargers have kind of established themselves now as definitely. I mean, they're going to make the playoffs. I don't think they'll push the Chiefs for a division title, but you never know. I mean, the Chiefs, they haven't played great this year. They lose last night. Now their schedule's not very challenging over the next couple of weeks. Like, they play the Panthers and then the Raiders, so they're going to win the next two. But then they play the Chargers on December 8th on, I think that's on Sunday Night Football. So like, we'll see that game in prime time. We'll see what that one looks like. But just the Chargers are an impressive team. Like, what they've done, like getting rid of Mike Williams and getting rid of Keenan Allen and keeping Khalil Mack, who didn't even play last night, and then the Bosa brother. But then Harbaugh is just, he's working his Harbaugh magic.
It's the Jim Harbaugh effect.
It's unreal.
It's almost like a team that Jim Harbaugh used to play quarterback for. He should have hired him.
Oh, the Colts?
No.
Well, he is retired in the Ring of Honor in Indianapolis.
That's true. He's captain comeback in Indianapolis.
Yeah.
But there's another team he played for.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The Bears. Yep. All right, let's move on.
I watched that blocked field goal 5 times because I couldn't figure out what happened.
I couldn't either.
I was like, wait, who got it? Why didn't it go anywhere? Why is everyone running onto the field? I was watching it back, not because I'm an a-hole, which I am.
Do you guys feel bad for me at all?
A little bit.
Like, in that moment?
A little bit.
Yeah.
My first thought
feel bad
was,
for
oh, Joe knew this was coming too.
Yep.
So that's 11 straight to the Packers?
Yeah. Yeah. And then it got worse last night.
Was there ever a moment where you thought it was going to happen?
When they were going to win?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, I thought they were going to win
you
that
thought
game.
When they set up for the field goal, did you think they were going to win?
Yes. Caleb was incredible that final drive.
I thought they were going to miss the field goal.
And then it got worse because I watched the Rockets just pummel the crap out of the Bulls last night. Oh, my God. It was a brutal beatdown.
Rockets are doing pretty well. Can't deny that.
Yeah.
5 in a row now for them. 143-107. Goodness gracious.
But it actually ended up being like a really fun weekend in the NFL. Like, it didn't look like the best slate of games, but I mean, the Lions game was really the only one that was super uncompetitive throughout, and they're just fun to watch. Jared Goff was just, I guess he threw 5 picks last week, and they said, hey, I'm getting all of those back, and then some.
Running up the score.
That was a throttle. We need more of that in the NFL. That's what we need more.
What, you want to see blowouts like that?
No, I want to see teams like putting the trash of the NFL in their place.
Okay.
Like if you are, coaching one of these bottom of the barrel teams, like run it up, like the Broncos did yesterday against the Falcons, even though the Falcons are 6-5.
They're both on the same level.
But like, run it up. No more niceties. Just beat the crap out of these teams.
Yeah,
they deserve it.
Yeah, like the Packers should have run up the score on the Bears.
Well, they couldn't because their quarterback's overrated.
Oh wow, is that the little mini victory you take out of this one?
No, it's not. There's other mini victories, but Jordan Love just has not been impressive this year.
Yeah, it's been an up and down kind of year for him. But there you go, guys. The NFL. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen in the NFL because football is football.
And the Texans are the best team in the AFC. Football.
If you want to do the math, you can get there. You can always figure out a statistic to make that actually be the case. But we'll see what they do in Monday Night Football tonight. He's Joe. I'm Paul. We got to talk about what happened on Friday night, if you even were able to watch it, or if you saw anything more than Mike Tyson's butt. We did see a lot of Mike Tyson's butt.
We did.
Probably more Mike Tyson's butt than actually working Netflix. Why did we do that? Why did we do that? That's what I have as a question for you. Why? We all knew it was going to be. Why did we do that? We'll talk about it. Stay put. Gallant George, Joe and Paul, ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
Just got back from a weekend at ESPN Bet in LaBerge and Lake Charles. Sean and I did shows on both Saturday and Sunday from there. That's why Mapes is not here today. He can't work 3 days in a row or like 8 days in a row. I don't blame him. Look, it was a fun weekend. Being there, honestly, it's fun being there for college football Saturday, for an NFL Sunday. But Saturday night, when John Jones is fighting, that might be my favorite environment out there right now to watch a UFC fight at LaBerge. It is an incredible experience. When you leave Texas and bet on your Texas teams, it's the best place to do it. They got the 24-foot video wall, 19 betting kiosks. You can use the ESPN Bet app as soon as you get into Louisiana. It's my go-to spot. It should be yours. When you leave Texas and bet on your Texas teams, do it at ESPN Bet inside LaBerge and Lake Charles.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Friday was a chore. So I had a good night with some of my friends and Joe. I'm not sure what you did. We ended up cooking meat on one of those knockoff green eggs. It's fantastic. We thought to ourselves, all right, I guess we got to watch this fight, even though none of us believe it's really a fight. Yeah, I get it. Mike Tyson is Mike Tyson, but he's also 58. Jake Paul's a YouTuber. We know exactly what this is leading up to it, no matter what they tried to do to create buzz with Mike Tyson slapping Jake Paul before, all that jazz. And I'm actually a little bit alarmed about what's taking place on Christmas. The Texans are playing the Baltimore Ravens on Christmas Day on Netflix. If you don't go to the game, it's not going to work. I can't believe how horrible a job Netflix did of just doing the one simple thing that they were supposed to for this joke of a fight, which is to actually make streaming work. And you would think that the company that's basically invented the whole thing would be able to figure out how to set something up where everyone would be able to watch it. But the only way I was able to watch this fight was by seeing illegal streams that have been pirated over to Twitter, or by watching it basically like 40 minutes behind the actual fight itself.
Yeah, we watched inside the sportsbook at LaBerge.
Did it work?
Well, because they got like the direct feed, the satellite feed for the
Okay.
bars, so like, it worked for them. So like, we got to see it like as it's happening, but like we're just kind of like, it's like Sean and I are sitting there like just like watching it, and we're just kind of seeing like the chaos unfold on social media. It's just like everyone's talking about it not working. It's a huge problem, and I saw the argument already out there where it's like, don't worry about Christmas Day, it's gonna be okay. Because 60 million people watched this fight. 65 million people reportedly watched this fight.
Did they watch it? What does that mean with that stream?
Exactly. But there's two parts to this that are different. Like, well, now the NFL last year on Christmas averaged like 30 million views. So the argument is like, well, half the people are going to be watching. No. 65 million people were probably tuned in during the end of it. No one's watching the undercard as much. Like, even the Serrano fight before that, it was still having these issues the whole night, when there's, I guarantee you, way less people watching this fight, and it's just buffering and buffering and buffering. I don't know the name of the reality TV show. I don't remember what it is, but I do remember seeing this year they did a live finale, and they had the same problem. So they've done 2 live events, and it's been a disaster. And that you've got, if you're a WWE fan, their flagship product, WWE Raw, is moving to Netflix on Monday nights starting in January. And then you've got 2 games on Christmas that are Chiefs Steelers, after the Chiefs lost this weekend and the Steelers won, is now a massive football game.
Already was going to be a big
Yeah.
one, just given those 2 teams and their fan bases. Yeah. So look, I guess there will be less people watching those games on Christmas than we're trying to watch this thing. But man, it's so bad. And you would have thought that they would be a little bit better at this, given that they've had those issues before. I think the Tom Brady roast went off relatively without a hitch. Maybe some people watched it not live or something. But an event that for some reason had that kind of cloud attached to it, which was so damn underwhelming. I am not a boxing expert. I'm a very casual watcher of it. I do think that's an embarrassment if that's what the actual thing was about. And I saw this post courtesy of very famous DJ, old DJ Woo Kid. You know, we all know about DJ Woo Kid. And he reveals that he talked to Jake Paul and discovered that in this fight, where there was very little punching, he and Mike Tyson legally weren't allowed to go at each other hard during the match. I guess that's what Paul's posse was saying at the bar that they went to, the club that they went to, where DJ Woo Kid was afterwards, and everyone was chirping about it. And I mean, you could tell. I mean, that actually checks out, because no one was going at each other. There was just a lot of standing around. What, Tyson threw one good punch maybe in the first round, and that was pretty much it.
I think he landed 8 punches in 8 rounds. Like, it was. I don't know why we do this. I don't know why we watch these things, but we do, and we'll probably watch the next one. And I think it's because Jake Paul is just such an incredible.
Well, you want to see him get punched in the face, yeah.
But people want to you want to see
You
a
wanna see
douche
him
get knocked
die.
out. Yeah, like, that's the only reason why we watch. There's no other reason. But God, it was terrible. The fight was awful, and like, this is boxing now.
Yeah.
Like, people know Jake Paul as a boxer more than Canelo or any of the big name actual boxers out there. Like, it is a dead sport if this is what it's turned into. It's kind of sad.
But people still watch it. I mean, so I guess it's not that dead of a sport. Like, that's the weird thing here.
But it's not real boxing.
It's definitely not real boxing.
Like, they're watching Jake Paul. Like, they're not watching any other fights like this.
I'd rather watch the claymation version of the old TV show that was on MTV, Celebrity Deathmatch, than this. Because that is what this is essentially turned into, except for in Celebrity Deathmatch, due to the power of claymation and imagination and wackiness, they could do some really wild things there. This is just 2 guys that are basically circling each other. And I'm an idiot because I watched it. I felt the need to watch it because, well, it's my job, right? I guess this is a sporting event. I know a lot of other people watched it.
65 million people watched it. I don't know why we do it. I don't know why. Like, if I was not at a sports bar, now, honestly, the people I really don't understand, Paul, is the people who kept trying as it's just buffering. Like, who didn't bail on it? And they're just like tweeting through it, like, and they're just like, "This is the worst ever." And it's like, don't you just like quit watching it?
There
Like,
were
quit
multiple
trying
times.
at some point?
There were multiple times where I thought about saying, let's try to watch something else. But I think what kept bringing us back, the carrot, was that, as you said, you want to see Jake Paul get punched. You just wanted one. Just one. Did he even get one in?
I think he got one in there was one in the first round. Like, it looked like Tyson got him.
It's a glancing blow.
A little bit.
From the 832. That was elderly abuse.
Yes.
Another from the 832. I read that Tyson wasn't allowed to throw uppercuts. Can't use it. LOL. I mean, it did seem like that. It seemed like both of them had essentially talked to each other before, and they had come up with some sort of business arrangement on top of the business arrangement that this thing already was.
Yeah. The end of the first round, when like Tyson definitely won the first round. Jake Paul definitely let him win the first round. It very much reminds me of, to a much worse extent, the McGregor-Mayweather fight, where Mayweather just let McGregor stay in that thing for the first couple rounds to keep it competitive, and then when he wanted to turn it on, it was over.
But it did seem at some point like that fight was a little competitive. No?
Yeah, like Conor, but like it almost, like, by the end of it, it felt like Floyd wasn't trying. But when Mike Tyson walked to the corner at the end of the first round, and he looked like he had just fought a 20-round fight, the way he was huffing and puffing, I was just like, why? Like, he's going to die. And look, it sounds crazy. I've seen it. Like, I don't know if you were there or if you had any interest in this, but like when Bellator was here at Toyota Center.
I don't even know who that is.
It's like a lower level
Gotcha.
MMA promotion.
Okay.
And Kimbo Slice fought Dada 5000, and Dada 5000 had to get stretchered out because he basically had a heart attack in the ring and nearly died, and then so did Kimbo Slice in that fight. Like, we've seen unathletic people nearly die in the ring for just being like terribly out of shape. I was not sure Mike Tyson was going to live through this. And remember, the fight got canceled once
because Tyson almost died this offseason.
Yeah.
Or whatever, this build up to the fight. Yeah, Tyson actually put an Instagram post up saying, like, yeah, I almost died. I had, I think he said something like 25 pints of blood he needed to have replaced or something along those lines because of what happened, because of the ulcer he had, which is an insane amount. I didn't think an ulcer could hit the fans quite like that, but it's a bummer that it was. We all knew what it was going to be. I really, more than anything, I just feel like a fool for watching it. I get it. I was with friends, but like, we spent the whole time trying to get the thing to go. And there was a part of us that were thinking, what if this is like the Sopranos series finale, where everyone thought their cable went out and something happened and none of us were able to see it because the streaming was down. And then the conversation is going to continue on Monday and people will still be talking about this absolute abomination of a fight. And I mean, we didn't have that because there weren't any punches thrown.
No, the only abomination we're talking about is Jerry Jones getting on the microphone and it not working and talking about how excited the NFL is to be partnering with Netflix.
Yeah,
and and you couldn't hear him say it.
That sounds right.
Like, what Texter pointed out, for the people in Houston, it won't be an issue because it'll be on local television, but the Chiefs Steelers game won't be. If you're in, and another point, I think maybe the same person pointed out,
where more people are going to watch.
Yeah, if you're in Beaumont, so like you're
big
just
money
outside the Houston city limits, you'll have to watch on Netflix, and it won't work potentially. That's a disaster if that happens on Christmas Day.
There'll be a lump of coal in your stocking. Although, yeah, I mean, at least it's football. But we all know what this was. I don't know why I watched it. I don't know why I watched it. Should have watched the UFC thing instead.
Will you watch the next one?
Probably not. Usually I don't watch these.
I don't pay for them. I would never pay for them. So like if it was free on Netflix,
or if I'm at a bar and something and it's on, I might watch it. I might not pay very much attention to it, but I might watch it. But I'm an idiot.
We all are.
I feel like we all were idiots for signing up for this. We all knew what it was going to be, and good for Jake Paul. Conned a lot of money out of some folks.
Yeah, they each got like $20 million or something.
I think Paul got 40, and I think Mike Tyson got 30 million.
Unbelievable.
Which is like the payday that he never got because of Don King. So there you go, guys. That sucked. And now we're on to the next big celebrity boxing event whenever that happens, because that's what this sport has become. He's Joe. I'm Paul. We got AJ in for Sean. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join us on YouTube or Twitch at ESPN Houston, at ESPN 975. We got Dom calling in before today's Texans-Cowboys game. Dom has been a bad luck charm for the Houston Texans. And Dom, I hope that you're not going to this Texans-Cowboys game. I feel like we have to make an agreement now. You can't go to any more of these.
Yeah, Gallant, I want to make it clear there's a little confusion among my Texans brethren. I am not in Dallas. I am going to sit the remainder of the season out. After the last two games, the Jet game, and I was in the H last week, as we all know, I'm now 0-13, so I'll be watching comfortably from my couch the remainder of the way. But Texans game day, return of Frico Collins. I named my son after Nico. I want to make it clear I would die for Nico Collins. Add him to the list, George. This is a huge day. We could finally get rid of the stench from the Lions game. Guys, I sat in the bullpen that night. It was like watching a car accident in slow motion. I knew it was coming. But today's a new day. We could go into Dallas tonight, beat the brakes off the Cowboys. Texans fans, I need you all to be loud. I know there's been a lot of talk about Bobby Slowick, but I'm not going to take the low-hanging fruit here. I'm going after number 7. CJ, my young king, I want to see you go out there and ball tonight. Screw it all. Fling that rock. Be the CJ I know. Remember last year, guys, when he was a rookie, we didn't really go through rookie mistakes or growing pains with him. So I think we need to get used to the fact that he is still young, and that's why we're experiencing those now. But playtime's over. Let's go. Time to kick it in gear. Let's go Texans tonight, baby.
Appreciate the enthusiasm, Dom, for this Texans-Cowboys game tonight. I mean, the idea of it being a get-right game, I don't buy into that at all. The Cowboys suck. The only thing that can happen tonight are bad things. That's how I'm looking at this. I am not going to be impressed by them putting a hurting on the Cowboys. I'm not. The team's dead. Feels like they're on the verge of quitting on Mike McCarthy the same way the Jaguars quit on Doug Peterson.
I wouldn't be shocked if CeeDee Lamb, even though they're saying he's mostly fine, didn't play tonight because they've quit on Mike McCarthy. Exactly. Like, oh, my back. I hurt it during 7-on-7 and I can't play now on Monday Night Football because I don't want Cooper Rush throwing me the ball. Yeah, there's really nothing. The Texans, even if they win by 30, what's like the like? It'll be good that they do it, but I'm not sure it impresses anyone that they do it. You're right. Only bad things can happen in this game.
I'm bringing the vibes down already.
But it is what it is.
It is what it is because football is football.
Football is football.
Thank you, Bobby Slowick, for that.
Forever. It'll be your lasting
I swear
legacy.
to God, if they lose on Monday, I'm going to play that every single segment for the rest of the week. You're just going to hear Bobby Slowick saying, football is football. It's football.
Football's football. I think we have to still play it every segment if they don't score in the second half because that's what he was talking about.
That's true.
So even if they win 20-0, but they score all 20 points in the first half, football and football. Football is football.
I posted that clip on my TikTok, and everyone basically said, "What is this?" Like, multiple people said, "What was this? Kamala Harris's campaign managers being unburdened by what has been, or whatever." My God, yeah, it was rough.
Football's football. Rough
moment for Bobby Slowick. I hope that things look better tonight. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Thanks to Dom, AJ behind the glass, and for Sean. Up next, what went down in the weekend of college football or college football six-pack? We're going to do it on Monday instead of Tuesday. There was an upset, but for the most part, everything is about the same as it was last weekend. College football six-pack is next. Stay put. Everything that went down over the college football weekend that you need to know. Normally we do this Tuesday at 12:30. We're going to do it today since the Texans have a game tonight. Number 1 Oregon rallied for a 16-13 win over Wisconsin on Saturday. They do not look like the number 1 team in the country, and I am annoyed that the top 5 has as many slow-ass teams from the Big Ten as it does, and I get it. Oregon's on the West Coast, Paul. What are you talking about? Still, it's slow, plodding crap. I hate it. I hate that there are more Big Ten teams at the top than SEC teams.
Yeah, somehow this season has turned into
South will rise.
There's all these teams that could technically win the national championship, but I don't know who's good. I don't know who's good in college football right now. They all have games like this where I'm just like, does Oregon really deserve just because they're undefeated every single first place vote in the AP poll?
I don't think so. Number 1 is Oregon. Number 2 is Ohio State. Number 4 is Penn State. And number 5 is Indiana. Get out. Just get out. I get it. Indiana hasn't lost. Penn State has. Oh, it was an impressive loss to Ohio State. And Ohio State only lost to Oregon. Blah, blah, blah.
Indiana plays Ohio State this weekend, though, so at least one of those teams will go away.
Yeah, you would
hopefully
think.
forever.
You would think.
Well, it'd probably be Indiana, so.
Going away forever sounds so final.
Indiana kind of feels like forever. It feels like this is their only shot to do any real damage.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Because they'll definitely move out of the top 12. Because
you'll think they'll be all the way out of the top 12 if they lose on Saturday?
Yeah, they have like the 103rd ranked strength of schedule in college football this year. So they're beating a bunch of bad teams. So if they lose even by, they'd have to lose on a last second field goal, I think, to
Gotcha.
keep it close, or a last second drive from Ohio State. But just what they did to Georgia and Miami after their one loss, moving them so far back to 10 and then out of the top 12, I would just imagine Indiana just falls out of the top 12 if they lose this game. Yeah, Oregon, Wisconsin was not fun.
No, it wasn't. But hey, Oregon did rally to win. Up next, number 3, Texas. It was meh. 20-10 over Arkansas. I thought that they were going to piggyback off of what they did the weekend before against Florida, who had a very impressive win that we'll talk about later. Nope. And I think a lot of people are starting to wonder the same questions about Quinn Ewers that they were already wondering once again. Is he going to be the guy to get him over the finish line?
When do you make the change?
You can't.
Like, does Sark have the guts that Nick Saban did when he benched Jalen Hurts at halftime of the national championship game?
I suppose we'll find out.
Tua? Like, is it in 2 weeks in College Station when they're down at halftime?
Ooh.
And that's when Arch comes in to save the day?
Do you think that'll happen?
That would be awesome if that happened.
It would be a cool story.
But if they're not going to make the change now, they're just going to ride this thing out for the year. And maybe some of the strategy is try to get Quinn out of Austin for next year.
They play Kentucky this coming Saturday at home. I suppose that could be a get-right game because Kentucky's been a bit of a mess this year. They're 1-6 in the SEC, and I think Mark Stoops' job has been called for. So we'll see what happens on that front. But not a great game for Texas on Saturday. Meanwhile, number 15, Texas A&M. Again, it's New Mexico State, so who actually cares? But 38-3. Marcel Reed did look good. They did cover. You are
no,
right,
they did not cover.
They didn't cover?
It was 38.5.
Oh,
so
got to run up the score.
Yeah, they need another touchdown there. I don't really know what to take away from this. It's New Mexico State. Not even real New Mexico.
What is it? They're the Aggies. There's only one Lord of the Aggies.
That's right. We know who the official Aggies are now.
It's not Utah State. It's not New Mexico State. I think there's another Aggies out there as well. Number 12, Georgia. They finished strong against number 7, Tennessee, 31-17. That game was tied 17-17 at halftime, but Georgia was able to make it happen at the end. I think if you're any of the teams that's in the college football playoff right now, you want Georgia gone because I don't think Georgia's going to win it just given what Carson Beck is, but we all know the talent that Georgia has, and Kirby Smart does get a pretty good amount out of his team when they are playing against teams like this when people are starting to second guess them. And I know I certainly second guessed them going into this game.
Oh, that's right. I mean, Carson Beck was throwing, 3 interceptions. It felt like every single week, but this week, 347 passing yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks. If he can do anything close to that, they're probably still the best team in college football this year.
Yeah.
But I just don't think he can actually do that very often. But they play UMass this week, so.
Zoomass. Yeah, I think Zoomass fired their head coach today. So how about that? Speaking of firings, Tom Herman.
Oh, I didn't see that.
A report, and I don't know if it's official yet, but FAU is expected to fire head coach Tom Herman, the former head coach of the University of Houston Cougars, the former head coach of the University of Texas Longhorns.
What a fall. What a fall for him. This is it, I assume. Maybe he can go back to the Bears and be an offensive analyst.
1AA?
Yeah, 1AA, being a passing game coordinator for a college team. Like, because you don't even have the Nick Saban resurgence project. You can't go work for Nick Saban, and I guess he could go work for Kirby Smart.
He's not even 50. 3 years left on his contract. He's owed nearly $4 million, so it's not like he's making that much. Yeah, it wasn't that long ago where this guy was the number one coaching commodity that there was.
And just now he's fired at FAU. Some of that's got to go back to the weird handshake thing that happened, right?
I don't think so.
It's embarrassing a little bit.
He's just remarkably thin-skinned and unlikable, and I don't think that you can be a head coach anywhere if you don't win and you're those things. So that might be part of it. That might be a symptom, but I don't think people were talking about that as much as they're saying, hey man, it's FAU. There's not a lot of expectations there. So yeah, we'll see where he ends up next. I bet he does get to some sort of internship elsewhere with a good program, but will he ever be in this position again? Will he ever be a coordinator again? I don't know.
Seems hard to justify that to your fan base.
For sure.
You would think he'd have to have some level of success at FAU to make that leap to the next level.
Right, yeah.
I mean, but can't do that if you're getting fired by these teams. It's embarrassing.
It's not a good look. We had a couple upsets in college football over the weekend. This one, not as much of one because LSU's just been a mess. But Florida, somehow, some way, beat number 22 LSU 27-16. I don't know how they did it.
I do.
Hit me.
Brian Kelly,
who I believe got into a shoving match with one of his players in this game.
Yeah, he called him bleeping uncoachable, it looked like. And it was in his face.
Well, if you shove him, I'm sure that'll make him a little more coachable.
Yeah. So LSU, struggle bus. Hate to see it. Not because LSU. I like LSU. This is a Brian Kelly thing.
You just don't like Brian Kelly.
I hate Brian Kelly.
Because he left Notre Dame.
It's all right. Number 6 in the country.
That's true.
Beating up on scrubs.
The former number 16, BYU, they lost 17-13 to Kansas.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Prime time. College football playoff. Here we go, baby.
I mean, now.
Deion Sanders. It's coming.
But they got to win that game against BYU in the Big 12 title. They got to win it still.
They do, but it's coming.
The Big 12. Pour one out. There's really only 2 relevant conferences now, huh? I mean, like the ACC.
Yeah.
Yikes. I mean, SMU is the best team in the ACC, and the Big 12.
It's pretty bad. People thought Utah, they were like the odds-on favorite to win their quarterback got hurt.
1-6.
Yeah, they're terrible. No, this is where college football is headed. Is you have 2 power conferences, you have 2 mediocre conferences in the Big 12 and the ACC, and then you have everyone else.
Yep, and those 2 super conferences will pick off certain schools from these other 2. We don't know what the hell we're doing conferences. Yada, yada, yada. But BYU loses to Kansas. Top 5 stays the same. It is 4 teams from the Big 10. Oregon's 1, Ohio State's 2, Texas is 3, Penn State 4, Indiana 5. We'll see what happens in the college football playoff rankings that come out later tomorrow night. Notre Dame, as Joe said, is 6. Alabama's 7. Georgia 8. Ole Miss 9. Tennessee 10. So there you go.
And there's Boise State just hanging around. They'll be in the playoff at least.
They should get in.
Yeah, they'll be the auto bid. So unless they lose to Wyoming or Oregon State, even then, I'd imagine they're so clearly the best team of the non-power 4, I guess it is.
Right.
I mean, Army and Tulane are the only teams that could pass them at this point. In a Joe is very sad again moment, I do wonder what would happen if Army were to beat Notre Dame at Yankee Stadium.
You're down bad, dude. Just because your kicker
I'm just saying, like,
for the Bears missed a field goal. That's not Notre Dame and the Bears are two separate entities.
They lost to Northern Illinois this year, Paul.
Yeah.
If you can lose to NIU, you can lose to Army.
Football's football.
Football's football.
Anything can happen in a football
And it's Yankee
game.
Stadium. Who knows what happens at Yankee Stadium?
The ghosts of Monument Park.
Yeah.
Dude. Susie Waldman on the call with. Oh yeah, he's out now.
Dave
John
Sims
Sterling.
now.
Dave Sims. Yep, Dave Sims is the guy. All right, there you go. That is our college football six-pack. He is Joe. I am Paul. 713-780-3776 if you want to call or text in about tonight's Texans-Cowboys game. I'm really struggling to figure out how and when this team is going to be able to live up to this lofty standards that we have. But a blowout is really the only way they can make it happen. He is Joe. I am Paul. Stick around. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975 is how you sign up. You get an awesome deposit bonus. They will double your initial deposit. You can bet right away at mybookie.ag. Maybe you want to bet on tonight's Monday Night Football game. Texans are 7-point favorites on the road in Jerry World for tonight's game that kicks off at 7:15. Cooper Rush is under center for the Dallas Cowboys. We might see Trey Lance under center at some point for the Dallas Cowboys. The Cowboys are licking their wounds. And while the sun might not be able to get in their eyes for this game, this does have all the makings of the Texans finally covering, right? The over-under for this game is 41. I don't think the Cowboys defense is capable of keeping this game one of those low-scoring ones or similar to the game that we saw between the Texans and Jets on Thursday night. So while I do not trust the Texans to cover, I do feel like both of these teams can go over the over-under of 41, which seems pretty low. Over-under of 41. So that's what I'm going to take at mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975. Maybe you want to take the money line with the Texans minus 370. Mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with mybookie.ag.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
From the 409, a text. Could y'all just have good vibes for this show? LOL. Go win a Monday night game. and get this thing turned around. I just don't see how a Texans win over the Cowboys is going to turn this thing around. And I know that the Texans are going to tell us the same thing that they say about every single game. Hey, all these games are the same. It's an opportunity to go out there and compete against the best football players in the world. They'll give you some crap like that. But they're not going to win us back. They can put a foot forward, their best foot perhaps, against the Cowboys. They can put that foot all the way up the Cowboys' ass. I still don't feel like it's going to bring people back in to believing that this team is going to be doing anything of consequence in the playoffs this year, especially after yesterday where, yeah, you feel better about the Texans win over the Bills, but at the same time, you're taking a look at some of the other better teams in the AFC, the convincing things they're doing, and you are wondering if this Texans team is capable of that, even though they did for a time, much like they did for a time against the Bills, for a time against the Lions, looked like they were going to pull off that one.
I mean, it could be the start of the turnaround of the offense being better, but I don't think a one-game sample size with the struggles that we've seen should just make you forget the reality. So I get the Texas point, like be positive. They should beat the crap out of the Cowboys tonight. They have a terrible quarterback playing. Your best player maybe on the team is returning to the field. And even though Will Anderson's out, we got a surprise on Saturday when we saw Kamari Lassiter return to practice and be listed as questionable for tonight's game. Aaron Wilson just reported that Mario Edwards is likely to will be activated for tonight's game. So like the arrow is pointing up in terms of health, except for Will Anderson. But it's the Cowboys. They're a disaster this season. Their fans are trying to justify this game and talk trash by pointing to a 4-2 record. That's all they've got. Like,
wait, what 4-2 record
against the Texans in their history?
They're really doing that?
Yeah, we got like 2 of those texts last week, and we got one this weekend during the bullpen as well.
You guys are down bad.
Like
Jesus.
4-2 with 6 career games. You got 2-game franchise lead.
Well, I'm glad they at least have some fight, because honestly, Cowboys fans being woe is me all of a sudden. No offense, AJ. I know you're a Cowboys fan. Cowboys fan being woe is me all of a sudden has been one of the more annoying developments. You people used to be arrogant and cocky. What happened to you? What happened? AJ, you can answer if you want. I feel like y'all are just sad little pandas going up to work every single day. Oh, it's tough to be a Cowboys fan. Like you're Joe, the Bears fan here.
I've never been an arrogant one of those because I know there's so many delusional ones. I've been a realistic one.
Okay.
I've continued to say I want them to lose every game the rest of the season so we can try to get the number 1 pick. I'm serious. Why not? I mean, there's nothing to play for.
There's the state of Texas pride. That's on the line.
Y'all can have this one. I mean, y'all are gonna talk trash regardless. I've accepted it at this point.
Yeah, I mean,
it sounds sad. It's a beaten man right there.
AJ is 22.
Yeah.
Oh, so he's only seen the bad times.
Yeah,
exactly.
He's like me. Like we don't have good times.
Right.
We don't have positive things to remember.
From the YouTube, Keith, I hate playing desperate teams. Nothing good ever happens. I don't feel like they're going to be desperate. You know, I don't know how many people on this team are playing for their jobs. You could say Mike McCarthy's coaching for his job, so they might call some wacky stuff occasionally. But I have just gotten a sense of lethargy. I just feel like they're kind of checked out on the year. And I mean, I would be too if my starting quarterback tore his hamstring off the bone and is gone for the season in a year where he wasn't doing that well as it was.
Yeah, I mean, even before that, your only wins are against the Browns and Deshaun Watson, the Giants, and then you beat the Steelers, which that looks like a okay win. But look, they lost 47-9 to the Lions. They got embarrassed. They lost to the 49ers, who are a roller coaster team this year without Christian McCaffrey. Like, it's been a brutal year. I wouldn't blame the players for quitting, and it's part of the reason why you should never have a lame duck coach, because they all know what's happening. They all know that Mike McCarthy is getting fired and will not be there next year. So it's not like you're playing for your coach. He's gone.
Well, I kind of get, I mean, the contract thing with the coaches, I think that gets overstated a little bit. I've heard this a bunch before. I mean, if the team's doing poorly, they're going to get rid of them.
I would get rid of the guy the year before. Like I just don't think it's a good idea to have a coach as the lame duck status.
I don't think it's a good idea to, how about this, hire Mike McCarthy.
Yes.
How about we just start there? That's look, he won a Super Bowl with the Packers. Deserves credit for that. But you want someone who's young. You want somebody who's got energy, you know? I remember D'Amico Ryans during his introductory press conference was talking about, we don't want any energy vampires here. And I don't know what not what Mike McCarthy's like behind closed doors. I do know what Mike Zimmer's like behind closed doors, and he's there. It just feels like it doesn't add up to a team that's gonna really, I think, kind of have that same kind of energy that, at least going into this year, the Houston Texans had.
Yeah, hiring Mike Zimmer was a weird decision. I mean, and then the anger that I'm sure Cowboys, part of it might just be what's happening elsewhere. Now, like Washington lost on Thursday, but you're seeing Dan Quinn have success.
It's not like you had him on your stuff.
Yeah, Kellen Moore have success.
You're right.
So, like, it's like the guys who you haven't kept or, could have replaced. Remember at one point, like 2 years ago, people thought they might fire McCarthy to keep Dan Quinn because they didn't want to lose him.
Derrick Henry's looking good elsewhere.
Yes.
Could have signed him.
I mean, all the running backs are looking good elsewhere.
Saquon Barkley, right.
Yeah, like they're all having success, and the Cowboys are having to talk about Rico Dowdle being the bell cow back for them. So they're bad vibes.
Bad vibes. So from the 713, I'm a Cowboys fan. I do hope the Texans win their games, except for when they play Dallas. I'm born and raised here. I have no hate towards the Texans. Texans fans somehow have this hatred towards the Cowboys. I hate the Eagles, not the Texans. I'm sure it's from the general chirpiness of Cowboys fans during a time where the Oilers were on their way out of town. That probably is a factor. And also, there's a Houston-Dallas thing. It is weird, though. I think if you talk to somebody person to person, the idea of a Houston-Dallas hatred, a lot of diehard Houston sports fans have it, but I don't think it's as prevalent as it should be. Like, I really feel like it should be one of those things where, just like with growing up in the Northeast, like Boston hates New York. New York kind of hates Boston. Philly hates Boston and New York. Vice versa. It doesn't feel like it's on that level here. And okay, these two teams aren't in the same conference. They're not in the same division. But okay, do you really get that with Mavericks, Rockets?
No.
Do you get that with
Rangers, Astros?
Rangers? Really only last year.
Exactly.
And it's already dead again.
Yeah.
And maybe in 2015 too.
A little bit this year early on, but the Rangers season fell apart so fast that it just kind of went away because I don't know. You asked that question last week. We went over it and
it was all like, Yeah, it was a collective meh.
I feel like Texans fans really dislike the Titans more. I mean, just because of the ownership.
Yeah.
Like there's the disdain for the ownership group and what they did with the Oilers and leaving town. So I think there's more. Yeah, there's more disdain there. Houston lacks like that juice for a rivalry. Like the Yankees kind of fit it a little bit with the Astros.
It's the Yankees and Dodgers, but it was because they talk bleep.
Yeah.
It's more that. And you're like, F you guys, we're going to do what we can whenever we see you again.
And everyone hated the Warriors, but like the Warriors just killed the Rockets
one-sided,
when it mattered the most.
So it was like the Patriots being rivals with everybody in the like every fan base hated them because they would constantly go around and kill them.
And almost like the young person thing where it's like, what are Cowboys fans that are like AJ's age like have to be excited about? Well, the Texans have more playoff appearances since they became a franchise than the Cowboys. So it's not really this like rivalry. They've played 6 times in the regular season, and the Texans have more playoff appearances.
From the 713, we've never been good at the same time, so that definitely is the same thing. From the 936, Longhorns Aggies. Yeah, that's true. Longhorn Aggies. That's why I can't wait for this game to happen. 10 days away, because my favorite part about that rivalry is that both fan bases hate each other. Aggie fans are out and about with it. Longhorn fans are closeted haters of Texas A&M on a level that Aggies would love to like have acknowledged publicly, but the Texas fans don't want to acknowledge it publicly. They're like, yeah, OU. It's very funny to me because I know you hate them more than you hate OU, even if you haven't played them in a while. You hate OU, sure, you play them in the game every single year. You hate these people. You see these people way more than you see OU people.
That's like the way Sarkisian was talking about the Arkansas
thing, right?
Come on, like who cares?
So I heard I was talking to one of my Texas friends over the weekend, and I was trying to get like, so why do people hate Arkansas so much? So Arkansas was like the one non-Texas team that was in the Southwest Conference back in the day. And going there, people would say, because Fayetteville sucks, they would call it Vietnam, which I thought is amazing. Vietnam, what an incredible term.
That's great.
A great term.
Yeah, I'm ready for next weekend already.
Yeah, I am too.
For A&M versus Texas.
Super sim.
Thank goodness it's back. Like college football is just in a better place now because of it.
He is right. He is Joe. I am Paul. 713-780-3776 to call, to text if you want to weigh in on the Texans game against the Cowboys tonight. I do think it's one of those games where you're only going to be happy if the Texans get a blowout, but you aren't going to be that happy. We'll respond to some of the things that you guys are saying about it. And are the Texans better than the two teams who had the most impressive wins other than the Bills on Sunday? Stick around. Texans and Cowboys tonight, Monday Night Football, mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. Texans are 7-point favorites. And I think if they win by 2 touchdowns, people will be unimpressed. I think if they win by 3 touchdowns, people will be unimpressed. I feel like you got to win this one by 30. You got to win this one by 30 for anyone to start looking at you and saying, oh, okay, they're figuring it out. Is it fair? Probably not. But that is the way the cookie crumbles.
Do what the Lions did this weekend. That's what you want?
Yeah, 52-6.
Hell yeah.
And even then, I'd be like, well, it's the Cowboys.
They gave up 6 points?
Mm-hmm.
Come on, D'Amico.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on with their defense?
From the 409, my definition of a Texans win tonight is win the game because you're supposed to and don't get anybody hurt. Yeah, that makes sense. Another text for the 936. Texans have a history of making bad teams look good. They sure do. They sure do.
It's the ultimate lose-lose situation tonight for the Texans. You win, it's unimpressive. You lose, your season should be over. It's not, but if you lose, the Colts won this weekend. Like they're in the thick of it. If you somehow lose to the Cowboys tonight, I really struggle to think how that happens. We saw the Panthers game last year, saw the Jets game last year, saw the Jets game this year,
Falcons game last year.
Yeah. The Jets are 1-5 this year since they fired Robert Saleh. That one win is against the Texans.
Oof.
It's not good. And it's pretty easy.
They lost to Anthony Richardson yesterday, for God's sake.
Yes.
They made Anthony Richardson look awesome, for God's sake.
So it's hard to imagine how they lose this game. But to the Texas point, they make bad teams look competent.
From the 713, the playoff appearance thing is such a low thing to hang y'all's hat on. Talking Texans Cowboys. It's also factually incorrect, but even if true, is that the only thing the Texans have over the Cowboys? We've still both never been past the second round. Sounds like a real little bro thing to say. Oh, this guy's a little salty. And yes, you said more playoff appearances, so don't go moving the goalposts.
Yeah, look, it's both sides.
I'm glad we're getting some anger out of them.
It's both sides of it. Like playoff appearance, like it doesn't. The one texter who pointed out that neither of these teams have been good. That's really the real reason why there's no juice to this rivalry. Because if the Cowboys had their act together this year and were in the thick of the NFC East playoff race, and Dak Prescott was healthy and they would have signed Derrick Henry, this game has a lot more value to it. But they have 3 wins and their quarterback's out. And the Texans have been terrible a lot of the times that they've played.
Yeah.
So there's just nothing, for me, there's nothing to it from, I guess, an outsider perspective. At least the Rangers won a championship the year after the Astros did. So there's something to it. At least the Mavericks have had guys like Dirk and Luka and their time here have won a championship. So at least the Rockets, there can be something to that. I think that one might turn into something actually now. Rockets Mavs.
Oh.
Luka, Kyrie versus and Klay Thompson versus this young
the core 8.
Yeah, maybe that will actually have some juice to it. But even then, I feel like Rockets Spurs is more than Rockets Mavs.
Maybe. I feel like you just need to have a bunch of playoff matchups against one another. Spurs aren't good enough at this moment in time. So yeah, and the Mavericks, I mean, they have accomplished more, clearly. So they made an NBA title. Yeah. They didn't win it, but they made it. So I think that's getting in the way of Houston, Dallas sports hate being on the same level as Texas A&M hate. Are the Texans better than either of these two teams? First off, the Pittsburgh Steelers, what a year it's been for Mike Tomlin, who, remember, benched Justin Fields while this team was winning for Russell Wilson. They get an impressive win yesterday over the Baltimore Ravens to take essentially a 1.5 lead in the AFC North. They're 8-2. Baltimore now 7-4 after an 18-16 very Steelers kind of win over Lamar Jackson and company.
Are the Texans better than the Steelers?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
No.
You did blow them out last year, but that was with Kenny Pickett under center.
Mike Tomlin, they're finding a way to just get it done with minimal production from quarterbacks.
Their defense is great.
Yeah, Justin Fields has not been good. Russell Wilson has not been good. But George Pickens, it's the only thing that works for them. 8 catches for 89 yards. He's like their only guy, but their defense is great. Patrick Queen was a really good signing for them this offseason. You have obviously you have TJ Watt out there, Cam Hayward, and they're just really, really well coached. So, I would not pick the Texans to win a game versus the Steelers right now.
Yeah, honestly, with the way that Stroud's struggling against defenses, I feel like Mike Tomlin and the Steelers would be able to come up with something that frustrates him. And then, I mean, yeah, you mentioned Patrick Queen. You mentioned some of the pass rushers that they have with TJ Watt. You got Cameron Hayward, who's just an absolute monster of a human being in the middle of that too. That's why Pittsburgh is doing old school Pittsburgh stuff right now. The other team I wonder about, and this one I actually do not know the answer to, are the Houston Texans better than the Los Angeles Chargers, who had, I thought, a ballsy win last night in Sunday Night Football over the Cincinnati Bengals? A game where, the Bengals were still moving the football. You had another big game for Joe Burrow. Not 5 touchdowns this time, but T. Higgins is back in there. Cincinnati was certainly moving the football, but Chargers with Jim Harbaugh, I don't know what it is. They just feel like they're tough. I mean, Justin Herbert was a sub 50% passer last night.
They're a weird team because you look at like their resume this year. It's not that impressive.
No.
Like they've really only beat bad teams. The only, good win you would, say is the Broncos this year, but they've lost to the Steelers, Chiefs, and the Cardinals. 3 playoff teams are their 3 losses. But it's Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah.
And it's Justin Herbert. So right now, I'm taking them over the Texans.
I think I'm still taking the Texans over the Chargers. There's something with Justin Herbert I just can't do. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's his hair. I mean, the guy's tough, no doubt about it. But Harbaugh's definitely a better coach than D'Amico Ryans. Harbaugh's a better coach than most football coaches.
Yeah, it goes back to what you asked last week when people are questioning the ceiling, or we're asking the question of what's the ceiling for D'Amico Ryans.
Oh, that's racist. You can't do that.
Part of it is Jim Harbaugh. Is like can you be on Jim Harbaugh's level where just everything he does turns to gold, whether it's Stanford or San Francisco or Michigan or now the Chargers.
Yeah.
He just wins wherever he goes. And like Mike Tomlin and Harbaugh, right now, I take them over Tomlin. Even though like Herbert to me is still a top 5.
Wait, you take Harbaugh over Tomlin?
Harbaugh and Tomlin over to me.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
No, I'd still take.
I actually that is a toss up. I don't even know who I take.
That's a good question
right now.
I mean, Harbaugh has been to it. Has Jim Harbaugh been to a Super Bowl more recently than Mike Tomlin? I think the answer to that's yes.
Yeah, the Ravens 49ers Super Bowl was more recent than the Packers Steelers Super Bowl. So yes.
So Harbaugh's been to a Super Bowl more recently, and he's won a national championship recently. So I think you deserve a little bit of credit for that.
Yeah.
He comes in right away, and he's got the Chargers just like that's why what's different about this team. Like if this was last year or any other year, I would easily take the Texans. But the Chargers also would have lost last night's game if it was any other year.
Yeah, they would have been chargered.
Yeah.
But they can't charge her anymore because Jim Harbaugh's running the show.
Exactly.
I mean, they had the balls to run it in that situation where, I don't know, the Bears did not. They had a timeout in your back pocket. Well, I'm just saying.
That's unnecessary.
It's not unnecessary. It happened.
We're talking about the Chargers here.
Well, the Chargers went for it, and guess what? They ran for a touchdown.
They did.
Instead of going for the field goal. You can't really trust kickers as much.
No. Kickers are bad.
Kickers are not having a good couple of weeks here. From the 409. Okay. See, we are waking some of the Cowboy fans up. You know who beat the Steelers at their house? The Cowboys.
Cool.
Congratulations. That's a big time win. I'm sure that went a long way in the standings for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's going to have them right back in shape.
Yeah.
AJ's not feeling that.
Weeks ago.
It
was week 5.
Yeah, that's true. But you know what?
Justin Fields was the quarterback.
So, yeah, they benched Justin Fields. They stopped the menace known as Justin Fields. They sent him back to the bench.
Well, except for when he's on the field and has to rush for a first down and slides before he gets to the marker.
That happens. It's fine.
That was a tough look.
The Cowboys, by the way, not in last place in the NFC East, so they got that going for them. But they don't have as cool of a quarterback because Cooper Rush, he's no Tommy Cutlets. Hey, Tommy DeVito's back, and Daniel Jones, that was over. Forget about it.
I can't believe we're going to have to watch Tommy Cutlets versus Cooper Rush on Thanksgiving. Actually, you know what? I won't do that.
You're not?
I
Why
won't
not?
be doing that.
It could be Tommy Cutlets against Trey Lance.
That's true. It could be Drew Lock versus Trey Lance at that point.
Yeah, surprised it didn't turn to Drew Lock. Is Drew Lock hurt or something like that?
It's almost like how bad is Trey Lance? How bad is Drew Lock?
No, it feels like they're just pandering to all the Italian Giant fans.
Oh, just trying to get people to go to the game.
It's like,
still.
it's great. It was fun with this clown under center.
Yeah.
No offense to Tommy DeVito.
He kind of deserves it.
He leaned so hard into it. I thought it was kind of embarrassing. It was rather shameless last year.
I mean, him and his agent.
My dad's he's making veal cutlets in the parking lot. Oh, I'm walking here.
I mean, I know what Granado will be doing on Thanksgiving.
What's that?
He'll be watching Tommy Cutlets.
Will he?
Be cheering for him.
I don't know. I feel like he watches a little Tommy DeVito. That's where he says like, no, I actually agree. I disavow him. I don't play this. He's Joe and Paul. We got AJ in for Sean behind the glass. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Getting closer and closer to Astros pitchers and catchers reporting. Big news for the Astros today. Will it actually mean an upgrade in something that needed to be upgraded a while ago? Probably not, but we'll tell you what happened. Stay put.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. You can join on YouTube as well at ESPN Houston, at ESPN 975 on Twitch. As far as tonight's Texans-Cowboys game, CeeDee Lamb probably going to play. The Cowboys, quote, feel really good, end quote, about Lamb playing tonight. That's from Jerry Jones, who told that to John Machota of The Athletic. He's got 59 catches for 681 yards, 4 touchdowns on the year. Also, you got this note. I just saw this pop up on Pro Football Talk. The Cowboys have lost their last 5 home games by a combined... AJ, the Cowboys fan behind the glass, shaking his head. Joe, do you know what that number is?
18 points.
No,
18.
They've lost their last 5 games by a combined
70 points.
AJ, do you want to guess?
I'll guess like 28. I don't know.
They've lost their last 5 home games by a combined 110 points.
Oh, my bad. That's what I meant. Like average. My bad. Yeah.
Hey, so 28? That sounds about
that's
right.
What I meant. That's what I meant.
That sounds about right.
Then that means the Texans need to win by 28 points tonight. Got to keep the pace going.
That's fine.
Stay paced with the rest.
Like I said, 3 and 14.
Yeah, AJ wants the draft pick. That's
ready
all
for
he
Travis
wants.
Hunter.
All right, we are getting closer and closer to Astros spring training. Pitchers and catchers reporting to West Palm Beach. Let's hit that bone.
It's always Astros time in Houston. Are you ready to play?
A lot of people were wondering what it was going to be like if the Astros didn't win the division. I guess we'll never know.
We're counting you down to the Astros pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training in West Palm Beach.
Guess what? Minute Maid Park's got a new name. We actually talked about this a couple of weeks ago, but we weren't sure that this was actually going to go down. But Minute Maid Park is no more. You might still call it the Juice Box. You might still call it Minute Maid Park, but Minute Maid Park is now, drum roll please, Dakin Park. Dakin?
I don't know.
It's an air conditioning company from Japan.
Ooh. You gonna get those Japanese players? They're on their way?
We could. I don't know.
Air conditioning company.
I don't know, Jim.
I know you got thoughts on that air conditioning company.
Well, listen. If you're named after an air conditioning company, I'm expecting the air conditioning to not be good. Daikin Industries is, I guess, the world's largest air conditioning company. So, considering the state of the air conditioning at Minute Maid Park the last couple of years, underwhelming at best, I am hoping that the air conditioning will be upgraded at the park. Will that actually happen? Probably not. I say this as somebody who was a fan of a team that played in a stadium that was also licensed to an air conditioning company. Syracuse used to play in an arena called the Carrier Dome, an air conditioning company. Can you guess what wasn't in the stadium?
Air conditioning?
There was no air conditioning in that dome.
To be honest with you, no idea that's what it was for. You can't be sponsored by an AC company and not have good AC.
It has to be better. Someone's got to fix it. It's been a problem. I mean, I don't know if they're setting the thermostat at 78 like my mom always does. Living in Florida with my mom, setting the thermostat at 78. Brutal. It's too hot, Mom. It's too hot.
This is gonna get some getting used to.
Yeah, I'm still gonna call it Minute Maid Park. I'm never gonna change the name.
People want to call it now the Icebox.
Well, again, let's have it be cooler on the inside.
Yeah, you can't call it the Icebox, and when you walk in, you're still sweating.
Also, from Jim Crane today, he spoke to the media. He said that there's nothing to report on negotiations with Alex Bregman, but that Dana Brown and Scott Boras have been visiting frequently. Crane said he also talked to Boras once earlier this winter. Is it winter? What are we talking about?
They just say winter in baseball. I mean, I guess it is November.
Yeah, but I mean, we haven't even had a day in the 50s yet, have we?
Yeah, no, but
no, it's not winter. It's not winter until December. It's still fall. Fall starts in late September.
I feel like Halloween's the end of fall, technically.
That's wrong. That's literally wrong.
Is it?
Winter begins December 20th usually.
Really?
Yeah. Spring starts in March. Summer begins in, I think, June. And then
it's definitely not winter until we're officially out of hurricane season.
It's different here.
Yeah.
But We are 100% not in winter. Whatever. It's fine. Baseball. It's going to baseball. Also from Jim Crane, we want to try and field the best team we can without going crazy. Some of the payrolls are pretty high for the bigger teams, but I think we were the 5th highest payroll, Flex. That's the first time we've done that, Flex. We have the wherewithal to do it if we need to do it. That's mealy-mouthed.
Yeah, but you can do it. Clearly. You just said it, Jim.
If they want to do it.
So they're choosing not to do it.
Correct.
Which that's their prerogative. And then there's reports today. I just saw this come across my Twitter timeline that Scott Boras is reportedly still looking closer to that 11-year, $305 million deal for Alex Bregman. Good luck with that, buddy. You ain't getting that.
Are you going to call him washed again?
I mean, I'm not going to back down yet.
No.
He's still washed.
Scott Boras, washed.
If Alex Bregman gets over $250 million,
you'll back off?
And Juan Soto gets over $600 million, I got to back off.
$600 million. Do you think that's possible for Juan Soto?
I don't
It
know.
seems like a lot.
I think it depends on how long the contract is.
Especially because Julio Rodriguez got that ridiculous deal, and now all of a sudden doesn't really look like that was the best idea for the Mariners.
Yeah.
I think there's some like random stipulations that he has to meet in there, but what was it, like $500 million or so? It's insane.
I think he'll still get it. I think he'll start with, it'll be $500 million, I think, for Juan Soto. And it might go higher based on how long it goes. But so, Scott Boras can get out of the washed house, but he's still on the list right now.
While we're on Dyken Park, a lot of people are wondering what's going to happen to the train. So, for those who don't know, the train powered by old engineer himself or conductor Bobby Dynamite has is it a caboose? I don't know, not a caboose, but it's got a payload of oranges in the truck that's right behind the actual train itself. Jim Crane said that the oranges will be replaced by a surprise that will be revealed on opening day.
Oh. What could it be?
What is that surprise?
Air conditioning units.
I mean, that would be nice, but I don't know how that's going to work. Would it be a brand new air conditioning machine?
Oh, so there's just the train's gone?
I mean, I would be cool with that.
I think you rebrand the train.
You could do that.
Make it look like the Polar Express.
They're going to put Jose Abreu and Carbonite in the back of it.
Hey, he's got 4 home runs right now in winter ball.
He does?
Saw Jeremy Brandon tweeting that.
Winter ball?
Yeah.
He's still under contract. I don't think anyone claimed him.
I think you're right.
I actually don't know how that works because they outrighted him, right? But they still have to pay him.
Because he didn't accept the assignment, I don't think they could just be like, hey, come on back, bud. Montero, yes.
Okay. Right. Okay.
But Abreu, no.
That's the surprise.
I feel like it's going to be just giant ice cubes.
Yeah, or fake ice cubes.
Yeah.
We'll see. But anyway, guys, yeah, we're getting closer and closer. 86 days away. Tormak Johnson says, bring back Enron Field libs. Sir. That's terrible. YouTube Keith says ice blocks is the obvious choice.
If it's so obvious, though, I feel like you have to pivot to something else. You got to surprise. Yeah. ATX Hobo pulling an AC unit. That would make sense.
It would. Anyway. The countdown continues tomorrow. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Texans and Cowboys and Monday Night Football tonight, plus a real quick look at everything that went down over the weekend in the NFL. Stay put. All right. Big game tonight. Texans, Cowboys, the Lone Star Showdown.
The battle for Texas.
No one's that hyped up about it. No one's that hyped up about it. We got Cowboys fans who are willing to just concede this game to the Houston Texans. They're 7-point favorites. Does look like CeeDee Lamb might play for the Cowboys in this game. Dallas has been just god-awful in Jerry World this year. As I said a little bit ago, lost their last 5 home games by a combined 110 points.
You think they're like? Do you think Cowboys fans, like, if we turned on one of the stations there, like, they're all excited about this game? We're gonna show the Texans who runs. Who runs the state?
If they're realistic, no, but
Right, AJ. I don't think anyone can even fake optimism or enthusiasm for this one. I think everyone's just hoping, let's not get the doors blown off. Can it be a respectable effort? And if not, can you put us out of our misery early on?
Oh, so they can leave early?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, have the game be over by halftime so they can get home from Arlington.
Yeah, that would help. So that's the game tonight. We'll talk about it in greater detail tomorrow. Hopefully, for our beloved Houston Texans, it shall be a blowout, but we'll all be feeling probably the same as we already do about this team. How about the Buffalo Bills taking down the Kansas City Chiefs yesterday in the primetime game on CBS? The game was close, and some thought, hey, it's 4th and 2. You know what? Let's just get the points on the board at Orchard Park. Instead, Sean McDermott shows some chutzpah. I don't know what kind of speech he delivered to the team before going for it on that 4th and 2, but Josh Allen took off on a scramble, got the first down, and ran all the way into the end zone for the finishing touches on a 30-21 victory over Kansas City. There are no more unbeaten teams in the NFL after what Buffalo did. And by the way, the last team to beat those Buffalo Bills, your Houston Texans. Huzzah.
Do you think it's equally as lame that the Dolphins, the old guys, still pop champagne when a team?
Yes.
I think it's so stupid.
I do, but the most vocal of all of them, I believe, passed away.
I think you're right.
Before getting the chance to do it this year.
Yeah.
Mercury Morris, he was the one that did it the most.
Yeah, I guess you got to have something to live for.
Probably the loudest about those 72 Dolphins, even though, okay, I think he was a good to solid player, but he definitely wasn't like the better players on those teams, like Larry Zonka, Nick Bonaconte, and some other ones.
Larry Zonka. I used to love him on TV.
Syracuse guy. Did you know that?
I think I did know that.
Yeah.
Wasn't he the color commentator for American Gladiator? I think of someone else.
It was definitely someone.
I don't remember.
I don't either.
But there's a good win for the Bills.
It's a huge win. No more than good. It's a huge win. I don't know if it means anything for the playoffs. Because
that's why it's good for me.
The Bills have beaten the Chiefs in the regular season a couple of times now. The problem is, in the playoffs, you see what happened last year where Stephon Diggs is open downfield and ball bounces off his hands. That was their opportunity right there.
Yeah, I think it's the last 4 times they've played in the regular season.
Yeah.
The Bills have won, but then the last 3 times in the playoffs, the Chiefs have won.
Yep.
So that's for me why it's a good win. It can't be a great win just because it feels like we know how the story ends. They play in the AFC Championship game, and Patrick Mahomes goes to a 3rd straight Super Bowl.
There was a part of me that was hoping that they would kick the field goal only to lose. There was a part of me hoping for that, just for the Bills to continuously fall in dramatic fashion like that, because there's just enough time for Patrick Mahomes on the clock. But that was a huge win for Buffalo yesterday. I thought that game was a fun one to watch as well. Also in the AFC, this was probably the most surprising in the eyes of some victory of the day. The Pittsburgh Steelers are 8-2 after taking down Lamar Jackson, MVP frontrunner at least going into the game, and the Baltimore Ravens 18-16. Early on, they forced a fumble of Derrick Henry, and they were able to hang on for the victory. Never really pulled away, but Pittsburgh's defense and Mike Tomlin are doing some really special stuff this year, and Tomlin's probably the coach of the year.
Him or Harbaugh?
Who would you give it to between those two? Because Harbaugh's another good argument.
Probably Harbaugh, based off of the Chargers having a top 5 pick, and then now going to have 10 plus wins, it looks like, this season. So the jump for a new coach probably gives it to him, but Mike Tomlin definitely is highly considered, I would think.
What they've done this year has really been incredible. That was a great win for them yesterday. Also, we just mentioned it. The Los Angeles Superchargers took down the Cincinnati Bengals in Sunday Night Football 34-27. This was a game where they just outgunned Cincinnati, who continues to get incredible performances out of Joe Burrow and their offense, but 4-7 on the year. I think there was a piece in The Athletic where Joe Burrow is like the most miserable he's ever been.
He should be.
He's having a great season, and yet, it's a 4-7 football team.
I mean, he threw 9 touchdowns in 2 games against the Ravens. They lost both of them. He threw for 356 yards, 3 touchdowns in this game, and they lost. What else is he supposed to do?
I wonder if Zach Taylor is fired at the end of the year. The big problem for the Bengals every single season is that they start off slow and they take so long to get going. By the time they finally do get going, it's too late. But this time, I mean, they're not even getting wins as a result of the now showing up later in the year.
Belichick?
To the Bengals? No, they're not going to pay him. They'll be like the Bears hiring him because
I think that's why Harbaugh's not the coach of the Bears, because they're too cheap.
Yeah, there's certain teams I feel like aren't going to go over a high enough number.
Gosh, if I was Bill Belichick though, and I want that record, this is the quarterback I want. This
gives you a chance.
Yeah. I mean, because he's not that far from the all-time wins record.
I think he's within 20, but I could be wrong.
But like Joe Burrow gets you there in 2 seasons.
Theoretically.
Yeah.
Again, you gotta spend.
And they don't. I mean, and now Jamar Chase is having an incredible year, and they didn't pay him in the offseason.
Nope.
And they didn't pay T. Higgins.
Nope.
And are you going to pay both these guys?
I doubt it.
Are you going to pay one of them?
I doubt it. And they don't make trades either. The Bengals, they're lucky they got Joe Burrow because it did save them from the irrelevance that they were once again back in. Around the AFC South, the Indianapolis Colts are back in the win column and are, a team that the Texans swept this year. So the Texans do have 2 games on them, no matter what happens tonight. But Indianapolis is 5-6 after Anthony Richardson got back as the starter for the Colts. He ran for 2 touchdowns, threw for 272 in a 28-27 last-minute victory over the New York Jets.
It's a solid performance. I mean, he fumbled twice and lost one of them.
Mm-hmm.
But considering why he got benched and how bad it was before he got benched, completing 20 out of 30 passes is a major improvement.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the guy's it's like a 30% passer in some games. But can we all admit that everyone acting like Anthony Richardson was assassinated because he was put on the bench after a game where he actually checked out of the game because he was out of gas? Can we all admit that the benching was not the end of his career, like a lot of you people acted like it was this great crime upon him? He got better for the 2 games. He actually credited the 2 games on the bench for getting him to play like this on Sunday against a Jets defense that does not know how to tackle.
It's the biggest overreaction maybe of the season so far by like the general consensus of fans was the freaking out over Anthony Richardson's benching when he had been terrible, when he checked out of a game, he quit on his team in an important moment. It was the right move to bench him. Like it sent the message. And when people talk about, well, like maybe this will make things worse for him. Well, then you don't want him as your quarterback.
Right.
And at least for one game, he responded really well. So this is, if you're a Colts fan, you should be happy with the fact that he got benched now.
Also in the AFC South, my God, Jacksonville.
Oof.
52-6, they lose to the Lions. Doug Peterson has not been fired yet. Doug Peterson was asked Sunday about being fired. Quote, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen. But there was no meeting scheduled between Doug Peterson and owner Shad Khan. I can't believe they haven't just done this already. Just get it over with. There are no good vibes in Jacksonville. Just get rid of them.
Yeah, I don't understand the report this weekend that like Trent Baalke's job might be safe because he might work well with Belichick somehow.
Ass.
No,
who does he have pictures of? Trent Baalke. They fired in San Francisco. They fired Trent Baalke instead of keeping Jim Harbaugh. Just how effing stupid was that? And then they go back into the Stone Age for a couple of years before they get Kyle Shanahan. That's incredible. Trent Baalke, I really want to know what he knows.
He's 30-64 over his last 6 seasons as a general manager with 1 playoff appearance.
Unbelievable.
I don't understand why Belichick would want this job. I know he wants to coach, and I know it's by the water.
It's because it's by the water. His girl.
Just keep
more
doing
selfies.
But just keep doing what you're doing. Like Bill's good at TV as he's on our television right now. Like he's good at this media thing.
Yeah, but when you're a head coach, you don't have to be around your family. I mean, you can, do you.
Yeah, but like a 24
Belichick's Belichick's probably sick of her already.
You can send her to Cabo for like 2 weeks and she'll be happy.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, look, he's around her all the time, and after a while, like most football guys, you're like, yeah, all right, I've had too much family. Like, that's why Tom Brady kept going back. His family wasn't good enough for him, honestly.
Tom Brady.
That's what I always say.
Not good at media.
Whoa. What are you basing that off of?
Yesterday's game.
What game did he call?
The Bears game.
Well, yeah, you can't possibly comprehend his genius. That's really on you.
He can be good. He can.
No, he is good. You just don't understand what he's saying.
Someone's got to tell him to stop acting like Romo. He just keeps yelling at me.
Yeah.
Stop yelling.
So let's go. That's his brand. Tony Romo, his brand is
That's what Tom's doing.
No. You just don't understand what he's saying.
It looks like they're gonna run.
Yeah. And you don't understand that he's saying it looks like they're gonna run. And maybe the Bears should take note. Looks like he's gonna have the field goal blocked. Right? He said that. I heard that on the broadcast. Looks like they're gonna block the field goal.
Yeah. Someone tell.
I didn't watch the broadcast.
Just stop being like Romo, and he'll be great.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Romo never did anything of value ever, so that's true.
It's true.
I agree with that. Yeah, I'll be honest. I have not heard many Brady broadcasts. I'm just assuming that you can't possibly understand his voice. You ever watched The Last Samurai, the movie?
Yeah.
The Emperor Never Speaks, Emperor Meiji, and the one guy says like, "You just can't understand his Majesty. His voice is too pure for this council." So that he can like keep operating him like he's his puppet.
Yeah.
You just don't understand what Tom Brady's saying. What else? Oh yeah, the Texans play them next weekend, and they stink. They lost.
They definitely stink. They're not good.
23-13 though. It was it was a more underwhelming loss than the Texans had to the Vikings.
I think that says more about
Titans
the
better than the Texans?
No. They beat the Jags and the Titans by a combined score of 35-19. And that's against Mac Jones and Will Levis. Vikings they're a very fraudulent 8-2.
Fraudulent.
Very fraudulent.
I feel like this is just your NFC North coming out.
I'll probably beat the Bears by 3 touchdowns next week.
Is that next week?
Yep. So.
And Matt Eberflus not fired yet, huh?
Nope. He's not.
What? I don't get what these teams are waiting for at this point.
I don't either. I think some of it's cheapness and not wanting to pay a guy even for 7 weeks.
Couldn't you theoretically figure out what if you have anything worth saving on the staff? And I get like Thomas who's the offensive coordinator?
Thomas Brown.
Thomas Brown, right. I know Thomas Brown stepped in for
Shane Waldron.
Jeez, I'm forgetting all these names. Maybe there's something. I don't know. I mean, Caleb Williams seemed to look pretty good at times in this game on Sunday.
The offense was excellent compared to what it had been. You're right. Why are the Jags not making a change to figure out, what's better off? Like, I don't like the Raiders. Look what they did. Now they might fire Antonio Pierce.
They should fire Antonio Pierce. They've lost 8 in a row.
But the reason why they kept him was because of what he did during the interims. Because at least they thought they had something.
Well, guess what? The next interim coach might be good, just like the last interim coach, Rich Bisaccia was pretty good.
I don't know why teams don't
just do it. Just pull the trigger. There's no point. I mean, the Saints, they're looking better since they got rid of Dennis Allen.
Yeah,
that was a nice win for them on with Derek Carr.
And then if you're the Jets,
Taysom Hill.
He's all over the place. But for the Jets, it shows you that you have a larger organizational problem.
Yeah.
By firing Robert Saleh and going 1 5 cents, like you tried to pin it on your coach, and it didn't get any better. Like there's no harm in firing a coach at this point.
Right. Like when you're down Bleep Creek this much, you may as well do it. And then we'll see if anything rises to the top. Anyway, he's Joe and Paul. That is the 10-minute drill. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5. And 92.5. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. With the benefit of hindsight, what will be better? The Netflix bout between Mike Tyson and Jake Paul or Texans Cowboys tonight? We'll discuss. Stay put.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
He's Joe. I am Paul. Yeah, if you got to watch any of that Friday fight between Mike Tyson and Jake Paul, fight, of course, in the most sarcastic of quotation marks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you saw something. You saw Mike Tyson's left ass cheek. You saw Mike Tyson's right ass cheek. And then you saw a fight that was cheeks. Is that fight going to be better than tonight's Texans-Cowboys game? Because I know, Joe, that you feel like this should be a blowout for the Texans. I know you feel that way.
Okay, can we like reverse engineer this?
Reverse engineer it.
What is the Texans game tonight if it's worse? They win 3-0?
If the Texans lose, it'll be worse than the Mike Tyson Jake Paul fight.
Okay, I think they have to lose by like 10 for it to be, or just a loss in general.
A loss in general is an absolute disaster. If they lose to this team tonight, they deserve all of the bullying that they have essentially reaped for themselves, specifically because of those Bobby Slowick comments on Friday. And I get it. People say things in press conferences. every now and then. You don't think that it's going to be used against you for the rest of eternity. But, I mean, Joe, when I heard Bobby Slowick say football is football, a couple moments later saying it's football, I realized that David Culley said this once. This is something that we have seen before from people that we have very little faith in running the show for the Texans. And a lot of the David Culley experience, you didn't like him because when he talked, he just didn't seem like he was on top of it. Whether he was or wasn't behind the scenes, it didn't even matter.
Yeah, it portrayed incompetence. And when your offensive coordinator is asked directly, very directly, about these second half struggles, and then to justify them after saying it's not play calling, it's just football is football. It's football. And it's infuriating. The only thing I think that could be I think to be on the level of Tyson, Paul, might actually be like CJ gets hurt and Davis Mills leads the Texans to a victory, because even though you won, it's still a disaster. Like Jake Paul won, but like it's still an embarrassing moment for him. I cannot see a world in which tonight, unless it's CJ getting hurt, in which tonight's game is more of a debacle than Friday night was.
Okay, well, that's good.
Like, what are they going to show Cal McNair's ass on national television?
Whoa.
Or Jerry.
Well, Jerry shows his ass a lot. Verbally.
Yeah.
Not physically.
I guess like the comp would be like there's cameras in the locker room before the game and Tunsil walks by.
The Cowboys
I'm
locker
like,
room probably already is that. I mean, the Cowboys locker room, you got all the fans that are able to go by while they're working out in the gym.
Hate that too.
Yeah, I mean, that's that. What's wrong with that, AJ? It's fine. I mean, they get to show off when they work out.
Yeah.
I guess. But I mean, it's just so toxic over there. Like, I think I speak for all Cowboys fans. We're just so tired of Jerry, man. It's bad, bro.
He'll die soon.
Whoa, Joe. What? I mean, that is
I wasn't
probably
gonna say
true,
that.
But he's rich.
That's true. So Steven will just take over.
Rich people could theoretically live forever.
But
He might have a clone.
He definitely is a cryogenic freeze guy.
Yeah.
They're going to fly him to Germany or whatever that one
Jerry
garbage
Jo-
time story was.
The year is 2073, and Jerry Jones is now the head coach and owner of the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah. Hopefully we're on the air. We are right now, but I saw the lights flicker, right? Okay, I thought it was going crazy.
Well, this building, against the weather, against the elements, does very poorly.
Yeah, I don't know if it's worse, the building versus the weather or Netflix versus 65 million viewers.
Netflix.
Definitely Netflix.
Definitely Netflix.
Because we come back.
Sometimes after a week.
But like, I guess like, what if ESPN goes dark tonight because of buffering issues? Can you imagine if that happened on a real cable channel? Like the uproar.
Well, I mean, this is the uproar. This is the real cable channel. Netflix is bigger than cable.
They prove they
More
shouldn't
people
be.
have Netflix than cable.
Yeah, they prove they shouldn't be.
I just can't believe that it was that bad.
I guess you're not prepared for 65 million people to watch it.
How though?
Exactly.
We figured this out with pay-per-view. What, in the 80s?
Mm-hmm.
You could figure that out on TV in the 1980s. You can't figure this out? I mean, everyone has the ability with their phone to watch video that's almost in crystal clear HD. Like the picture that I get on my phone is better than the picture I get on my old TV that I have.
I heard that was what a lot of people were saying online too, though, was that they could get it clearly on their phone and the buffering issue wasn't happening. Like, that doesn't help you on Christmas. Like, I don't want to be like sitting around the Christmas table, people watching my phone to watch the Texans play.
But that's what we did with the Jake Paul Mike Tyson fight in round 2, because I found a stream on Twitter and then we were watching on that, and then I figured out how to cast from Twitter to the TV that we had in the place. It is insane that you can have that happen. And I understand there are some logistics that I probably do not understand from people who are maybe more well versed in the internet side of things, but to fail like that, honestly, it is impressive. It really is.
Paul, they failed so bad. They allowed Antonio Brown to have 6.6 million people watching his Instagram live of the big board in Jerry World. Like, they could have killed Antonio Brown's Twitter account forever, or Instagram, whatever it was, by doing that. But they knew it was so bad. They were like, okay, well, at least 6 million people are watching it because they can't watch it at home. And that's how bad. There's no way tonight's game is this bad. There's no way. It's not possible.
Probably should knock on wood.
Yeah, you should knock on the wood, dude. Knock on that wood.
It's not possible.
That would be a worse image. Just one of the owners of the Texans or Cowboys knocking on their wood on TV. But he's Joe and Paul.
That's not what I meant.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what you're talking about, man. I've never heard the phrase knock on wood before. Not once in my life. Never, ever. So yeah, that game is tonight. And I know the buzz, it just is not there. But are they going to do what we're expecting them to do? Are the Texans actually going to pull off a blowout? 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Gallant and George, stay put. I just read a write-up for tonight's Texans-Cowboys game. And if you're a Cowboys fan, this might give you a little bit of hope that perhaps you can continue to own the state of Texas, because that's what's on the line. Although I don't think there's a silver boot at stake here. This is from the Associated Press. The NFL's 2 Texas teams have just one victory between them over the past month. That's not to say they're in similar situations heading into the 7th meeting of a series that started with Houston celebrating its inaugural game with a victory over Dallas 22 years ago. Not even close. But it sounds at first like it's almost a game with 2 struggling teams trying to turn things around. The Cowboys still could make the playoffs. They could still do it. If they win out and they get help, AJ, come on.
It's not over.
It's not over until the fat lady sings.
Yeah.
It's not.
Could be worse.
It could be worse.
Now, we got this text here that there is this thing that's been happening most of the year.
Okay.
Where teams are losing the week after they play the Lions.
Oh.
That at one point it was 5 straight games. The Packers just beat that, but they were coming off a bye week.
Mm-hmm.
Also, they beat the Bears, so it's almost like it doesn't count. But teams that play Detroit are auto losing the next week because they're just so physically beat up.
Okay.
That's a trend that's happening.
It's a trend that happened at some point this year. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
so people are trying to say Texans
not swarming.
They're gonna win.
You think they're gonna win convincingly?
I do. The Cowboys are terrible. Nico Collins is back.
But it's
Jeffrey
football.
Okudah is back.
Football's football. Well, yeah, that actually might help him out. Honestly, I don't know anything about Jeffrey Okudah as a legitimate contributor to this team this year.
Yeah, it kind of feels like it's still weird that remember when we all thought he was going to be,
Mm-hmm.
and now he's playing his.
Well,
first
I
game.
mean, I didn't. I was I more so was terrified that they were going to put Jeffrey Okudah on his 3rd team in 4 years into a spot where he'd be relied on.
Yeah, almost a contributor of just like I cannot believe this guy is starting for the Texans every single week. But he'll be out there tonight in some capacity, we're assuming, because he's been activated to the roster. Yeah, I think I think they're going to win convincingly this week. I think they're going to cover the spread.
Spread is 7. MyBookie.ag promo code bet975.
And I would have looked at the original one too, where it was 8, and it's only a point difference. But as tough as the season has been so far for the Texans, there's a reason why. They're a 7-point favorite tonight. They opened as a 9-point favorite next week already versus the Titans. They're better than these teams. Like they've struggled, but to be a little more positive, they still went toe-to-toe with the Lions, who are the best team in the NFL right now. They picked off Goff 5 times. They should have won, but they barely lost that game.
I reject any of this. We almost did this. We almost did that.
Just trying to be a little more positive after last week was not as enjoyable because it was such a bad loss.
Yeah.
Trying to find some positivities before this game.
I'm not. Blow them out or else. That is my demand. Blow them out or else. You do not want me in a bad mood after staying up late to watch a game and then doing a live stream afterwards. You do not want me in a grumpy mood tomorrow. You don't. And honestly, I will probably be in a grumpy mood if they don't even cover the spread, which I think is possible. I think it's possible. Someone texted in a loss tonight would be worse than all of Stroud's losses combined. No questions asked. Yeah, I agree with that. This team blows.
You think we were questioning D'Amico before?
We can't question D'Amico Ryans. In fact, we can't question Bobby Slow. No, my bad. We can't. We can't question CJ Stroud. We can only question Bobby Slowick. This is how the internet works. And you know what, Bobby Slowick? I mean, you just gave everybody all the ammunition they need to focus on you. And maybe Bobby Slowick's just trying to take attention away from everybody else in this organization that's underachieving. Like the offensive linemen who do not do their job, that are paid handsomely to do any job.
They got better last week.
They gave up 4 sacks.
That's what D'Amico told us. It got better.
He did say that, and that part of it drove me crazy. Like, they allowed 4 sacks. Well, the tape shows something. Does it? Does it? Does it?
My guess is the answer to that is no.
I don't need to rewatch the game again when the guy gets sacked 4 times.
Yeah, and he's also under fire throughout that entire game. Like, it was just because he was That's like fantasy stat watching from the coach's perspective. Like, well, he only got sacked 4 times. Yeah, well, he was under like immense heat most of this game. So they should win by at least 10 points at a minimum tonight.
I need more than that.
I know. I agree with you. 20.
300. I mean, come on. What are we
600.
doing? Yeah. We need a Rockets over the Bulls-esque kind of blowout.
Oh, I mean, that's, 52-6. Do what the Lions just did to the Jags.
I would like a 50 burger. Honestly, I think some people will feel a little bit better.
I think we would all feel a lot better. A 50 burger?
Mm-hmm.
Like those are right now, Detroit's trotting them out there, it feels like every other week or getting close to it. There's running up the score on teams. They're running fat offensive linemen out as wide receivers. Like, that's what I need in this game.
Uh-huh.
I need the Texans to be up by so much that CJ Stroud is in the end zone and he's throwing, fade routes to Laramie Tunsil. Like, that's what I need in this game.
That would be having fun. That would be cutting loose. D'Amico Ryans wants CJ Stroud to cut loose. CJ Stroud wants to swing away. And while football might be football in the eyes of Bobby Slowick, all that matters is cutting loose and having fun. Let's get back to fun. Talk to God. God will tell you to have fun.
They were having fun last week.
At certain points in the game, I think that they had fun.
Before the game, they were having fun.
For the 281, as a Cowboys fan, y'all will win 31-6. Stop stressing. No, this isn't stressing. This is demanding. This isn't stressing at all. They should win by that much. I don't know that it's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to see it happen, but I realize that it probably won't and that I'll be annoyed. And then after the game, once again, we'll be talking about how, but we got the win and that's all that matters. It doesn't matter how you win. It's that you win. But you didn't do anything in the second half. It doesn't matter. We won.
I think we're past that. I don't think you get that grace at this point in the season that you just because you win, it's a good win. When you've lost to the Lions and the Vikings and the Packers in the way that you have. Yeah. I just don't think it is. The Texans should be in contention with the Chiefs losing yesterday. The Texans should still be in contention for the number 1 seed in the AFC. But they've lost to all these NFC North teams and then got embarrassed by the Jets, who have been a dumpster fire this season. So I don't think you just get grace for beating the Cowboys. If it's by 1 or 3, you have to show us that you are a real contender.
Mm-hmm.
And real contenders beat the crap out of teams that are terrible.
Yeah, that's normally how it works.
So please.
Interesting text from the 832. Paul somehow displays toxic masculinity and flaming homosexuality at the same time. It's astounding. Yeah, I'm an artist. That's right. You wish you could do that. You can't. No one does it better than me.
I think I need some context here to why this texter thinks that. Like what occurred in the last segment?
If you don't know, then you'll never know, Joe.
Yeah, I guess I don't know that.
You don't know.
I don't know.
This is my cross to bear.
Yeah, I mean, I
posted some pictures from the Renaissance Festival on Saturday, and I can understand why some people maybe would think that based off of that picture.
I saw you sword fighting.
Oh yeah, it was a lot of sword fighting.
Real swords.
I got real handsy with the sword fighting. Yeah, with real swords out there.
So you got your 3 points.
I won the sword fight. Yeah, we did an Oklahoma drill afterwards. Yeah, I won the sword fight.
Yeah.
My sword was bigger than the other sword. That's why I won the fight. You're laughing. No, I mean I had a broadsword and he had like one of those like Roman swords.
What's your go-to when you go to the Ren Fair? Like, is there like you turkey leg?
No, I didn't do the turkey leg. No, I just did an obscene amount of drinking. Mead hangovers are, oh my God, they are brutal. So I had that. I did at one point. What was it? There were 2 different things. You could throw bean bags at this person who was like heckling you.
Okay.
Yeah. So I actually did take this girl out. She was not throwing her A game as far as insults because there were little children around. A surprising amount of children at the Renaissance Festival. It's not as family friendly as you would think.
Yeah, it
really
seem like
isn't.
It would be.
There's a lot of disgustingly fat men who are not wearing shirts. And again, like, do you? But I don't need the nipple rings. I don't need 2 nipple rings. Well, you're laughing. That's what I saw.
No, I know.
The amount of hideous, disgusting people that I saw out at the Renaissance Festival who are clearly living their kinks out in front of everybody those people, they need to chill. I can't believe as many people bring their kids there. And some of these people had kids with them. Weird.
Yeah, not going to be doing that.
God forbid I tell you how to parent, but I don't know. But anyway, the things that I did do the drench the wench. I don't think I can say what I was called by the person that I heckled a tomato at, but it was funny and I even laughed at it. Let's just say the person I threw a tomato at, and I got this close to his face. I was very close. These tomatoes, they're not like whole tomatoes, they're tomato chunks.
Okay.
This man called me a butt something else.
Oh, gotcha.
He called me that. I don't think I can say that on the air, weirdly, but he called me that.
Okay.
He called me that. It was kind of funny.
So, yeah,
The Renaissance Festival was fun, though.
Yeah, I kind of, if we weren't out of town, I think we would have tried to go this year. We went before. Last time I went was like pre-COVID.
Yeah.
It's been a while. I was also pre-baby, so that's kind of why.
Oh, gotcha.
You know, gotta kind of let him dictate my life.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways, but dumped him off at the parents' house this weekend so we could go to the casino for 2 days. So that was fun.
That's fun.
That was a good time.
You just abandoned your family to go to the casino.
My wife was with me.
Like a real man. Oh, that's even better.
So, yeah, she came with me.
Now, is Junior going to give you problems on the soccer pitch this week?
No, soccer season's over.
Season's over.
Yeah, we're on to spring soccer now.
Okay.
So
Spring soccer.
Apparently, we're doing it.
You're sticking with.
Dude,
are you coaching again?
I don't know. Yeah. Bunch of the
Why?
Parents,
you don't even like it.
Bunch of the parents asked me if we were going to do it again. And I was like,
yeah, because they don't want to do it themselves.
Yeah, I know, but like he has friends now because he's not in daycare. So I was like, I kind of want to keep this going and just pray that he's a little more behaved. Yeah.
All right, man.
We'll see how it goes. Not totally sure why we're doing it, but we're going to do it. We're going to keep
whatever endorsement.
Keep
of
fighting
sports.
Fighting through.
He's Joe and Paul. AJ in for Sean behind the glass. That's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Stay put.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
No movement on the Texans-Cowboys line. Texans still 7-point favorites for tonight's game. And I think we're all in agreement that if they win, we're not really impressed. We're expecting it. If they win by way of a blowout, we'll be, I think, pleased.
Cautiously optimistic?
I don't know if we're going to be optimistic about it. I'm just going to say I will be moderately pleased if they were to take care of business in a convincing manner.
Yeah, no injuries. Win convincingly. I think we'll be feeling okay going into the next week. The next 3 weeks are weird. You don't play any good football teams.
No, you don't.
So it's hard to,
just stack those dubs and hope that in a couple of weeks you're looking at, do a little math, a 9-4 record, which would theoretically have you in contention for the number 1 spot in the AFC. That said, right now, just take a look at the AFC table after a big boy Sunday in the conference. Chiefs are 9-1. The Bills, who you beat, are 9-2. The Steelers are 8-2. All these teams, at least from a wins perspective, have 2 wins on you. That's the ground you're going to have to make up in the last 7 games.
Yeah, and the Ravens losing kind of like unfortunately, it doesn't help your case for making up that ground because they'll play the Steelers again. I think we'll kind of pick the Steelers to beat the Ravens again this season just because of Lamar Jackson's struggles.
Pittsburgh's 4-1 against Lamar Jackson now.
Yeah, and the Ravens, as tough as the Texans stretch is of those 2 games in 5 days playing the Chiefs and then the Ravens. Well, the Ravens play the Steelers that Saturday, the day that the Texans play the Chiefs. So the Ravens play the Steelers on the 21st and then the Texans on Christmas Day. So it's very possible that the Ravens season could be altered. The NFL got lucky this year. They called their shot for Christmas Day about playoff implications in the AFC. They hit it with these 4 teams playing between the Steelers and the Chiefs and then the Ravens and the Texans. It is going to be a very important day of football in the AFC if the Texans can do their part.
Yeah, and I don't think any of us right now would expect them to do their part in those games. With Baltimore, it's pretty damn one-sided.
It is. Yeah, like the Texans, like Baltimore to the Texans is pretty much what the Steelers are to the Ravens at this point.
Except for, different because they're 2 different divisions.
Yeah, but just like the early on, 0-2 is what we're basing this off of, I guess, as I'm saying that. Yeah, like, would you accept 8-5 going into the bye week? So 2-1 in the next 3 games?
No, if they lose any of these games, I will kill them. I will kill them. I will absolutely crucify them on the air. Verbally, of course, because crucifying is bad. It's bad. It's not cool. They did it to that one guy that one time, and it was fine 3 days later, but, frowned upon, especially in 2024.
Yeah, we've seen, Stone Cold get hung up by on a cross before.
Really?
Yeah, they tried to.
Wait, when?
Like the 90s. they tied him to a cross.
He's so big. I feel like that would be hard to do.
He didn't go all the way up. He eventually he got out.
And they didn't bolt him in. Okay.
No, they didn't bolt him.
They tied him in.
They tied him.
That's half-assed. That's not a real crucifixion.
Yeah, it's WWE.
Okay.
You can't do that. You can't go all the way.
Gotcha. Okay. Listen, just asking the questions here. So yeah, I kind of wanted this thing to get over with, and I hope that the result is something where it's very one-sided.
Do you think that Joe Mixon and the running game gets back on track?
No, I don't.
In this game?
I don't.
Really?
I'm really just I know that some people want me to have better vibes. I have no positive vibes about this. They couldn't run the ball at all last year with the offensive line construction the way that it is right now. They couldn't run it at all. And I feel like that is also a reflection of just what this offense is with Bobby Slowick running the show. They haven't been able to make it happen. And we're supposed to believe that it's going to be like it was last year tonight. I feel like that is likely for it to continue to be where they are just struggling to make anything happen. And Joe Mixon's going to have to make it all happen on his own. in the same way that he did against the Patriots, which, by the way, like they had great numbers in that game, but that was a game where Mixon was making it all happen essentially on his own.
Yeah, he's definitely done a share of his share of the work and
More than his share. It's been more than his fair share. Like the offensive line, what they have done this year has been so disappointing.
Oh, it's by far the most disappointing part of this team.
Yeah, they're fully healthy. I mean, they were fully healthy. Now they're not healthy, and some people are like, well, it's an upgrade. Wow, incredible. One of your guys gets hurt and you feel better about the unit now? Because that forces you to make a decision that you didn't have the stones to make earlier this year for whatever reason.
I definitely do feel better about them without Kenyon Green out there, and I refuse to believe that Kenyon Green is people have been trying to not like push it hard, but you see it's like, well, look what they are doing. They can't run the ball without Kenyon Green. I refuse to believe that. I think that is cherry picking what has happened with the Texans this year. Because to your point, Joe Mixon has done so much of the work of getting those yardage. I just cannot say that Kenyon Green is the end all be all as a run blocking left guard. I think that's foolishness. But they have been terrible this year. And that's where, at least in this game, a positive you can take away, hopefully, is that they shut down Micah Parsons. That's really got to be one of the number one priorities of this game is blocking a guy to that level, because you're going to play teams with great pass rushers this year. And when the Cowboys are struggling in this way, it shouldn't be that hard to game plan for like the one great player they have on defense. He shouldn't have a massive impact on the Texans tonight.
You would think he wouldn't.
You would think, yeah.
I mean, Stroud's running for his life all game. If there's anything Micah Parsons wants, it's probably to beat up his friend today.
They're podcast brethren.
No, they talked about each other leading up to it, and I know CJ was just bringing it up. Oh yeah, I love him, but like Parsons, all he has to play for right now is podcast bragging rights
and a contract.
I mean, yeah,
he's gonna get paid anyways.
But what happens tonight? That's not really what he's playing for. I think right now in this game, he's maybe the only Cowboy that has anything to play for.
So that him and CJ
and Cooper Rush and Trey Lance too.
So CJ can do him and CJ can do a podcast together this summer, and CJ will say, "I won the game," but Mike would be able to say, like, "Well, I got 3 sacks."
Yeah, I mean, he might do that. That's a very individual move to do, but yeah, when they go back to China and spills American secrets to the evil Chinese government, like they did last year, they're teaching the youth of China how to play football. We really want to open that can of worms. We want them to take over something else that was ours.
Trying to make sure they're ready for the Olympics.
Yeah, I didn't like that. Oh, we're trying to build the game internationally. F China. Can we just say it? F China, F Russia.
At least we haven't
F
played...
Germany, F England for that matter. F everybody that's not the United States. How about that? Isolationism, baby. Let's go back to the 1900s.
At least they're not playing games in China yet. Yet might be the key word.
Yeah, yet.
They checked Brazil off the box. Off the checklist.
Yeah, another.
Yeah, I know.
Country run by a dictatorship. Great, awesome. We're just spreading the wealth, spreading the values. We're just taking the bag,
spreading the great game.
United Arab Emirates next. Let's just get it over with.
I mean, they're probably going to buy a team soon.
It's the Saudi Arabia Oil Company Field in downtown Houston, where the Astros play. Breaking news: it's no longer Daikon Field. The Saudis just bought Enron Field. Let's just let them all in.
You called it Enron.
Yeah, like it used to be.
Mm-hmm.
Real ones, no. Anyway,
was it Enron when you moved here?
No, it wasn't.
Oh, okay.
It was still the juice box. Yeah, I don't know how long it was. Enron.
I don't know
Field.
what all the changes happened.
But I think it was 2002.
Okay.
I could be wrong, but I think it was 2002 or so. Probably, or maybe after the thing happened. I would think that after the thing happened would have been a good time to change the name.
That's true.
Just a thought.
That is a very good time for it to happen.
He's Joe and Paul. We got AJ in for Sean behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You want to join? That's how you do it. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Everything you might have missed over the weekend in sports, not just Jake Paul, Mike Tyson, and Mike Tyson's butt. There was a UFC fight. The Rockets are winning. We got a halftime show announcement. Draymond Green's tripping people again. All sorts of stuff. Stay put. Jake Paul beat Mike Tyson in the boxing match of the year. It was an incredible fight.
Of our lives.
Of our lives.
We'll never see anything like that again.
We never will.
So, boxing match of our lives.
I really enjoyed seeing Mike Tyson's ass. Really. It just made my day. That's what I was looking for. And I know a lot of people say, Paul, of course you would. Yeah. That's what I watched for. Because that was honestly, that moment was funnier than any of the rest of that thing was entertaining.
Yeah, pretty much after, besides Phil Collins in the air tonight as the entrance music for Jake Paul with a pigeon in the back. And there's the little troll of Mike Tyson because of the hangover. But after that moment, it was all bad.
Yes.
Nothing good.
It wasn't good. But you know what was good? The return of John Jones, who thanked the Lord above for his return. Yep, I'm sure the Lord above is prioritizing the return to glory for John Jones. John Jones, after doing a spinning kick to knock a dude out at UFC, what is it, 370 million, whatever, he did the Donald Trump dance.
Yes.
In front of Donald Trump.
Yes.
And people don't like that he did the Donald Trump dance.
Well, everyone's doing it. It's happening in college football. It's happening in the UFC. It's happening in the NFL. It's just a thing now, so people need to relax.
They need to lighten up.
It's just a dance.
I mean, no, it means he's a fascist. That's what I know.
I guess.
He's a fascist and a Nazi. That's how it works now. Nope. You can't say I guess. That's the way the internet works.
That was a nasty kick.
It was
Oh
violent.
my gosh.
It is crazy how athletic that family is. Two of his brothers played football at Syracuse. One of them was a first-round pick, Chandler Jones. Also, lost his mind a little bit. Just a little bit. Arthur Jones, normal. Good guy.
Yeah, he was he a Patriot too?
He was a Colt.
A Colt, that's
Arthur
right.
Jones was a Colt, yeah.
Yeah.
Arthur Jones, good dude. Can confirm. And now we move on.
Or at least a comparison.
Hey. No, truly. Like,
really?
Actually, yes.
Nice.
Actually a good dude.
Oh, nice to see John Jones back in the octagon this weekend. Michael Chandler fight before that was fun too. A little too lovey-dovey for my liking.
Okay.
Between the two fighters.
Why was it lovey-dovey?
They hugged before the fight started.
Oh. And
Like
there wasn't some sort of grappling exchange?
No, like as I think it was as Chandler walked into the cage.
Oh.
So like they were like very friendly. But it was a fun fight. It was a good UFC card this weekend.
Jim Miller used his victory speech in the UFC to say justice for Peanut the Squirrel. So that was important. We do need justice for Peanut the Squirrel.
Good for him. Stand for what you believe in, Jim.
For sure. And I mean, I don't know what Peanut the Squirrel believed in because it was a squirrel, a rodent, but it did seem like there was a little bit of overreach going on there. Your Houston Rockets are on a roll, and it's Alperen Şengün. It's the Core 8 or whatever the hell it is doing what it's doing. I think you had another triple-double from Şengün yesterday. The last two wins for the Rockets, 125-104 Friday over the Clippers, 143, Joe, 107 over the Bulls yesterday.
Yeah, got that first NBA Cup win of the year against the Clippers. And then, last night, Fred VanVleet, 28 points. They were swarming.
What an enigma VanVleet has been.
I know.
He's had some very bad games, and he's had some very good games this year.
Yeah, someone named Jack McVeigh played in last night's game.
Well, that guy sounds fun.
Nate Williams.
That's cool.
Everyone on the Rockets roster played except for Cam Whitmore.
Ooh. Coach's decision.
Like a 143. I didn't hear anything about, I don't know what, like maybe it wasn't there. I don't know.
Back from the G League, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, Reed Shepherd, 4 or 5 from outside.
Shot the ball pretty well. Confidence is looking there.
People are trying to make nicknames happen already. I saw Ryan Hollins retweeted, and Ryan Hollins is the color commentator for the Space City Home Network.
Yeah.
Rockets broadcast of potential nicknames for Reed Shepherd. Guys, let's not give people nicknames until they've earned it.
Look, they just were clowning the Bulls last night, rightfully so. So they were it turned into a radio show broadcast.
Just goofing off, making fun of them.
Yeah, just making fun of them, making fun of the fans chanting for hot dogs.
Well, yeah.
Because if you miss like a certain amount of free throws, everyone at the United Center gets hot dogs.
Okay.
Great deal. because people are going to miss their hot dogs, are going to miss free throws.
They will.
So, but yeah, not a fun one for the Bulls last night. Great win for the Rockets.
Big time.
Amen Thompson, so much fun to watch play basketball.
Yeah, he's so athletic. It's crazy. Crazy. Also crazy. Okay, well, maybe Netflix won't be able to handle the fighting, the old boxing on Friday, but they better be able to figure it out for Ravens Texans on Christmas Day, because Beyonce is going to be part of the NFL halftime show Christmas Day on Netflix. I guess I have a reason to actually go to this.
That was going to be my question. Like, does this change does what has happened in the last, 72 hours? Like, if you leave Houston to go see your family, there's a chance you actually won't be able to watch the Texans game because Netflix is such a disaster.
I know for a fact I will not be able to watch the Houston Texans on Christmas Day, which is, of course, everything I've ever dreamed of. I want to watch football and escape my family on Christmas Day. I'm not being sarcastic at all, Not at all. I want to miss my godson as a 3-year-old having another Christmas, and my niece. I want to miss that. I don't want to do that. I want to go on a Wednesday game on Christmas Day to do what my job is, to cover the Houston Texans. That's what I want to do. Family, whatever. I'm not Dom Toretto. I'm not in Fast and Furious. I don't play that. And I'm going to go be part of the Beehive for Beyonce at halftime on Christmas Day. I don't think you're ready for this jelly. I don't think you're ready for this jelly. I don't think you're ready for this. And my body's bootylicious. I think those are the words to that song.
Yes. I think you got them perfectly correct. Mm-hmm. And I actually got that reference.
What?
I know
the song.
Yeah,
right. I just sang a Beyonce song. Well, I would hope so.
Yeah.
You got to know her entire catalog if you live here in Houston. I don't. That's the only song I know.
At least you know one.
What was she in? She was in TLC, right? I'm being sarcastic.
Are you?
I am.
Just make sure that they don't come swarming.
She was in the Dixie Chicks.
That makes sense.
And she was really good in the Dixie Chicks. And then she went off and did a solo venture on her own. And now she is happily married to Eminem. And that is Paul Gallant talking musical culture right now. Now you know.
It makes sense why she's performing it. The Beehive.
The Bayhive, actually. That's how they pronounce it.
Swarming.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
I
don't think you're ready for this swarming. What?
I like that version.
I don't think you're ready for this. Yeah. The only criticism I have of Beyonce, dog, you could do so much better than Jay-Z. That man is ugly. He is not a handsome man. I'm sorry. Anyway,
maybe it's the money.
Maybe. Oh no! Here comes the Beehive. Hey, shifting back to everything you might have missed over the weekend in sports. Draymond Green tripped a guy.
Of course he did. It's Draymond.
It was Zach Edey this time. He grabbed his ankle, basically. He hugged it in. The Warriors are back. Nature's healing.
They are back, and if Draymond Green's being dirty, like they're feeling confident.
Oh yeah,
like he is normally not as a dirty player when they're not doing well. So Warriors are back, but you know what? The Rockets are back.
That's true.
Maybe the rivalry's back. Maybe it'll actually be a rivalry this time.
Where's Daryl Morey to come in and provide a report about the outcome of games that don't go the Rockets' way?
Oh, he's crying in Philly for some reason, I'm sure. What do you think of the floor on Friday, the all red floor for the NBA Cup?
Not red enough.
I don't know why we're doing this stuff.
I like it. I want to be blinded every single time I watch these NBA Cup games so that I know that it's the cup, because it's the cup.
I mean, they make it obvious for you.
The cup of life. It's the NBA Cup. This is a song by Ricky Martin. It was. Inside the NBA, staying together.
Yes.
Moving to ESPN.
They are.
I don't like that it's moving to ESPN. I feel like ESPN's going to find a way to F it up. They're not going to let it be the exact same show that it was before. I guarantee that'll be the case.
Yes. I saw even people speculating, would they try to force a...
Mike Greenberg will be on it. That's for sure.
I was thinking Stephen A.
They'll work in Stephen A from time to time. Stephen A will force his way on, but we'll also be foisted more Mike Greenberg in our lives. They'll replace Ernie Johnson with Mike Greenberg, and everyone will hate it.
So the only positive thing is that the reports say that TNT will continue to independently produce the show based out of Atlanta with Ernie Johnson, Charles Barkley, Kenny Smith, and Shaquille O'Neal. So they're licensing the show like they are with the Pat McAfee show, and they haven't changed. And they haven't changed Pat's show.
That's true.
So that's the only benefit of the doubt that like you get right now is that they haven't really changed Pat McAfee to get him to stop swearing and all this stuff. So maybe there's that. Maybe this can actually work.
Man, I'm skeptical.
I am too.
They're gonna get their greasy mitts all over it because they can't help themselves. ESPN, except for here with ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
But like, think about like the negative stuff they say, like how they just trash basketball as they're talking basketball.
Mm-hmm. Referees.
ESPN would seem to be less likely to be okay with that. And as soon as you try to neuter them, they'll leave.
Mm-hmm. I feel like they should give the same kind of free reign that they give to Pat McAfee, in that the occasional cussy cuss should be allowed.
Oh, that would be great.
I want to make that thing because I feel like they, for the most part, keep it PG-13.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, they don't.
What's the next level?
Like, well, I mean, are we gonna get like body checks now when Kenny Smith runs to the big board? Like Shaquille O'Neal's gonna like physically.
Well, that's
assault
violence.
him?
That's violence. What is this? WWE?
You said next step.
Yeah. Well, I don't mean violence. I just mean less filter.
Yeah, I would imagine Charles Barkley looks at Pat McAfee doing his show, and now says, "I'm on ESPN. I can do that." Why couldn't he? It's at night.
Okay.
Pat's on during the day, but they're staying together.
Anything else from In Case You Missed It? Anything?
No, I think that's it.
That's pretty much it. A lot of college football. A lot of underwhelming college football.
Tom Herman fired.
Tom Herman was fired. That is true.
The Cavs are 15-0.
They have not lost yet. You're right.
Yeah. It'll be the second time since 1996 a 15-0 team is playing the defending NBA champions when the Cavs play the Celtics. Last time that happened was when the 15-0 Bulls played the Houston Rockets.
Mm-hmm. I think when the Rockets had their winning streak, it was the Celtics who ended that one too, back in 2008. Anyway, guys, that's In Case You Missed It. We generally do this Tuesdays at 2:30, but since the Texans game is tonight, we'll be talking about it a lot tomorrow. We decided to do it today. He's Joe. I'm Paul. We got AJ in for Sean behind the glass. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Some final thoughts on tonight's game and garbage time next. Stay put.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
I saw a post on Twitter from the AT&T Stadium account, home of the Dallas Cowboys. Curtains only for boxing matches. We don't play that bleep with the actual football games, even if it blinds a wide receiver or two in costly situations along the way. And the comments are mean.
I'd imagine.
This is online bullying. Bet Felipe Melo says 24 hours to see the Cowboys lose again. Some more. Another boat race loss at home. Glad Dak is out. Now Jerry can see what all this really means. This team can only beat the Giants. Hey, they beat the Steelers. That happened.
That's true. They did.
That was a dub.
Their stadium does look nice when it's not blinding people. That's a dub.
Mm-hmm. I've lived in the area for almost 40 years. I've never cared less about a team and see some more. I'm sick of the new era fans saying it's our year. It hasn't been and won't be for several more years. It starts with ownership. Someone said with the stadium empty, point of view, you're in the stadium midway through the third quarter. I think that Texans fans will show up. I don't know how many people are driving up to Dallas on a Monday night, but I would imagine there'll be a good amount of red there.
Yeah, you would think that they travel. I feel like Texans fans travel okay.
They travel better than they go to their stadium at home, ironically.
Yeah. So, I saw that they were talking about this having to do a silent count in the Lions game. It's sad.
Yeah, I saw that from Bill Belichick on Inside the NFL.
That's sad.
I mean, they made a lot of comments about the fan base in whatever ways that they could this week. It was very polite, but it was shade. It was polite shade, but it was shade.
I do think that has to factor in a little bit to the lack of interest from some of the fans, maybe not all of them. While I think the fans are fairly being called out for getting to games on time and not being loud enough, as CJ Stroud pointed out earlier this season, it does kind of, when your team and your players start calling you out, I feel like fans are a little more likely to bail quickly.
Yeah.
Because they're just like, well, you're saying we're bad fans, even though sometimes there's some truth in that.
Mm-hmm.
But it lends to the people being like, well, I'm not driving to Dallas for this game.
Right, exactly. And on top of that, I mean, what time are you going to get home if you drive back?
Definitely got to take tomorrow off work.
Yeah, you should probably.
Yeah.
You should, but some people will find ways around it.
Yeah. Have you gone to any games there? Yeah.
Yeah, I went to the Texans Cowboys game back in 2014. This is the game where Tony Romo spun out of a J.J. Watt sack to throw a game-winning 40 to 50-yard touchdown pass to, I want to say Des Bryant. Could have been somebody else. That was a rough one to lead.
Good times.
AJ, were those the glory days for you?
I mean, I guess that when that Green Bay stuff happened, yeah, I was so mad. I was like, what, 12, 11, 12?
Yeah.
I was crying, bro. I was mad.
I've been there. It's not fun when you actually have expectations. But now all the expectations and the joy, they've been squeezed out of you, AJ. And I feel for you. I don't like it.
Yeah, I'm fed up.
Everyone's fed up.
Why are you so nice to him? Like we suffer the same thing. You're so mean to me about my suffering. And then you're just like, AJ, I feel bad for you.
Because at least the Cowboys have experienced something good, you know?
Yep.
Yeah.
There's no Super Bowls in the Bears' history.
Not really, no.
The 80s.
Yeah, 86. Congratulations. You beat literally the worst team that ever made a Super Bowl.
Where are they from?
Yeah, the Boston/New England Patriots of 85. They were god-awful.
That's true.
They were terrible. That's true. But I'm a jerk. That's what can I say?
Well, I'm just asking a question.
Yeah. I haven't asked you in the last hour about what happened in the Bears-Packers game.
A lot of bad things.
Really just one bad thing, honestly. Everything seemed to be pretty good up.
That's true. Yeah, one really bad.
It's a step forward. Honestly, I think the Bears got to think about Matt Eberflus for another year.
Kill me. Kill me.
No, I can't do that, Joe. You got so much to live for.
You're right, I do.
Like, just none of them are on the football field
or sports.
none of them. None of them are related to Chicago sports. That is true.
No, that's why I have Houston sports to live for. I live for the Rockets and the Texans.
Text in from the 936. I had some buddies go up for the fight, stay all weekend, and are going to the game tonight. Man, I can't imagine paying for that fight. How much were tickets for that fight? Because again, you're not going to have a good view anywhere in that house.
No.
Nowhere. You're watching a boxing match in a giant football stadium. It's difficult enough to see the football, even with the Jumbotron like that. Thank God you got that.
But see, I think the Jumbotron's distracting. I've only gone one time. It was for when Sam Darnold got embarrassed at USC against Alabama, the first game of the season. We the press box is okay seating. It's not like NRG where it's up so high, but the Jumbotron's just so large. I just found myself watching television.
I agree. It does get distracting from time to time. I've been for 2 games. I went to Florida, Michigan, I think, for one of the season openers back in the day with Landry and Mike Meltzer. I want to say that was 2016. Could be wrong. Whatever the case. Yeah. The Jumbotron is a little bit distracting. You will be like up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down the whole time. But I can't imagine having paid for that fight because I know that they had to be getting some of their money through the actual gate sales for Jake Paul and Mike Tyson. And you were getting robbed blind.
Okay, so
you would not have been able to see it just in the same way you wouldn't have been able to see things on Netflix from wherever you saw it.
On the floor, on the field, it looks like they were going for $700. In the nosebleeds, they were going for like $50.
Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better.
But even think about it, you're in the 400 section. To your point, what are you watching?
No,
you're watching ants
or the Jumbotron. What would have been really funny if the feed on the Jumbotron
was doing the buffering?
That would have been amazing. I kind of wish that was happening, honestly.
That would have been incredible.
All right. He is Joe. I am Paul. 2:53. Time for a little garbage time before we get out of here. Oh, I love trash.
Garbage time.
It's garbage.
Starts now.
I'm the trash man.
This is garbage.
Some people are saying that my rendition of Bootylicious by Beyonce was the worst thing I've ever done in radio.
Really?
I feel like I can always lower the bar. Don't put a challenge out there for me. I'll
think
find a way.
You sang worse.
Do you want me to sing it again?
Yeah, let's do it.
I don't think you're ready for this jelly. My body's bootylicious. Sounds just like her.
Yeah.
Who's the real icon? Me?
It really
Beyonce?
sounds like the...
No.
No, what do you mean? No, Beyonce can't handle this jelly?
Yeah.
That's right.
Oh, I wasn't saying that. I was just saying the vocals, but
Yeah. Right. I'm better. She needs to work on a few things.
She can't handle his jelly.
She's got to work on herself, you know?
Okay.
You seem very unconvinced by this. All right, in garbage time, here we go again. Tommy DeVito is the starting quarterback for the New York Giants instead of Daniel Jones. This is ridiculous. It should have gone to Drew Lock. Giants fans are such suckers. They're going to show up because, hey, look, there's somebody who I kind of identify with because he's an Italian-American hero.
I don't have any interest in watching these, so I'll be passing on this game on Thanksgiving.
Yeah?
I can't remember what the other... I know what the first game is. It's Bears-Lions. So I'm going to ruin my Thanksgiving.
Man, it's Bears-Lions, which is probably going to be a 50-14 Bears loss.
Yeah.
And on top of that, then we got... What's the third game?
Dolphins-Packers. That's okay. Dolphins are kind of figuring it out.
Well, yeah, kind of.
Because Tua's not concussed anymore.
Mm-hmm. That helps.
Yeah, not a great day of Thanksgiving games. And then the game on Friday that I really have no interest in watching. I just don't need the Black Friday day game. You know they're trying for it the second year in a row? Like Raiders Chiefs on Black Friday?
The NFL, they're shameless.
They're so shameless.
Any window that they see that they can broadcast games, they will do it. Guess what, guys? The Hawk Tuah girl has launched a dating app. It's, in fact, called Pookie Tools, an AI-powered dating advice app. So basically, this app will help suggest creative date ideas based on your location and whether it's your first date or your 10th time seeing the person. How about that?
Sign up yet?
Yeah, I had to. I'm looking for love in a hopeless place on this mean internet street. And yeah, so congratulations to the Hawk Tua girl who, in case you didn't know that, I did write her in for president. I did vote for her for president. And a lot of people in my family are upset about that decision that I made. But listen, it's the United States of America, and the Hawk Tua girl should be our president.
You vote for who you want to vote for, Paul.
You vote for who you want to vote for, and she's going to help me find love with the Pookie Tools AI-powered dating advice app.
Where do you think she's going to tell you to go in Houston? Dyken Park? Whatever it's called.
Dyken Park. That's where the Astros play. Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know.
It's just a stupid name.
It is a stupid name. People are going to make fun of it. Let's be honest. They're going to make fun of it. But if the air conditioning works, it'll all be worth it.
It will.
Anyway, it's been a show, hasn't it?
It's been a show.
It's been a show. Texans and Cowboys tonight. You can hear the game right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Nope, you can't? Okay, well, sometimes you could.
We're not. We have no legal rights because of the Texans.
Oh, okay.
No fun police.
Damn, I thought we were like the home of the Cowboys.
Yeah,
except for on this night. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, hey, you got the Killer Bees up next at least. Your pregame show for Monday Night Football. The Battle for Texas. Brah! He's Joe and Paul. Big thanks to AJ and for Sean. Big thanks to our texters, Twitchers, YouTubers, callers. Dom in Jersey. Thank you to you.
Thank you to Dom for not going to the game tonight.
We appreciate that. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Monday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
What up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Brad. I'm Brian out here on-site engineering. Abigail producing back at Gallant. This rainy day in Houston. Happy to have you. It's weird on a Monday not talking Houston Texans, isn't it? A little weird.
As we were sitting here listening to the Open, that's the first thing that crossed my mind. Is like we would be talking about everything Texans and breaking down everything that went right, wrong, and indifferent. And now here we are waiting for a game tonight. And realizing that as much as the players have their schedule thrown off by a day, we do too.
We are broadcasting live from the Cougs Hardball Classic, by the way. Great time out here. A little rainy, but that's not stopping the golfers. Have you noticed that? They're gamers. They're roughing it. They're grinding through things. That's what baseball players. Really, that's what Cougars do. That's what Cougars. They're tough. Cougars are tough. So we're here at the Cougs Hardball Classic. Maybe talk to a few of the ball players. Woody Williams is out here. A couple of current big leaguers. Connor Wong, Jared Triolo, Gold Glover out here as well. We might get a few of them on. But yeah, no Houston Texans today. We will talk about the Texans as they gear up for Monday Night Football. No, we're not the pregame show to Monday Night Football that's coming up later tonight. We'll talk all things that happened in the NFL yesterday too. Very busy day in the NFL. Some statements made around the NFL yesterday. But how about we lead with the Rockets during the NFL season in mid-November? This is what the NBA Cup does to you. You lead Rockets because of the stakes that are the NBA Cup. It adds intrigue to things, even though the game yesterday in Chicago, of course, was not part of the NBA Cup. Those are only Tuesdays and Fridays, biggest days of the week for the NBA. How about the Rockets putting up 143 points against the Chicago Bulls? And the Bulls aren't great, 5-9, but you hang 143 against another NBA team for a Rockets team that really isn't known for their offense.
No, you look at what the Rockets are quietly doing, and it's like the best kept secret across the NBA. The fact that this team just keeps hanging dubs, and they're hanging a lot of them by double digits. As much as I was concerned when they lost the opener against Charlotte, well, that's a bad loss against a bad team. This probably, I hope, is something that they can erase quickly, but I hope it's not a sign of things to come. Well, it absolutely hasn't been. This team has been blowing the doors off of teams. Chicago's been playing better basketball, but they were no match for the Rockets last night. And on both ends of the floor, you are seeing guys just put forth a ton of effort, and they're getting a ton of results. And I love the balance that this team has been about, too.
Yeah, it seems like whenever guys are struggling, too, that you have other guys step up. Like Jabari Smith was a dreadful for every game this season until about the last two. Fred VanVleet shooting the basketball has been dreadful until every game but about the past two. And Fred VanVleet was incredible yesterday. 28 points, 10 for 16 from the floor, hit half of his three-pointers. When was the last time you could say that about Fred VanVleet? He was everywhere. But Jalen Green started the year hot. Alpi Şengün took a few games to get going, and now he's had back-to-back triple-doubles. Dylan Brooks has been this steady force. Same thing with Tari Eason and Amin Thompson. Like, whenever you have that kind of depth, you don't need everybody to be at their best at all times. If you have 3 or 4 players and the rest of the guys are a bunch of scrubs, you need those 3 or 4 to always be their best. Because this Rocket team has this depth, you can have a couple of players in the rotation that have an off night and still have no problem beating teams in the NBA.
We've seen it, and we were concerned about when Jalen had an off night, or if he wasn't, at least even if he wasn't shooting the ball great, if he wasn't getting 20 points. But when you look at the balance that this team is putting out there, and you look at the fact that you have 8 guys that can get you double figures in any given night, and in most nights you're getting 7 guys to get the double figures, that is the kind of balance that a lot of coaches dream of. The fact that on any given play, I can call somebody's number and they can get me 2. And if there's a missed shot, that I'm going to get the effort to get the rebound, to keep the ball alive, to make the right pass. And then defensively, when you start talking about, and other coaches and analysts that used to be coaches are talking about, when you look at the film, and even last night when they were talking to Billy Donovan, when you see Tari Eason and see Amin Thompson in the backcourt picking up 3/4 court, and knowing you are going to have your hands full all night with them as frequently as they're going to do that, you realize a tone is being set on the other end that is not very frequent in the NBA to see teams play defense like that.
I think he's my favorite player. I think Amin Thompson's my favorite
too.
Houston Rocket. I love watching him play. And he can do it without a shot. Like, he's impacting the game in a very positive way for the Rockets. And he's a very mediocre shooter. At best, like, calling him a mediocre shooter is like being very kind to him. But he's already my favorite player despite having no shot whatsoever.
I think the biggest thing for him with me is the fact that there's the work ethic there, that he might not be there yet in terms of his offensive prowess and his ability to shoot the basketball. But the fact is, he's working on it as hard as he can. When you hear the stories and talk to people around the team, to know that he's getting in, 100, 200 shots a day. He's trying to improve his 3-point shot. And it means enough that in the post-game interview, he goes, that was my career high, right? 2 made threes in a game. Like, he knows what everybody else knows about the scouting report, and he's trying to change that, where a lot of guys are like, I'm in the league, I'm good, I'm just going to be who I've always been. He works his tail off, and it shows because it's the same mentality when he's on the court. He plays both ends. My favorite part about his game is he doesn't have to have a play called for him, but he's going to go after every loose ball, every rebound, and do every little thing that you need a guy to do, and that's huge for a young team like this.
Tari's the same way. Like, you're not calling plays for him, you're not calling plays for Tari, but they're gonna find ways to impact. And Tari's a little bit better of a scorer, although Amin scored 18 points yesterday, doing it based basically on what you said: transition, getting out in the break, offensive tip-ins, being in the dunk spot. Like, he's somebody that impacts winning without ever drawing a play up for him, like you mentioned.
You know, too, Jeremy, where it could actually rub off the other way, a little younger player rubbing off on another younger player. That's what Jabari Smith has to be. Jabari Smith seems to get caught up in, if my number's not called, if I don't get a play run for me, if I'm not getting my shot early. If he just did the kind of things that, and I think he's fully capable of doing it, and maybe that's part of maturity, but if that clicks with him too, he's going to get his and realize, I will still fill up the box score. I will get my numbers. I will get double-doubles. But at the same time, it'll make them an even better team. It's like they haven't got their ceiling yet, and there are guys with just little things like that can take this team to yet another level.
You're not looking at the standings yet, noticing that the Rockets are 10-4, third place in the Western Conference, just a game back from home court advantage throughout the playoffs. We're not looking at that yet?
Nope.
5 in a row?
No.
10-4?
No, I'm looking at 5 in a row. I'm looking at
back?
the fact that, look, I'm looking at the style of basketball, the fact that it's entertaining to watch still, but the fact that they're playing both ends, they're scoring the basketball at a very high rate, they're blowing the doors off of teams. And they're beating good teams in a lot of cases, which you wouldn't have expected if you thought less of this team. To where that's something that at a certain point, when you start rattling off wins in a row too, when you look at it, you go, hey, at the end of the year, you're going to look back and say, it was at the start of the season when we rattled off this many wins in a row and beat these quality of teams when it comes down to tiebreakers and seeding, that you go, it does matter right now, as much as so many people say, well, the NBA doesn't start until Christmas. For the teams themselves and what it can do for them later on in the season, this is an important stretch that they're taking advantage of.
Well, with the addition of the NBA in-season tournament, the NIT, we all know that the NBA basketball starts in mid-November now because of the intrigue that is the NBA in-season tournament, the NIT. See, the cynic in me wants to push back on their schedule and be like, they haven't beaten anybody. And the one team that they really good team that they played, the Thunder, they get beat by them by 19. They played the Warriors, lost to them. That game went to overtime, if memory serves. Or no, that was the one that they trailed by. Yeah, they almost pushed it into OT, but they were down by 20-something points. But then the pushback to that would be, well, they won at Dallas, a team who represented the Western Conference in the NBA Finals last year. Well, they beat the Knicks at home and were pretty convincing in that 12-point victory, too. So I do think it's fair to say that their schedule has been formidable. Now, I wouldn't mind a little mixed-in win against Oklahoma City or beat a Golden State. That would make me feel a little bit better.
Was it last trip was the first trip they left the state of Texas? Like, they had played home games, and they played Dallas and San Antonio twice, to where that was as cushy as it could
OKC.
be. I was going to say, and then they finally, that last trip, got out on the road to hit OKC. Now they're hitting Chicago and Milwaukee. But from that standpoint, yes, but you did beat Dallas. Yeah. At the time you beat Golden State, they had one of the 2 or 3 best records in the league.
Well, you didn't beat Golden State.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. But you came back in that game. People were, giving that a moral victory type thing. But they've been playing good basketball against whoever they're playing, as opposed to that Charlotte game to start the year where I was like, yeesh, that was a bad look to start the season.
That one did give me a little sour taste in my mouth, but they've done a really good job riding the ship. 10-4, third place in the Western Conference, although we're not looking at the standings yet. 0-9-7-9, they put up 143 points on the Bulls, tipped the cap. I think that's what we're doing. I think we're tipping the cap by leading Rockets on a Monday in the NFL season. That's tipping the cap, although if the Texans played yesterday, we certainly wouldn't be doing that. Watching the Rockets beat the Clippers back-to-back games too, one of which being the NBA in-season tournament. What a win. What a win, proving to Group A that they mean business, which the Rockets do lead Group A because of point margin, by the way. So keep that in mind as you watch your standings, watch your groups. I'm watching those Clippers games. I'm like, my goodness, I'm so happy they didn't bring in James Harden. Wouldn't this team feel gross if it had James Harden on it? God. Wouldn't that have been infectious to this team in a negative way if James Harden was on this roster? I was watching those Clippers games, which you whooped up on them, by the way, thanking everybody that James Harden did not get brought into the Houston Rockets. And I think we can thank Ime Udoka the most.
Yeah, you can, and I think you should, because of the fact that it was forced desperation if you brought in James Harden, because you look at it and he got exactly that. He got forced desperation in LA because of the new arena, the new uniforms, the fact that they were desperate to still have an identity when making that big transformation into that big new arena. And they were hoping that he was going to be a guy along with Kawhi, who is just the sorriest excuse for a max player that you ever want to see. And James Harden is a catastrophe to play around because it's all about James Harden. And you want to talk about what Steven Silas didn't do to develop these young kids. James Harden would have been the worst thing for this young roster of young talent because they all would have been playing fourth fiddle, and the first three would have been James and Symphony, and that would have been awful.
Yeah, I was so happy that James, like, he's doing this little, social media post, writing to the game, and like, I feel at home. Well, you're always not in Houston because Houston didn't want you, and I felt very happy about that. I was a little worried seeing that Cam Whitmore didn't get any minutes yesterday. I was like, Cam Whitmore in the doghouse, but then they listed him as out today because of a sore knee. So I guess he's got a little bit of an ailment that is ailing him. I thought he was in the doghouse early in the year.
I think he has been. And I think, quite honestly, he got sent down because he's still one of those kids emotionally that feels like he needs to play and play significant minutes in order to feel like he's a part of the team. And they just basically said, right now, we don't have time to deal with that because we're trying to get established with the guys that we are going to put in our rotation. And they just kind of avoided the distraction. Right now, it's amazing to me that he is just a forgotten name, but it's fine because they're playing so good without him that no one's missing him right now. You hope that he understands that there's going to be a time and a place where he will be needed and he can have minutes and contribute to this team. At the same time, you can't worry about it because of what you're doing, the coach you play for, and the goals that they have for the squad.
Yeah, they're going to need him in the trade with Milwaukee to get Giannis is where they're going to need him. 4106, it's the Emirates Cup tournament, not the NIT. Chill out, 4106. Not going to give Emirates free advertising on the show. And it is the NIT, NBA in-season tournament. Why do you think they're calling it the NBA Cup this year? Because they realized they were calling it the NBA in-season tournament last year, and it stood for NIT. I'm not letting Adam Silver and the NBA off the hook. It will forever, to me, be known as the NIT. That's
God
how I
only
feel
knows
about
that
it.
we have enough commercials, too, to remind us of who's sponsoring.
That's right. Yeah, that is right. We
Those
are broadcasting.
Vegas commercials are all over the place.
We're broadcasting live. Hardball Classic presented by Little Woodrow's out at Brayburn Country Club. Thankful to be out here supporting the Houston Cougs. We got a lot to talk about today. We'll get to some of the top news from around the NFL and Week 11 of the NFL season. What are your favorite Texans-Cowboys storyline ahead of Monday Night Football? Is there a new plan B for life after Alex Bregman? What do you believe after the college football weekend? Mailbag Monday. We got to talk about the fights, or at least the one that was a fight and the other thing that was a circus that happened in Jerry's world. 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975, on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel, Brian at Sack by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Are you interested in a trade for Giannis? And if so, how much are you willing to give? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word for the good people at Allstate Siding and Windows. Allstate Siding and Windows, just like their name says, are the best in the business, and they do it all for you right here in Houston, Texas. They're loyal to us at the station. They've been loyal to Houston for almost 50 years, and they want to take care of you every step of the way. I just had my windows replaced at my new house, and I'm telling you right now, it has been an absolute blessing for me. The fact is that you get them to come out, they do a free estimate, and they tell you exactly how they can help. And then once you realize what an impact it can make, you are so happy you went with them. You are telling your friends about it, but more so than anything else, you're reaping the benefits of lower energy bills, total protection from the wind and the rain and the elements of hurricane season, and then knowing that you are locking in the best of the best for you and your family, from the cool air in the summer to the warm air when you need it in the wintertime. It's absolutely the best thing you can do. And you get that free estimate by calling them. Write the number down, give them a call, have them come out and just explain to you all the ways they can help. You don't have to do any of it if you don't want, but if you do want their expertise, they'll tell you the best windows and the best siding based on your structure, how old it is, and the way it's all laid out, and then let you make the decisions yourself. It's 832-204-1936. That's what you need to get in touch with them and get that free estimate. 832-204-1936. I also encourage you to go to Allstate Siding and Windows and see all the different products and services that they offer that might be able to give a facelift to your house. And in the meantime, realize 30% off all windows right now, $2,500 off a complete siding job. And they're always going to be looking to take care of senior citizens, military and first responders, as well as ESPN listeners if you mention them and mention us. That is absolutely fantastic. Check them out today. Give them a call. AllStateSidingandWindows.com.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Brayburn Country Club for the Cougs Hardball Classic. Here's Joe Blank and Jeremy Branham.
We are indeed at the Cougs Hardball Classic. Thanks to Little Woodrow's for having us out. 4106, the old commissioner, he's referring to David Stern, would never let you get away with calling it the NIT. He's probably right, but he's no longer with us. David Stern would probably have somebody killed if they were calling it the NBA in-season tournament. Although, if David Stern was still around, I don't think they would have ever been called the NBA in-season tournament, the NIT, to begin with.
I don't know if I ever told you this, but David Stern was one of those guys that was the master of his public perception.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like he was always the sweet, soft-spoken, nice guy. And in the NBA meetings one year, it was when business casual and stuff started getting in, and he was like, he encouraged members of the teams that get to the meetings to do it. He didn't want his staff to do it. And one of his staff members came in with jeans and like a half zip, and he waited till he got up and the doors were shut and no one from the outside was in. He went off for about 15 minutes, like red-faced, screaming, yelling, cussing.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, my God, if anybody saw this David Stern. And one of the guys in the league bumped me and goes, every week, almost every day in the league offices. I was like, really?
I thought everybody knew that about Stern.
I think a lot of people thought that, like, he was that public persona guy. Like, he was just that. Man, he was a demon behind closed doors.
I remember whenever he went on with Jim Rome and asked Jim Rome, he said, what is it like to beat your wife? Which is a pretty messed up thing to do, but that was David Stern for you. Aaron Wilson's reporting that Kadar Holloman will start against the Cowboys tonight. Kamari Lassiter is out for Monday night. I'm surprised this was actually like questionable, like return to practice. I figured concussion, you're going to miss at least one game anyway. So no Lassiter today. Wilson's reporting that it's Kadar Holman that will get the start, although they did activate Jeff Okudah to the roster. So I don't love the fact that Jeff Okudah, yes, he hasn't played all year, but I don't love the fact that if he's not beating out Lassiter, that, well, why are you even keeping him at this point? I would expect that we see both of them, though. I think Holman will start, and then I think we see Okudah at some point.
I think that's the insurance policy right there of the fact that much like the Greens at left guard, and if Kendrick Green can't play, and you're wondering the same question when we were talking about offensive linemen, look, if Okudah can't play, then we're going to start a guy that's younger, hopefully faster, more athletic at this point in his career, and give him his first crack. If he can't, at least hope the experience of Okudah can come in and kind of quiet the storm so it doesn't become a bigger headache in a game that you are supposed to win by at least a touchdown.
All right. Giannis is coming up in league circles. It's been reported that if he were to get traded, that the Rockets could be a team to keep an eye on as a potential suitor and a potential trade partner with the Milwaukee Bucks. 713-780-ESPN. Are you interested in a trade for Giannis, and how much are you willing to give? Are you interested, Blankers?
I'm not. I'm not, and I once was. And I think that one of the things that really turned me off, soured me, and was something that I just said, I don't think this team needs is, one, because of what we were talking about, because the way this team is gelling, coming together, because there's so many options that you don't have to sit there and go, you're desperate for one or two of these guys to be that type of go-to guy when you have so many to choose from. And two, because of the age and the overall age of this entire team and how it can grow together. But most importantly now, it's the fact that look what Giannis has done since he got to Milwaukee and all of a sudden got that prima donna attitude. You know, you won a championship. You had good role players. You had good pieces. And then what you did was you forced their hand and said, I don't want Drew Holiday. I don't want guys that can actually play. I want another big name like me because that's what it's supposed to be to take me to the next level, although you already won a ring. And you went and traded for Damian Lillard, and then really wisely, the Boston Celtics came right behind you and said, you're trading him to Portland, but that doesn't prevent Portland from trading to us. Boston got 10 times better. You got 2 times worse. And then on top of it, he loves Chris Middleton. And he had them backed into a corner as an organization to pay him $60 million. He's like the Aaron Rodgers of the NBA right now.
Sheesh.
He's trying to run everything in Milwaukee, and he's going to run it into the ground.
Knowing how much you hate Aaron Rodgers, that's a pretty big insult with the Greek freak. Giannis.
Ironic that Aaron is a part owner of the Milwaukee Bucks too. But this is all that I am seeing from the outside looking in at the way Giannis has turned in terms of all of his demands and how he wants things, or he's threatening that he'll leave. Aaron did the same thing with the Packers. And I just have deja vu that this is what it looks like Giannis is trying to do.
Yeah, I did not expect that answer from you. So it does make me feel a little bit better that I also do not want to trade for Giannis. I thought that you were going to be in on it because, I mean, he is the best player. Like if you're looking at Giannis versus every single player on the Houston Rockets and you were to say, okay, pick the best player between every member of the Rockets and Giannis. the answer is Giannis.
Right.
Giannis would be the best player there. But I don't love how he fits this build. I don't love how he fits the trajectory the Rockets are going on. Like, the money's one thing, but he's 29 years old. He's going to be 30 like next week. So mortgaging your future and trading all of these young pieces, because the price ain't going to be cheap. I've seen some of these trade proposals that Rocket fans are throwing out there. You're selling it way too short because it's going to cost you a lot to get in on Giannis. So I'm actually out on this one as well. I just don't love how he fits the build of what you have going on. And then the other element to this as well is you can't trade Jalen Green or Alpi Şengün this year. So, like, what does a trade even look like between the Houston Rockets and the Milwaukee Bucks for Giannis if you can't trade Jalen or Alpi
Is that
this
because
season?
because
The
it
contract
was extended?
extensions, yeah.
It was extensions.
You can't trade them until the offseason.
Yeah, if it was a new deal this year, it could be the end of December, I believe.
I think that's right.
Yeah, but if it's an extension, then it has to be a full year.
Yeah, so I'm actually out on that one too. 3864 Blankers speaking straight facts about the Rockets. See, I'm a little nervous that we're both out on Giannis, that we're being idiots. Like, are we being idiots not trading for Giannis, who could quite possibly be the best player in the NBA? 713-780-3776. Tell the Bees why we're dumb and morons.
Yeah, tell us, because everybody calls in and does that anyway. But here's the thing, where you and I watch enough basketball to realize the other thing that really stuck in my mind when I saw these rumors was he's a very tough player to play around, too.
He's not a shooter, yeah.
He's a different way of James Harden in the fact that at least with James Harden, you know what he's going to do, how he's going to do it, and if he does look for a bailout or to pass the ball, where you need to be. With Giannis, it's a totally different animal because of the fact that he doesn't shoot the three. He, when he gets his hands on the ball, it's such an awkward, because he's going to try to get into the paint. He's going to try and use his reach and whatever, but you don't know if you're standing in his way. You don't know where you need to go to kind of keep there any kind of offensive flow. And so he's a tough player to even compliment if that's what you want to do, as opposed to what Harden's going to do and the way he's going to go about his business.
Yeah, you have to totally reinvent who you are as a team. Like, again, maybe we're being dumb because it is Giannis. It is the dude that's averaging 32 points a game. It is a dude that's averaging 12 rebounds a game. He has won a championship. He's been a two-time MVP. So maybe we're being the ignorant here. I don't see it. 8807. Giannis would make this team instantly a contender. Şengün plus picks would turn the Rockets into the best defensive team in the league. Okay, I agree with that. I agree that Giannis makes this team instantly a contender. I do not agree that Şengün plus picks would be enough to get Giannis. On top of that, you can't trade Şengün until the end of the year.
Yeah, no. If you're thinking that it's just going to take Şengün and picks to get Giannis, you're out of your mind. And I think that the other thing that you look at is how, to the point I was making too, how's it going to make it better? Because who's going to be his Robin, and who's going to be the supporting cast? Because I think you're going to have to give up multiple pieces out of your rotation and picks just to open the conversation with Milwaukee, and that's going to be multiple picks as well.
What do you think the package would look like?
I think that if all contracts were on the table, they would want both Şengün and Jalen Green, and then maybe one other guy, maybe it's Cam Whitmore, and then several first-round picks.
See, I think I'd be okay with that.
and I think that's where it would start for them. And I think that from a Rockets perspective, you have to then realize not only that, but when he comes in, he's going to want you to put a significant piece next to him that you don't currently have. So, yes, your team might be better in the short term with Giannis, but if you're looking to do what Giannis wants to do, which is win another title, he's going to require you to do a whole hell of a lot more work just to get it where he wants it to go.
So then is there, obviously right now they can't trade Şengün and Jalen Green, as you guys discussed. Is there even, as you laid out that package, Joel, do you see even a package available that they would even, obviously a men would have to be
I think
involved.
all of them.
Like,
right?
I mean, it's a men, it's picks. You're probably going to have to throw in either
the money,
Van Vliet or Dylan Brooks to make the contract.
No, the money's the Brooks and Van Vliet element are in there simply for the money.
Yeah,
simply for the money.
But a men Thompson would have to be involved.
I wonder what the other expiring deals if you could get up there. Well, probably not because he makes so much
Jeff
money.
Green.
But you
Jeff
have
Green, yeah,
like the Jock Landale contract's pretty big. Like, and he's on an expiring deal. Now it's not big enough.
Holiday's is bigger. Holiday's getting almost 10 a year, I think, for 2 years, right?
Well, you're not trying to. Are you trying to bring Holiday back in a package?
No, I'm talking about the other Holiday that's on the Rockets.
Oh,
yeah,
my bad.
If you're just trying to get money stuffers in,
he's not even there anymore in Milwaukee.
No, I'm talking about the Rockets Holiday gets 10 a year, where you could make the money work.
Yeah,
it's just that if I'm Milwaukee and I'm looking at it, if those two are off the table, Amen's the first guy I want, and Tari's the second guy I want.
Well, let's say hypothetically, let's say the offers obviously plus contracts to make it work in picks, but it's Amen, it's Cam, and it's Reed plus picks.
Maybe
and money
Jabari too. Maybe Jabari too.
Jabari, I think at this point, I don't really care if he's a part of the deal. But like, is that something you'd be willing to entertain If it's a men, Reed, Cam plus picks and money.
No,
that's too much. And if it's Tari,
I want to keep him in. Like he to me,
there's no way they do that deal without.
I agree, which is why we're not getting a trade done.
But even still, Reed, you don't know what you don't know yet. But what you do know is he's a dead-eye shooter.
Which is why you'd want him next to Giannis.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. And the fact that he can handle the ball, he's going to get better. He's so young, but he's coming from a bloodline too, where he's going to be a smart player for you that's going to get better and better to where that's something you don't want to part ways with, because no matter what you're going to try and build, there's always going to be a place for that.
Amin Thompson might be the only player on this team I'm not willing to trade. Under the right trade, I'm willing to trade Alpi. Under the right, I had no problem trading Jalen, actually. In fact, like more realistic future trade for the Rockets, if we eliminate Giannis from this conversation, I think that the future trade that makes the most sense for the Rockets is upgrading at shooting guard, is upgrading a score for the Houston Rockets. So if Jalen Green and picks get you a shooting guard that's an elevation over Jalen Green, to me, that's the trade you eventually make at some point, which you can't do that for a while. But am I trading Amin, Reed, Jabari, picks? I'm not doing that for Giannis.
No, you hope that you could keep both Amen and Tari, because you can see now a year ago when, even though Tari sat out the year, the Knicks and several teams were calling on Tari Eason going, don't care if he's hurt or not. That's a guy that I want on my squad because I can do some things with him. And now you're seeing why. Just from an impact standpoint and the fact that there's still no ceiling for them, I don't want to trade Amen. I don't want to trade Tari. I don't want to trade Reed. I know what I've got in both Sengun and Jalen Green. Jalen Green would be the centerpiece for a lot of teams that still feel like there's another level for him to get to. Sengun, I'm fine trading with, because as good as he's been here, I don't want to say that Brook Lopez one way or another is better or worse than him, but just knowing that Brook Lopez was on the open market a year ago or 2 years ago shows you that you can find another Sengun. In the way the game's played today, you don't need him all that much.
I think he's kind of unique. I think Sengun's game's unique. I agree with you in terms of like his value, but I wouldn't say that you can find another Sengun, because I think he's kind of, I don't want to say unicorn because that's putting him like in this special category, but you don't see centers that have his type of game.
But if I look at it, say from a different perspective, if I tell you that Brook Lopez is a 7-foot 3-point shooter that can knock down, good numbers from 3-point range.
You see more of those nowadays, though.
Yeah,
than
he's
Alpi's
a unicorn
game.
too, to the where. But he's also going to play. He's a big man that's going to go down and be all defensive first team. So he has his strengths and weaknesses, but the big man has been kind of pushed to where that's not a necessity anymore. That's a luxury when you get a player like that. So from an Alpi standpoint, I'd be okay if I had to go find another Alpi type player.
Which Rocket currently on this team is the one you would least want to trade?
It's no brainer to me. It's Amen Thompson.
Yeah, me too.
I just, because of the fact that even from when you got him last year, he was supposed to basically be in the G League and learning because he's so young and raw. You saw everything you needed to see early on to the point where he was getting minutes by the end of the year, and the only thing he needed to fix was his shot. Now you're seeing improvements in his shot, and you're seeing even a more dominant player when he's on the floor, filling up a stat sheet without getting a single play called for him, and he's playing defense at a high level. That's all I need to see to say that's who you build around.
Text line seems to be out on it, too, for the most part. 0979, absolutely not. He's the number one. He is not the number one. He has no jumper and can't hit free throws. Cam, Jabari, Reed, all the picks. See, I don't think that's enough to get it done for Giannis. Cam, Jabari, Reed, and all the picks is not enough, in my opinion.
I think Jabari's right now. Jabari's the guy that you would love to unload, that a lot of teams know that the book is out on right now, that's got to do a hell of a lot of improving before they're going to want him.
8807, explain how the second apron works. I thought Bucks could only trade 1-for-1 since they were over the apron. I'm not exactly sure the second apron works, other than it tries to limit like these huge, massive supers teams and spending tons of money, but it's very complicated. 1306, Ron is the biggest, and I mean largest prima donna in radio. Who's coming in with the name The Show? Not really relevant to the conversation, but I read it anyways because I'm here for it. Brandon T, I'm out on Giannis. Keep the nucleus together for the next year or two and see what they can do. I think wouldn't win a title with Giannis anyways. You could, if Giannis with the right pieces around him, I think you can, because their defense would be so elite if you had Giannis and kept the guys that we like.
Yeah, if you keep Tari and Amen and have Giannis, and those are your three basically primary defenders. I don't care the other two guys you put on the floor with him, and as bad as Sengun can play defensively, you are going to absolutely dominate the conversation in most matchups defensively, because just with the reach alone and the athleticism, you're going to absolutely strangle and suffocate most teams you play against.
Corey, I love where this team is going, and I don't know that I want him to play where Jabari told Alpe to go and pass, picked by Alpe, cut by Van Vliet, makes me like a little team ball. Jabari, Camtari, all the picks. Not totally out on Giannis, but I'd rather have a young athletic rim protector. Don't understand why the Rockets not doing that. They really don't have that guy at the 5 yet. I think eventually it's coming.
I'll tell you the sleeper that bothered me about this entire story when I read it from Mark Stein is that the Rockets secretly or not so secretly are still in love with the idea of acquiring Kevin Durant. Please stop thinking about that. Don't ever think about it again. And if that's what you're thinking, then you need to get a good night's sleep and stop drinking, because that's ridiculous at his age with what he may or may not have left in the tank to say that no matter what you have on your roster or what it would cost to go get him, that would even be a consideration.
What if it's cheap though? What if it's Jalen Green, a few picks, and then cap filler to make it work? And he's your upgrade as your scorer.
Then your window is going to be the next couple of years before you're going to have to find a replacement for him.
Well, you would have your entire foundation minus Jalen.
I hate it. If you look at, aside from the Golden State title and his Oklahoma City years, tell me where Kevin Durant has made the guys around him better and made
Team
his
USA over the summer. Want to go medal makers? Want to go?
Well, I think that internationally he could find a Maccabi Tel Aviv deal that could make him a European sensation to win a title. But I don't think that it's going to win a title in the NBA. The Nets was a disaster everywhere he's been. Phoenix, as good as they're playing right now, I don't look at that team and say NBA championship right there.
He's super injury prone too. I wouldn't touch Giannis with a 10-foot pole. He would want his trash brother also to come with him. Plus all the young, good developing players we have here, gelling and winning is too much to give. I'm a little surprised by our text line being kind of mostly anti-Giannis. 8807, Amin is untouchable. Nah, keep Reed, get Jabari out of here. And then ask Blankers, could Amin, Easton, and Giannis be enough to beat Boston in a 7-game series?
No.
You need a score.
Yeah.
You need a score. And I don't think
at least one.
Yeah, I don't know if Jalen's that scorer yet.
I don't know if I think you might need more than one, because when you look at Boston, look, they didn't need per se to have the unicorn involved in all this. But when you got the kind of production from 4 different guys in Boston when White came on like he did, and Porzingis was able to help, there's not a team in the league that can match up with that and try and stop them in a 7-game series, because it comes from everywhere. It's like Golden State at their peak when they had Kevin Durant too. You had options galore of 25-point scorers that, because of the cap, you just can't see come together, with other teams that can match up with that. That's I think the biggest thing is you still need guys that can score with Boston, and I don't think we have guys on this roster right now that are there yet.
713-780-ESPN. What's your favorite Texans-Cowboys storyline ahead of Monday Night Football tonight? Cooler Breeze broadcasting live from the Hardball Classic, presented by Little Woodrows. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Brayburn Country Club for the Cougs Hardball Classic. Here's Joe Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Thank you to Little Woodrows for having us out here at the Cougs Hardball Classic. They were braving the elements today, having to deal with the rain. No problem, though, for a bunch of Cougars. Go Cougs. 713-780-ESPN. What are your favorite storylines ahead of Monday Night Football today? 713-780-3776. What do you got, Blinkers?
I think the biggest storyline for me is going to be just the continual storyline that's going to kind of be around until it's solved, and that is the offensive line. Like, can what you did a week ago turn into more continuity, more practice time, and hopefully better results, so that's the offense has more time to do what they need to do, and if not, then it's going to continue to be is it going to be musical chairs? Are they going to have to do more? Are they going to have to entertain other ideas that we have not been in favor of? Like, at least I haven't specifically, maybe more so than you, about moving Titus Howard. I just think that it's going to be what everybody keeps their eyes on until we don't have to worry about it so much.
Yeah, the one that's popping up recently, this happened late in the week last week, Overshone, who's actually a Texas Longhorn. We know that Brian likes to pretend to be a Texas Longhorn fan. Demarvian Overshone had this to say about the matchup with the Texans on Monday Night Football. He said, quote, "Even though it's a down year for us, we still run the state of Texas," end quote. Overshone, cash them or trash them. We do that on Tuesday, but cash or trash. This is still Cowboy country in the Lone Star State, even though it's a down year for the Cowboys.
It's a big trash. I mean, tell me what you've done to try and do what the Texans have done more so than you have. Get to the playoffs, win a playoff game, be a team that that actually doesn't look like paper champions, because they get there, and when they get there, they get their doors blown off by a team that they were supposed to blow out, as opposed to a Texans team that gets a win and gets to the divisional round and then is competitive in a divisional game. I just think that, you're not the Cowboys of old, and you don't have the big three sitting there, doing everything that they want to do. So slow your roll before you start putting yourself in a category you don't belong in.
Yeah. I'm not going to be very popular in Houston saying this, but I don't think he's wrong. I don't think that he's wrong. Yes, the Texans are a better football team.
I was going to say,
yes,
for marketing,
the Texans have had a better winning percentage in the last 2 years. Let's not make this huge body of work. Let's not forget that prior to the last 2 years, season and a half, that the Houston Texans were winning 11 games in 3 seasons. But we talk about Jerry Jones curtains nationally more than the Houston Texans even come up. So from like a marketing point of view, from a PR point of view, from a team who just grabs headlines, Texans really aren't anywhere close to the Cowboys. And look, that might not be where you want to be. I don't want to be the organization that's making headlines because they don't have curtains that are covering up the sun. I don't want to be the organization that has an owner that's the make-believing being this general manager. I listened to Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones this week or last week, just kind of getting an idea where the Cowboys are. I can't believe these guys are running an NFL football team from a general manager perspective. It's sad, quite frankly. But the Cowboys have way more cachet than, quite frankly, the Texans ever will.
I think it's two separate conversations. I think if you want to talk about who's running the state of Texas from a football perspective,
but he didn't say that.
Teams, no, but
he
I'm
didn't
just saying
say that. So you can take what he said in kind of two different ways, right?
Right. That's what I'm saying. So you can look at it from a football perspective, where I think that it's completely in the Texans' favor. But when you look at it from just an overall marketing, exposure, logo, popularity, it's totally the other direction. The Cowboys have been the Cowboys. They've been the mainstays that, there's a reason why when you talk about the overall value of the franchise to the popularity of the logo itself and the money that it generates worldwide, the Cowboys are up there with the Yankees. I think it's Man United and just a few others, to where you realize from that perspective, the Texans are way behind. I think from a football perspective and with the contracts they just locked in and what that kind of limits them to doing, I think the Texans are ahead by a good margin.
I'd rather have the Texans if I'm trying to win a football game, and I'd rather have the Texans if I'm trying to stack up wins over the next 5 years. But in terms of the brand, the Cowboys are up there with some of the biggest brands in the history of sports, like you mentioned. So I'm interested in that storyline to see how, is this something that's, going through the entire locker room of the Cowboys, where it's okay, we got to show the Texans who runs the state, because the Texans are not anywhere near that. D'Amico Ryans was asked about that last week, and it's just our next game. So that's something that'll be fun to watch. Nico Collins' return, what does the offense look like with Nico Collins? We've talked about Nico and Joe Mixon. They've played one complete game together. Mixon was hurt in game 2. Nico was hurt by the time Mixon came back. So I'm interested in that. I'm interested in the running game. Like the running game was not good the last time out for the Houston Texans. Does that look better? Can they improve in that department?
Yeah.
So from an offense standpoint, those are the two things.
I had Nico on my list as well, and I had Joe Mixon on my list as well, because you could tell the one thing you don't want is to see his frustration again for another week, because they just can't have anywhere to run and there's just nothing opening up. The big thing for me on the flip side of this is, as much as Dallas doesn't seem to have a whole lot to play for and enough players to play for whatever they're trying to play for, the fact that Micah Parsons it's also, everybody's going to say, oh, it's Micah and it's CJ and it's the whole podcast thing and it's, who's going to one up who. Micah Parsons is going to try to put on a show tonight because he realizes his contract's up in a year. He realizes it doesn't matter how bad the rest of this team is. Most people who know football know that is a destructive, dominant football player, and he is going to look to put his name back on the map against a less than offensive line, to where we saw what Quinnen Williams was able to do when he was up against Kenyon Green. I think that Micah Parsons is going to be up and down this offensive line looking for any way that he can wreak havoc and have everybody remember just how good he is.
Yeah, see, how they protect is going to be very interesting to me too. Like, especially with him. Like, is that something that they're going to be able to cover up at all? And then on the defensive side of the ball, for me, it's really, quite frankly, defending CeeDee Lamb. Questionable status. Everything I've heard is that he's going to be good to play. And they like to move CeeDee around, too. They'll put him in the slot. They'll put him outside. And then, what do we know about the Houston Texans? We know that they don't travel Derek Stingley most of the time. The only time that they've really done that in a single game was against the Browns last year in the wild card round. I don't expect them to change that in the regular season. So I expect Stingley to be on the left side of the defense and not move. You're starting Holman. Maybe we see Okudah. We know that Jalen Petry's a problem covering good receivers in the slot. So how they defend CeeDee Lamb, to me, is going to be fascinating.
It is, because of the fact that if you're the Cowboys and you have any kind of football knowledge at all, and we know that the coaches are going to see this too, they know that the advantages that they have is keep CD on the other side of the field from Stingley, and we'll live with that. We'll take our chances with that, because more times than not, you're taking an all-pro caliber receiver and putting him then against less than defensive backs. You're probably going to win that matchup, and now it's just a matter of, can your quarterback get the football where it needs to go? That's why another one of the keys that I had was the defensive line getting home for the Texans.
Yeah.
Whether Will Anderson plays or not, and he's not going to play. The fact that Autry has looked good, the fact that this could be another one of those games for like a Danielle Hunter where he just breaks out like Will did against the Patriots and just says, you have no one on that offensive line that's capable of guarding me and slowing me down. I am going to do whatever Micah Parsons can do on the other side and then some, and I've got other guys that can help me.
Don't forget that they're getting Party Boy Mario Edwards back tonight.
That's right.
Either Party Boy or has trouble paying attention. Either has an attention disorder or he likes to have a little fun. One of the two.
I've heard Cowboys teams in the past might have partied in a similar way to the way Mario Edwards might have partied.
Yeah, you're right. That is kind of something they're known for.
I'm not. This may not be a great city for Mario Edwards to
just make sure he's on the flight back home. Just make sure he's on the flight back home.
Not at a White House.
I'm not sure he can handle that stuff.
Yeah,
I'm not sure
not.
he can handle what the Cowboys
the White House
were doing back in the day. Any other storylines that you guys have?
I think that's the main thing. I think that from a
got to mention
defensive
the second half scoring.
That's a big one. You're right.
Second half scoring's been a problem all year. The other part of that, and it's kind of connected in a way, but the other part of that we've seen the Texans struggle with week after week after week this year is being a worse team on the road. I mean, now that's more so outdoors, like we saw against the Jets and a few others, but they've been a bad road team, and they've obviously been terrible in the second half. So against a lesser than opponent this week, that's got to be something we see improve.
No, that's a big one.
They need to score some points in the second half.
Yeah, I think that's a big one. I think that's one that we've been harping on enough to realize that has to stop tonight. I mean, it doesn't matter who you're playing, but you obviously, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that's a team you're supposed to beat. You're supposed to be able to put points on. That means in both halves of the game. And because it's been such a sticking point and such a topic to be brought up every day at press conferences, that's something that you've got to look at and say, that has to change tonight.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. If you have any, let us know. 713-780-3776. Also, let's go over some of the big things that happened yesterday. Week 11 in the NFL. It is the Bees broadcasting live from the Cougs Hardball Classic on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word from a good friend, Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at dealing with hair loss for you and getting your hair back. It doesn't matter if you've got pattern baldness, you've already lost your hair, maybe you have some hair still on your head, it's just not what it used to be. Doc Linville's the answer. It's not the sprays and the creams and the foams and the gimmicks that just don't work, that just mask the problem. It's actually getting your own hair back. What I learned when I had a consultation with Doc and his staff, and that I didn't know previously, which was the fact that you never lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you go in other areas. So he repurposes some of that. He takes some of that. He puts it where you need it most, and in no time at all, you see follicles growing. You see hair that's going to be strong and long and with you for the long haul because it's coming from a place where it's never going to go away. He can do the same thing for you. All you got to do to get the process started, set up a free consultation with Doc and his staff. Go to 975hair.com. For most people off the street, that consultation costs $150. You're listening to me right now and you want to talk to him, it's absolutely free if you go to 975hair.com and set up the appointment. The consultation's free. Nothing to sign for on the dotted line for. No money out of pocket or commitment to be made. Just a true question and answer session after they explain to you how they can help. It's a game changer, folks. It changed my life in terms of getting my hair back. You can do the same thing for you. You get a lot more confidence because you have your appearance back, and that can mean so much. Check them out today. Tell them I sent you to buy. Go to 975hair.com.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Brayburn Country Club for the Cougs Hardball Classic. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
It's indeed where we're at. Cougs Hardball Classic. Thanks to Little Woodrow's for having the Killer Bees out this afternoon. All right, big news in the NFL. The Buffalo Bills ending the Kansas City Chiefs' undefeated season in Buffalo. Does change the way you view the AFC at all?
Not much. I still believe that, Kansas City has a certain level that they play to in the regular season and another level that we've seen they're able to get to when it comes to postseason. And so that's something that I'm not going to lose any sleep about if that's the first loss the Chiefs have this year. I think the Bills needed that win a whole hell of a lot more than the Chiefs did. At the same time, it was a really good statement win for the Buffalo Bills to say, listen, we lost some guys, but at the same time, we still are fully capable of playing with these guys whenever they play. So I think that from the standpoint of, who needed it more, Buffalo needed it more.
Yeah, it doesn't change the way I view the AFC at all, really. I don't think much of the Buffalo Bills. Like, I know that they beat Kansas City yesterday. I know that Kansas City kind of has these flaws. I know that Kansas City's offense isn't great. I don't trust the Buffalo Bills to beat the Kansas City Chiefs in the postseason. I just don't. And yesterday,
even if they games in Buffalo?
No,
because they've been there and done that.
No, No, I expect Kansas City to go into Buffalo, eat all their wings, and then beat them whenever they play. I have no issue with that.
It is worth saying that, I mean, Buffalo wins convincingly, even without Dalton Kincaid and Keon Coleman playing.
Kincaid's been a disappointment this year, though, and Keon Coleman hasn't been great.
I'm just saying, like, Josh Allen was
They
already
got
down.
two good tight ends.
I mean, he obviously already lost.
Was Taylor Swift at the stadium yesterday? That's a different game if Taylor Swift is there. Different game.
He loses his top 2 targets in the offseason. Now he's down 2 more targets going into this game. So, I mean, I don't think it changes. Like, if the game's an Arrowhead, I'm still picking the Chiefs. But if somehow the Bills, who are 1 game behind but would have the tiebreaker, if somehow the Bills get the number 1 seed, I think I'm picking the Bills as of now.
I would play a Kansas City future bet today.
I would too.
Today.
I mean, the thing is they've gone to Buffalo and they've won in the postseason. You look and say
it's the past.
Their defense is still their defense might be better than it's been in this entire run so far for them. And the fact that you still have Patrick Mahomes and you've added a guy like D-Hop who's been a huge upgrade in terms of the wide receiver position.
3-4 catches yesterday?
Yeah, that's yesterday. That's 1 game. But I'm just saying
We were
overall.
talking about last year. This is yesterday.
No, I'm talking about the overall teams, Brian. I'm talking about the fact from both teams' perspectives. I think that Buffalo needed this game more to say that they're still on the level of a Chiefs team that might be better defensively. It got better from where they were at the start of the season offensively, and they still have Patrick Mahomes. And you're talking about getting Pacheco back in the mix, along with what Hunt has been able to do, filling in for him. And I think that they will be deeper at the end of the season. Obviously, injuries are going to play a factor.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Brian. And the offense for Kansas City has not been good. Like, it has not been this
trend that's been going down since last year.
Yeah, but then whenever the playoffs came around, remember last year, the second half of the year, they were just squeaking by. They were winning close games. They were losing a couple here and there. I think they were like 5-2 in their last 7 games after the bye, something like that. I don't think that's exact, but something like that. But then the playoffs come around and they're doing just enough. Like they do what is required with their defense being really the stronger side of the ball there. I would take Kansas City to win a playoff game in Buffalo today.
And
if
Kelsey,
you're offering me that, I would take it today.
And Kelsey
he
exploded in the playoffs.
Nothing yesterday.
In the playoffs, though, last year is when he really turned it up and took it to another level. You know, for the last 3 weeks, he's been playing great. He didn't have to do a whole hell of a lot yesterday, but they found a way. They were still competitive. And I think in the playoffs, they'll take it to the level where they will be better.
How about the Jim Harbaugh impact and what he is doing with the Chargers? I can't stand that he's such a good coach.
Does it everywhere.
I can't stand
Literally
it.
everywhere.
He does. I was thinking about it last night about when we were talking about preseason, who we thought were going to do what. And we were like, yeah, Harbaugh's not going to be able to do this in year 1. And they lost all these skill position players. And you know, it's going to take a couple of years. And then it's also going to see, can he return to the NFL to have the same kind of success he had in San Francisco? He's unbelievable because he's doing more with less than what we thought at the start of the year. I mean, he's turned Johnston into a guy that can actually catch and be a big part of this. Herbert just basically took the governors off, and Herbert is throwing, you know, all over the place.
He was unbelievable
and running.
last
When
night.
he had his first 2 rushes, he had over 50 yards rushing after those 2 rushes.
1 interception all season.
Yeah, I mean, he's putting every pass where it needs to be. And the guys that they're calling on to kind of fill the names of the bigger names they had a year ago are doing their jobs.
Yeah, Ladd McConkey had a breakout game yesterday. You mentioned Herbert. I mean, obviously, Chris Collinsworth was just it felt like he was watching football porn yesterday, watching Justin Herbert play.
Especially the first half.
But my goodness, some of those throws Herbert was making where there's 2-3 quarterbacks in the league that can make some of those throws.
Well, and then the one he missed to McConkey that would have been a big one, too.
Yeah,
even McConkey was like, we were all in shock going, I mean, with as good as he was throwing the football, that was surprising he had a miss like that.
Yeah, he's we forgot how good Herbert was.
We did.
We did sleep on his talent because he had a down year last year and a really dysfunctional team. And then the rest of that division too. Like the Broncos are kind of good. The Denver Broncos are pretty good at football, huh?
Oh, the Denver Broncos, way better than we would have thought about. When you start thinking about the fact that Bo Nix might be a lot higher in terms of you had to redraft this quarterback draft right now.
Would you put a bet down on Bo Nix Rookie of the Year?
Yes.
Yeah.
I would.
Yeah.
I believe
it's gonna be hard to pass Jaden Daniels.
It is.
Though.
I mean, because that's not preseason, but the first half of the season storyline was it's Jaden. But you look over the last 5 weeks, Bo Nix has outplayed him.
Yeah, he's been insane. He had 4 touchdowns yesterday.
Yeah. This is like the Russell Wilson thing where
football.
Or Jaden Daniels still has to finish strong because Russell Wilson's been in the MVP conversation for multiple years, and then those last 4 or 5 games matter. But yeah, if you started just recalculating right now, Bo Nix is in that conversation. He's playing his tail off.
Yeah, he's been really stinking good. All right, post Bregman, what is Plan B? Is it Willie Adames? 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees broadcasting live from the Cougs Hardball Classic on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Killer Bees live from the Cougs Hardball Classic. Thank you to Little Woodrow's. So is there a new plan B after Alex Bregman? If there is indeed life after Bregman for the Houston Astros, if they do not re-sign him, a new name has emerged. We've looked at the free agents. Third baseman free agents are not very good. You look at Yon Moncada, who broke his hand. You're looking at backups, Gio Urshela, who have not been relevant in quite some time. Well, John Morosi dropped a new name that could be in the mix for the Houston Astros. John?
The Astros, if they don't re-sign Bregman. I love that idea, by the way. You put Adames potentially at third, Pena at short, Altuve at second. I would love that infield. The Braves are involved, I'm told. The Red Sox and the Toronto Blue Jays, who we know, we've heard plenty about their link to Juan Soto. They want to get a major free agent.
All right, so there you go. There you have it. Willy Adames has emerged as a potential name to watch for the Astros should they miss out on Alex Bregman. What are your thoughts on plan Willy Adames if Bregman goes somewhere else?
Well, I think that we all were wise enough to realize Dana had a plan B if plan A doesn't pan out with Bregman, though, of course, their wish list is started with, and there's a distance between, Bregman and everybody else. But Willy Adames is a guy that I questioned his offensive ability, and knowing Milwaukee like I do, being in a smaller market, they're always looking for that quick fix, bargain rate guy. And the minute that they get good or show that they can play at any level, they let them walk and try to find the next guy just like it. I did not expect that Willy Adames as a shortstop would come out with the offensive numbers that he developed into the last several years to say, Willy Adames is now a guy you have to respect as a power-hitting infielder in this league, that if he's willing to play third base, I could live with the fact that I don't care if he's on average, as good as Bregman or not defensively, and I think he can be in that category. Offensively, at his age, with the numbers he put up, I'd live with that and be just fine.
Yeah, I'm really on the fence, which is a terrible place to be. He was given the qualifying offer, and he's going to turn that down. So the fact that he's going to turn down a qualifying offer, that means that he's going to come with compensation should you sign him, in which case I think the Astros would lose a second-round pick. I think that's what I was reading. So that would be the second time in a row you do that, because they did that same thing with Josh Hader last year. The compensation you receive for Alex Bregman, if he were to go, because you're going to give him the qualifying offer, he's going to reject that. But because you're above the luxury tax, you're going to only get a fourth-rounder back in terms of that. So Adames does have more power than Bregman. Like, Adames hit 32 home runs yesterday. I agree with you. I didn't see that power coming from early Willy Adames. Bregman hit 26. Bregman's usually a more patient hitter, although he didn't walk a ton last year. He doesn't strike out at all, Bregman, whereas Willy Adames does. So you're losing the long, drawn-out at-bats. You're losing a little on base. You're losing contact, but you are adding the power element from Willy Adames. Now, if you just went like OPS plus, Willy Adames was 118 last year. Bregman was 118 last year. Go 2 years ago. Bregman was 122. Adames is 94. So I actually think Bregman's slightly more valuable of an offensive player than Willy Adames, but I think it is somewhat close. Defensively, I'm not really worried about it. Like, if you can play shortstop in the big leagues at a high level, which Willy Adames does, I think you can play third base at a high level. Will he match Bregman's glove? Probably not. But Adames actually has a bigger arm than Alex Bregman. I don't love the qualifying offer here. If you're going to let Bregman go, I think that you should just go youth movement. Like, to me, they're kind of similar in terms of production and value, where it's like, okay, if you're not going to get Bregman done, you might as well just go with the entire youth movement and go with the young guys at third, in my opinion.
Well, I think the other thing, too, is because the money matters so much, it also the position that they play in which you're paying matters, too. Because if you do go with the youth movement, keep it internal at third base, does that mean you can get that kind of offensive production or more for maybe a little less, depending on what the open market says, if it's a corner outfielder that you're trying to do, or a first baseman, or one or the other, if not both? That's where the money's going to play the most in this situation of one or the other. Because I can move on from Bregman and I can put in either it's Matthews or whatever I choose, descends, however I choose to fill the role of third base. If it means that I can look for the same kind of numbers or more that Adames put up, but at a lesser price than what he's going to command if there's multiple teams trying to bargain for his services and push the price up too high.
The projection on Adames is 6 years, $150 million. Like, that's pricey there. Like, I don't want to pay Willy Adames 6 years, $150 if you're going to balk on Alex Bregman. Like, if you're balking on Alex Bregman, you might as well just do the youth movement. And look, I would balk on both of them. Like,
how old is Adames?
He's 1 year younger than Bregman.
Yeah, that's
He's
not
gonna
enough.
Be 30 next year.
That
He'll
six.
be 29 next year. 29.
See, that's where that 6 is going to come into play because you don't want to go there if you're the Astros and you've proven that. But with the other teams that are going to be buying for his services and literally buying, not just vying, that's where you're going to get into where he'll play the fact that one of those teams is willing to go the extra mile of a 6th year. If you're the Astros, you don't want anything to do with that.
Would you go 150 for 6 for Adames, 25 a year?
See, that's where the 6 is too much. For me, at 1 year younger than Bregman, you're still doing the same thing you didn't want to do with Bregman. I would rather live and try to see, if I can get Bregman on a 5 or 4 year deal and know what I know about Alex Bregman, as opposed to, he broke out a little bit when he was with Milwaukee. He wasn't offensively like that in Tampa. You hope that these numbers are going to continue wherever he plays, and I think Minute Maid would be conducive to that, but I just don't have enough faith in it to say I'm going to give him 6 years.
Yeah, I'm balking on the contract. And to be fair, I'm balking on both of their contracts. That was the athletic projection on Adames, 6 years for 150. Their projection on Bregman, and Ken Rosenthal had a piece today in The Athletic where he talked about how Bregman's seeking Manny Machado 11-year, $350 million money. That's great. That's great because, you aim for the moon. If you fall short, you're still amongst the stars. That's what Scott Boras is doing here. The athletic projection on a Bregman contract is 7 years, 189. So are you doing 7 years, 189 for Bregman? Because those are the two steps. I guess I should have asked them in reverse order. Are you paying Bregman 7 years, 189, assuming you can get it done on the athletics projection?
No,
I'm not either. Would you? We already said we're not doing 6 years, 150 for Adames. So it sounds like we're both going youth movement.
Yeah, at third base. Yeah, especially because of the fact that you still can get some of that, you repurpose some of that money to try and get maybe a lot closer to that production, just basing on looking at getting an outfielder or getting an extra bat that can help you with some versatility. And that would be what I'd be more. And I think you'd be more apt to be able to get that for less years too, maybe half the years, and it would be a better deal for the franchise.
Yeah, I'm balking on both of those and using my resources elsewhere. 6030, his strikeout rate is terrible. Talking about Adames, Alec Baum on the block. What do you feel about his immaturity and his professionalism? You have to do your due diligence there if you're Dana. But if you can get him on pennies on the dollar, I don't hate that idea.
What do you think they're going to try and get for him? What do they think they can get for him? Because it's not going to be just draft
Chaz
compensation.
McCormick, bring him home to Pennsylvania. I'm kidding.
But if you want Chaz and one of the surplus of starters at the back end of your starters to choose from, I'm in on that deal.
I'm making the call for sure. But I'm also going to make the call, do my due diligence about this unprofessional report and his immaturity. But if you can get Alec Baum on 70% of his value, that's what general managers do.
Yep.
That's what good general managers do. Now you have to be convinced and you have to trust your sources that if you get good intel on him that they're right. 6030, how long are we going to ignore Pena's terrible offensive capabilities? Just because he was postseason MVP, everybody loves him. Pena's a liability. I think his good looks here probably help too. If Jeremy Pena looked like Ezekiel Estacio, do you think he'd be so beloved? Well, Ezekiel Estacio was not very handsome.
Taking some strays.
He did catch a
conversation.
stray. Ezekiel did catch a strip, but he was an ugly man. He had some areas that he had some more parts than others, and I'm talking about his face. Yeah, he didn't look like Jeremy Pena. He didn't look like Brad Ausmus. He didn't look like Jake Marisnick.
Okay,
I think that helps him. I think that helps his popularity.
I think the biggest
it helps
thing,
my popularity.
We've been talking about it a lot. Look, I just think from a shortstop perspective, he's still above average because his offensive numbers weren't horrible. His defense was better than a lot of people, and this year it was down. There's no doubt about it. But overall, he's a good defender to where you could do a lot worse than Jeremy Pena. If one or the other could play third base, and maybe that's something that's coming down the road too, it's a decision he's going to have to make. We've seen A-Rod and others do it.
He didn't have a bat to play third.
But that's what I was going to say. That's where the bat would have to upgrade because the range is not a problem. But if he's going to be moved over, it'd be like Bryce Matthews is only going to play shortstop, and that's what the move was going to be to see if Pena wants to play third.
I think at that point you're playing Matthews at third, though, right?
And you're probably letting Pena walk because he's going to test the market and try to get more. He'll get money somewhere else.
Pena is a valuable baseball player, mostly because of his defense. His bat is very average. His bat for Major League Baseball standards is average, but you can get by with an average bat at shortstop if he plays a good defense. That's why I don't want to move him to third base. If he is your third baseman, you now have an offensive liability at third base. And if you don't have the answer at short, what are we really doing here? So I don't think that Pena's future is ever third base because his bat doesn't play there. But I also, yes, Jeremy Pena, not a great offensive player, but Jeremy Pena is a above average Major League ball player, mainly because he plays a premium defensive position at a pretty high level.
And the other thing when we talk about this, and I don't want anybody to misconstrue this to say that offensively that they're even close. But the other thing that worries me about a guy like Pena is he's very much in the Bregman mold of he's not athletic in the fact that the way he runs, even though he's fast, it looks like it's mechanical. It looks like he's got that little hitch in his giddy up. There's things where he's not as fluid as a lot of guys that you see play the position or when they're really athletic players.
Yeah.
But he still gets it done at a high level, don't get me wrong. But that concerns me because you're always looking for guys that it comes natural to them, and he's so athletic that he can do so many things that would worry me with Pena as he gets older.
His speed's elite. Now, the computers don't love his defense. The computers don't think he has great range, which I don't really see that. Like, I see a pretty good defensive shortstop. I'm not going to say great. I'm not going to say elite. I see a good defensive shortstop. Computers hate him. The computers thinks he has pretty poor range at short, which I disagree with the computers there. Now, his speed is elite. His speed's very good. No, but I'm probably let Jeremy Pena play out his club control and then probably let him walk. I'm not signing Jeremy Pena to an extension like I once clamored for, unless you could get him for a below market deal. But not a third baseman. I think you're fine with Jeremy Pena as your everyday shortstop. Is he a great offensive player? No. I think people probably had the expectations after his rookie season way too high, and specifically because it's postseason. His rookie year wasn't all that good offensively. It was just that postseason. Texter's asking about Dubon at third base. I think they would all be in that mix. If you're not bringing back Bregman, you're not signing Adames, there's really no other free agents, you're not making a trade, I think you probably have a four-man camp battle with Shea Whitcomb, with Zach DeCinzo. I hear they don't love his defense at third base, with Bryce Matthews, and then I think Dubon would be in the mix there as well. Those are your four competitors.
This is the conversation we had before we knew Pena was going to be your shortstop when Correa left. Like, just insert, Dubon where Aledmus Diaz was being inserted in the conversation if Pena wasn't ready at short. Dubon can be a short-term fix for you if he has to play third base.
Yeah.
Offensively, I think it's the same conversation.
It's Pena, really.
Yeah, you have to worry about the fact that playing third base more frequently, could he produce for you offensively consistently? And that's where the big question marks will be.
To me, Dubon's bat does not play to be an everyday third baseman.
Even if he hit close to 300, which I'm not expecting him to be able to, sustain and do, power numbers, he's not going to have the kind of power numbers to play in a third base at a major league level.
Yeah, he doesn't get on base and he doesn't have any pop. Like, he doesn't walk, he doesn't see pitches, he doesn't hit for any pop. Last year's OPS plus was 88. That's below average. And now you're looking at him playing third base, which isn't like the offensive position it used to be in the steroid era. You can get by with not great offensive players at third base, unlike in the past. But an 88 OPS plus doesn't play at third base. Like, you're going to need an above average offensive player. So Dubon's bat would be a liability at third base. Jim Crane today, as they were announcing the ballpark name, Daikin, in case you missed it, which how could you? He was asked if he was willing to go over the competitive balance tax. Crane said, quote, "We've done it. We'll see where we end up. It just depends what we need and where the shoes drop. We'll let the powder get dry." We said that last year. This to me sounds like the Crane quote of, "I'm willing to do it, but only for very specific players."
Yeah, this is the sexy big splash moves that he really enjoys, because he also went on to talk about how, we were top 5 in payroll and, the fact that the Astros aren't normally that kind of team. But he's already kind of giving you the backstory to say, look, we've been in the same zip code and area code as the Dodgers and the Yankees and the big time spenders. But it also gave you the feel of, but I don't want to be there all the time unless I'm looking at a World Series or bust mode.
Yep. Yeah. He would do it with specific players. He's not going to do it just for like your run-of-the-mill free agent.
Right.
It's got to move.
I don't think
needle.
Willie Adames is the kind of guy that moves his needle like that.
Adames,
I don't think so.
I think it's borderline. I think he could be. I mean, Adames hit 30-something home runs last year. Like, that's kind of a needle mover. He hit over 30 home runs. That plays.
He's more of a name game.
For sure, he is. Yeah. He is. Are you saying because he comes from Latino descent?
No, I'm not saying anything like that. I'm saying the fact that he wants that big name and the bright lights, that means something to him.
Texter saying, but letting Pena walk when you could probably get some pieces for him, wouldn't that be better? You still have 3 years of club control with Pena, yeah. So, like, what's the urgency here? And then again, who is your shortstop? Like, you're trading a position that you have an everyday starter, trading him away, and then what's the plan there? Like, now you have a hole in your entire left side of the infield. Bregman's not under contract. You're trading Pena. If Bryce Matthews isn't ready to play third, how is he ready to play short? Which I do think Matthews needs another half a season minimum.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
AAA. I think the same thing with Jacob Melton.
Yeah, the big thing with Pena to me is the fact that it's not costing you anything right now other than what you would be paying him anyway. Ride that thing out. There's nothing that says, hey, in the meantime, if you're looking for an upgrade and something really is an offer you can't refuse, then go ahead and consider it. But at the same time, with all the other deals that you're worried about making and the finances that are so important to you right now, don't worry about Jeremy Pena.
3-6-6-7. They got to get better players in center field, third base, first base, plus another starting pitcher. Okay, that's a lot. Do you expect them to improve at center field with somebody who's not currently on their roster?
I do not.
I expect Chaz to be the
Chaz
center fielder.
McCormick's your starting center fielder.
Bregman's not currently your third baseman. Let's say it's the four horsemen of those guys that we mentioned as competitors. Do you think they get better at third?
I do not.
So you think they go with what they have in-house?
Well, if they go with, I thought you said that was my option to stay with what they had in-house.
Well, we're assuming Bregman's gone because he's currently not under contract. He's not on the team right now.
If Bregman's gone, then I think that they will try to address third base, but how they address third base will not be better than Bregman.
See, I think they address one of third base, first base. Like, they're going to get better at one of those positions. If it's Bregman, third base, and you go with what you have at first base, you miss out on Bregman. I think it could open up some names at first base. Do you think they'll add a starter?
I do not.
Yeah, I'm out on. I don't think that they will either. I will say that if they do, the one it would be Kikuchi.
Mm-hmm. Bring him back because of the fact that they felt like what they do and how they do it took him to a level he hadn't been at in the major leagues, and he liked being here to where they can make that make sense no matter what the dollars are. To where I could understand that move because even for me, Verlander, no matter how sweetheart of a deal, it'd have to be one hell of a bargain deal for you to consider bringing Justin back with all the guys you have to choose from.
Yeah, I'm probably out on JV if I can, unless you're just desperate and you need like $1 million. 5912 from all the early 30-year-olds in Major League Baseball free agency. Who would you give a 6 to 8 year deal to? None of them, unless you're Barry Bonds and you're juicing. Then I would give that guy as much money as he wants.
Yeah, we've talked about the fact that from a hitting perspective, when you cross that threshold at 30, to the pitchers that are more times than not going to cost you more because of the games they're going to miss with their health as they get older. I'm not into the big deals and the big money for those type guys.
All right, what do you believe after this college football weekend? What do you believe in college football? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees broadcasting live from the Cougs Hardball Classic on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Cougar fans, final home game of the season coming up on Saturday. You got to get out there. Wear your blue. UHCougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS right now to lock in those tickets. Houston Cougars taking on the Baylor Bears on Saturday, November 23rd, 6 p.m. at TD-ECU Stadium. Weather's going to be great. Cougars trying to remain alive in bowl eligibility, looking for back-to-back wins and back-to-back seasons against the Baylor Bears. So you got to get out there. And, of course, this is your last chance to see the Cougs at home this year. It is the home finale, and tickets at just $15. Don't miss the action as we celebrate Senior Day. Cheer on the Cougars in their brand new Houston blue uniforms. I am wearing my Houston blue hat today. I'm going to be wearing it all week, by the way. Bring your friends, bring your family, and let's pack TD-ECU Stadium with all the Cougar pride. Get your tickets now, UHCougars.com/tickets, 713-GO-COUGS. Get them for $15. Come early, be loud, and wear red. What do you believe now after this college football weekend? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line 713-780-3776. What do you believe? Blankers, what do you believe?
The Big 12 is up for grabs, and I did not expect to see a team that I've been very high on in BYU play the way it did. But now, as much as I've crapped all over Colorado has a unbelievable path to do damage.
Coach of the year. You know, the Big 12, if the SEC was doing what the Big 12 was doing, it'd be, oh, what a league, what a conference, cannibalizing itself. Big 12 is the SEC without the name brands.
I mean,
what it is.
I think that, you see
that's one way to look at it.
That's what it is. You see that all the high expectations of the entire conference in the SEC has been whittled down to a whole lesser than, specifically because their quarterback play has been less than. But at the same time, Big 12 looked like it didn't have a whole lot. Big 12's got some talent.
You called this one, right, Brian?
What was that?
BYU losing?
No, I actually bet on BYU.
I thought that was your cash them last week.
No, I Venmoed Sean Mapes some money when they were at LaBerge's last week to bet on BYU.
That's a sick flex.
No, I lost. It's not a flex at all. I mean, I guess it's something we probably should have seen coming because Kansas hadn't been healthy much of this year, and they got some of their guys back. They just picked up.
No, they're good.
This is the Kansas team that took the field this last Saturday in Provo was not the team that had been playing most of the year. And they got a big win last week, the Jayhawks did. So perhaps we should have seen this coming, especially after BYU got a close win over Utah and struggled to beat a Utah team without Cam Rising. But all credit to Kansas to get the job done on the road. A very, very tough place to play.
So I've never defended the SEC. In fact, the opposite. Usually I like to go after them as much as I possibly can. I can't do it here. If I'm being as honest as I can with you and with everybody else. No, not the standings. I feel like the SEC is getting a raw deal from the College Football Committee. The Big Ten and the SEC have no problem saying are the top two conferences in all of college football. And you look at some of the teams from the Big Ten and where they're ranked. Penn State, who have they beaten? Number 4. Indiana, they've beaten one team with a winning record. They might not even have a winning record anymore. Does Nebraska fall to 500? If they're above 500, it's by a game. Yeah, they're right around 500. Maybe they're one game above 500. Indiana, that's their best win. They're ranked number 5. You're telling me Penn State at 4, Indiana at 5 are better football teams than Ole Miss, who was 11 last week, better than Georgia, who was 12 last week, Alabama, who was number 10 last week. I can't believe that of all people is saying this, but I feel like the College Football Committee is screwing the SEC. I can't believe I said that. Believe I said that.
Put Penn State or Indiana on a neutral field.
Yeah.
Tell us what Vegas says against Georgia, against Alabama, against Ole Miss. Guarantee
all of them are favored by
at least a field goal.
5 points.
At least a field goal. Yeah, probably closer to 5 or 6.
Maybe not a full touchdown, but pretty close.
Yeah, I 100% agree. The Big Ten, as of now, obviously new rankings come out tomorrow, but it probably won't change.
No, it won't change.
Yeah, but the Big Ten has 4
not until next weekend.
The top 5.
The College Football Committee is giving preference to the Big Ten, and it's sick from an SEC perspective. And again, I've always argued against the SEC, so this is very, very strange uttering this from my mouth.
But the big thing is going to be that before it's too late, it'll all play out. Because I said to you guys,
not in seeding.
I think from the standpoint of this weekend, I think Ohio State will send a clear message about where Indiana is, and that'll bump them out. Penn State is a different story.
That's the
one. Penn State's the one that might be the difference maker in it, because otherwise, I've said all along, I thought it was a 2-team conference. I thought it was going to be the same 2 teams we already saw play once, and that Oregon and Ohio State are the cream of the crop. Penn State might be able to finagle their way into staying relevant enough.
What is their best win? What's Penn State's best win? West Virginia, Illinois.
That was week 1 of the season.
They beat USC.
SC was the other one, and SC has fallen off.
And SC has fallen off, exactly.
It's a 2-team league, and they have 4 teams in the top 5.
And that's where
it's ridiculous.
You have to look at, how is there any way to change that? Because again, unless you get a schedule where they're playing more of every team in the conference and less of the the cupcakes and the other things, and they don't, because the conferences are so big, you're not going to get the kind of matchups you need to kind of get the watered downness out of the fact that the Big Ten is really only 2 teams, and Penn State may find a way to sneak through.
Well, I mean, look at Penn State's remaining schedule. It's Minnesota and Maryland.
Yeah, they're going to win both of them easily.
They're in the tournament,
and they're probably going to be the top at-large team. They're going to be the 5 seed.
It's very likely.
So they're going to host. They're going to obviously host.
Yeah, they'll obviously host.
And then they're going to play the 4th seed if they win in the quarters.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
and they're
misseeding.
It is, and because they're not very good, and it drives me nuts when we get these teams in these conferences. Because following the Big Ten like I do, I knew from the start of the season that every year this is what Penn State does, and somehow they find a way to get into a bigger bowl game. Now, when it's talking about a berth in the championship playoff, that's a different story. Because
what do you?
I believe the Georgia offense is kind of back. I mean, the Georgia offense had been kind of a train wreck most of the season. I mean, Carson Beck had a stretch where he threw 12 picks in 6 games. Their running backs were turning the ball over. But going into that game against Tennessee this last Saturday, Tennessee hadn't given up more than 20 points all year.
Yeah.
Georgia goes in, or not goes in there. The game was in Athens. But they scored 31 points. Carson Beck doesn't turn the ball over, made some incredible throws, also made some incredible runs where he ran over defensive backs and really got the Georgia team fired up. If the Georgia offense starts to get things turned around, because, I mean, even in blowout wins like they had against Texas, they didn't really do a whole lot. If the Georgia offense starts to turn around, this becomes a much scarier team because that team has not been winning by offense.
Yeah, ETN didn't even play.
Well, he didn't even play.
And you look at that team and say, look, that's the scariest team that's out there to me is the fact that you're right. If Beck just figures it out to some degree,
home advantage in the first
doesn't
round.
matter who they play and on what field that they play it on, they got a chance against anybody with the talent that they have on in that locker room.
No doubt. Yeah, Georgia, Penn State. Who has a better chance to make the final?
Georgia.
Yeah, Georgia's outside of the top 10, and Penn State's number 4.
Of the two quarterbacks, you're
ridiculous.
questioning the consistency of a quarterback in back that already showed you that he can do the things Brian was talking about. Whereas at Penn State, I look at the quarterback and go, I don't care who they're playing against. I think it's more of a liability than it is
Delp
a
had a
strength.
lot of pro throws on Saturday against Tennessee. He was unbelievable.
Battery Chuck says Indiana plays Ohio State this Saturday,
Yep,
which will change
that's
a
what I
lot of things. I don't think it's going to change a lot of things.
If Indiana
like
wins
Ohio
their last
State
game, I don't think it matters.
Ohio State's going to beat Indiana. They're going to drop down to somewhere around 10 to 12, and they're going to be very much in the mix to be an at-large team that makes it anyways. Because they're going to have 4 Big Ten teams.
I'm going to tell you something. The spread, the final score of that game is going to matter because this is going to. Yeah, if Ohio State just completely shows that Indiana should be in a different league and just squashes them by like 30 plus, then I think it changes things.
Yeah, but if it's semi-close and Indiana ends up 11-1, they're in.
Yeah, I think so too. All right, what else do you think? What do you believe, Blankers?
I think the one team that I never would think about saying might be the best three-loss team in the country. South Carolina's playing unbelievable football right now.
They're one of mine.
Yeah, unbelievable football. How they're playing it on both ends. At both sides, I should say. And the fact that the Beamer has found a way to kind of get into these guys' heads to believe they are playing great football. And they're a team that they're lucky that they got that no one wants to see anywhere, no matter where they play in the postseason. They won't get in, but they're really playing good football.
They got 3 losses. They're not going to get in. But Lenore Sellers has been unbelievable second half of the season. They're going to be a legit problem next year.
No doubt.
They would have beaten LSU if he didn't get hurt in that game. He got hurt and playing the second half. Speaking of LSU, I believe their fans are already tired of Brian Kelly.
Oh, yeah.
They're tired of Brian Kelly down in the Bayou. They're ready to get rid of Brian Kelly down in the Bayou.
Kelly's got to be out.
Yeah, I mean, he's
still probably
going
to be out.
No, he won't be out. He won't get fired.
I don't know.
I think he's still got at least 2 more years.
They're 6-4 right now.
They're not firing Kelly.
No way.
They're like 8th. They're like 7th or 8th in the.
They're not firing Kelly. They're not firing. Maybe next year
after
if they're
next
around
season.
500.
Congratulations that you're 8-4 ceiling LSU. That's what to me under Brian Kelly right now. They're at an 8-4 ceiling.
They're calling Brian Kelly to get out of there. Is what they're doing. What else do you believe, Brian?
I believe the Tennessee wide receivers are extremely soft. I don't know if you caught this in the Georgia-Tennessee game. But you know how they've this has happened across college football, but they've upgraded the bench on the benches where it has the shade and like the heat or cool depending on the weather situation. Apparently, the Tennessee wide receivers in a game where the temperature was 55 degrees were complaining that the heat got turned off, and they made other positions switch with them so they could get warm with the heater on their bench.
Nothing wrong with that.
It's 55 degrees outside.
But wide receiver's a diva position.
That's my point.
It's
they're
a diva
soft,
position.
Jeremy,
the offensive linemen don't need it. Defensive linemen don't.
You're making my point. They're soft.
The dainty diva receivers are the ones who need that.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
They are soft by design. They were made that way. That's why they're receivers. Anybody else got some more beliefs?
Billy Napier may be saving his job.
Yeah, I think Lagway's saving his job.
He's saving his job. He's
We'll
turning.
see what he does against not Brian Kelly.
He turned a quarterback to come to Florida, which is big. So from the recruiting standpoint, he made a little mark that helped him, and then he's playing better. They're playing better football.
I don't know if I should say this one yet. I think it's going to take too long. I'll say it anyways. I believe we should get rid of conference championship games.
I'm with
especially in the college football playoff era
yeah.
with 12 teams. Like these teams are going to be penalized
games
based on what happens in the college championship game. Like, you're going to lose one of those games, and you're going to drop down in seeding a little bit. And it might not hurt like in the Big 12 or the Big 10 or the SEC, although it will impact seeding. But you're going to have two teams that might have been into the ACC some years or might have been into the Big 10 some years, and one of them's going to beat the other and force their exit
Well, look at
out of the playoff.
Look at your conference.
Well,
the Big
this one,
12.
I think it's a one-team league anyways.
I don't know-
It wouldn't work this year.
Well, theoretically, okay. I mean, Colorado, I think if they win out, they're in, right? BYU wins out, they're in.
Are we saying with their championship game?
Well, yes,
Yeah.
with their championship game. But I think if
Because they had 2 losses already.
Colorado.
Yeah.
If they didn't win, if they didn't have the conference championship game, Colorado was 10-2, BYU was 11-1. I think they'd have a chance to get both of them in.
Maybe so.
But with the conference title game, obviously Colorado loses that, they're done. They've got 3 losses, and I would probably say BYU with the disrespect of the committee members have already shown BYU what they think of them. I think with 2 losses, BYU's out.
See, I think it's more. I think you see it more in the ACC.
I disagree, but I think it could affect the Big 12.
Yeah, maybe
also.
so. But Miami and SMU by the end of the regular season, they very could well both be in the top 12.
I agree.
But they might be like 10 and 12, where the loser is going to be
out.
eliminated.
Yeah.
Like, they're having these quarterfinal matchups in the college football, like in the college championship games, the conference championship games, that are going to impact the college football rankings in the playoff. I don't think that they should do that. I think they should get rid of the college football championship games for the conferences. They'll never do this because it's way too much money, but they should for the sake of, the interest of fairness, and then just play an extra conference game. Play an extra conference game, have one more conference game, league countrywide.
See, the solution, and it goes back to the Penn State conversation too, that I like, that just because of the schedule and the amount of games you play, and the fact that because the playoffs matter so much that you don't want to have that kind of intensity, it would be the top 2 seeds on each side. And then just have the ones play the 2s first to see if they are capable, because then you would have the cream rise to the top, and you wouldn't have the Penn State-Indiana conversation. The 2 teams that played for the conference championship basically do the elimination for you of the 2 teams that lose, and they're not in the playoff.
But think about it like you did in the Big Ten. Like, you're going to have Oregon, Ohio State that are going to play a rematch.
Yeah, what's the point?
In the
both
Big
in.
Ten.
No,
Yeah.
I'd say if those were the 2 top seeds, then they would be the 1 seeds playing the next team in line on both sides, and then basically – in your conference, you're settling more of it before it gets to the playoff.
But it matters in the sense that you get a bye. Like, you get a bye. And it wouldn't, to me, it's not entirely fair that Ohio State can beat Oregon in the Pac-12 and the Big 10 championship game. Then all of a sudden they still a top 4 seed whenever Oregon was the regular season champion. Like, they're going to be impacted if they lose the Big 10 title game to where the regular season game is almost redundant. It's almost irrelevant, in fact.
Yeah, I don't like one game undoing what 12 games already told us. And this is going way too far for this conversation, but I would say the same thing about college basketball too. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
I actually agree with that.
I hate that we play 33 games or whatever it is, and now we're going to take 5 games, five games in a weekend, and then throw everything we saw happen over 5 months.
Well, it doesn't matter too much in the big leagues. You see that more in like the mid majors, like the 1-2 bid leagues. Like, you have a 6-bid, 7-bid league, it's not going to matter that much,
right?
Because you're not. I mean, the team that wins that conference was already in the NCAA tournament anyways. Now you start talking about fatigue and taxing your body. I think that we overrate the seeding and the impact that it has with the conference tournaments. I think we see that this team's on the bubble. If they win this game, they're in. Then they win that game, and then they're not in. It's because we put way too much importance on that one singular
the weight
game.
of it has got to change a little bit, because it's a travesty when you bust your ass, to Brian's point, especially as it relates to basketball. You bust your ass all year for like a 3-loss season, and then it's all gone in a weekend if you're not playing your best basketball because your conference only gets 1 bid. Yeah,
it's interesting. 713-780-ESPN. Let's whip through the text. I believe Garrett Nussmeier is the worst quarterback in the SEC. Tyler Conroe, shots fired there. What are you talking about, Brian? The SEC has been cannibalizing themselves this year too. I'm just having a little fun. 0979, Colorado's the best team in the Big 12. Very well could be. I mean, they have 2 potential top 5 draft picks. Maybe they should. I believe that Colorado can win it all. They have 2 potential top 5 draft picks. They probably should.
Travis Hunter won the Heisman.
Probably.
I don't know if he won it yet,
Probably.
but he became the front runner real quick. And remember, like, Cam had a bad weekend, and I just think that the kid at Boise's not going to get the kind of exposure.
Jinty had a big
big week, but again, with who they're
I don't
playing,
think he's doing enough though. Like, he needed to have the Barry Sanders numbers, and he's not quite there.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. What is your question for the Killer Bees? Mailbag Monday. What's your question? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees broadcasting live from the Cougs Hardball Classic on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
guys, I'm just telling you right now, you got a game tonight with the Texans playing on Monday Night Football. If you're having people over to the house, let me make a quick recommendation last minute that might help you on your way home from work as you set up. get yourself some Stella Rosa wines. It gives you a little bit more variety on the drink table. We know you're going to have the variety on the food table. You're going to have the pizza, the chips and the dips, the wings, the nachos, all the things that make watching sports so much fun. Stella Rosa Wines gives your guests another option on the table besides hard liquor and beer that can be as refreshing, especially on a week like on a Monday night. You want something that's a little bit more in terms of the refreshing taste with not as much punch alcohol-wise. It's the perfect mix of alcohol with the great varieties of unbelievable taste. You have the real natural fruit flavors. You've got just the right amount of spice, and they have so many different varieties that will go with whatever you're serving that you are going to be the hit of the party no matter how the game turns out. So I'm telling you, consider it when you get to the store tonight as you pick up last-minute things or the next time you get people together, because Stella Rosa Wines can make you the hero no matter how the game turns out in the end. Check them out today, available at your local retailers and your liquor stores. Stella Rosa Wines, and always celebrate responsibly.
Killer Bees broadcasting live. Cougs Hardball Classic presented by Little Woodrow's. Time now for our Mailbag Monday. What's your question for the Bees? 713-780-ESPN. 713-780-3776. Mailbag Monday. 8341. Are you guys believers yet that the Rockets will win 50 games? 50 games this season?
Nope. Not this year. I ain't believing 50. We had that conversation last week, though. You might be. I am not.
I did bet the over on the Rockets this year, which was like, what, 44?
I think it was 44 and a half.
Yeah,
43 and a half?
Oh, no, I said they'd win 43.
Yeah, I think it was 44 and a half.
Yep.
They're currently winning 7-14 of their
what's
games.
that pace?
They're currently on a 58.5 win pace. So, I mean, they're kind of putting themselves ahead of the curve a bit, where 50's in play.
When you start
I
to
think
believe
50's
if
in play.
If they stay at that pace, if they're still at that pace on January 1st, Joel, is that when you buy in?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
So Joel's going
Got to
to
get me after the All-Star break for me to
But
start buying in.
That's 80 games in after the All-Star break nowadays. They
Well-
play that 2/3 of the way through the year.
Okay, so then
What if they're winning 7-14% of their games at the 40 game mark?
Well, then they become that Sonics team that I always talk about, where sometimes it's just insurmountable, and then then I'll have the conversation with you. But at least they got to get to the midway point and be overachieving like that for me to say at 41, 42 games in, okay, they have a legit chance now. They've done it for too long for me to not say it.
I think that it's in play. I think that it's in play for them to get 50. I like their team. Like they're tough to beat
like their team
because of their defense though. Like their defense is going to keep them in games almost every single night. And they have enough offensive guys where you need a couple of them to have big games or even just normal games, and they're going to rack up wins.
But like you said, as good as they've been playing, they have to play better teams. The schedule's going to get tougher. And some of the teams like Dallas, which they caught at the right time, are going to be better than what their record shows right now.
Yeah.
So I think those are things that factor in. OKC got you before that they lost Chet. That's going to help them. The Rockets case, in the fact that maybe that helps stay closer to OKC. But those aren't OKC's not the team you're chasing.
Yeah, I think it's in play. I'm going to say yes. I'm going to go ahead and say yes. I'll be the Rocket homer. I am the homer all the time. People always say that. Ocho, why do fans in the media feel the Texans need to publicly address their issues, which throws their players under the bus? What good does that do? You're not going to solve the problems, and you don't pay to get the inside scoop on their issues. So why do fans in media feel the Texans need to publicly address their issues? You've said this.
Yeah, I've said it over and over again.
Accountability.
That there are, there's an overwhelming belief that they owe you something, and they don't. But I think a lot of franchises, from a standpoint of wanting to appease the fan base, have always encouraged that, you say enough. And the true hard asses like Belichick are the ones that say, I don't care. Do you want me to win football games? If I'm being here to appease the fans, then get me some noisemakers and some fireworks and some free food. But if you want me to win football games, that's what gets the fans fired up the most, then I don't care what I say at a press conference.
Respectfully, you've said that you want the Texans to publicly be accountable for their issues, their mistakes. You talked about with Tunsil.
I'm saying, but I'm talking about game planning wise. I'm talking about from a standpoint of telling me that, are you looking at a certain area and taking advantage of it? Or no one's going to give you game plan information. And in a lot of cases, what we found out this year across Houston sports teams they're not going to give you injury information. You're right. Be accountable from an organizational standpoint. You should always have to own up, because the dollars and cents are going to own up for you if you don't.
I'm on Ocho's side of this. I think that press conferences and people that read, and we play press conference clips here. For me, it's content. For me, it's like, is there anything that's being said that's entertaining? But in terms of like anything tangible coming from a presser, whatever. Like, I don't really care what they say. And it doesn't matter what they say. Like, I'm going to be the best player on Sunday. Great. Go do it. Like, to me, the action's what matters, not what some dude is saying. Like, quite frankly, I couldn't care less what a dude's saying at a press conference. And nothing that can be said at a press conference, to me, is going to influence their play. Like, I remember when Lovie Smith was hired by the Houston Texans. Oh, he won the press conference. What does that do? What does that mean? What is tangible about that? What if I went up there? I was hired by the Houston Texans. I win the press conference. I'm never going to win a game as a head coach in the NFL. So what does it matter that I won this press conference? It does not matter. It's mythical almost.
Adam Gase didn't win his press conference with the Jets.
No,
and his performance lived up to it. So I think the biggest thing for me is what we were talking about from an injury standpoint. If you know that there's legit injuries, there's always going to be that fine line of gamesmanship, and you don't want to give your opponent anything more than what they need. But at the same time,
That's not what Ocho said, though. He said, why do fans in the media feel the Texans need to publicly address their issues?
Well, it depends on what the issue is.
Yeah. I mean, it could be accountability, it could be play calling, it could be injuries, I guess, to your point. I don't put a whole lot of stock in press conferences. Now, if it's entertaining, then we're going to play it and have fun with it and mock it and do all that because it's fun. It's what we do. We have fun. 0312, how many yards and touchdowns will Nico have today?
I'm going to say that Nico's going to get a hundo.
Really?
Yep, I think he's going to get a hundo. I think Dallas's defense, I think he'll get what he needs to get.
Well, that would definitely be an over.
Yeah,
What was the over under?
I was
Brian?
just pulling that up, but
An
it's got to be an over.
713-780-ESPN. What are your questions for the Bees? 713-780-3776. I hate doing this whole prediction stuff. Do I think he scores? Sure. Sure.
I mean,
Over under is 5.5 catches for 76.5 yards.
I'll go over on both of those
both.
things. Yeah, why not? The touchdowns are kind of random, mostly random.
I mean, like most guys, his line's a half a touchdown because that's pretty much the line for everybody.
Now he's a great red zone target.
Unless
He
you're
catches
Christian McCaffrey.
touchdowns, but yeah, I would take the over on catches especially. I feel more comfortable with the catches.
5.5, 76.5.
I think there's
I like
a chance
the
he
over
hits
on
the
both.
deep ball.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, he's their best deep ball guy for sure.
Yeah.
Probably. Don't sleep on Xavier Hutchinson. I'm kidding.
I'll sleep on it.
713-780-3776. I take the over on that. Score prediction from tonight. 713-780-3776. What is your score prediction?
I think the Texans, oh boy, I'll say 28-17.
See,
I hope so. That means they probably scored some points in the second half.
That's a cover. Although you just jump out ahead of them. I have a feeling, I hate doing the score stuff too, as you can tell. I have a feeling the Texans are going to win we're not going to feel great about it tomorrow.
They're
I have
going
a
to Joe
feeling,
Mixon ugly it up.
Yeah, well, even just like who would they beat? Like Jacksonville type of win.
Yeah.
Now I don't think they're going to necessarily.
That's last second.
I don't think they're
touchdown.
necessarily going to come from behind and have to come from behind to win. But I feel like they're going to win a game where the city tomorrow is going to be like, I still really don't believe in them.
I think that when I saw the spread too at 7.5, I think that's just dangerous enough to where I think the Texans could win by a touchdown. And people aren't going to be nearly satisfied with a win like that than if they blow the doors off the Cowboys and win like when we had DJ on. He says, I feel like they're going to win by 3 scores. I hope you do, and I hope you're right. I don't.
713-780-ESPN. 1234 says, what is your favorite golf club in Houston?
Ooh, boy. Just to play as a course?
Mine's Brayburn, obviously. Yeah.
Okay.
You went for the cheap pop.
Yeah, and I'm going to I'll give you the true honest as I can be approach.
That is Brayburn.
Carlton Woods.
Yeah, it's not a bad one.
Carlton Woods, I think they actually do the clippers. They trim with the toenail clippers. It's manicured so well.
I thought you meant James Harden played there and
No.
Donald Sterling. 9582, how do you drink your whiskey? I like mine over a Big Rock.
Diet Coke.
Coke.
I like mine over the Big Rock the best. 7-1 with a Coke? You gonna put a good whiskey in a Coke?
With a Diet Coke.
Either that or neat.
I like mine on a Big Rock.
Crown and
Get it
Diet.
nice and cold.
If it's the right whiskey, it doesn't really matter which way you have
drink
it.
good whiskey with a mixer.
I've always I've always
Can't
had
do
Crown
it.
and Coke. Or Crown and Diet.
Well, that's not. I mean, that's not a great whiskey.
Okay.
Like I'm talking about like a top shelf
good-
whiskey.
yeah, like
you can't have a
Rebecca
top shelf.
I mean, if you've never
whiskey
had it,
with
there's a brand of whiskey in the Hill Country called Rebecca Creek. They're fantastic, and that's what I would drink. But in a good whiskey like that, you can really drink it any way you want. It's fantastic, no matter what.
713-780-ESPN. What are your questions for the Bees? What do you think of the new ballpark name at Minute Maid? Well, I guess it's not Minute Maid anymore.
Meh.
To me, it's.
I think they should call it the Dyke.
I think they should call it the Big Unit. To me, when you see some of these parks over the years that have changed names, I mean, you've got all the ones that AT&T when it was the first time around with the Giants. It's changed multiple, I think at least one time more than that. You just have to understand that it's not about the stadium's name; it's about the ambiance, the atmosphere, and stuff like that. Because if you don't settle in on any name,
there's a spin
That's
job.
that's way too serious of a take.
No, it's true though.
That was
I mean,
such a spin.
That was very serious of
is
you.
Camden? Is it still Camden Yards or is
I
it a
don't think
sponsor?
so.
I don't know. I know that they're reconfiguring the dimensions again. No, but seriously, I think that Dyken Park, call it the Dyke. A dike is a long wall or embankment built to prevent flooding from the sea. Our dike in downtown Houston is going to prevent runs from flooding Minute Maid Park. Right?
Well, that's our new run
Right?
prevention coordinator.
Yeah, I think it works. I think it works hand in hand. Just call it the Dyke. We're going to prevent runs from flooding Minute Maid Park. Don't smile at that. Why are you
I
smiling
can't
at
because
that?
I know
That's a great name for it.
I
Great
know
nickname.
how much fun the Houstonians are going to have with that nickname for that ballpark.
I think that's a
Probably
perfect
3
nickname.
years before the people stop calling it Minute Maid anyway.
Nope.
You know how we are. People are still gonna
I still call it Enron from time
exactly.
to time.
It's
I don't
been
do that.
ingrained. I didn't like the Minute Maid name at first, but over a period of time, you just get used to it. You don't care anymore.
You don't like my nickname?
It's fine.
Yeah, we're gonna prevent runs from flooding Minute Maid Park from the opposition.
So you're gonna put your thumb in it?
Why would I do that?
Because that's an expression. You got to put your thumb in the dike.
That's an expression?
Yep.
Never heard of that.
Never heard it.
What are you into?
To stop the leakage. To stop
how poor is your dike designed if you're having to put your thumb in it?
It's just an expression, Brian.
From where?
Oh God, it's okay.
Rosie O'Donnell.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Wow.
4260. How much?
Wow.
How much does play to your
Thoughts and
opponent?
views of Jeremy Branham.
How much does playing to your opponent come into play tonight? Philip 68.
Look, I think that for a lot of reasons, the Cowboys on the outside, there might not be a lot to play for. The Cowboys don't want to get embarrassed tonight, and it is national TV.
Jerry doesn't.
Yeah, and we know that Jerry cares when they lose to the Texans.
Does that matter, though?
I think
I don't want to lose by 30.
Micah Parsons has extra motivation. There's going to be enough going on here that I think that in this specific case, it's not like you're playing Tennessee, although there's something even to be said about that.
I'm sure a lot of the Jags yesterday were like, we're not going to lose to 30 by the Lions. And they get beat by 46. Like the whole, I desire to keep this game close. Like, what is the actual weight in that?
Yeah, it's kind of like the saying, momentum's only as good as your next day starting pitcher. Like, the desire to win is only as good as who your quarterback is. I mean, Cooper Rush, Trey Lance, I don't think it matters all that much what the motivation is.
0979.
It shouldn't.
I think there's still something to it just for certain players.
0979 is explaining to us what Dyken Park means. No, I think that's the name. That's what it should be. It's something that you build to prevent flooding from the sea. We're going to have our very own in downtown Houston to prevent flooding of runs from the opposition. What's wrong with that? It's short for the actual name. I don't know why y'all think it's so funny. I really don't.
I think you do.
I have no idea why y'all think that's funny.
I love how committed to the bit you are.
One was a fight, Mike Tyson, Jake Paul. The other one was really a fight, John Jones and Stipe. What's next for John Jones? And what do we make of the fight? That's what we're really going to talk about.
Did you guys watch it?
We'll talk about when we come back, Brian. Don't ruin my tease. 713-780-ESPN. This Cougs Hardball Classic brought to you by Little Woodrow's on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. U of H Cougars taking on Baylor Saturday, November 23rd, 6 p.m. at TD-ECU Stadium. It's senior day. It's our Houston Blue game. Wearing my Houston hat. Get ready for a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, unforgettable moments. Nothing beats the tradition, pageantry, and the roar of the crowd at a Cougar football game. Tickets at just $15. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. Come early, be loud, wear blue as we pack the stadium for our final home game of the season when we are celebrating our seniors. First 20,000 fans will receive a Houston Blue rally towel, compliments of Ford, Bud Light, the UH Alumni Association, ConocoPhillips, and our team will be wearing their new H-Town Blue uniforms, which are sweet. Giving away a pair of tickets right now to caller number 3, 713-780-3776. Caller 3 wins a pair of tickets to Houston Baylor Saturday at 6 at TD-ECU Stadium. You can get your tickets at uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. We are live from the Cougs Hardball Classic on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5, presented by Little Woodrow's. A few texts coming on the ballpark name. This is the funniest thing that Branham has ever said. Come on, 5847. You're selling me short. I'm hilarious. Might as well do stand-up. 4218, Granado said it this morning. The Icebox, they're an AC company. I saw Swap say that too. I think it's too obvious. I think it's too, and thank you for mansplaining, by the way, 4218, that they're an AC company. Like, we didn't know that.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, I think you say that, but at the same time, I think that's how these things normally really kind of take shape, is that they're just going to start saying what's the easiest thing to call it. They'll call it the Icebox.
Yeah, I don't love the Icebox. I like mine personally. Ocho says the big unit's a perfect name. Run with it.
So
Ocho likes
the one I came up with.
I thought Ocho had a better taste for comedy.
Oh, shut up. Maybe Paulie can get you to open for him since he's done stand-up.
Yeah, I commend. I would be awful at stand-up. I'm not very good in a public setting. They give me to host like these MCs, these events and stuff. Yeah, I can't stand doing them.
I don't mind doing the live reads and what we do and all the other things. But, yeah, sometimes doing where you've got to interject the comedy at the right time and, all these other things, it can be it's a lot of work.
Yeah, I force myself to do them to try to get better at them, but I really don't like doing them. I despise them, quite frankly. But, yeah, I'll be happy to do it for you at the right price. So Mike Tyson, Jake Paul, let's start there. Or do you want to start with John Jones, Stipe? Which one do you want to start with?
I think we can get the joke out of the way first. I think that the Tyson-Paul thing, as much as I had hoped that it would be at least somewhat not embarrassing and competitive, was the exact opposite. It was worse than anything. I hate to offend any WWE fans, Brian, but at the same point, even if it was scripted, that was the worst script ever written, because that screenplay ain't going to play. That was awful. What Mike Tyson threw 16 punches through the entire thing.
Oh, he threw punches thrown. It was over 50, but punches landed. It was really
I think it was
low.
like 16.
It might have been a little bit higher than that. It might have been just above 20, but it was. Yeah,
it was embarrassing,
and most of that came in the first round. Like I unfortunately, I didn't watch it.
Did y'all watch the whole thing?
I watched the whole thing.
I didn't watch anything but the highlights.
Any of it.
I watched the whole thing, not live, because I didn't want to guess to when it was going to be on. So I watched it the next morning, and Tyson actually came out for about the first 30 seconds to a minute.
We're doing this real serious takes again. Yeah. We're analyzing a fake boxing fight. It's hilarious that we think this was real.
No,
I was
that's
hopeful.
The point I'm getting to.
I hoped it would be somewhat real, and it was awful.
That's the point I'm getting to. Tyson had about 30 seconds where he actually tried to fight, and after that, he stood in the middle of the ring, and Jake Paul just...
He couldn't move.
I know. That's the point. Like, he had no balance.
His knees jacked.
He had no balance. He had no stamina.
He almost tripped on the way to the ring.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
He almost tripped on his way. Did you see? You didn't watch.
He has no balance.
They wouldn't have showed this. He almost tripped like on a cord on the way to the ring. Like, I thought... One, we shouldn't be analyzing this fight like it was a real fight. He lost to Kevin McBride 20 years ago, and suddenly Mike Tyson is back. It's comical. This was a glorified sparring session. There's rumors from this DJ that was hosting the Jake Paul party that Jake Paul told him that they couldn't even, actually go at each other. Like, that was part of the arrangement, where they couldn't go at each other. It was 2-minute rounds. They were using 16-ounce gloves. To think that this was a real fight was ridiculous and silly. I thought that Mike Tyson's Rikishi butt looked better than the actual fight, quite frankly. This was a joke. It's a travesty. And I'm glad that it worked out this way, because I was telling you this was how it was going to look the entire time. There was no way that this was ever going to look like a real fight, ever.
The fact that Tyson is sitting out there, I'd be open to another fight. I bet you would, to get another $20 million to play dead. I mean, You didn't do anything at all to collect $20 million. This should be your final coup de grace. Walk away from that because that was ridiculous.
No, I don't blame him for making $25 million to have a sparring
But you better
session
not be
where the
fooled
guy
again
can't punch you.
if you're the public.
Like he was talking trash to Logan Paul afterwards, or Logan Paul was talking trash to him or whatever. Like, why wouldn't they fight for $25 million more? This was doing more ratings than the Super Bowl, which is how sad it is. How much we crave actual boxing in our lives. We clamor for actual boxing in our lives. That we're having the social media influencer who can't really box, and Mike Tyson, who 20 years ago lost to Kevin McBride. This is doing more numbers than the Super Bowl. More numbers than the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. That's the embarrassment of where we are as a society right now, that people, like we talked about it. There were people that were holding out hope to the point where they were absolutely glued to their screens that this was actually going to be something worth watching. And it wasn't. It was a ridiculous, embarrassing spectacle. But the fact is this is what boxing has become, because it's easier to name these two guys in a ring than it is the actual heavyweight champ. And the fact is that's how far boxing has fallen. And that's what the real travesty is, too. The fact that Mike Tyson got $20 million for that.
Well, I mean, he deserved it. Like the numbers on it were through the roof. The numbers on it were crazy,
and it was based on draw, not on boxing performance.
Right. And it was like, I mean, kind of free. Netflix isn't totally free, but it's not a pay-per-view. You're not shelling out $60. Yeah, it's not a pay-per-view. And most people already have Netflix. I'm not sure how many people actually have Netflix. But this drew more than Super Bowls. It's insane. Like, we actually crave real boxing in our lives, and we crave it so much that we're watching a social media influencer with zero boxing skill. He has no skill. He might have a little bit of pop, but he has zero boxing skill. I hope he fights Canelo. I hope he fights a real boxer, because they would destroy him.
But here's the thing. If he does, the expectation is going to be just exactly what we just got done dealing with. That Canelo is going to fight like a true boxer. That he is going to.
But I think we want to see
that.
But
you don't know that. If the money's
well, he's still active. Canelo
I would bet
still active.
I would bet the mortgage.
Okay,
I bet
so
the farm. I bet
he's still
Canelo
active.
would try to murder
Maybe
him.
in 10 years if he was
Yes,
retired.
there you go. Because the problem is, no matter how much we're hoping for that reality check of having a true boxer be able to be the one that could come in here and show that boxing is different on a different level.
He's not going to fight that guy.
It's how the contract is written. And if the contract is written, we're going to do it this way, and we're going to do, and but at the end of the day, I'm getting how much? Okay, most guys are going to buy in for that.
And the other thing, like, okay, let's say it. Mike Tyson was pretty overrated as a fighter. He was pretty overrated even in his heyday. He was the most vicious man, the baddest man on the planet, youngest heavyweight champion. I love Mike Tyson. We share a birthday. He was I love him, the fighter, incredibly entertaining. The most entertaining boxer that I've ever seen in my entire life. What was his best win? What was Mike Tyson's best win?
I mean,
Spinks maybe.
There we go. He lost to and yes, it was post-incarnation or whatever, but he lost to Lewis. He lost to Holyfield twice. He got retired by a Kevin McBride. Like, Tyson's resume was pretty stinking overrated.
This is why, to some degree, when we talk, when he got so offended by legacy, because if you really take the time to delve down into it, there isn't much of a legacy except for fear of the aura of what Mike was supposed to be. Like, there was always this, from the story to the hard beginning to everything he overcome to Customato to everything that came with it.
Yeah.
It was the fear factor of this man that has this, unbelievable desire to absolutely try and kill somebody. But when you look at the end of the day with the results and the win-loss record and the achievements, it's not even close.
I would argue that Spinks was his best win. And again, I love Tyson. I love watching Mike Tyson. I grew up watching Mike Tyson. Most ferocious fighter, knock you out in seconds.
He beat a lot of people before they even got in the ring.
Youngest heavyweight champion. His best win is very, very lackluster. And every big name that has fought him beat him. Beat him soundly. He didn't stand a chance against Lewis. He didn't stand a chance against Holyfield twice. And his loss before he went to prison was against a 36-1 underdog.
You were signing up for that quick, hard kill in the first minute and a half to the first round, because if it got further than that, with every passing second that it got further, his chances of winning went way, way down, because he wasn't that true boxer that had the art of the sweet science. He was the kill master that in the first round, in the first minute and a half, he could do things that basically no one else could do.
Even then, like, people would get mad. Oh, I paid $60 for 60 seconds. Well, it's better than watching him for 6 rounds. 3-3, 3-8. The only time he fought a real boxer, he lost multiple. Yeah, I guess that's true. I mean, he fought a few of them in their twilight of their career. The woman that went on before had 1,200 punches in 12 rounds. That was actually a good fight.
That was a legit fight.
That was the highlight of the card.
Oh yeah, no, it was the best fight on the card. Yeah, Serrano.
That was the highlight of the card. After
that could be a trilogy fight. We might get another one.
A lot of people bashing the Netflix stuff too.
I heard that live it was suffering quite a bit. And obviously, people were panicking because the NFL's there on Christmas Day. The replay for me was fine, but I can't speak to the live play.
0979 at 19, he was knocking grown men in seconds. Are you kidding? That's fantastic, and that's an incredible accomplishment. And the fact that he was the youngest heavyweight champion of all time, a record that still stands, is astonishing. But he's nowhere near one of the greatest boxers of all time. Not even close. He's not even top 10.
No, he's not even top 10 in his division.
No.
This is like the biggest. It was more of the marketing push and the overall impact because of the way he got it done than it has anything to do with being anywhere near the top 10 in boxing history. He's never going to be in the same realm of achievements as Ali or Frazier, or when you start talking about even Sugar Ray and going down the list of even Duran's and guys like that. He's not going to come close.
I did enjoy the John Jones fight, though. Although he looks a little slower to me. He looks a little bit slower to me, John Jones does. I mean, he's probably in his mid-30s.
He's 37?
Maybe late 30s? Late 30s. He's obviously heavier because he's fighting at heavyweight, and maybe he doesn't need that speed at heavyweight like he used to have at light heavyweight. But he looks a little slower to me. I really want to see him fight Aspinall. And Dana White saying that he wants him to fight Aspinall too, and he's not going to schedule him Pereira. Although John Jones is angling for Pereira, I think he might be ducking Aspinall a little bit. Something tells me Dana White's going to get that fight done. And if Aspinall fights John Jones, and John Jones is my favorite UFC fighter of all time, I think he's the greatest of all time. I think that he would lose to Aspinall, though.
I think you're probably right, but I think it's still remarkable that a guy that no matter what he aged, middle to late 30s, to be a guy of that size, to have the athleticism that he has, and that spin kick was sick.
That was nasty.
I mean, it was ridiculous what he did, how he did it, and then where it landed, and you saw the impact, you're like, oh my God, it wasn't like to the head or something like that, but the impact it must have had and feeling that was, ugh.
I think we kind of lose sight, though, that Stipe is 42 years old and hadn't fought in 4 years. So, that was a little bit of Tyson light. Caliber.
You're saying John Jones managed that?
A
little bit of like a protective booking almost.
I think so, and probably to shake off a little bit of the octagon rust a bit, cash in, make a big payday. And he was talking about how he wants like FU money in this next fight, which is why I think it needs to be Aspinall
because it might be his last.
It might be his last, and then Pereira making that jump to heavyweight would be tough because John Jones isn't going back to light heavy. It would have to be at heavyweight. Pereira, that's a big climb for him to fight at heavyweight. So you would get like not at his best Pereira fighting Jones when everybody really wants to see Jones and Aspinall. I really hope we get that.
I think so because I think that he is closer to the end. And so all the things that you said line up to get one big payday, to get one for, thanks for the memories and for all that I've done. He won't say it. He won't say this is his last fight. But if he gets that kind of money, he'll probably put it on the line one more time and then be able to fade in the sunset.
0979 is not happy that I said that Mike Tyson's overrated. Who would you take, Holyfield or Tyson?
Holyfield.
Who would you take, Lennox Lewis or Tyson?
Lennox Lewis.
Where do Holyfield and Lewis rank as the all-time great heavyweights of all time?
They're
maybe around. I wouldn't say Holyfield's top 5.
I think they're more like top 10.
I think they're probably on the cusp of top 10-ish. Top 10-ish. Because
I'd have to do it on top. Ali's ahead of him. Foreman's ahead of him. Frazier's ahead of him. Sonny Liston?
Probably.
Yeah,
Probably.
I mean, there's obviously that.
Rocky Marciano was undefeated. Although that was a long time ago against plumbers. He was beating plumbers is what he was doing.
Yes.
But no, I mean, Tyson's not a top 10 heavyweight.
No,
of all time, he is not a top 10 heavyweight.
You can even make the argument that some of the current guys, like Tyson Fury, are ahead of him.
I just don't think the sport is as healthy as it was then.
No, I mean,
I think Tyson in his prime beats Tyson.
Is he a top 10 story all time?
Oh yeah,
I think
top 10 star.
I think he's the number one most entertaining fighter of all time.
Yeah, he's a top 10
That's
star.
what I'm saying. Which is, I think, where you can draw the separation. Results, titles, all the things, he's never going to come close. But in terms of the story and the impact when he did fight and the star power of it, now it's a different conversation.
7322, thank you. Been saying Tyson was overrated, not a true boxer, brawler. Ali, Frazier, Foreman, Marciano, Sugar Ray. Sugar Ray wasn't a heavyweight.
Yeah.
Many more better than Tyson. 8755, I thought I was in the minority in this. Remember talking about Tyson being overrated and said Holyfield was a better fighter. Almost got stabbed for saying that. How could you argue that? Holyfield was 2-0 against Mike Tyson.
The argument would probably be, well, they fought on post-incarceration. I'm not saying I agree with that argument, but that would be the argument that
don't get incarcerated.
I 100% agree. But to make the devil's advocate case, that would be the thing. Like he didn't face Tyson at Tyson's best.
I would argue when Holyfield's best.
Yeah, I was going to say
they were the same age.
I'm trying to make the argument. Hey, look, it's admittedly it's a reach. I'm trying to make the argument.
8950. Tyson didn't fight those guys in the 80s in his prime. He would have won. Okay, but he didn't. That's the ifs and buts game. You can't do the ifs and buts game.
How you manage your own career also has an impact on how we look at when we're being realistic about the entirety of your career. He screwed himself.
Yeah, he did. Like, how are we defining top 10? Like, how are we defining who is in your top 10? Are you going based on their record? Are you going based on, well, I think he would have beaten this guy if he never went to prison or if you fought him when he was 26 years old? 4,000. You guys say dumb, bad word all the time, but that might be the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Tyson is not a top 10 heavyweight fighter. Come on, guys. 0-3 against real heavyweight fighters that are on the cusp of being top 10 fighters.
So we have to go by the hype train, which includes hypotheticals, because he didn't handle himself correctly enough for us to see who he could actually fight that were at the level where we could make a judgment.
4,000.
I
didn't think this was going to be that controversial.
4,000's mad. He said, stick to being Texans homers. You are much better at that. Well, thank you for the compliment, though. That is nice of him to say that.
They think we're good at something.
He doesn't agree with our Tyson's take. I remember watching boxing when every weight class had several named fighters. Today's boxing does not have that. Not even close. No. Like there's only even like one or two boxers that are well known that you would even be like even remotely interested.
Canelo's obviously the biggest crossover star. I mean, after that, what would be probably Terrence Crawford or Tyson Fury?
Yeah, and even that's pretty.
Yeah.
Fury,
even though like I don't even think those are like household names amongst casuals.
Brian, you're a boxing guy. Who's the current heavyweight champion of the world?
It's Usyk.
Is there more than one?
He's the lineal. Well, not lineal. Sorry, he's the undisputed unified champion.
I love boxing. I've never seen him fight.
I was gonna say, and it used to be
he's fighting Tyson Fury in a rematch in December.
Oh, he's the guy that beat Fury.
Yeah.
Fury's cashing in. Done.
For decades, you could name the heavyweight champion of the world like that.
In the heavyweight division, even actually, you mentioned the heavyweight division's down, and while that's accurate, the heavyweight division's actually better than it had been for a long, long time. Like, and you look in like the mid, like the 2010s, all the best fighters are like 160 and under. Like heavy now with obviously Deontay Wilder coming up and Anthony Joshua, Tyson Fury, Usyk, all those guys actually made the heavyweight division more enjoyable than it had been for probably a decade.
But it used to be where
you're right. It was the household name.
Yeah. Exactly.
8835 says BMAX saying Tyson Fury over Mike Tyson. Let's calm down for real. Be serious once. That one was a bit ridiculous. Tyson Fury ain't beating Tyson. IMO. 8755 Tyson's versus Holyfield equals Pac-Man versus Mayweather. I have Holyfield and Pac-Man. See, I think you're selling Mayweather short. I think Mayweather was one of the greatest of all time.
No doubt.
Undefeated. People didn't love Mayweather because he kind of dug some guys in their prime.
But
he also
we didn't see Pacquiao.
And he didn't have like
Mayweather.
this knockout power where he was going to knock out every single dude. But he put on a clinic almost against everybody he fought. I thought Mayweather was the truth. He gets knocked a lot. I don't agree with that take. I think Mayweather was fantastic. 0979, why didn't Holyfield fight when he was a light middleweight? If I remember correctly, Tyson was supposed to beat Buster Douglas, and then that was going to be the next fight.
I think that's correct.
I'm almost 95%
Tyson
sure.
Holyfield?
Yeah. That was like his tune-up fight, going to Japan, taking a tune-up fight, go ahead and just beat Buster Douglas, 36-1 dog, and then that was supposed to set up Tyson Holyfield. I want to say that it might have even been scheduled anyways, but then Tyson got in trouble. I want to say it was scheduled. It's
possible. There are a lot of times where guys will have these tune-up fights, and the second the fight ends, the promotional video for the next fight starts. Like the deal has already been signed, so that's certainly possible.
I want to say it was booked. And then he got in trouble, and it threw it all off the radar. But he was going to fight him after Buster Douglas. 9501, the 4,000 number sounds like a tweet. Be nice, just because he has differing takes doesn't mean you have to say mean things about him. All right, 713-780-ESP. And speaking of physicality and toughness, A little worried about Will Anderson's ankles. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word from our good people at Vanderford Air. Go to vanderfordair.com right now and see all the different ways that they can be an advantage to you no matter what you've got going on. They can put a full dehumidifying system in your house, in your household AC system. They can handle your AC problems. That's the biggest thing that they do. They can fix your heating. They can do a total repipe. The thing that I'm focused on is always about AC. In the business in so many ways, and it starts with the fact that the service they provide and the way they go about their job is different than just about anybody else. They put everything in writing, they back it all up, and they give you a 100% satisfaction guarantee or your money back. That starts as soon as you make that first call to 281-557-COOL. I always tell you to good reason. Them, they will be out to see you within 24 hours of when you call them, and that is important, especially if you've got a major catastrophe like it's 100 outside and your AC's on the fritz. They're not going to put you at the back of their call list. They're going to put you in the top of their priority to make sure you too get their services as soon as possible. And when they're there, they're going to put everything in writing. If it's just a part that needs to be fixed, they're going to put that in writing. And also, if you want to just see what that might be to put in a new system, they'll give you that too. Whichever one you choose, the work they do, the temperature that the system will still achieve, and the way that everything performs is 100% satisfaction guarantee or your money back. Show me how many service companies are out there that are willing to do that and do it to the level of Vanderford Air. I speak for them because they do that for you, because it's so important when you're looking for a service company. Look at vanderfordair.com and see all the different ways they can help, but save that number in your phone because you never know when you're going to need it, but when you do, you need them yesterday to make sure that tomorrow you got AC. 281-557-COOL. That's 281-557-COOL, vanderfordair.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Brayburn Country Club for the Cougs Hardball Classic. Here's Joe Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Do you guys think that Floyd was a boring boxer, Floyd Mayweather?
I don't think he was boring. No.
I enjoyed him, actually. You're off, I think.
You're off. I think you're off, Brian.
Yeah, I like to. How do you not hear yourself?
Because I can hear myself, just my own ears. But yeah, I mean, Floyd didn't fight obviously extremely. He didn't fight an appealing style for casuals, but anyone who enjoyed the defense and the sweet science of boxing, the way Floyd would roll his shoulder and just not let anybody touch him, how could he not enjoy that?
He was part of it was he knew how to play the game. I mean, he was a self-promoter. He was a crap talker. He was the guy that kind of still followed that old school plan that built up the brands of Ali and some of the biggest fighters in the game. And then when he went in there, he dissected you. And I think that, he did lack that big home run punch. But at the same time, if you were any kind of a fan of the sport itself, and he brought the other elements to it, it was the full package.
Yeah, he was just one of the best with the sweet science. Like, he would pick you apart.
Yep.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed that.
If there was a criticism to me that's fair of Floyd, is the way he picked when he fought guys.
Fair.
Like,
Sure.
He
True.
waited to fight Oscar. He waited to
Pacquiao.
fight Pacquiao. And he smartly fought Canelo when Canelo was super young and green and not ready for it.
No, that's
so he
perfectly
picked his
fair.
fights smartly. But I mean, look, that's the game. You
Yep.
know, so I can't crush him for it, but that is a part of his story.
Our Killer Bees Cougs Hardball Classic. Thanks to Little Woodrows for having us out at Brayburn Country Club today. I'm starting to get a little worried about Will Anderson's ankles, guys. Am I losing my mind here? Sometimes I get a little conspiracy theorist. It's a very fine line with me. Sometimes I go overboard. Sometimes my takes are a little wacky. They're a little wonky. Like, people think I have a bad take with Mike Tyson. Will Anderson missed 2 games last year towards the end of the year with a ankle sprain that cost him miss 2 games. Might have cost him more games if they weren't in playoff contention or if it happened in the middle of the year. He's going to miss today's Cowboys game, so that's at least 2 games this year with an ankle injury. We'll see if it continues and he misses more. He missed a good portion of training camp with an ankle injury. Am I right? And I understand the Texans fans don't like to hear this, and we're always Texans homers. Is my concern for Will Anderson's ankles valid, or am I losing my mind?
I actually think it's legit. I just think that, thankfully, we're not dealing with knees and the kind of things that can absolutely go to a certain point and then derail an entire career. But it's legit no matter what, because it's multiple injuries to the same body part. But I go back to, if you want to look at glass half full, I go back to the Steph Curry analogy with ankles and feet, in the fact that when he came in the league, he had the same kind of problems. They traced it back to actually shoes he was wearing and things like that. But there was a legit concern that you were never going to see the true abilities of Steph Curry, because he was never going to be healthy with his ankles. And then thankfully they found a way to correct with the shoe and with his health and with what he did in the offseason to get him to a point where we've seen the real Steph Curry. I hope that that's the recipe that says I'm not going to have to worry about Will Anderson his whole career, but it's also a more physical game than it is in basketball, to where, and at any time when you had multiple injuries to the same body part in a short period of his career, then, you should be concerned.
I know when we asked DJ this on Friday, he was like, well, he got rolled up on. But it also went inward and not outward. Like, and he's missing 2 games with an ankle that went inward. Like, the Joe Mixon one was the outward one, and I don't know the scientific. I could have looked that up, I guess, but I'm too lazy to do that. The fact that he had an inward ankle roll, and I know that he got rolled up on, and is missing 2 games is like, I think he's got weak ankles. I think he has weak ankles.
It's kind of like when you talk about the joint in when you separate your shoulder. At a certain point, you have to go in there and tighten up the joint so that it doesn't keep popping out. That's the thing that you have to worry about when you start worrying about ankles and things like that. The fact is that sometimes when the ligaments get stretched out, the frequency of them stretching out and spraining ankles becomes more prevalent because of the fact that you've done it multiple times and over again, to where that's why it's legit.
And then just to let you know, I've rolled my ankle many times. I am an expert on the ankle roll. That's one of my areas of expertise. I know about a thing or two when it comes to the ankle sprain. A texture, the overconfidence the Texans will win big tonight when they already lost to the Jets on the road. I do see that arrogance a little bit with the fans. It's like, we're going to roll the Cowboys. No big deal. You lost to the Jets, who have been a train wreck on the road.
Look what happened to the Jets in the weeks after that.
Yeah, I saw some people yesterday on Twitter like showcasing the Lions blowout win against Jacksonville, and it's like, look at the Texans, they played Detroit close.
Yes.
And it's like, well, are you not going to have the
Jets?
same conversation with the Jets? So like, in one breath, you're going to talk about how good they looked last week in defeat against the Lions, but you're going to totally ignore that they got embarrassed by the Jets.
Wasn't the Jags game close too? Because I was going to say, for the same people that were saying the Jags.
Against the Texans.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, the Texans had to come from behind.
That's what was boggling my mind yesterday, was the fact that everybody was going, see, this legitimizes that even though you lost to the Lions, you lost to such a good team, and you didn't get done to you what so many teams have done, that it was a great win. Well, the team that they blew the doors off was in a ball game shootout with you, which tells you might not be the team that you think you are.
Yeah, you can't go, okay, this team looked really good after we beat them, and play the morale game whenever the Jets have looked terrible since you beat them. Terrible.
That's right.
You're probably the Jets only win in like 6 weeks. Like since they fired Saleh, they've won 1 game. I think they're 1-3, 1-4 since they fired Saleh. Who was the one in the 1-4?
Texans.
The Texans.
Yeah.
You can't. Oh, the Lions look really good, so the Texans lost to them. So acceptable and okay, and it gives you reason for hope. And then totally ignore the Jets game. It's like, I'm going to give you the argument, but I'm going to stop halfway through because it doesn't fit my narrative.
Right. I mean, that's the thing where you just have to get the blinders off and realize if you're not looking at it with Texan blue glasses on, this team has underachieved all year. And even when the games that aside from the Patriots game, the teams that you were supposed to blow the doors off of, you won, but you didn't win them to a point where we were convinced you're an upper echelon team. And then because you had a team that was an upper echelon team like the Lions, basically dead to rights, that would have been great if you finished the deal because you got the 5 turnovers, your defense played great. There was a lot to hang your hat on. Instead, there was everything to point fingers at and say your quarterback missed throws, your offensive line, that you couldn't run the football, all these other things to where it doesn't matter how many games they win by 50. You should have beat them by a whole lot more than you did, and you lost.
Yeah, it's just giving 50% of the story, which is always annoying. Texter saying, I heard with the ankles that they never get stronger as well. I think there's rehabs and exercises that can make them stronger.
Exercises for sure.
And Joe brought up Steph Curry. That was a reason Steph Curry. It was a super cheap deal that he get. Like his first contract extension. I don't remember what it was. Like a $40 million deal, and obviously he's been fine ever
super
since.
cheap.
But they underpriced him even when his first deal came up.
That's what I'm saying because of the ankle concern. So I mean, that's what we're always going to point to. Like Steph Curry, they thought it was going to derail his career, and he's been fine.
All right, game. So you're giving your game balls to after Sunday action in Week 11 of the NFL. Killer Bees broadcasting live from the Cougs Hardball Classic on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Brayburn Country Club for the Cougs Hardball Classic. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Thanks to Little Woodrows and Houston Baseball for having us out for the Cougs Hardball Classic. Been a good time. Everybody kind of, I didn't see what won. I'm going to guess 15, 16 under.
Yeah, I thought 16 would be the minimum.
Yeah, probably. All right, let's get to our game balls. 713-780-ESPN. Who are you giving your game balls to this week? 713-780-3776. Blank, you want to do the honors?
Sure. I mean, we were just talking about them. The fact that depending on what you feel like as a Texans fan, the Detroit Lions made a statement again yesterday that they're the best team in the entire NFL. And in doing so, Jared Goff almost threw another perfect game. I mean, he pitched as good as you can pitch in NFL football. 412 yards, I think 4 touchdowns. He was something like 24 of 29 passing. He was unbelievable. They absolutely destroyed the Jacksonville Jaguars and showed that they should be in the conversation for best in their conference and best in the NFL.
Yeah, I saw people talking about how the Texans ruined Goff's MVP chances, and then he throws for over 400 yards and then 4 touchdowns.
He's right back.
I think that he has reestablished himself right back in the MVP conversation.
Yeah, no
he was
doubt.
really good. I'm going to give my first game ball to Tua Tagovailoa. He threw 3 touchdowns in yesterday's game. I really wanted to give it to Jonas Smith because he went 6 for 101 for 2, but I couldn't pass up the alliteration of Tua 3-piece Tagovailoa. What's wrong with that? I don't think I'm going to say Tagovailoa right. There's like an N in there, like Tagovailoa.
Tagovailoa?
Yeah, I think it's Tagovailoa.
I think it's Tagovailoa.
Yeah, I think
thought it was Tagovailoa.
But I like the alliteration. The alliteration's good.
Look, Tua is showing you that there is something to be said about, and I think Tyreek Hill was the one
brainless
that
quarterback
was talking crap to the other sideline, basically saying you wanted him to retire. When he's playing for us, we're a different football team. And that's absolutely true. And Tyreek Hill has been the biggest guy, carrying that flag for Tua. But when Tua's playing, you just have to worry about him not taking another shot, which is going to be super difficult when he's trying to put his head
especially when he's trying to make
on tackles
on interceptions.
Yeah. But other than that, there's no doubting when he's quarterback, that's a playoff caliber football team.
All right.
My first game ball, I can't believe it got to me, but Taysom Hill. I mean, my goodness. And I know this is someone that ruined one of my BZ Money picks, but Taysom Hill goes 7 carries for $138 and 3 scores on the ground, plus caught 8 passes for 50 yards through the air, even threw a pass and an interception. But my goodness, Taysom Hill just was unbelievable.
Yeah, threw for 18 yards.
Yeah, he threw
I calculated it.
He threw 2 passes. 1 got picked. 1 went for like 10 or 15, something like that.
248 total yards from Taysom Hill by himself.
Yeah, and 3
248
scores.
by himself.
3 scores.
Yeah, I didn't
from
realize.
A quote-unquote tight end.
Yeah.
Obviously this is a fantasy take, but my goodness, if you have him in fantasy and get these games at tight end, you win.
That bum turned it over twice. He did all this great stuff, the touchdowns, 248 total yards. Taysom Hill, that bum, turned it over twice. Threw an interception, threw a fumble. He did it all. He was running. He was catching. He was throwing. He was returning kicks. He threw an interception. He fumbled a football. He's a bum.
He's a 5-tool player, Jeremy. That's what they call 5 tools.
I'm being facetious. I'm kidding. That was an unbelievable game. Taysom Hill is the best backup or third-string tight end in the NFL when it comes to best ball. I drafted so much Taysom Hill because he's not always going to have a game like this, but he's going to have a 2-touchdown game. He's going to have a 3-touchdown game 2 or 3 times a year. He's going to be tight end number 1 2 or 3 times a year, and you can draft him as a second or third string tight end in best ball. He's the best secret weapon in best ball that exists.
You get all of his stats when you play him at tight end?
You get them all.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
He's a great backup tight end in best ball. People don't like drafting him because he's a little bit inconsistent. He's a little volatile. But what do you want from your backups in best ball? You want volatility. You want the volatility. Yeah. All right, who else are you giving a game ball to?
Bo Nix, 307 and 4. I mean, when you get 4 touchdowns, 307 yards, and you are a rookie quarterback, it doesn't matter where you were drafted. It matters that you're playing better than a lot of guys drafted ahead of you, or you're in the conversation. As much as we question what Sean Payton was doing and if Bo Nix was the right guy, right now it looks like Sean Payton was right and Bo Nix can play.
Yeah, Sean Payton looks like he can coach a little bit. As one who has blasted Sean Payton in the past, mostly because of how he quit on New Orleans, I can coach a little bit. He can do a little bit of coaching. I'm going to give a game ball to Anthony Richardson. Whoa, look, in the face of adversity, Anthony Richardson, who got benched for Joe Flacco. Think about that for a second. Anthony Richardson was benched for 49-year-old Joe Flacco, who throws more interceptions than anybody. He went 272 passing yards and a touchdown, ran for 32 more yards, 2 touchdowns. He did have an interception, did have a fumble there, which cleaned up on the turnovers. But Anthony Richardson, in the face of adversity, rallies his team to a victory, especially with everything that's going on. Anthony Richardson deserves a game ball. And the Colts are idiots.
Yeah, and he beat the Jets and just basically pulled the plug on what any remaining hope they had on a season. And the fact is that, again, another guy that can do it with his legs. He made throws. He's going to get better. So kudos to him for bouncing back and playing the way he was playing and being able to kind of, because a lot of guys would have kind of melted down and maybe wouldn't be all right for the rest of the year having gone through what he went through. Kudos to him for bouncing back playing the way he did.
I hate that it's a division opponent, but I really like what Anthony Richardson did yesterday.
Yeah,
I respect that.
The only people that don't like it are people that have Jonathan Taylor in fantasy football because he stole 2 of your goal line touchdowns.
He did vulture a little bit.
He vultures you a bit. My next game ball goes out to a quarterback who's been a little bit up and down this season, but was certainly up yesterday. Matthew Stafford throws for 294. 4 touchdowns, and has, because the NFC West is just complete chaos with the entire division being separated by half a game. The Rams are right in the thick of things after they obviously didn't have Kupp and Puka to start the season, started off the season pretty poorly, being down those weapons, and they're a half game out.
Yeah, he showed the young buckaroo a thing or two, didn't he? And Drake May, although Drake May looks like he's pretty stinking good too.
Yeah. He really does.
Drake May's pretty good at football
Williams
as well.
Might be 4th among rookie quarterbacks.
I have no problem putting on 4th right now.
I agree with that.
Maybe not 4th.
Just performance this year.
Just performance this year is easily 4th.
Yeah.
It's not a question. Like Caleb Williams might surpass them in the future,
right.
But in terms of what their body of work is currently today, he's easily 4th.
Yeah, Caleb
I would
had
have
a couple
Daniels
good games, 1. But
I would have Daniels 1. I would have
Bo
Nix 2.
2.
I'd have May 3. I'd have Williams 4.
I
Although
agree.
Caleb Williams was better yesterday.
Yeah.
I thought Caleb Williams was much better yesterday.
As a microcosm, if you just look at the final drive the Bears had and look at the 3 passes that he made, there's a reason why you should have a ton of hope still in Chicago. With the right coaching staff, he can play.
I agree.
He's just been miscoached.
Yeah, I'm not quitting on Caleb Williams at all. I think he is an uber talent. All right, what else you got?
Justin Herbert's got to be in there. I mean, 297, 2 touchdowns, and as Brian and I were alluding to earlier, that first half, he looked pretty close to like the fact that it was every pass was being made. He was running with the football, showing that a lot of people don't realize as a guy that size, he can really run too when he has to or wants to. So he kind of reestablished himself as a really, really strong quarterback in this league.
Yeah, he's. I think that we probably slept on him at the start of the season as still a quarterback who can go, who can get it. There's a lot of guys you could have given a game ball there too. J.K. Dobbins, 2 touchdowns. Ladd McConkey, 6 for 123. But anytime this guy catches a touchdown because everybody left him for dead, Quentin Johnston, another touchdown. People thought he was a bum. People thought he should have been out of the league. No hands. He's a bust. He's catching touchdowns every single week.
You're just back in the Big 12.
No, I'm proud of this guy. I'm proud of the story.
He's part of the Big 12.
No, I'm proud of the story because he was written. He was left for dead. He was left for dead because, he doesn't have any hands. He's a bust. What a waste of a draft pick. And all he is doing is catching touchdown passes each and every week. I like the underdog. I like the comeback story. And Quentin Johnston is the epitome of that.
I think that's the biggest reason why I'm all for it too, is the fact that people crapped on him all over the place. And I remember Lance even saying his hands are going to be a problem.
They were.
They were his rookie year, but boy, I didn't think that he was going to be something like that. Is a more difficult skill to kind of really refine and turn it around. He's having a hell of a year.
Don't quit on people after their rookie year. My game ball going to Jackson Smith and Jigba. Best receiver in Seattle.
I know.
10
I was waiting
catches,
for that.
110 yards. Geno Smith, too, that final drive, man.
Ooh,
that was
boy.
That was pretty, Geno.
Yeah.
That was
I'm not a Geno guy, but I had to tip my cap to Geno. That was impressive.
That was a nice touchdown
No one
drive,
saw
Geno.
that coming. Running in from 13 out.
Steals a win from San Francisco. Well done, Geno. I watched that. That was nice. All right, what else you got, Brian?
I'm going to steal one from Joel since he hasn't mentioned his Packers yet. Christian Watson, 4 catches for
what I found.
For $150. I mean, that came out of nowhere. Talk of a guy that's been up and down ever since he came to the league. He's a big play guy, and he had lots of big plays yesterday.
He did. He had a couple that were really, really huge for a quarterback that's really not as good as people think. And the other thing about
setting you up,
but it really this goes back to the conversation we were having about the ankles of Will Anderson. Christian Watson was a guy last year in the offseason that LaFleur said we're going to spend the entire offseason trying to figure out how we fix his hamstrings because he's had hamstrings that have never been right. And I don't know how you do that medically if a guy has bad hamstrings, But when he does make an impact, it's huge. He just doesn't do it that often.
Yeah, he's a big play receiver.
Yes,
And you're right.
yes.
He's not going to have these 9 catches.
No, Jaden Reed's more consistent.
But he's got a lot of Will Fuller in him.
He's not even on the field that much, Jaden Reed.
He's got the Will Fuller aspect of he's big play, and when he's on the field, he can do a ton. But he's just
Will
not
Fuller
on the
had
field
those
enough.
too, yeah.
I actually think that the Texans could use that, like one of their third or fourth receivers that is just this dude that can take the top off the defense. I think it would open up some things because Nico's not a burner. Tank is quick. He's not fast.
Right.
I think they could really use a Will Fuller type. Like I really think that would complement this offense.
The 2 catches that he made yesterday that were huge too showed that he's got ability as a receiver, not just speed. Because the one in double coverage, he had to position himself when the ball was in the air, when the safety's head was turned, and got in just the right spot, and then hung on to it. And then the one that he dove, they sent it to replay. He made 2 really great catches yesterday.
All right, one more each.
Oh man, I don't know if I think I'm.
Chris Boswell,
Oh,
6
it was on my list.
for 6, 57-yard long. They win by 2. He didn't make 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, 6. 6 for 6.
Didn't score a touchdown.
They won by 2 points.
18 to 16.
If he's 5 for 6, they lose a game. Chris Boswell, Rice out, Chris Boswell.
Hoot, hoot.
You get a game ball for your
If
leading
you'd
the
have told
Steelers to
me
victory.
the Steelers weren't going to score a touchdown against the Ravens, I would say they're not going to win that game.
Yeah.
No way. No, but they got lifted by the heroics of Chris Boswell.
Yeah.
All right, Brian.
This is not a game ball, but I mean, we might want to just give Mike Tomlin Coach of the Year right now.
Yeah.
My last game ball goes to another guy that's been a reclamation project this year. Someone that's going to be in the running for comeback of the year, player of the year. But Sam Darnold. I mean, the Vikings offense was awful the week prior against Jacksonville. Only won, I believe, 12.
Didn't he have like 4 picks?
In the game against Jacksonville? Yeah. He might have, but they only won 12-7. They were awful the week before. But Sam Darnold, 246 passing, 2 touchdowns, plus they had a touchdown running. Bounce back win for the Vikings. Well, they still won the week before against the Jaguars, but bounce back performance for the Vikings offense and Sam Darnold.
I went with Andrew Van Ginkel in that game. Team high, 8 tackles, 2 sacks, 3 tackles for loss. Van Ginkel.
He's
want to say Van Ginkel.
He's had several defensive touchdowns this year.
He's a pretty good
He's
player.
had 2. Yeah.
Went to a great
I think it was
university.
back-to-back weeks. Did he go to Wisconsin?
He went to U of H?
Yeah, no.
I didn't know that Van Ginkel went to U of H. You know that? Went to U of
No,
H?
he probably went to some school that lost to Oregon.
Yeah, they did, and
That was
covered
a
the
fun.
spread,
They-
and we're winning a lot of the game.
Good teams win, great teams cover.
Okay.
A few from the text line. Taysom Hill gets a game ball. Good guy, scrappy football player, deserves to have a great game. He's like 42, too. Game ball goes to Geno Smith, and then a game ball goes to Russell Wilson. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees broadcasting live from the Cougs Hardball Classic on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Thanks again to Little Woodrow's for having us out at the Cougs Hardball Classic. Appreciate being out here. Also coming up, the Boss and the Gloss return. It's been a minute since they've had a show. They've had some scheduling conflicts, really with Texas A&M basketball. So the Boss and Gloss coming up at 6 o'clock, and the Buzz Williams show coming up at 7. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Blankers, what you got?
I'll start with the long drawn out one, but I'll try and make it as quick as possible. Stanford's been terrible at football. Louisville's a much better football team. Stanford was down 2 scores late in the fourth quarter. They end up getting both of them. Everybody thought they should go for 2 to get the win. Instead, they go for 1. They play for the tie, thinking that they're going to go to overtime. Louisville opted against taking the ball on the 25-yard line as a touchback. They ran it. They only got to the 19 on a tie game. They spiked the ball. They took a deep shot, then a short pass, and another deep shot. They all failed. Stanford gets the ball back at its own 45 with 4 seconds left. Feels like OT is the only thing that's going to happen. They get a 1-yard pass. They get a 15-yard unsportsmanlike conduct on Louisville. And then just when you thought that was all it was going to take for a hope and a 57-yard field goal, they got an offsides as well, and Stanford made the field goal and won the game in regulation.
I saw that they won a tight game. I didn't realize that's how it played out.
Just
a lot of
complete meltdown over and over again.
That's a tough way to lose. I would be livid.
Embarrassed.
I'd be livid if that were my team. That's a good one. I want to nominate Netflix. Netflix gets millions and millions. It was like 60 million views. 60 million views to watch fake boxing. And they don't have enough bandwidth. They don't have enough bandwidth. There were streaming issues. People were having to exit and come back in. They have a triple header coming up on Christmas. How do you not have enough bandwidth? You're Netflix.
This was the test run, Jeremy.
It was not a good one.
I knew it was
they
not.
failed. It was a car wreck,
If we were watching Bar Rescue, this would be the stress test. And John Taffer at some point shut the whole place down. But they'll be good to go when we get here for Christmas Day.
I didn't know that the stress test. I didn't know what that was.
You've never watched Bar
I've
Rescue?
seen it, but I'm not as familiar with it to know the exact terminology.
You're doing yourself a disfavor.
Yeah, Netflix. My car wreck of the day. What do you got, Blankers? Or Brian?
I've got a couple. Well, Brian Kelly to start off with. Brian Kelly and LSU to lose to Florida. I know Florida got their quarterback back with Lagway, not playing the kid who was overmatched against Texas the week before. But for LSU to go to 6-4 with a loss to Florida, Brian Kelly looking like he's going to have LSU kind of stuck in the mid-tier of 8-4 in the SEC. That deserves a car record today, the nominee. And then how do you not nominate the Jaguars, who are just, from the point last season where they beat the Texans in Houston and were 8-3, from that point forward, they won, I believe, 1 game the rest of the regular season last year. And obviously they've been a complete disaster this year, culminating with the 52-6 or whatever it was yesterday against the Lions. Just the Jaguars have been absolute abomination.
I think Peterson's already done too, because
the
first thing,
how would he survive this?
But I'm saying the reinforcement was in the post game. Everything he said was, "It starts with me. It's all on me." He was taking all of it because he knows that he just wants.
What else can he say?
Well, he also knows he wants to get the hell out of there and get a check and get somewhere else, because it started with the fact that he and Trevor Lawrence were never on the right page and weren't getting along, and now with the way they're playing and the fact that he knows Jacksonville is a sucky city for football, that he just wants out.
Yeah, that was a bad loss. That was a bad loss. Any other car wrecks you got? I got Mike Tyson's cheeks. Actually, it was the best thing that happened to Mike Tyson that night was his cheeks, quite frankly, and his banking account. That worked pretty good. And then I'm also going to nominate Spirit Airlines. Spirit Airlines went bankrupt. They filed bankruptcy earlier today. Huh. Shocker, cheap flights.
I'm surprised that they were still in business, honestly.
Yeah, they filed bankruptcy today. I guess they'll continue to fly for a while. I don't even know how bankruptcy works, but I think they bail you out
until they start seizing your assets, right? To start paying people off, creditors and such.
I don't think they're canceling flights yet. I think you can still hop on a Spirit Airline flight should you have it. But Spirit Airlines went bankrupt today, so if you like to party 25,000 miles above the sea, well, you're going to miss out because Spirit Airlines is dead. It's gone. It will be no more here pretty soon. 6049 says the Netflix server is the car wreck of the day. I'm worried about this little Christmas triple header. See if they have the bandwidth.
I mean, we should say public service announcement for Texans fans. You don't have to watch it on Netflix. It will be available on the local station.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
They're not allowed to advertise that, though, because for the last game.
Did I break a law?
No, I'm saying
they can't
for the last game.
Sure.
They weren't allowed to tell everybody that it, as well as an Amazon Prime game that it was on 26, I think, too.
Yeah.
And everybody after the fact went, wait, It was on 26 too.
Yeah,
because they want you. Because the whole
right.
reason why they make the deals, they want you to buy.
Yeah, for the local markets, you could still get it without Netflix.
That's interesting. I didn't know you could do that. So any streaming service, they put on a one of the over the airs, huh?
Mm-hmm. For the local two teams.
Yeah, for the two local teams. Yeah.
4965 Josh from Seabrook. He wants to nominate the Paul Tyson fight. Brandon knows what I said on Twitter. I think he just bashed it, quite frankly. Not a whole lot of fun on that one. And then anybody want to throw Daikin Park on the list?
I thought about it, but
bother me that much.
I mean, did the Astros make a profit on the whole deal?
Well,
as long as they made a profit on the whole deal, I don't care what you call it.
I wonder if they're coming out ahead, though, because Minute Maid Park got out of their deal like before it was actually up. That's why Schwab was catching a lot of heat. Schwab reported this back in
Kudos
October,
to you for pointing that out.
early October.
He did.
Yeah, I put him on my Bad Take Boulevard bookmark to see if it actually came to fruition. Because if it didn't come to fruition, he would have landed on the list. But it came to fruition.
Yeah, kudos on him, you and for pointing it out, and him for getting it right. Because you're right, he got a hell of a lot of pushback on that.
So the story is that Minute Maid pulled out early from their 30-year contract or whatever.
Did they? Any
Are
reason
you doing
why?
that with Coca-Cola? I don't know. I guess maybe they thought it was overpriced. So I don't know. I don't know.
Unless the team gets a better deal, there's no way the team normally lets you out.
No, I think it was a Minute Maid Park thing. I think it was Minute Maid that decided to exit the deal.
Right, but I'm saying,
but it might have been in the contract.
Yeah, so I'm saying, but if there was an out clause, that's one thing. Otherwise, the team, I know the Rockets would never let you out unless they declared bankruptcy.
I wonder if they're getting out ahead. I don't know. I would like to see the details on this one. All right, what's going to win here?
Netflix or Mike Tyson.
That's fine.
Let's go Netflix.
Yeah.
Tyson still got paid.
Yeah, that's true.
Tyson
still won.
All right, Netflix, congratulations. You're the car wreck of the day. It's going to do it for us. Thanks to Brian, On-Site Engineering, Abigail back at Gal. He's blank on Branham. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Thanks again, Little Woodrow's, having us out. Cougs Hardball Classic, The Boss and the Gloss, next on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.